Others transmigrate and become super OP characters. But I got stuck with this crappy system. I transmigrated into Journey to the West as a monk. Seriously, I thought I could just activate cheat mode and overcome everything. But who knew I'd get a system that's as rebellious as a teenager and get hunted down by all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. But there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of. I'm the strongest Tang Xuanzang in the immortal realm, who only likes eating savory, meaty skewers and likes to throw beer club parties and rave with my fellow cultivators in my free time, blasting my favorite Vina House tracks and dancing with my fan non-stop. Without further ado, let's dive into this super awesome, hilarious, and messy story, Subu style. The bright sunlight shines down on the mortal realm, revealing the treacherous Dragon Swirl mountain range. I didn't come to this world to exorcise demons and subdue monsters, but bloody wars happen here constantly. Standing before this desolate and ruined landscape, I couldn't believe the truth could be this ridiculously funny. Draped in a sacred kasaya, holding a holy staff, ready to bonk anyone who looks like they're about to screw things up, Xuanzang grimly witnesses the bloodshed of the world. Gods and Buddhas are all just evil spirits. The noble Buddha, on the 9th layer of clouds, and the high and mighty gods, look down as Xuanzang is surrounded by evil spirits. Facing this desperate situation, he smirks, as if looking down on everything. Unexpectedly, his companions, his disciples, all wear different expressions, but they're all collectively terrified and disappointed. Having thought it through, Xuanzang opens his eyes wide, shining with determination, and says, "Listen carefully. The reason I'm dying today is definitely not for this world." His whole body flies up. Along with the surrounding formations, Xuanzang powerfully unleashes everything, and absolutely not for anyone. Xuanzang shouts angrily, "It's because I'm sick of this life. I feel like this damn world is meaningless." As soon as he finishes speaking, a pillar of light shines around Xuanzang. Wukong below is in extreme pain. He reaches out trying to stop his master. That back view is so far away, even after trying so hard he can't reach him. "I'm going back to my world, to enjoy my human life." Xuanzang glances at his disciples behind him. "You little punks, see you in the next life." Arrows rain down on Xuanzang's body. Despite his disciples' desperate attempts to stop him, "I came to this world, led my disciples to level up, eliminated demons. There were a lot of bad things but also many good things." Behind the group of disciples, their eyes fixed on him, Xuanzang instructs, "You damn monkey, lead them well. Take good care of you little brats." Then spears pierce through his body, but Xuanzang can only close his eyes and accept it. Those are the last words Xuanzang says to his disciples. "Don't let me die in vain." Flashback to 1 year ago. On a beautiful sunny day, Xuanzang, having just been captured, says to himself, "I'm Tang Xuanzang, kidnapped here from the 21st century by a lonely, weak, and helpless idiot. Beneath the huge mountain is a monkey being pressed down. I'm standing before a very awkward situation." Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Wukong itches to smack Xuanzang on the head, making him scream, "The monkey that the country assigned to me doesn't even care about me." Suddenly, Xuanzang's earring lights up, and the system immediately displays a mission warning. "Subdue Sun Wukong, mission time remaining 30 minutes. Please, benefactor, seize the time remaining, otherwise you will never be able to receive any rewards." Xuanzang angrily grabs the system panel and yells, "You still have the nerve to say that? That bitch Guanyin gave me a fake golden headband. Are you colluding with her? Are you, huh?" System pops up. "Hey you dumb monk. Host, pay attention. This is the world of evil Journey to the West. Anything can happen, so don't get confused. Time remaining 25 minutes. Xuanzang, totally pissed, snaps the system panel in half, raging like a lunatic. Xuanzang points and curses, "And you son of a bitch monkey, I've been saying nice things and doing good deeds for you for the past 7 days. He angrily shoves the golden headband close to Wukong's face. "I grilled meat for you, picked peaches for you, even peeled your bananas. Can't you just put on the headband and obediently follow me?" After being crushed under a mountain for 500 years, feeling stiff all over, now some dude comes along and babbles nonsense. Wukong flicks his finger so hard, Xuanzang almost meets his ancestors. "You think I'm stupid? If I put on this headband, what's going to happen to my life? Wearing the headband is impossible, absolutely impossible." When the situation is already urgent, I met a system that likes to teach. The remaining time to complete the mission to subdue Sun Wukong is 18 minutes. Xuanzang was so angry at being flicked by the golden hoop. This system is not like the script. Shouldn't it be crying and begging miserably, suffering to the extreme? Wukong, already world-weary and a little doubtful of life, says, "I really don't understand. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so why do you have to drag me along with you?
Xuanzang, hearing this, becomes mentally exhausted. You think I want this? If I can't trick you into wearing this freaking thing, how can I order you to take bullets for me? This damn world is destroying my 3 core values every day. It's driving me crazy.
Wukong thinks, I've figured it out over the years. Life is like that. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Unexpectedly, in this enjoyment, I discovered that the days of indulgent living are a bit meaningful. At this time, Xuanzang is like, yo, madly thinking, there's not enough time, I can't, if I don't get this monkey on my team, I'm afraid I won't survive even 3 days. Then, he puts on a stern face and slams his staff on the ground. I'm asking you one last time, are you going to follow me to obtain the scriptures or not? Wukong closes his eyes and replies immediately, not caring about anything, infuriating Xuanzang. No way, Xuanzang mutters. This journey to the west, you have to go even if you don't want to. He grips his staff tightly, shaking as he concludes, you just wait and see. After saying that, he swings his staff in a circle and directly unleashes his power. The pressure immediately sends a stream of magical power towards the sealing talisman. The situation is improving, Xuanzang is pleased and triumphant. It seems that just as Xuanzang finished speaking, a dense stream of spiritual energy began to form from within the seal. In a moment it gradually transformed from limbs. Quickly, the Tathagata's spiritual energy has transformed, surrounding an area. The eyes of the transformed image began to become clear. As a result, the transformation ended, and the mighty seal dragon appeared behind the hidden talisman. As soon as it appeared, it accumulated ancient energy in its mouth, directly pouring a powerful spiritual power blast on the intruder. From afar, Shen Yi also witnessed this scene, and the scream echoed through the area. The smoke is hazy. The silhouette of Xuanzang stands there, receiving an extremely domineering blow, but it doesn't even scratch Xuanzang. He is determined. Today, having reached this point, even a monk must till the land with a plow. Even if Tathagata comes here in person, I will drag this stinky monkey out. After saying that, he charged forward. Welcoming and touching, he is the main guy. At this time, there is still a frog who doesn't care about the world. Wukong is still patiently chewing on leaves to pick his teeth. I didn't expect this method to be really good. Returning to the battle, facing the huge and angry seal dragon, Xuanzang rushed forward powerfully. Those who block me must die. Xuanzang rushed forward with terrifying spiritual power. One vengeance and one hatred head-on. The power is still not separated. Xuanzang rushed straight into the throat of the seal dragon, delivering a blow that created a large impact. The seal dragon powerfully opened its mouth and tightly held him, launching a dazzling light from inside. Inside the seal dragon's body, Xuanzang flickered around, has found the weak point. Xuanzang immediately swings his staff and unleashes an extremely terrifying cold dragon ultimate skill. At the same time, 2 mountains came crashing down, but a mere clap flattened Yin Long like a mosquito. The smoke cleared, and Xuanzang stood amidst the rubble, pleased as punch. All right, so it is. The monkey's in my grasp now. Just as victory seemed within reach, his eyes froze, noticing a system notification popping up. System message. The Happy Full Level Experience Edition time is over. We hope that the benefactor will strive to level up to reach the full level as soon as possible. Xuanzang doubted his life again. What the heck, what do you mean experience time? A second later, he burst into tears of despair, howling. That shady system. You dared to trick me. You never said there was a time limit. That black goo system just picked its nose and replied, what do you mean I didn't say? Look again. Congratulations, esteemed customer, on winning the grand prize of Happy Full Level. From now on, you can instantly enjoy the ultimate level 99 cultivation experience. Your life is in your hands. Happy Full Level is a new version with a limited time of 7 days. But then, Xuanzang flopped onto the ground like a flattened mosquito, his entire body imprinted on the rock. Unexpectedly, the staff fell and hit his 1 gun, 2 bullets spot. Who would have thought that the life of an emperor obsessed with meat would come to eating so much green onion? How could he endure being punked by the system like this? Xuanzang had to facepalm to vent his frustration. Damn you, you sugarcane system. Just then, in the distance, Wukong's silhouette appeared after the sealed mountain shattered. Markings had appeared on Wukong's body. His eyes shone brightly, his entire body crackling with fiery energy. He glanced at the scene around him and scoffed. He stood up powerfully, looking at his palm and estimating, even if it's only less than 10% recovery. Wukong smirked, suddenly delighted. But then he grinned and looked up, laughing like he'd just won the lottery. Old Sun is out. Xuanzang watched the monkey clowning around, bewildered. What's going on? What's that monkey doing? Just as he understood a little, Xuanzang started sweating buckets, his eyes widening with alarm. At that moment, A hand reached out and squeezed Xuanzang's neck tightly, and in pain he trembled and cried out helplessly. Wukong grasped his neck and lifted him up as easily as a duck about to be slaughtered. His face flushed red from difficulty breathing. He said with difficulty, "You tricked me," Wukong said coldly with a murderous aura. "Didn't Tathagata trick me like that in the beginning, huh? Begging? If it weren't for his scheme, how could old Sun be suppressed under there for 500 years?
His eyes turned red with frustration, veins popping on his face as he roared. A full 500 years! Wukong angrily vented all his grievances, throwing Xuanzang far away, shouting again, 500 years! The throw made him hit the ground hard. Fortunately, his brains hadn't splattered out, but he thought, this monkey has such great resentment towards Tathagata. After the impact, Xuanzang immediately vomited blood. He worried, unwillingly, is my game just beginning to be game over? Wukong seemed out of control, flexing and unleashing earth-shattering power. As Xuanzang lay injured, the system notified, there are 10 minutes remaining to complete the mission of subduing Sun Wukong. Xuanzang woke up like a dying man and threw the system away angrily. Ding, 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 I'm about to die, ding your sister. Before he could rest,
Xuanzang's body was lifted again, looking very painful.
Wukong ruthlessly raised his hand, wanting to take Xuanzang's small life. I'll use your life to offer a sacrifice for old Sun.
Immediately following that, rocks quickly flew up.
At the moment the stone was about to pierce Xuanzang's eyes, he shouted,
"Wait!" Wukong became like another person, his eyes waiting seriously for him to speak. A second later, he became bitterly, veins popping on his forehead, and mocked, "Stinky monkey, do you think that if Tathagata hadn't used tricks 500 years ago, you would definitely have won?" Wukong, holding Xuanzang down, asked with a dark face, "Is there any other outcome?"
Xuanzang grinned, provoking. From what I know, the odds between Buddha and you are, at best, 4-6. You 4, him 6.
Hearing this, Wukong's eyes narrowed, veins popping on his forehead. He erupted in anger, sending a sharp rock flying to pin Xuanzang down. Say that again.
Xuanzang's face darkened. Clutching his wound, he retorted, "Even if I say it again, you still lose."
Xuanzang, fueled by anger, shouted, "Even if I say it m times, ha times, 100 or 10,000 times, you're still gonna lose, guaranteed."
Wukong, hitting a nerve, roared and lunged at him. "You bald-headed monk, you wanna die." Xuanzang faced him head-on, continuing, "In these 500 years, Buddha's power has definitely been upgrading non-stop, but what about you? Not only hasn't your power improved, it's regressed, and your brain is just as it was 500 years ago."
Like fire and water, the two quickly clashed and began to fight.
Wukong angrily clenched his fist, punching towards Xuanzang.
But just a few centimeters from Xuanzang's face, he stopped. Xuanzang was unusually calm. "Even if Buddha hadn't used tricks in the beginning, you only had one path, death. If you want revenge, you can only follow me."
Wukong trembled with rage, asking, "Based on what?" Xuanzang seemed to have shaken Wukong's resolve. He landed on the ground, saying, "Because I'm not like them, we're irreconcilable. Even though I'm ordered by Guanyin to go to the Western Paradise to fetch the scriptures."
He stood up straight and continued, "But I have a different plan."
Xuanzang got closer to Wukong, revealing his plan. Then he burst into a sky-high rage.
Xuanzang angrily recounted, "That bitch Guanyin, last time she gave me a fake golden fillet. This time going to the Western Paradise to get scriptures isn't just another big scam. No one in their right mind would believe you. Wait till this old man collects Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Sha Wujing, and then gathers 18 million demonic troops. See how I destroy your Guanyin Temple, Lingxiao Palace, and your great Thunderclap Temple."
Wukong sunk into thought.
What is this Tang Xuanzang up to? And his cultivation level? His whole body seemed to freeze at what he just said. Although he's unharmed now, but with the current strength he has some parts of ferocity comparing to his strongest self. Could it be that he has some cultivation, secret technique?
Xuanzang wiped the blood from his lips, grinning. "Do you want to know where my cultivation comes from?" Xuanzang walked towards Wukong. Step by step he lured, "Just follow me, and I can pass on all my cultivation methods to you." In his heart, Xuanzang nodded, thinking, "Once I level up and unlock the merchant center, what secret technique can't I get?" Xuanzang rotated his neck, resolutely persuading with his eyes closed. "If you don't want to follow me, then it's up to you. However, if you get imprisoned under that mountain again by Buddha, there won't be anyone to save you." As soon as Xuanzang finished speaking, Wukong on the other side fell into contemplation. He walked past Wukong, saying, "Speaking of you, just opening your mouth about revenge is about killing Buddha." Xuanzang's back under the sunset flapped. "Then what? My revenge is even greater than that."
Xuanzang walked further away, leaving Wukong in a stream of thoughts. He deliberately slowed down, speechless, because the system's countdown for completing the task of subduing Sun Wukong was only 5 seconds left. He was sweating profusely. When there were only 4 seconds left. There are 4 seconds left to complete the task of subduing Wukong. Xuanzang in the distance held his head, wanting to scream, "There are 3 seconds left to complete the task of subduing Sun Wukong." His eyes rolled back as if he was about to die. There are 2 seconds left to complete the task of subduing Sun Wukong. With 1 last second left, he was about to lose his soul. Suddenly, at the moment of life and death, the system announced, "Congratulations to the benefactor for completing the task of subduing Sun Wukong, gaining 80 experience points." He was surprised. What? Wukong put the golden hoop on his head, making Xuanzang stunned. "Alright, chant the mantra," Wukong coldly reminded. "You better not trick me." He squinted at Xuanzang with a murderous aura. Otherwise, Wukong would just shut Xuanzang up by squeezing his mouth shut. Xuanzang, mouth all pinched, was sweating bullets. Wukong threatened, "You know the consequences. And another thing, go prepare a set of clean clothes for me, and a headband too. Wearing this trinket makes me feel like some master's pet." Letting go of Xuanzang's pitiful cheeks, his hands still clenched, he was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to restore his cultivation. Until then, he'd have to grin and bear it. Xuanzang chased after him. "Hey, you dumb monkey, wait for me." Behind the bushes, a dark shadow was watching them. At Mount Putuo, a dreamily perfect place, a pair of graceful, slender legs appeared, lounging there. Turns out, it was Guanyin just chillin'. A bluish-green thing reported, "Bodhisattva, Tang Xuanzang and Sun Wukong have left Five-Finger Mountain." Guanyin slightly opened her eyes, her voice calm. As expected of the golden cicada's 10th reincarnation, he does have some skill. The thing continued. He also said he would help Sun Wukong get revenge on Buddha Tathagata. Guanyin jolted upright, a little startled. "What?" The thing kept reporting. "Bodhisattva, this Tang Xuanzang is so outrageous, why don't I?" Guanyin looked at the strange thing, silent. "Be careful in your actions," the thing gradually dissolved away. "Yes, ma'am, I obey. I'll definitely do my best." Guanyin smiled, pointing at the remaining fragments. "Golden cicada, what other tricks do you have? Show them all to me." Wukong pouted, glancing at Xuanzang. "Speaking of which, you lousy monk, how did you get tricked into fetching scriptures? This rabbit under the ground, this tree, it's all me." He got an angry kick from Xuanzang that sent him flying. "Isn't it all because of that damn Li Shimin who deserves 10,000 cuts?" Poor bunny me could only be kicked and flattened on the ground. Chengjian City half a month ago was where this melodramatic story began. Xuanzang was just a modern guy before, sleeping soundly when he got forced into this dog-blood transmigration. I feel a little wronged. He held his head, looking at the thousands of people before him. I just opened my eyes and it's already a live broadcast of a grand Buddhist ceremony. His face grew more stunned, sweat pouring like rain, and he shouted, "There are so many famous people in the Great Tang. Couldn't I have transmigrated as anyone else? Why did I have to become Tang Xuanzang? Anything but that, and I had to be made the #1 Tang Xuanzang." The system appeared with a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully connecting to the system. Welcome benefactor to the heretical journey to the West world, initiating the mystical journey." He sat in the system in disbelief. Just after transmigrating, he got bound by this trash system, the heretical journey to the West system. Then, he got swindled by the scum of the Great Tang, Li Shimin. Guanyin appeared with the appearance of a beautiful young girl. "It is because the master's sincerity moved the heavens that I, Guanyin, was sent to chant sutras for the master." Li Shimin's eyes lit up like stars as he looked at Guanyin. "Upon hearing that my Buddhist scriptures could guarantee the everlasting prosperity of the Great Tang, you can dispatch an eminent monk to the West to seek the scriptures." Everyone seemed to have wandering eyes. Li Shimin spoke up. "I wonder which great master can replace me in seeking the scriptures." Xuanzang grimaced, raising his hand, stuttering nervously. "Your Majesty, actually, I want to return to secular life." He thought of the 88 tribulations of Tang Xuanzang and thought, does he think I'm an idiot? Fetching scriptures, that death trap of a task, let anyone who wants to go, go. Thinking of the things he would have to experience, literally being in hot water and fire scared him. "I don't want to be messed with by demons and monsters." Li Shimin, like a big snake, pulled out a wicked dagger. "Great master, recently my hearing hasn't been too good. Why don't you try saying that again?" The system showed him a series of loot that made Xuanzang have to agree. He looked suspiciously at the consequences of refusing. "Benefactor, if you refuse to seek the scriptures, you will become a weak chicken bullied by everyone, and in the end you will be so miserable that even dogs won't look at you." But when he looked at the results of succeeding, his eyes lit up like stars. If you successfully seek the scriptures, you will become the strongest person in the world. Immortals, wealth, and beauties will be as easy as flipping your hand, and you will enjoy endless glory and riches.
Xuanzang rubbed his chin and said,
If that's the case. He waved his hand and decisively decided, my brain must have flown away in the beginning to believe that broken system.
Xuanzang suddenly opened his eyes wide, solemnly declaring, Your Majesty, Tang Xuanzang will definitely bow to the end and seek scriptures for the great Tang.
Back to reality. Wukong glanced at the crying and complaining Xuanzang. I worked so hard to transmigrate here, and I can't even get a proper bowl of Xianliangpi.
Xuanzang flared up, I will destroy that damn system sooner or later.
Wukong looked at him suspiciously. Hey, is it too late for me to regret this now? That alluring booty and those toned legs everyone dreams of are, surprisingly, something Xuanzang is now dealing with.
These bizarre creatures, with their human-like tastes, are smirking at Xuanzang. Xuanzang catches their looks and returns a mocking sneer.
The monsters, enraged, charge, yelling, don't underestimate us.
Xuanzang powerfully pivots, shattering the ground beneath him.
He leaps up and unleashes a few basic chops on the monsters, freezing them in place. They're instantly taken down, and Xuanzang even takes the chance to taunt them. You stupid monsters! He pauses, looking at the fur he knocked off. All obedient. Suddenly, a dog-like monster tries to sneak in a bite at Xuanzang's jewels.
Before it can even start its buffet, he swiftly deals with it.
Become experience points for yours truly.
Trampling on the monster's corpses, he grins, hearing the experience points chime. The system pops up a notification. Congratulations, host. Your experience points meet the upgrade requirements. Would you like to proceed? He happily beams.
Upgrading the commerce system. A second later, the system replies cheerfully. Congratulations, host. You have been upgraded.
Xuanzang's eyes sparkle as he hugs his face. Wukong, lying on a tree, muses. He's leveled up again. Wukong stretches and leisurely enjoys the sunlight. 3 days, and his cultivation has upgraded 3 times. Xuanzang happily rummages through the loot. So much monster meat. Wukong glances down. So there really is a cultivation method that's this ridiculously fast. This monk. Finally, Xuanzang's got a wicked grin as he grabs eating utensils.
Looking at the 3 beasts, white-cut chicken, spicy rabbit, and beggar rat, Xuanzang flashes a bright smile. Wukong, tonight, I'll treat you to your teacher's amazing cuisine.
Xuanzang cheerfully starts cooking, while Wukong thinks, helpless, this bald conman is not to be trusted. Killing monsters to level up his cultivation, and then eating them.
He glances at the carefree guy grilling meat. Why did Buddha choose someone like this to retrieve the scriptures? That rich aroma makes a pig unable to stop sniffing this side. Xuanzang keeps carefully seasoning. High-end ingredients usually need the simplest cooking methods. Grabbing a meat skewer, while turning his head around, Wukong, don't rush. Before he can finish the sentence, he screams when he sees a huge wild boar baring its teeth at him. Xuanzang's face flushes with panic. He stammers in confusion. Baji, the wild boar, out of control, roars like it's about to give birth. Seeing this, Xuanzang hightails it out of there, shouting, Wukong, quickly control your second martial brother. Wukong sits up, glancing at Xuanzang, climbing a tree to avoid the charging boar. It's just a pig. Why don't you deal with it yourself?
Xuanzang yells up from the tree. But this is Baji, Wukong sneers. You even named the pig. Wukong gives him a sidelong glance, his hand grasping the Rui Jingu Bang from inside his ear.
He stands up, making the Rui Jingu Bang grow longer, saying, ugh, what a pain, but whatever, gotta help. Xuanzang, whack, staff straight to the wild boar's head. Xuanzang's getting all teary-eyed looking at the pig. Baji. He's clutching his head, screaming like he just lost his family jewels. Wukong jumps down like, who's calling him their senior brother? This wild boar ain't even a proper monster. It's not fit to polish great-grandpa's son's boots.
Xuanzang, who's busy bawling his eyes out, quickly covers Wukong's mouth. It's not even a proper monster yet. Wukong just stares, speechless, at this guy, muttering, crap, miscalculated. Zhubaji wasn't supposed to show up here.
Wukong walks closer to the moron who's smiling vacantly.
Xuanzang also approaches, saying, Wukong, have you ever heard of a power called knowing before you even divine it? Xuanzang pretends to close his eyes, fiddling with his fingers, and says, later, you'll have 2 cute junior brothers. One's a pig, and the other's a fish.
Wukong doesn't give a crap, just glares. Don't care about the future. When are you actually going to hand over that cultivation manual you promised? As soon as he says that, Xuanzang jerks like he got shot in the face. He rubs his head, sweating and avoiding eye contact.
Didn't I tell ya?
Breaking free from Five-Finger Mountain messed up my spiritual chi. I gotta recover my cultivation first, then I can teach you the secret technique. He's internally screaming. This monkey's too damn smart. I gotta level up ASAP to unlock the system shopping mall.
Xuanzang gets pissed. Shut up, you freaking system. If you hadn't given me a fake golden fillet, would I even be afraid of this monkey?
Wukong seems to notice something and shouts, "Who's there?" Suddenly, a figure slowly walks closer from the distance. A monk calmly approaches. Amitabha. 7 stars on the head. Are you perhaps Tang Elder? Hearing that, Wukong's lips curl into a smirk.
Wukong laughs internally, glances at Xuanzang, and thinks,
this is gonna be good. Somewhere up on the mountain, the monk invites the 2 masters and disciples. Xuanzang, acting like a big shot, invites him inside. Only Wukong notices the scenery by chance when his eyes glanced at the Buddha statue that wasn't cleaned and had cobwebs that looked no different than a single 30-year-old virgin. He pondered. He follows behind Xuanzang. The monk chuckles. This way. And inside the cave, another monk is already waiting. Elder Jinchi. Xuanzang's nose practically grows, and he enthusiastically shakes hands with Elder Jinchi.
So you're Elder Jinchi, I've heard so much about you. Elder Jinchi responds warmly. Tang Elder, you're too kind. How could this humble monk compare to the saints of the great Tang dynasty?
Wukong looks at the skinny monk with a bit of suspicion. Elder Jinchi's eyes widen as he trembles, staring at Xuanzang's sleeve.
That's the kasaya personally bestowed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin.
Elder Jinchi picks up the fabric to admire it. Xuanzang's thinking evilly. In the original story, old stuff like this has accumulated a lot of gold and jewels. Want to steal my kasaya? We'll see how Grandpa empties you out tonight.
The skinny-cheeked monk comes to report. Abbot, the meal is ready.
Immediately afterward, the group walks into the somewhat run-down kitchen inside, where the meal is already set out.
Jinchi Elder smiles and hands over a bowl of rice. Tang Elder, the food is simple and insufficient to show respect. Xuanzang, pretending to be humble, thinks, well, at least I get to eat something. Too bad I didn't have time to make roasted wild boar.
But the next second, his eyes are filled with panic and fear, and sweat pours out. Xuanzang's shocked to see rotten leaves on the table. He glances at the plate next to him and sees moldy food. Holding a bowl of food, he gives a forced smile as he looks at the monks in the temple who are staring hungrily. We're poor, and can only treat the holy monk like this.
Xuanzang forces a smile. What an excuse. I never eat that. Not used to this food. Or, let's leave it to you. He was startled to look at the monk, snatched the food, and devoured it like a starving tiger. Thank you, Elder. Xuanzang smirked, secretly worried, and thought, this acting, if it wasn't for the fact that I already have a lot of blessings, I would have been fooled again. I have to quickly think of a way to escape. Wait, I've got it.
Xuanzang suddenly had an idea. He stood up and touched Wukong's shoulder, saying, it's time to chant scriptures.
Before those faces gradually darkened,
Xuanzang continued. This poor monk will take my disciple back to the room first. So the crowd, like addicts to the powder, had to watch the 2 figures walk away. That monk with a sinister face said, Abbot, are we really going to make a move tonight? The monks gathered together, acting very mysteriously, and said, tonight is indeed that day.
Elder Jinchi smiled dangerously.
Tonight. Right under the table, a rat was cut in half. Elder Jinchi said in a sinister voice, I must get that kasai. At night, cold winds continuously entered the roof tiles, howling. At this time, at the place where Xuanzang was resting, a hand reached out towards the door. The next second, someone flung open the door of that room. In the blink of an eye, a figure rushed quickly towards the bed. But unfortunately, it triggered some of Xuanzang's tricks. There was only a straw dummy on the bed, and no one else. They were startled and shouted, why is there no one? There are traps. Light the lights. Light the lights. They fell into the trap and started screaming like crazy. My eyes, my kasaya. That person painfully hugged the wound on the kasaya. Above the bed, from the straw dummy, pus was flowing out. A monk hurriedly ran to the bed. Is my kasaya okay? Where's my kasaya? Elder Jinchi was stunned. His face darkened visibly. Where did Tang Xuanzang run off with my kasaya? The monk checked and said, Elder, that Sun Wukong is also gone. They were suspicious, saying to each other with cold faces, did they hear something and run away? Elder Jinchi immediately retorted, impossible. The cave entrance has a magic restriction. I will know as soon as they leave Mountain Cave. Another pondered for a while and then said, then maybe they ran to that place. Elder Jinchi trembled and ordered, find them. He roared like a demon, we must find them. On the other side, in a cave, the atmosphere was cold with sharp rocks. A monk was pushing a cart containing boxes of coal, complaining, why is it always me doing this hard work?
Xuanzang secretly assessed from behind. No wonder the sacred temple was built in the cave, so it has hidden depths.
Xuanzang sat on the roof, looking around, thinking, this must be where Elder Jinchi hides his treasure. Sitting above, watching that person push the cart into the formation above,
Xuanzang watched intently. The person then smiled mockingly. Xuanzang tiptoed closer. Indeed, it was the light of gold.
He tiptoed, showing a sinister smile, and stepped closer.
Dude was straight up jaw-dropped, eyes popping out like they saw a ghost. Inside was a golden statue of a chick.
The monks inside were totally hypnotized, like skinny bodies, golden bricks, gold-fried dishes, golden bowls, golden bricks, gold-fried dishes, golden bowls. The bros next to him were screaming even louder, gotta copy the gold god, ride a crane to heaven, turn stones into gold. It's beyond words. They closed their eyes, faces all blissed out. I'll have 365 concubines, switch 'em out every day. These guys were working like maniacs, singing out loud, get rich, crank it, fry gold, concubines.
Xuanzang's heart skipped a beat, jumped back in shock, thinking, this temple's got a freaking gold mine. He's picturing the gold miners,
and then thinks, but are these mine workers just plain dumb?
Suddenly one dude yells out, it's the first of the month. He points at the skinny workers. The workers turn to look at him, eyes all glazed over. The announcement rings out. Time to hand over the tributes.
One of them kneels down begging, Master, please, just give me 2 more days. That master just gives him a cold stare. Extend the deadline. That dude's face goes dark. He kicks the guy hard. No gold skin, keep dreaming. That guy gets kicked to death right then and there. He points, eyes all mean, face hard, and yells, old coffin, leave me. Go find a feng shui spot, quick. On the other side, Xuanzang's just standing there with his mouth hanging open. He's just dead. The impatient monk shouts, get that gold in, chop chop. The guys line up, handing over what little gold they managed to dig up.
The others are scared stiff looking at that body slowly getting cold, heading up one by one.
Xuanzang watches and curses. Damn it, they opened a black mine.
He's creeping around, scared, slowly backing away.
Xuanzang's peeking left and right, whispering all freaked out. But why ain't there anyone guarding this place?
Xuanzang sneakily looks around, then starts judging. Could it be some kind of trap? He sighs, nodding, thinking to himself, if I knew it was like this, I'd have tricked that cheat code dude in here with me.
Wukong pops his head out whispering, Monk, where you touching? Xuanzang somehow grabbed the peach. Startled, Wukong shouts.
He pulls his hand back, pleading, I swear I totally didn't mean to. Xuanzang thinks happily. Now this is what a cheat code is for. The real deal shows up right when you need him. Xuanzang slyly puts an arm around him, sweetly calling, Wukong, Wukong. Wukong is just speechless, thinking, I thought this monk found it too, but I did not expect that he did not realize it.
Xuanzang whispers the plan in Wukong's ear. The gold Guanyin statue's shiny and bright. The guy inside already filled up a gold box. The monk from before sees the gold stacked up, happily says,
you guys did a great job this time.
He picks up the gold box, puts it on the cart, looks at the crowd and says, thanks for your hard work, you'll definitely be rewarded. His eyes are shifty, his voice all sly. The time is almost here. Xuanzang shows up out of nowhere, yells, you dare do something so wicked and heartless. That dude barely turns around before getting whacked in the face with a staff.
Xuanzang knocks him out cold, voice all serious. Watch me act on behalf of heaven and deal with you.
Having finished his bit, Xuanzang clasped his hands. Amitabha, dude's badass. He closed his eyes and walked forward step by step, saying, just a casual stroll. And everyone inside was suddenly making faces that were indescribably complicated. Seeing the monk knocked unconscious, Xuanzang, clueless about the mess he'd made, said, you're all free. No need to thank me. But the crowd just stared at him, faces dark, trembling like leaves.
Xuanzang waved, baffled by the frozen crowd. You can go home, ya dig?
Feeling a gazillion murderous glares stabbing into him, he thought darkly, are they brain dead from digging for ore, or were they just born this dumb? On the other side, instead of gratitude, they were seething. The guys with sticks yelled, he killed the envoy of Guanyin Bodhisattva.
The crowd behind them surged forward, weapons raised, screaming, revenge, kill him, revenge, kill him. Xuanzang, surrounded, collapsed in terror.
A moment later, the cave fell silent again.
The young monk lay motionless, bruised and battered all over. Gold dust poured down on him. The crowd around him, eyes blazing, roared as they charged. He dared to insult the Bodhisattva. Beat him to death, beat him to death, beat him to death, shove a pole up his ass.
On the other side, half-eaten peaches lay discarded on the ground. Wukong calmly munched on a peach, glancing over at the ruckus. Happy to eat what demons eat, but can't bring himself to smack a human.
Just then, a trembling hand reached out from under his feet, the voice weak.
Woo!
Before he could finish,
Wukong planted a swift kick right in the guy's face.
Xuanzang retreated, displeased, rubbing his nose. He glared at the culprit behind him, whining, "You didn't help me earlier, fine, but now that I finally managed to escape, you're attacking me. No wait, attacking me with your feet." Tang Xuanzang stepped closer, scrutinizing Wukong suspiciously. "Did you know all along that these people were tricked into mining here by the monks of Shenyuan Temple?"
Wukong crossed his arms, looking down at Xuanzang with a sneer. "Isn't it just that one wants to hit and the other is happy to be exploited?" Xuanzang froze, staring at Wukong in disbelief. Wukong, unfazed, continued coldly. "Only a fool would pin their hopes on these rotten Buddhas and gods."
Xuanzang then gave a sinister smile. "Oh really?" On the other side, the people scrambled onto the lotus pedestal of the Buddha statue, wailing,
"Just 3 years of hard labor and we can get our wishes. But it's only a month left." Others hugged the statue tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "Bodhisattva, please don't blame us." Still others clutched their heads in disbelief. "It's ruined. Everything's ruined."
Xuanzang closed his eyes, his voice tinged with helplessness. That's how people are when they go crazy.
In his heart he imagined the people slowly going mad because of this. "My moment to become the #1 expert in the world is finally here."
Some people widened their eyes and howled, "It's done, I just need to become young again, and that's enough." Then, there was a girl with a coy voice. "This humble servant will be able to marry 12 concubines all at once."
At the height of the chaos, an immortal appeared.
Guanyin stood on the lotus platform with a gentle look and said, "In our Buddha's place, there is the Mahayana Sutra. Let us send a virtuous person to bring it back, so that everyone can have their wishes fulfilled, and the Tang dynasty can become an eternal paradise."
Even Tang Xuanzang, upon awakening, frantically clutched his unfamiliar face. His eyes filled with disbelief, and he screamed, "Mom, what kind of evil cult have I transmigrated into? Is this religious transmission?" The emperor was overjoyed when he heard this. "Is what the Bodhisattva said true? As long as I get the scriptures, I'll get what I want, eternal blessings and longevity." The woman then replied, "Of course." Hearing the inner voices of those blinded by Buddhism, Xuanzang opened his mouth and muttered, "Are you sick? You actually believe it? Are the brains of the Tang dynasty people all broken?" The system then appeared beside him and replied, Yes, you're so smart. Hurry up and accept the task and get on the road. I think you can survive several more episodes." With a mocking expression, Xuanzang pointed to the people behind him and reminded, "Old man, if there is a senior monk willing to go to the Western paradise to seek scriptures, he will definitely not call anyone. No one will believe it. Only fools would go." Immediately afterwards, the old man grabbed Xuanzang's hand tightly and shouted loudly, "Noble master." He lifted Xuanzang up, held a loudspeaker to the people and shouted, "O people of the Tang dynasty, Xuanzang, the Dharma master, has agreed to go to the Western paradise to seek scriptures." Xuanzang was confused and shocked and cried out, "Huh!" Then, under the praise of the masses, the emperor held Xuanzang's hand with even more excitement. "In order to save the people of the Tang dynasty, you, with all your heart, have willed that the Tang dynasty will last forever." The crowd below, seeing that there was someone willing to take the fall, couldn't help but be overjoyed and praised him. "Brother, it all depends on the master. You are only allowed to succeed and not allowed to fail, master. Please don't let us down." Master. Even now, when I recall it, Xuanzang still remembers the faces of those cowardly folk so clearly. In his heart he cursed. Crazy. Xuanzang opened his eyes. He looked toward Wukong ahead, who dashed forward like lightning, and grabbed his shoulder, cunningly saying, "Wukong, help your master with something." Back at the cave, the tools were scattered haphazardly, and the fierce people from before had collapsed, lying motionless. The vast space was littered with corpses, with only the dazzling golden Guanyin statue remaining. The middle-aged man holding the hoe in his hand, his face full of worry. "You, just now, died." At this moment, the giant Guanyin statue suddenly opened its eyes. Guanyin looked down at the sentient beings below, placing her palms together. Amitabha. Hearing the words from the golden statue, the crowd was incredulous, their eyes following. But strangely, a second later, the Guanyin statue smirked. The fanatical crowd rushed forward, kneeling before the statue. "Guanyin Bodhisattva has appeared." Someone even held up a handful of gold in their hand, grinning as they showed off to the deity. "Bodhisattva, look at me. Look at me, I dug up a lot of gold." Behind them, the crowd began to push and shove. "I clearly came first." Guanyin looked at them, her mouth opening slightly. "What are the wishes you desire? Tell me and let's see." Hearing those words, the crowd trembled incessantly, some kowtowing to the ground in fear. Immediately afterward, the greedy crowd began to clamor and compete to speak. To take 365 concubines, to become emperor, to be able to use golden hoes to hoe the land. I also want to be emperor. I want meat to eat right now. I want to preach like that guy Jun, you know?
Hearing these hard-to-understand wishes, Xuanzang, disguised as Guanyin, looked at them, slightly frightened, thinking, What is this mess?
Upon hearing their desires, Guanyin calmly smiled. At this time, Wukong and Xuanzang, in the guise of Guanyin, spoke to the crowd. Your wishes, this one knows. If you wish to fulfill your desires, you must first cut off 3,000 strands of vexation.
Wukong glanced at Xuanzang as he made things up, thinking, This monk, after all, still cares about his hair. Xuanzang, behind his Guanyin disguise, his voice growing more cunning, thought, Who told you guys to hit me earlier? I'll play you guys to death. Afterward, offer a sacred dance to the gods and Buddhas in the heavens.
The crowd below was stunned, their eyes wide, the gods and Buddhas confused. A sacred dance, fire god. Not long after, the dark cave became a Yotaro dance floor. The crowd danced in the flashing lights, at everybody. Under Guanyin's reminders, the crowd let go of everything, and bathed in the music. I've finally found a reason to become stronger. Take me forward too. The crowd took their shirts off,
their faces sweating but still trying to dance along, immersed in the lanterns, their hearts heavy. Someone else whispered, getting goosebumps, There's something I want to hold on to with these trembling hands.
On the other side, Xuanzang pursed his lips, holding back his laughter. But soon after, he couldn't help but laugh to the point of tears.
Wukong looked at him, his eyes darkening, and thought,
This monk is indeed a hateful guy. At this time, the Guanyin statue then echoed.
Stop. Xuanzang continued to play Guanyin, thinking, After having fun, next I should send them home. Guanyin spoke. Your sacred dance is so ugly. The crowd below gasped for breath, looking at Guanyin, some reaching out to wipe the sweat from their faces.
Guanyin looked at them, her voice a little dissatisfied. It can be seen that you have no affinity with Buddha. You cannot be enlightened.
Xuanzang, in Guanyin's form, smiled triumphantly and instructed. This one sees that you are also sincere. Take some gold back for yourselves and live well.
Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes were blank, sweat rolling down their faces. All the believers stared at Guanyin in disbelief. But at this moment, from behind, a stern voice rang out. Don't believe his nonsense.
Jinshi led the Buddhist disciples forward, his face displeased as he shouted, What Guanyin appearing? Clearly, someone is pretending to be a deity.
Xuanzang looked at him, smiling as if he had seen a good show.
Meanwhile, Guanyin remained in the same state, not even bothering to glance over.
When Jinshi stepped forward, the crowd erupted in confusion. It's Elder Jinshi. He's saying we've been tricked. Wasn't that Guanyin manifesting just now? What's going on?
Elder Jinshi, his eyes narrowed, reached forward, and barked out an order.
Investigate. Find that guy, no matter what. But at that moment, a beam of light flashed down from above.
Immediately after,
Xuanzang swiftly landed, appearing before them.
Xuanzang stood tall, radiating an imposing aura, as he surveyed the crowd before him. Xuanzang extended his hand toward the group, his face stern, a smirk playing on his lips. If you want to see this master, you could have just asked, why gather so many people? You say I'm pretending to be a god, a ghost. Xuanzang glared at Elder Jinshi, and began to list his crimes. Then, are you also tricking the masses by exploiting them under the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is that not deception? Elder Jinshi's face gradually paled as he listened. Xuanzang frowned, his gaze piercing Jinshi with a hint of murderous intent. After 3 years of hard labor, do you really think they'll get their wish?
No.
Xuanzang tilted his chin, his eyes a silent warning. The main hall will be quite lively then. I reckon there'll be 5 or 6 self-proclaimed kings, and a dozen wealthy families.
Upon hearing this, the crowd cried out in confusion. A dozen wealthy families, 5 or 6 kings. Immediately, a boisterous fellow pointed at himself. This old man is definitely the king. Get lost, I'm the king. In an instant the crowd descended into a brawl. I'm the king, I'm the richest. An old beggar, stunned, knelt on the ground, his eyes dazed. No way, Bodhisattva will grant all my wishes. His eyes bloodshot, he exclaimed in disbelief. She clearly said she would. At that moment, Jinshi behind him shouted, Bodhisattva, my ass, you actually dare to claim to be Bodhisattva, a bunch of idiots dreaming of becoming celestial beings. Why would Bodhisattva care about you? The crowd immediately fell silent, turning to look at him.
The person knelt down in anguish, hugging his head and wailing miserably. 3 years. 3 years wasted. How can I face my family now?
Others, enraged, surged forward, throwing whatever they had in their hands. Liar, scum, die. Immediately, a torrent of curses erupted. The discontented crowd surged toward Jinshi. Beat this despicable con man to death. You deserve it. Guanyin Bodhisattva will punish you. Elder Jinshi narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emanating from him. He calmly replied, I was originally planning on dealing with you all in a few more days after the 3 years, but if you can't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd turned into zombie-like corpses, their faces and bodies turning pale.
Jinshi raised his hand, controlling the monsters to advance towards the crowd, yelling, Then die together!
As soon as he finished speaking, the living dead zombies rushed towards the crowd, streams of green fluid oozing from the corners of their eyes and mouths, looking incredibly disgusting.
The crowd was terrified, their bodies trembling, desperately trying to screaming miserably, Guanyin's envoys have turned into monsters. Guanyin Bodhisattva, save us.
Seeing the living dead zombies approaching, he knelt down trembling and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, may the Supreme Lord Lao carry out your command. Over on the other side, seeing that the situation was unstable, Xuanzang took a strong leap.
Xuanzang powerfully used his staff to sever the zombie's body.
Then, Xuanzang winked and signaled to the person behind him. Wukong proceeded according to the plan. Wukong looked at him, his face revealing ellipsis. The staff slammed heavily onto the stone ground.
Xuanzang leaned over, bracing his hands on the ground to gather his qi.
A second later, Xuanzang clasped his hands together, his eyes excited, and immediately used enclosed the land as a prison.
Xuanzang smiled triumphantly and raised 2 fingers, loudly shouting, Set.
Immediately, a formation was quickly set up, with a radiant light shining brightly. Wherever the light shone, the living dead zombies painfully raised their hands to shield themselves. The crowd on the side stared blankly at the light. The staff was then lifted from the ground.
Xuanzang swung his staff and, with hands clasped, addressed the crowd loudly. It's come to this, folks.
He glanced at the helpless crowd and sternly reminded them, What's the use of crying? What's the use of bowing?
Just then, the Guanyin statue behind them shattered, and the crowd panicked. Xuanzang spoke up. If the Bodhisattva truly manifested, how could you be toiling here for 3 years?
The crowd paused, as if realizing something. Xuanzang smiled, looking at the destroyed statue, praising inwardly. That's my disciple. Perfect timing. But at that very moment, the hand of a living corpse zombie rose again from within. The living corpse monster pounced out. The crowd screamed in terror. Run! The monster's attacking.
Xuanzang immediately leaped forward, looking at the crowd with an indifferent voice. You can continue to kneel if you want to.
A second later, Xuanzang revealed his dissatisfaction, turned his head to look at the crowd, and said sternly, But kneeling doesn't work. You can only wait for death. Running away is okay. Blocking and fighting is also okay. Just as he finished speaking, rubble burst from behind, and living corpse zombies appeared one after another.
The crowd gaped in horror at the sight.
Xuanzang shouted as he charged, but first, Xuanzang swung the staff in his hand, the powerful force rushing forward. The zombies growled at each other. Xuanzang shouted, You have to stand up. Wukong, hiding inside the Buddha statue, looked at Xuanzang and assessed, This monk's got a silver tongue. Immediately after, he used magic to control all kinds of weapons. The weapons flew into the hands of the crowd. They were confused, their eyes widened and wondered, Can we really win? Fight monsters, we are definitely going to die here.
Just then, one person raised a pioneer. He shouted helplessly, Anyway, we all have to die. Saying that, he rushed up with a mace like a moth to a flame, mouth shouting loudly, I will join forces with you.
The people behind them listened and clenched the national treasure in their hands even tighter. Following them, they resolutely joined forces to fight, joined forces with them, joined forces to kill these monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed towards Xuanzang for rescue.
The crowd went forward together and quickly slashed the living corpse.
Elder Jinshi behind was angry and clenched his fists, shouting at the crowd, Take the Kasaya back for me! My Kasaya!
Xuanzang glanced at him, his voice full of jokes. Still so obsessed with my Kasaya. Xuanzang planted his feet, kicking Meng Song aside, to gain momentum, and then as fast as lightning, Xuanzang rushed forward. Seeing him rushing up, Elder Jinshi was afraid and quickly pushed the 2 living corpse zombies forward, loudly ordering, Stop him! Xuanzang rushed forward, quickly giving the old man a skillful wheel turn, and shouted loudly,
Old secret digger. Then, Xuanzang danced in front of him, constantly driving him crazy. Do you want this, Kasaya? Immediately afterwards, Xuanzang ran away quickly, looked towards the middle and whistled and shouted, Next life, bye-bye. At this time, Xuanzang secretly thought to himself, What's the point of fighting hard? Running away is the best policy. Seeing the scene just now, Jinshi Elder couldn't help but vomit.
He waved his hands angrily and shouted, Chase! Quickly chase after the Kasaya and bring it back to me. They can't escape. But my Kasaya.
Veins bulged all over his face, his eyes widened, his tone was shrill, and he resolutely shouted, "Absolutely, don't let Tang Xuanzang run away!" On the other side, the crowd worked together to resist the pile of zombies, but immediately, as if seeing something shocked, the zombies turned around and ran away. The crowd shouted happily, "We're saved! Bodhisattva bless!" Wukong glanced at the crowd, cheering non-stop. "Party, bless us! That's great!" Wukong solemnly recalled, when Xuanzang patted his shoulder, carefully telling him to protect them well. Now looking at the cheering people, he muttered, "A bunch of ignorant ants." Right after that, Xuanzang ran like crazy, dashing forward, his face furrowed, sweat pouring down.
Xuanzang's eyes widened, his face so furious that smoke came out of his nostrils, charging like a madman. My small universe!
After a while, Xuanzang stopped, panting heavily. Yes. Then, Xuanzang seemed to collapse. A strange sound rang out. Mineshaft clear. His face changed, his whole body trembling as he struggled to stand up. Tunnel clear. Great hall.
Xuanzang was so exhausted that his soul seemed to leave his body, his arm trembling as he raised it. Damn it! Xuanzang opened his mouth, panting continuously, sweat dripping from the bridge of his nose. Xuanzang trembled with weak knees, his face furrowed, and he said weakly, word by word, Never gonna show off like that again. My stamina's drained too much."
His face was covered in sweat. Xuanzang looked back and replied softly, "Why haven't the monsters caught up yet? Did the plan fail?" On the other side, the zombies, tireless like moths to a flame, rushed towards him.
Seeing their figures appear from afar, Xuanzang was startled, his face worried.
Immediately after, Xuanzang's eyes widened as he watched them rush up, shouting, "Mommy! Zombies!"
They kept charging towards him. Xuanzang was dissatisfied, his face changed, and he yelled loudly, "Does all the business just come to this old man's place?"
But just as he was exhausting himself to run, a cold hand grabbed his ankle from behind.
Xuanzang looked down, inwardly worried, and shouted.
Immediately after, due to inertia, Xuanzang quickly fell flat on his face.
He scrambled up from the ground, holding the staff. Behind him, the zombies stared at him, and Xuanzang glanced at them.
Sweat poured down like rain, and he thought to himself, "There's no other way. I can only use that move."
Right after that, Xuanzang reached out and touched his armpit.
At the same time, the zombies bared their teeth and mouths and rushed toward Xuanzang.
Xuanzang tightly closed his eyes, sweat pouring out.
A second later, he pulled out Kong Kong, shouting loudly, "Great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong." Immediately after, Wukong quickly appeared here. Hearing that name, the zombies were a little scared and quickly retreated. At this time, a shout rang out, "Demons and monsters, disappear quickly!"
Xuanzang tightly closed his eyes and raised Kong Kong high in his hand. The zombies' faces were pensive. Xuanzang was both worried and curious. He opened his eyes slightly and looked back, thinking to himself, "Anyway, it's a copy of that monkey. It should have some use, right?"
On the other side, Kong Kong stood in the middle of the zombies, waving his hands and feet non-stop, and said seriously,
"Let you broaden your knowledge of the power of this great sage equaling heaven."
Kong Kong reached out and forcefully hit the zombie next to him. But not only were they not injured, but they also made the zombies more and more angry.
Xuanzang quickly pulled Kong Kong back worriedly. In his heart he cursed, "That monkey," saying this weak copy is even weaker than a normal person.
That's right. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and threw Kong Kong into the sky. "Okay, follow the plan."
Xuanzang glanced at the pile of zombies, thinking to himself, the second step of the plan. The golden trap outside the bright moon shone in the space, while inside Xuanzang kept running forward, escaping from the monsters. Xuanzang was running and smugly looking back, thinking to himself with amusement, "Good thing these Yao monsters are all brainless idiots."
Right after, Xuanzang quickly put some distance between himself and them. He glanced at the zombies behind him, thinking, "Just by going in a circle I'll have enough time to make a copy. Even if they have a little IQ, it'll still be tough for them."
But right then, right in front of him, another Xuanzang was running towards him.
Xuanzang's eyes widened, his face changed in disbelief, and he shouted, "What?" On the other side, Jinchi saw this scene and smirked with a sinister smile. He decisively waved his hand forward and loudly ordered, "Chop him into pieces. Bring the Kasaya back here for me."
Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Xuanzang yelled frantically, "Save me, Wukong! This old man is about to be hanged!"
At this moment, the undead chasing from behind caught up. They opened their mouths toward Xuanzang.
Just then, a hand reached out from inside a room and pulled Xuanzang in. The door immediately closed afterward. Jinchi glanced at the slightly open door and stepped forward, entering inside.
He said with a mocking voice, "How foolish! Hiding in this room. Isn't this just being fish in a barrel?" Then, he pushed the door open and coldly ordered the pile of corpses, Go capture that rude guy for me. Inside, Xuanzang closed his eyes and put his hands together, softly chanting, Amitabh.
Xuanzang grinned with a sinister smile. Excellent, excellent. Life and death are predestined, this humble monk understands.
On the other side, Elder Jingqi was angry. His eyes widened as he looked at him, and he shouted, acting like a ghost. As soon as the words were spoken, the zombies behind him moved forward.
Xuanzang looked at the swarm of zombies like ants, inwardly assessing the position just right. He looked at them and calmly said, Since you all, Xuanzang raised his scepter high, his face grim and excited,
from the same family, are all here in an orderly manner.
Immediately after, Xuanzang slammed the scepter down on the ground and stones shattered.
Then this humble monk will have to make you all depart in an orderly manner as well. Immediately after, screams of agony echoed from the room.
Xuanzang slammed the scepter in his hand, and immediately after the ground and stones shattered. The monsters on the other side were all piled with earth and stones, and their surroundings immediately shattered into many pieces.
Xuanzang then looked at them, his eyes indescribable as he shouted, Eat shit! Then the monsters fell down, and the slimy sewage splashed up below. The zombies ate the sewage and screamed in disgust. It's a cesspit. Jinqi above looked at them and scolded with dissatisfaction.
It's just dirty stuff. What are you afraid of, hurry? He didn't even finish speaking.
Kong Kong rushed over and threw a lump of shit at his face, and immediately after he continuously screamed loudly. On the opposite side, Xuanzang and Kong Kong pinched their noses and frowned. As they looked at the group, Kong Kong spoke up.
The golden trap you asked me to set up is for them to bathe in shit. Kong Kong was a little worried, pointing at the pile of corpses below.
They're about to climb up, I can't help later. In the cesspit below, the zombies were constantly climbing the walls.
Xuanzang whispered in Kong Kong's ear, reaching out to pull its cheek, and softly reminded, You can help. Look closely at this torch.
Kong Kong was worried, but his eyes still followed the torch in Xuanzang's hand. The fuse on the torch in his hand immediately burst into flames. Xuanzang raised his hand and rubbed Kong Kong's head, praising, Awesome. Xuanzang glanced behind him. The fiery golden eyes are really useful. He looked at the zombies that were trembling as they crawled to the edge of the pit, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Next is the moment to witness science. Immediately after, Xuanzang raised his hand and flicked the spark towards the zombies. Sensing the danger,
Xuanzang rushed forward quickly, pulling Kong Kong away from that spot,
and they landed safely.
Behind them,
a biological explosion occurred. Xuanzang clasped his hands together, adopting a compassionate posture. So sorry, so sorry. He squeezed his eyes shut, his face revealing his amusement. A true warrior never looks back at an explosion. Just then, a shard was ejected, flying toward Xuanzang. The rock struck Xuanzang's head, and he cried out in pain. Ouch! A true warrior dares to face an explosion. Immediately afterwards, system notifications continuously popped up on the screen, making his head spin. He exclaimed, I'm making a killing this time, oh my.
Xuanzang then reached out and hugged Kong Kong, constantly showering him with affection. Little guy, you're really my lucky star. From now on, I'll call you Little Kong Kong. Kong Kong looked at him and asked, How did you do that?
Immediately afterwards, Xuanzang transformed into a chemistry teacher, beginning to explain in detail. There's usually a lot of methane gas in cesspools, and methane gas explodes when it meets fire, so little friends should definitely not play with fire near cesspools. A second later, Xuanzang went over and bowed to Kong Kong. You can't even play with kits, let alone feces. At this moment, the system rang out in the air with a notification. Congratulations on unlocking a new outfit for the character. Please complete the transformation according to the required action. Referencing Sailor Moon, Xuanzang raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking, Complete the transformation according to the required action. As the music started, Xuanzang raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Love and justice go together. To the tune of Sailor Moon, Xuanzang gradually transformed into a warrior in a kasaya.
Xuanzang stretched himself. A ray of light swept over, and the 7 stars illuminated the great Tang dynasty. Immediately after, the outfits were upgraded and renewed. I will. On behalf of the great Tang, Xuanzang then stylishly appeared in a brand new kasai. Destroy you all. He covered his face with his hands, secretly cursing this humiliating situation with dissatisfaction. He wanted to roar with rage, venting on the author, continuously cursing the scriptwriter. If you want to die, just say it. I'll definitely grant your wish. The author fearfully tried to dissuade him. Bro, if you don't like Sailor Moon, then I'll change it to a handsome high school student protecting the earth. The earth and rocks in the cave, because of the explosion, began to break apart. Elder Jinqi's eyes were dull, his whole body trembling, and he exclaimed in disbelief,
How? How is this possible? Elder Jinchi sat on the rubble-covered ground, surrounded by broken rocks. From inside the dust and smoke, a figure appeared. Jinchi retreated in fear. Are you a demon?
Xuanzang appeared, a scheming look on his face. Oh, is there a fish that slipped through the net here? Xuanzang stepped forward, a bright smile on his face. Elder Jinchi, why don't we have a nice chat?
Elder Jinchi saw that he was completely unscathed and trembled uncontrollably. Bodhisattva Kasaya Xuanzang was puzzled. Immediately afterwards, desire surged in his mind. He stared intently at the clothes on Xuanzang's body. Bodhisattva Kasaya. He suddenly smiled, a disgusting smile with dirty gray teeth. Bodhisattva Kasaya. A second later, his old hand became enormous. He shouted, What qualifications do you have to wear the Kasaya personally bestowed by the Bodhisattva?
Xuanzang didn't see that either, and he just stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide as saucers. Elder Jinchi, like some colossal, hideous monster, glared down at Xuanzang. Tang Xuanzang, prepare to die.
Don't look at him. His eyes suddenly sparkled. At this moment, old Jinchi's mind was filled with nothing but malicious desires.
Humans are weak and powerless, he thought, remembering the past, when he too was just a moth drawn to the flame.
And I was just one of those pitiful fools. A bunch of people smashing their heads against each other because of blind faith. Jinchi's steps grew heavier and heavier. A rather fair hand suddenly grabbed his ankle, no matter how much he struggled.
Immediately after, dozens of other hands of desire rushed up, wrapping tightly around him.
Elder Jinchi was helpless. Becoming a monk who couldn't escape his daily chanting and woodblock tapping.
Jinchi's face was as cold as ice, and the sound of the woodblock echoed wherever he went. And me, trying to transcend, but behind me, dozens of hands of desire always clung to him.
Until one day, a devil king appeared, looked at Jinchi, and kept trying to tempt him until he followed the orders of Guanyin Bodhisattva. From now on, you are the abbot of Black Wind Mountain's Guanyin Temple.
Elder Jinchi's eyes became unusually excited.
He happily stood in front of everyone and announced loudly, I'm finally not a coward anymore.
The Buddhist followers below immediately bowed their heads, ready to follow the abbot's orders.
Because of that delusion, he began to deceive the people. You are the one chosen by the Bodhisattva. I hope you will not fail the Bodhisattva's expectations of you. A golden statue of Guanyin was then erected. Jinchi's adoring eyes flew to the lotus platform. Looking at Guanyin Bodhisattva, he was like hypnotized, his eyes only on the Buddha statue. And a sly smile began to appear. I will offer everything I have to you. This person is very important to the Bodhisattva. But then, Xuanzang's wanted posters were posted everywhere. This person is very important to the Bodhisattva. Once you find him, you must report to me immediately. Absolutely no delays. Yes. Following your orders. Elder Jinchi's old eyes were now filled with jealousy, looking at the person in the picture. So it's the Kasaya personally bestowed by the Bodhisattva. He reached out and touched every line of the picture. A second later, Jinchi seemed to go crazy, looked up to the sky and yelled, What does he have that I don't? I am the most loyal believer of the Bodhisattva.
He rushed forward and knelt at the feet of the Guanyin statue, his voice clear. Bodhisattva, I will definitely not betray you. I will definitely help you catch Tang Xuanzang.
But in some hidden corner, his eyes had begun to be stained with desire. But before that, jealousy had rushed in and taken away Jinchi's reason. I must get the Kasaya back. Back to reality. The space was filled with smoke and dust. A large figure appeared. Old Jinchi's face was flushed, and blood vessels appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, What right do you have to wear the Kasaya that the Bodhisattva personally bestowed?
Xuanzang was stunned, his eyes puzzled. Looking at old Jinchi,
his extremely malicious face twisted, and his huge foot was about to stomp down on Xuanzang, yelling loudly, I am the one chosen by the Bodhisattva, Tang Xuanzang, die.
Xuanzang was stunned and couldn't dodge. His foot slammed hard on the ground a second later, and the sand and dust around him flew up. Wukong rushed over from somewhere, pulling Xuanzang's clothes and saving him at the last moment. What chosen by the Bodhisattva? My ass. But Jinchi had gone completely mad at this point, deaf to anything being said. He just kept muttering, The Kasaya, the Kasaya. Then he roared.
Wukong, clear as a bell, immediately declared about the two of them. You're both as bad as each other. Wukong, on the other side, also charged forward, yelling, Anyone blocking my path must die. And just like that, the two sides crashed into each other in a fierce battle. Wukong nimbly jumped forward, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang straight at the old monk. Wukong, while dodging the old monk's moves, also started scolding the person Bodhisattva had chosen. Jinchi gritted his teeth, staring at him in anger. What? The moment Jinchi was stunned, Wukong cocked his leg back and booted him away.
Jinqi was sent flying back dozens of meters by Wukong's kick, his massive body scraping along the rocky ground.
Wukong steadily walked forward, looking at him with a smirk. Is that all you got?
Meanwhile, Xuanzang and Kong Kong were at opposite ends of the spectrum, endlessly praising him. Awesome, half-hearted awesome, awesome, seriously awesome. Jinqi, beaten to a pulp, lay on the ground, muttering unwillingly. So that's it. His eyes blankly stared into the void. A single kick shattered the Dharma power the honored one bestowed upon me. Xuanzang squatted down in front of him, a mocking glint in his eyes, and sneered, Elder Jinqi, can you talk now? Xuanzang grinned wickedly, and immediately interrogated. You ordered that old geezer to deceive people, forcing them into slave labor in the gold mine. Was that Guanyin Bodhisattva's doing? In that moment, the image of Guanyin appeared in his head, and he weakly cried out, Bodhisattva.
Immediately after, he recalled his own desire-driven actions, and trembled in fear. No, I can't go back to how I was before. Immediately after, Jinqi became enraged at himself, pulling out a long knife from somewhere. He didn't hesitate, aiming the knife at himself, but his entire body shook. Unable to do it, Xuanzang was shocked, his eyes wide, and he yelled, Hey old man, Jinqi exclaimed, I absolutely will not let down the Bodhisattva's expectations of me. Just as he finished speaking, before Xuanzang's shocked gaze, crimson syrup dyed the space. Xuanzang furrowed his brow, looking down, and said solemnly, In reality, you and the mine workers you deceived. Jinqi was already lying motionless on the ground, but a sense of relief was revealed on his wrinkled face. Xuanzang helplessly continued, quote, Are no different, both pitiful people deceived by gods and Buddhas. At this moment, all the Buddhist followers knelt down, bowing their heads and shouting, Holy monk! To Xuanzang's surprise, the kneeling crowd sincerely cried out, We were blind and ignorant just now, and offended the holy monk. Xuanzang, with a stern face, clasped his hands in front of him, and looked at them replying, It's good that everyone is safe, there's no need to. Immediately after, shrill screams continuously echoed. To think that you are actually the messenger of Guanyin? Right after that, so many words poured in like punches. Xuanzang is grateful to the Bodhisattva. I knew it. Guanyin Bodhisattva, we knew you wouldn't abandon us. Worthy of being the all-knowing and all-powerful Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves us from suffering. This was sure to last a while. Xuanzang's eyes widened and he sat on the ground in a daze. In the future, I will definitely be even more devout. Bodhisattva is mighty. Thank you for sending the holy monk to save us from this sea of suffering. The Bodhisattva is truly compassionate. The Bodhisattva is indeed omnipotent. The believers and Buddhist followers joyfully continued to cheer. You're too good. Long live the Bodhisattva. Long live the messenger of Guanyin. On the other side, Wukong glanced at Xuanzang, who had turned to stone, and smirked. Just like it. Messenger of Guanyin. Xuanzang, bursting with anger, looked towards Wukong. Who are you calling? But at that moment Xuanzang's eyes froze, and his face turned dark. Immediately after, the crowd of believers below started crying out, The Bodhisattva actually sent someone to deceive us. Let us leave this disgusting world. Life has no hope anymore. Xuanzang was a little awkward, and raised his hand to clear his throat. A moment later, Xuanzang spread his arms, looking at the crowd, and said clearly, I am indeed the one who was ordered by the Bodhisattva to save all of you. Hearing these words, Wukong was also a bit confused. Right then and there, Xuanzang adds with a voice full of, I got this. A person's gotta learn to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. If you want to make your dreams come true, ain't no way you can just sit around daydreaming. Seeing the crowd below acting all attentive, he closes his eyes and declares loudly, All right, you lot scram home now, and not a peep about this to anyone, got it? But the crowd just kind of freezes, like someone hit the pause button on life. And then, the crowd puts their hands together in a respectful bow, listening to Xuanzang. We hear and obey the instructions of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, holy monk. Immediately after, they all shuffle off together, but the whispers are still buzzing. I told you that Jinqi Elder was sus. A real Guanyin's messenger wouldn't be like that. Why would Guanyin make us do hard labor? From now on, we listen to the Bodhisattva and get things done ourselves. Xuanzang watches them leave, muttering to himself, Looks like shaking off this whole feudal superstition thing is gonna be a long haul. Wukong, being the contrarian he is, immediately starts to argue, Nah, you just... But a few invisible arrows start flying toward Xuanzang as if they are pointing at his wrongdoings, putting on airs, trying to act like a god, faking blindness and deafness. Xuanzang gives Wukong a serious look and replies firmly, Wukong, the ultimate showdown is a logic battle. If you can't beat your enemy's logic with your own, Xuanzang turns to face forward,
continuing with his grand statement. Then you gotta learn to use their logic against them. Wukong is all confused. Logic. Xuanzang ain't got time for that. And he makes a beeline for the treasure. Alright, everyone's gone. Time for this teacher to go pilfer. Find the treasure.
Next thing you know, Xuanzang's whole body is jolted by electricity, his eyes popping and teeth grinding as he shouts out.
Xuanzang casts a worried glance behind him.
Behind him, little Kong Kong stares at Xuanzang. Xuanzang is surprised and asks little Kong Kong, "Why are you still here?" Little Kong Kong whines, "Hug, hug, da-da."
Wukong strolls over, grabs Kong Kong, and gives him a side-eye. "What's the deal? Why aren't you merging back into my body?"
Wukong throws his hands together and mumbles an incantation. "Get back to your old man." Kong Kong resists weakly, eyes pleading, "Da-da." But then, Wukong's expression changes. He furrows his brow, thinking hard. How can this be? Is my cultivation messed up? Just then, Xuanzang zooms over and snatches Kong Kong into his arms. Alright, just let little Kong Kong stay with me," Wukong pipes up from behind.
"Hey, that's my clone," Xuanzang replies happily, "but he's my lucky charm."
Time flies by, and strange noises start echoing from that room over there.
Xuanzang's face is all scrunched up as he frantically searches, yelling, "Nothing, not here either."
Then his eyes go all vacant, trembling with disbelief. No gold, not even any food.
Suddenly, Xuanzang collapses to the ground, clutching his head and wailing, "Damn it, so much gold!" Xuanzang marches over and snatches the bowl from Kong Kong's hands. Sighing as he looks at it, Kong Kong reaches out, shouting, "Da-da, gold!" Xuanzang, defeated, throws the old bowl aside. Where the heck is it hidden?
Just then, a brick starts to slide inwards from the wall behind them.
Xuanzang, Kong Kong, and Wukong
stare in astonishment. What's this? And just like that, a door slowly creaks open. Wukong eyes the steps leading down, wondering. A secret passage. As the door opens, the space below is slowly revealed.
Xuanzang looks at the steps, surprised. A secret chamber, too.
His face lights up with excitement and anticipation. Hidden so well, the treasure's gotta be in there. With that, Xuanzang zooms down below, yelling greedily, "Treasure, here I come!"
Just a moment later, Xuanzang's footsteps screech to a halt.
Momentum takes over, and Xuanzang falls flat on his bum. Up above, Wukong slowly descended step by step, thinking to himself, who knew there'd be a place like this in the temple? Right then, his eyes darted around, vigilant, wondering. Wukong. He reached out and touched the old thing next to him. Turns out it was an old book. Wukong was a bit curious. What's this? Outside at that moment, bolts of lightning engulfed the sky. Beneath the lake, a small whirlpool appeared, growing larger by the second. Xuanzang fell out from that side. Almost lost my family jewels.
Xuanzang quickly sat up, all cool and collected.
But immediately after, Xuanzang clutched his crotch, his face contorted in pain. My little Tang monk.
Xuanzang looked around at the strange scene, worried. What kind of freaky place is this? Where's my loot?
Just then, the system popped up a notification. Congratulations, lucky dog. You've discovered a dimensional space. Now, initiating unlock of dimensional space, Xuanzang glanced at it and replied, "Oh, long time no see." This time the system screen displayed information. Your signal seems kinda weak. This is an area independent of the main world. It can freely define rules different from the world. Of course the signal ain't gonna be great.
Xuanzang frowned, nonchalantly flicking a booger while replying,
"Dimensional space. With this rundown street setting."
Xuanzang excitedly searched around. Gold, silver, jewels,
antiques. Xuanzang leaned over, eyes hopeful, peering into a pit. Come to Papa." Below the lake, the water suddenly splashed up. Xuanzang jolted, pulled by something strange. What the heck? From underwater he pulled up a skeleton. Xuanzang carefully examined it with a magnifying glass. Pork ribs eaten this clean. Xuanzang stuck his head out over the lake and shouted, "Hey, is anyone down there?" Below the lake, the water remained eerily still. But then, a message appeared. Father, mother, grandparents, aunties, uncles, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. I have no face to see you all again. I just want to be a lonely dragon living here. Please don't look for me anymore. Unfilial descendant. Ao Lai.
Xuanzang looked surprised, reading aloud.
Ao Li. Isn't that little white dragon?
Xuanzang looked around in a panic, worried.
Could this be Eagle Sorrow Stream?
Xuanzang got up and went closer to the other side. But why is Eagle Sorrow Stream inside the temple, Guanyin still? The system behind him suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, "Dare to flick boogers at a noble system like me."
The system crossed its arms, glaring at Xuanzang, its voice warning, "Still want to do quests or what?"
Xuanzang flew into a rage, rushing over as if to rip its face off. You waited half a day after I flicked a booger at you to complain. Hurry up and tell me the quest. What'll you do if the signal cuts out later?
Right then, the system displayed, accept quest, persuade Alo Lai to become a disciple, reward 100 experience points. Below was a note. Quest failure will result in immediate deletion of the host. The system didn't forget to taunt, dumb host, hope your quest fails real quick.
Xuanzang angrily pointed at the system, scolding non-stop. You stupid system, just because the words aren't exactly the same doesn't mean I don't see you adding crap in yourself. The system scurried away. Just kidding, just kidding. Xuanzang rested his chin on his hand, looking at the system's retreating figure, replying sarcastically.
Besides, you think a little white dragon can stump me? I've got the cheat. I can become a dragon knight immediately. After searching his memory banks, Xuanzang spoke. I remember this little white dragon ate Tang Xuanzang's horse before he was discovered. From the vortex just now, a foot gradually emerged. Wukong didn't show up either, went outside.
Seeing him appear, Xuanzang's eyes lit up like stars, rushing over. Wukong! Seeing his butt heading his way, Wukong got goosebumps, yelling, What do you want? Xuanzang seized the opportunity to beg. Lend your master that enlarging and reducing treasure for a bit. Will ya? Wukong glanced at him. Enlarging and reducing. Wukong repeated the words, totally confused. Great treasure. A moment later, Xuanzang's hand finished the last knot on the rope. Then, he lifted his foot and stomped on the fishing rod, and the excited zombies below cheered.
Right after that, Xuanzang loudly announced, Dragon fishing action. Action. Wukong's jaw dropped. He used his Rui Jingu Bang as a fishing rod, and muttered sarcastically, Yeah, right, as if any dragon would be that dumb. Wukong glanced at the still surface of the lake, then shot a look at Xuanzang beside him and said, You think everyone's like you, with nothing but food on their mind?
Xuanzang put on a knowing face and walked over to reply, Wukong, you just don't understand gourmands.
Just then, the fishing rod had a big tug. Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up, pulling the line, secretly cursing in his heart.
This damn Tang monk actually predicted everything perfectly.
Not long after, a snow-white white dragon was hauled up from the lake. Wukong continuously pulled the white dragon with all his might, gritting his teeth and yelling, Get up for me!
The white dragon was suddenly pulled up, opening its mouth in angry roars.
Immediately after, dust and dirt flew up in a thick cloud. A while later, when the dust settled, the white dragon slowly opened its eyes and roared once. But as soon as it woke up, the white dragon was faced with Xuanzang's group. The white dragon trembled and cried out, Who are you? Where is this? What do you want from me? Seeing the group of strangers, the white dragon's whole body instantly stiffened. The white dragon fearfully coiled its body and fled, screaming as if it was about to be slaughtered.
Who are you, help, dragon killers? Xuanzang looked at the white dragon, a cunning glint in his eyes. Keep yelling, yell more. The more you scream, the more excited I get.
The white dragon looked like a maiden being bullied, sweat pouring down as it stared at Xuanzang's group. The next second, it put on a dignified look, clasped its hands together, and said, This humble monk is Tang Xuanzang, traveling from the great Tang dynasty of the East to the Western Heaven to seek scriptures.
Are you willing to acknowledge this humble monk as your teacher and journey to the Western Heaven with me?
Hearing this, Wukong's face behind him turned even gloomier, thinking to himself, Another disciple. The white dragon shook its head repeatedly, refusing, No way, no way, no way, I definitely don't want to leave here.
Xuanzang reached out and immediately grabbed its horns, sternly scolding, This dead-end place has no future.
The white dragon looked at Xuanzang with tearful eyes, innocently saying, I have food and drinks here. What the heck do I need a future for?
Xuanzang stared blankly at the white dragon. Xuanzang angrily realized that what it said made a lot of sense and he couldn't refute it. He repeatedly scratched his head and ears in frustration. Damn it, the scary thing is I actually think it makes sense. Xuanzang changed his tone and whispered to the white horse, while pointing at Wukong with his other hand. If you refuse to acknowledge me as your teacher, I'll tell that monkey over there to beat you up. In his heart, Xuanzang muttered to himself, No, I can't waver. This is a mission. A mission. Seeing Wukong, the white dragon looked bewildered. Isn't that Bima Wengai being suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain? Xuanzang's eyes were lifeless, and he moaned like a ghost in despair. Oh no, my life is over.
On the other side, Wukong heard this, walked over, and slapped the white dragon. Bima Wen, my ass. Not stopping there, Wukong continued to hit it. Five-Finger Mountain, my foot. Meanwhile, Xuanzang hurriedly turned away, his face trying to show grief. As expected of a dead-end place, affection makes people so hasty. On the other side, the brutal torment continued. Wukong grabbed the white dragon's neck and spun it around. You want to be in a dead-end place, huh? You have food and drinks, right? On the opposite side, Xuanzang waved a blank piece of paper at him, his voice tempting. If you acknowledge me as your teacher now, I'll save you immediately. The white dragon was beaten until its vision blurred, and it lay flat on the ground. But Wukong still didn't stop, and charged forward again. The white dragon was so scared that it immediately transformed into human form, crying out in agony, "Don't! Stop hitting me!" Bai Long rushed to hug Xuanzang's leg, crying and begging, "Master, tell him to stop hitting me." Seeing the stranger in front of him, Xuanzang was stunned, exclaiming in panic, "Oh my God, you're Bai Long." Then he replied, "Master, it's me, Ao Li." Xuanzang's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Ao Li as if he were an alien creature, dozens of thoughts rushing through his mind. This is the handsome, dashing, and jade-like third prince of legends. He's just a fatty, destroying everything, and the person most responsible for his appearance is still me. Looking at him for a while, he's kinda cute. On the other side, Wukong slowly walked over. Bai Long was surprised and looked back, panicking. Immediately, Xuanzang hurried forward, repeatedly stopping him. "Wukong, don't get excited. Excitement is the devil." Wukong angrily threw the old book he was holding at Xuanzang's face. "Go look at it yourself." Xuanzang rubbed his forehead, looking at the strange book. There it is. Xuanzang opened the book and looked at the contents inside. His face immediately turned ugly. Xuanzang was stunned, remembering those events, his heart thinking, so that's what happened. His face gradually changed, thinking to himself, Elder Jinshi has so much gold. Then, he looked at Ao Li, his eyes filled with hundreds of murderous intentions, all aimed at this gourmand for buying meat. Bai Long fearfully looked at Xuanzang, trembling as he called out, "Master." Immediately, Xuanzang transformed into a ghostly Sha monk, angrily yelling at Ao Li, "Give me back the gold!" Ao Li fearfully waved his hands, saying, "See, calm down, master, calm down. Excitement is the devil." On the other side, Wukong watched this scene, grinning with amusement. "For gold, this monk is even more ruthless than me." Wukong's face changed, remembering what the stinky dragon said earlier, and he got angry. "Dares to call this old man Bima Wen, deserves to die!" Xuanzang rushed over, his eyes fiercely staring at Bai Long. "Give me back the gold." Ao Li trembled, crying and complaining. "You clearly said that once I become a disciple, I wouldn't be beaten anymore." Hearing those words, Xuanzang suddenly woke up. He reached out and touched Ao Li's face. Then, trembling, forced a bright smile. "Your teacher was just kidding with you earlier." Immediately, Xuanzang looked kindly at Bai Long. "Good boy, call me master again and let me hear it." Ao Li sniffled and softly called out, "Master, master, master." A second later, the system quickly appeared. "Congratulations, shameless host, for completing the task of taking little Bai Long as a disciple, receiving 100 experience points." Then it added, "Little Bai Long did a great job. You stinky thing probably won't get the gold, he 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 he." Wukong coldly looked at Ao Li, saying sinisterly, "Come on, let Senior Martial Brother conduct a special initiation ceremony for you." Wukong stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and preparing to pounce, saying, "Go on, where do you want me to pierce you with my Ruyi Jingu Bang?" Xuanzang anxiously stepped forward to stop Wukong. "Take it easy, he's our first junior brother." Xuanzang was anxious, his face serious, as he turned back to look at Ao Li, shouting loudly, "Hurry up, give your senior martial brother a reason not to hit you." Ao Li fearfully cried out miserably, "Why am I so unlucky I was cuckolded when I got engaged? I'm about to be killed for burning the Night Shining Pearl, and I'm still getting beaten after running here." At this time, inside a barrier near a small rocky outcrop, they were grilling fish together. Xuanzang handed a skewer of fish to Ao Li, coaxing him. "All right, stop crying, come and eat a little." Ao Li was still curled up crying, looking very aggrieved. "Do you think you can buy me off with just one fish?" But the piece of fish next to him emitted a fragrant aroma. He stopped crying, and happily ate the grilled fish skewer. The four of them huddled around the fire, eating and drinking together. Being able to eat delicious food still didn't make Ao Li stop feeling sad. If he had to say it, it was a sorrowful autumn. Even the wind carried traces of sadness. Wukong, who was next to him eating grilled fish, asked, "Mommy, is there wind in the Dragon Palace too?" Ao Li recounted his tragic life. "I was originally the third prince of the Dragon Palace. I had a house and a field, and life was infinitely happy. But unexpectedly, one day when I returned to my room, I discovered that I had been cheated on by my fiancée." "You adulterous couple." He painfully recounted what he had seen. "I was betrothed to Princess Wan Sheng long ago, but she was actually in our bridal chamber with someone else. Of course I was furious. How could I tolerate that? How could anyone? So I burned down our entire bridal chamber." Xuanzang was immediately confused, looking utterly bewildered.
Little rascal, it's okay to burn people, but why burn the room? What a spendthrift. Meanwhile, Wukong kept asking, Mommy, how do you burn fruit? The story didn't end there, as Ao Lai continued. Unexpectedly, I also burned the night-shining pearl that the Jade Emperor gifted my father. Thus, I was charged with defying the imperial court. And the Jade Emperor, in his rage, ordered my capture and imprisonment in the heavenly court, awaiting execution. At this point, his father, the leader of the dragon race, appeared. If you spare my son, from this day forward the dragon race will obey all your commands, he sadly recounted. To save me, my father agreed that the dragon race would obey the heavenly court from now on, and we couldn't leave the four seas without orders. Xuanzang rubbed his nose at the side and replied, Smells like a conspiracy to me. Then he talked about the reason he was here. I really didn't have the face to meet the others in the dragon race, so I fled to this Eagle Sorrow Gorge, facing the wall in contemplation. Ao Lai was crying his heart out while recounting the story. But Wukong was trembling with anger. Are you sure this is called facing the wall in contemplation? Who faces the wall and eats until they get as fat as a pig like you? He grabbed the book in Ao Lai's hand and threw it straight into his face. Wukong was helpless. Did Buddha send you to the West to complain? After venting his anger, he turned to Ao Lai and asked, You dumb fat dragon, haven't you noticed that Eagle Sorrow Gorge is unusual? Ao Lai poked his head out from behind the book and asked, Unusual? Xuanzang, with a very dangerous expression, probed him. You've eaten until you're like this. Don't you think it's strange that food falls from the sky every day? When he sat up, he suddenly found his surroundings strange. Why have I been transported to an alien space? Wukong watched his series of actions and pondered for a while. Being fed regularly, it seems they don't want him to go out and find food, lest he discovers that Eagle Sorrow Gorge has been moved and he's being hidden. To prevent me from taking this disciple, understanding the problem, he turned to Wukong and said something that made her wonder. Wukong, look, your junior brother is in the same boat as you, why not spare him? Ao Lai sat on the side and also wondered, what do you mean by same boat? Xuanzang chuckled disdainfully upon hearing this, his face filled with hatred. Both deceived by gods and Buddhas, he explained the situation to Ao Lai. With a brain like yours, for you to discover your fiancé's infidelity, it must have been that your fiancé deliberately let you see it. After speaking, he muttered and thought about something. Making Ao Lai realize many things, he mumbled, What? After thinking, he pointed at his face and shouted, It was to make the dragon race submit to the heavenly court. But after saying that, he felt something was wrong. But I remember that the Four Seas Dragon Kings were originally subordinates of the heavenly court. Ao Lai was furious when he heard that, shouting at Wukong, That's not true, our dragon race is very powerful. Although we were a little unstable after the Dragon Han initial calamity, the heavenly court can't control us. Xuanzang was stunned by this unfamiliar information. What's the Dragon Han initial calamity? Why isn't it the same as the Journey to the West I watched? Ao Lai still hadn't stopped, wanting to continue. If it weren't for this time, before he could finish speaking, he began to transform, his lower body turning into the body of a horse. The skin-changing transformation just now threw everyone into chaos. Oh my god, so sudden. A sudden appearance of someone caused everyone to be shocked. Above the barrier, a figure descended. The group of Xuanzang below all had to look up, because the star above him was none other than Guanyin. Great Master Xuanzang, long time no see. Xuanzang greeted her nonchalantly. So, the esteemed Bodhisattva has graced us with your presence. May I ask what brings you here? On the surface he was polite, but in his heart he was calculating. Coming neither early nor late but precisely at this moment, clearly trying to shut me up. Standing on the lotus platform, Guanyin calmly said, I heard that Jinchi was causing trouble under my name, so I deliberately came here to punish him. Wukong stood aside, his expression also not very good. Why did this Rulai's lackey have to show up at such a perfect time? She continued, her feet gradually stepping off the lotus platform. I just arrived here, and... The next words out of her mouth were praise for him. I discovered that Great Master Xuanzang has taken righteous action. Xuanzang didn't hesitate to take credit. Eliminating evil and upholding justice is naturally my duty as a monk. But Wukong was very wary. This monk lies so smoothly it seems quite a few people have been deceived by him. Without waiting for the Bodhisattva to say more, he directly asked. Speaking of which, Elder Jinchi is just a mortal, yet he managed to create such a dimensional space just by raising a dragon. Isn't this a bit too strange? Guanyin Bodhisattva patiently explained. Most mortals revere the dragon race. Jinchi accidentally discovered this dimensional space, so he diligently worshipped it. One never knows. Wukong obviously didn't believe it, and he sneered, Oh, I see.
I thought the Bodhisattva was worried that the stupid dragon locked up here would starve to death. His provocative words grated on Guanyin's ears, so she specially entrusted Jinqi to feed it.
Him. Xuanzang looked at the person in front of him with murderous intent. You have the ability and the motive to create a dimensional space, and it can only be you, right?
Guanyin remained calm and unhurried as she replied,
Great Master Xuanzang is joking.
The white horse Ao Lai behind Guanyin kept stomping its hooves. Guanyin turned and gently touched it, tightly binding it. The dragon race is wild and difficult to tame. I have imposed a restriction,
transforming it into a white horse to prevent Great Master Xuanzang from encountering too many difficulties on his journey. Xuanzang had already cursed in his heart.
Damn you, witch. Calm down, calm down. But on the surface, he still had to maintain harmony. In that case, thank you for your trouble.
She said no more. Stepping past Wukong, Guanyin's voice echoed as she walked. Great Master Xuanzang, this humble one still has something to remind you. She seemed very concerned, carefully instructing. You should still be very careful on your journey to seek scriptures. After speaking, she disappeared amidst the falling cherry blossom petals, which were also slowly drifting to the ground. Wukong watched her receding figure, thinking to himself, this Guanyin is an enemy, not a friend. This monk still hasn't lied to me. Xuanzang turned his head and saw Ao Liai trembling. This guy was crying again.
He continued to coax it. Little Bai, your teacher is sorry.
He stroked it, gently reassuring.
Don't worry, your teacher will definitely help you transform back.
The ground around them began to crack.
Wukong reacted quickly and jumped up, muttering under his breath, Damn woman. This space is about to collapse.
Seeing the danger, Ao Liai pulled Xuanzang onto its back. His little buddy was unexpectedly squeezed and almost deformed.
If the scriptwriter does this a few more times, this old man is going to have to change careers and become a eunuch. The door to the space opened. Everyone quickly escaped. His white horse galloped away. On each step, Xuanzang was jolted until his facial features were distorted, and he cried out in anguish, Guanyin, you just wait. One day, this old man will kill you. In a flash, Little White escaped the space and returned to the world above.
Xuanzang got outside and happily shouted, Little White, awesome.
Suddenly, the white horse looked worriedly at him. By the time they realized they were high up, it was too late. They were falling freely to the ground. He yelled reproachfully, Little White, if you can't fly, don't jump so high.
The painful landing made even the air not dare to watch. Covered in injuries, he resentfully complained to the heavens, Why is it always me who gets hurt?
Suddenly, the sign above the small temple fell down,
sending rocks tumbling down,
causing the entire temple to collapse. He was utterly and painfully shocked. Yelling, disregarding his injuries, he rushed towards the area being buried by dirt and rocks. My gold mine.
Xuanzang desperately clawed at the sign with both hands, tears streaming down his face.
He looked painfully at the rubble, crying loudly, My cute, shimmering little gold. On one side was the grieving Xuanzang, on the other were his two clueless disciples. He lamented, I'm just going to be buried alone, deep beneath the cold, dark mud like this. But don't worry, Wukong was speechless, finding him utterly devoid of virtue, while the white horse Ao Lai wondered, Can gold be eaten?
Xuanzang picked up a rock and redrew on the sign, whispering softly,
But don't worry. After writing, he propped the sign on the ground. I will definitely come back to find you guys later. Having done everything, he dusted his hands and left. All good. Only Wukong looked worriedly at the sign. Scary monsters.
He felt that he was really clever, writing on the sign, Cursed land, monsters inside, stay away.
Then he looked at Wukong and the white horse, thinking to himself, But why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?
Looking at Wukong, he remembered knocking down Jinqi. How strange. What exactly was it? Jinqi is Guanyin's people, so where did that demonic aura he used earlier come from?
Wukong accidentally discovered a strange radish on the ground. He curiously pulled it up to see. Revealing the local earth god underneath, he asked, Earth god. The earth god panicked, begging for mercy repeatedly. Great sage, spare me, I'm just here to check things out as usual, absolutely no other intentions.
Xuanzang appeared behind, curiously asking, This big radish is the earth god. Wukong didn't say much, directly interrogating, I'm asking you, have there been any powerful demons nearby recently?
He thought for a moment, then nodded. Great sage, yes. Based on what he had found out, the earth god told Wukong, In the depths of Black Wind Mountain, there is a Black Wind cave. Speaking of this, his expression became very serious. In it, there is a Black Wind Great King. According to him, this guy is a mastermind, unfathomable, and terrifyingly abnormal.
Xuanzang stroked his chin, trying to remember. Black Wind Demon King.
He finally remembered something. It must be the Black Bear Spirit from Journey to the West. I knew I was forgetting something. Getting the important news, Xuanzang happily put his arm around Wukong's neck. Wukong, how did you know that I wanted to find that demon? Is this the perfect understanding between us, master and disciple? Wukong looked utterly disgusted. Don't get so close to old son. You keep babbling about your own combat power. This black bear spirit is friends with Jinchi. He must be helping Jinchi hide a lot of gold. We can't let him get away with it. Why don't we just strike first and go straight to his door? But then he thought of another problem. But how could this black bear spirit be a minor boss? Remembering his progress in the system, even though he leveled up a few times last night killing demons, he still wasn't confident about taking down this bear dog. He sat in a corner, muttering and calculating. To be able to win, to be safe, I need to level up 10 times to unlock the shopping center, so I at least need more experience. Thinking of this, a huge experience point icon fell down. After finishing his calculations, Xuanzang suddenly revealed a dangerous expression. Looks like it's time to bring out the extracurricular marionette. Meanwhile, Kong Kong and Bai Ma spoke up, oblivious to what was going on. Stop eating, that's all the lines. Only the white horse was confused. Is my character all about eating? Candies of all colors and honey were scattered all over the floor. Inside the closed room, there were many kinds of candies and honey. In the middle of the room, something was talking to its reflection in a mirror. A voice came from the mirror. Is this how you alleviate my worries? Not only did you fail to kill Tang Xuanzang, but you've also caused so much trouble. It turned out that Black Dragon was using the mirror for an ancient video call, calling the woman in the mirror Bodhisattva to explain, Bodhisattva, this time it was Jinchi who acted on his own accord and ruined the big plan. I have devised a foolproof plan to deal with Tang Xuanzang, which will definitely ensure he dies without a burial place. Before hanging up the video call, the Bodhisattva instructed, I only need results, you do what you have to do. Suddenly someone frantically shouted, Great King, something bad has happened. Black Dragon, who was already annoyed, scolded, What are you shouting about? I'm still very healthy. This girl was too hasty and tripped over a jar of honey. Then she fell head first into the pile of candies. Even though she was hurt and covered in honey, she still tried to report the situation. But, Great King, that monkey, he's captured all the demons in our cave. Outside, on that mountain, sunlight streamed through the leaves, and Xuanzang asked, Wukong, didn't you scare that demon to death? The tables turned, and Wukong angrily pinched Xuanzang's cheeks and scolded, Don't be so picky, next time you go steal it yourself. Xuanzang couldn't resist Wukong, Don't do that. Seeing this, Xuanzang glanced at the demon, and couldn't help but praise, Wow, your eyes aren't bad, you caught a really fat goat. Then Xuanzang picked up a torch and grinned, Wukong, I'm going to give you a roasted goat head now. After that, he started burning it from the fur around the demon's mouth. The demon thrashed in pain, shouting, Don't burn me, what do you guys want? At this time, Xuanzang showed an even more evil face than those demons, and threatened, What do we want? Of course, we want to kill your great king Black Wind, you little goat. Still trying to protect its great king, the demon said, Impossible, you absolutely can't beat our great king. Xuanzang coldly looked at the demon and said, Your great king wants to kill me to avenge Jin Qi, his good friend. The demon retorted, Jin Qi is nothing. He's just fit to be called an errand boy for the great king. Afterwards, Xuanzang happily grabbed the goat demon's head, making it tremble even more. So, your great king wants to kill me, but why? I don't even know. But if you let me go. Before the demon could finish, Wukong tossed a fiery spark to Xuanzang like, If you don't know anything at all. Then, Xuanzang's eyes turned a fiery red with excitement, not forgetting to add a little flavor for deliciousness. Then, let my elbow go, nah, let's still make goat roast. Xuanzang even turned around gleefully to look at Wukong and said, Wukong, hurry up and catch some more demons. Once we figure out what this demon's deal is, your teacher will tell you the secret to recovering your power the fastest. Wukong was so angry he was shaking, but what could he do? He turned his face dark, turned his back, and walked away resolutely, not forgetting to mutter to himself, Gotta endure, it's all for the secret manual. It's all for the secret manual. An hour later, at Black Dragon's place, he was monologuing alone. The safest way is still to eliminate them one by one. He sat on his candy throne, propping his chin up, thinking, I have to send someone to lure Wukong away first. Before he could even finish thinking, his subordinate rushed in a panic. Great King, we're done for. 5 more demons have been caught by that monkey. Black Dragon was so shocked he could barely stay calm. The girl worriedly supported him. Great King, are you alright, Great King? 2 hours later, at the meeting room of the one-member multi-level marketing company Black Dragon, even though it was a meeting, there was a lot of food on the table. Black Dragon said, This emergency meeting will be short and sweet. Black Dragon ordered his subordinates. That Wukong guy is still a bit powerful. Tomorrow you guys think of a way to lure him away. History repeated itself for the third time. That girl burst through the door again in a hurry. Great king, we're done for, she announced frantically. More demons have been caught by that monkey. This time, Black Dragon was so angry he became a fire dragon. This must be Tang Xuanzang's provocation tactic. This king will definitely not fall for it. His subordinates couldn't stop his anger, only knowing to answer in unison, Great king. 3 hours later, at the lake, in order to cool down as quickly as possible, Black Dragon had to take a bath to wash away the mortal dust. The subordinate came to report, Great king, the brothers who are going to lead Sun Wukong away will depart in a moment. Black Dragon relaxed and thoughtfully instructed, Tell the brothers to be careful. For the fourth time that day, the pink-haired girl rushed in again. Great king, we're done for, the girl reported while covering her eyes. The 50 brothers who were going to lead Sun Wukong away were caught before they even departed. Black Dragon immediately stood up and reacted. What? At this time, Black Dragon was like a bloodthirsty tiger, he roared angrily. What meticulous plan! Then, Black Dragon rushed out and gave the order. Emergency meeting, the second time today. Call all the brothers to gather. This king is going to chop that Tang Xuanzang to death now. And the girl was still blushing shyly, thinking to herself, Did the great king leave without getting dressed? No, I wonder if that blue body saw anything. I'm so worried. The sky was strangely blue, the sun shining on the fresh green leaves. As he walked forward, Xuanzang was surrounded and attacked by half-human, half-beast demons. Kill him, die! But he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was very calm. Then, Xuanzang whipped each of them for daring to block his way. The system immediately updated the information. Congratulations to the benefactor for gaining 150 experience points. Congratulations to the benefactor for gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations to the benefactor for gaining 175 experience points. Congratulations to the benefactor for gaining 120 experience points. The all-out attack turned into a point-hunting game for Xuanzang, where every time he hit one, the accumulated points went ding-ding, and he gained 50 experience points, gained 100 experience points, gained 30 experience points, gained 45 experience points, gained 50 experience points. After wiping out that bunch of shrimp soldiers, the system officially praised. Congratulations on your ruthless and emotionless methods, you killing Yao maniac. Benefactor, you've earned 100 experience points. The weak Tang Xuanzang of the past is gone. This Tang Xuanzang single-handedly takes on a horde of demons and even knows how to argue, making me kill demons to level up. And you're the one calling me ruthless. Just when it seemed like everything was taken care of, a giant demon suddenly appeared behind Xuanzang. He just deadpanned, asking, 2-on-1 is cool too, huh? Then, Xuanzang gave a cold glare, and with just a few Buddhist fist techniques, he beat the crap out of the monster until it was lying motionless on the ground. The system announced, Congratulations, benefactor, you've gained 150 experience points. With everything settled, the system displayed a huge notice. Congratulations, benefactor, you have leveled up to level 1, earning the title of Immortal, Attribute Panel, Benefactor, Tang Xuanzang Profession, Monk, Scripture Seeker Level, 1 Experience, 190 120th items, Brocade Kasaya, 9-ring Staff, Tightening Sutra. Tang Xuanzang, looking all awesome, stood in the middle of the forest, arms outstretched, embracing his new achievement. System check. Benefactor has obtained the title of Immortal. The central shopping mall has been opened, and the spatial system has been opened. New era monk. Head shaved, shiny and smooth, earring and chiseled features. Wukong, halfway through eating a candied apple in a tree, couldn't help but be stunned. This monk, in the blink of an eye, he's become an immortal. Below, Xuanzang was going through the leveling up process so intensely that Wukong dropped his apple. His eyes widened. To cultivate immortality, you have to go through a heavenly tribulation. I've never seen anyone suddenly become an immortal like this. Just what mysterious cultivation method did this monk use? Xuanzang had no idea anyone was watching him. He was too busy with the system's light and text. Too bright, too fast. Can you turn down the brightness a little? It's blinding me. And let the text appear slower, will ya? I can't even see it. Suddenly, Xuanzang clutched his stomach because, darn, he was hungry and felt like a dried-up corpse. He slumped to the ground, barely able to speak. I'm hungry. The system immediately sneered. Or are you just a weak chicken, unable to withstand the power of an immortal? Quickly eat some demon meat to replenish your strength, or you'll become a dried-up corpse. After hearing that, Xuanzang jumped up and yelled, Eat meat! I want to eat meat! Losing all his cool fighting persona, ignoring someone shouting from behind, Great King Black Wind has arrived. Xuanzang immediately ran off, muttering, Meat, meat. In a green pasture, adorable Kong Kong was feeding horses in the space. Everything was peaceful, until a swarm of people went to find Xuanzang, led by He Long. He arrogantly said, "Tang Xuanzang, this king has come to take your dog life." Wukong, still sitting in the tree watching the drama, thought. Sure enough, the demonic energy on Jinchi is from, it's him. Below, He Long pointed with all 5 fingers, ordering, "Attack for this king." With that, an army of fierce demons charged forward. Where did He Long get so many offspring? Countless bows, arrows, and spears were all aimed at Xuanzang. Kila. In the face of that situation, Xuanzang shouted, "Wait!" Amazingly, the demons stopped. They must be dumb. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanzang scolded the system. "Damn system, I've already become an immortal, so why doesn't the shopping mall have any powerful weapons to exchange?" The system helplessly replied, "Benefactor, your experience is only 190 points, not enough to exchange for any weapons. Why not just lie down and accept your fate?" With Xuanzang's stubbornness, he rummaged through the shopping mall himself. "I don't trust this crap system. It's definitely going against me. I'll find it myself." After a moment, Xuanzang's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold. "This is it!" Then, Xuanzang brought it out to fight. Watch this. Automatic treasure-sucking rice cooker. Xuanzang at this time didn't know whether he was on the good side or the bad side, and even brought out something that even his dad might not have seen before. The demons panicked and ran in disarray, scared out of their wits. A cloud of smoke appeared in the sky from Xuanzang's machine. The demons were shocked. What is that monk holding? Could it be a secret treasure of Buddhism? He Long frowned, though you couldn't see his eyebrows, and ordered, "Watch silently and see." Seeing that the enemy had become silent, Xuanzang pressed the button. The demons that the suction head pointed to were sucked inside. Bearing. That's the sound of completion. The fragrant, steaming dishes. The aroma filling Xuanzang's nostrils. He didn't hesitate. Eyes shining, devouring the food. Delicious. So fragrant. Too delicious. Ignoring the enemies surrounding him. The wrinkled skin, like an old man, after being full, became smooth and glossy again. Xuanzang was truly a relaxed guy, holding 2 drumsticks. Excitedly. This old man finally woke up. System product introduction. Automatic cooking robot, a product of Black technology, transforming ingredients into gourmet dishes in just 1 second. The #1 choice for home travel, you should have one. System helplessly. And you exchange them for these 2. Wukong was speechless with Xuanzang. You're about to die, and you still want to eat. Being a foodie, Xuanzang was still eating with relish. So fragrant, so delicious. While Black Dragon and his sons had the chance to watch the drama from the sidelines, a beautiful girl beside Black Dragon spoke up. "Great King, that Tang monk, he seems to be just eating." Black Dragon began to get angry, ordering, "Damn it! Dare to mess with me, all of you, go, kill that hateful monk." His sons returned to their original state, shouting together, "Attack!" Then they rushed forward to kill that hateful monk. "Avenge our brothers." Charge. Before they could take a few steps, internal strife broke out. "You stepped on me, old man. Can't you move over a little?" Suddenly, Wukong, sitting on a tree, crossed his arms and spoke, making the demons tremble and dare not move forward. "Dare to run over here. Don't you see the great sage equal to heaven sitting there?" On the other side, Xuanzang was enjoying his meal when the demons rushed over, Xuanzang holding weapon in his hands, eating and fighting the demons, then casually throwing them towards the very professional and smooth food-making machine. After a while, Xuanzang also got angry, yelling, "Don't bother this old man's meal." The demons were terrified at the sight. Then the demons were stunned again. The image of a monk with food crumbs all over his mouth, a full belly, surrounded by scattered plates. And yet Xuanzang was not satisfied and demanded to eat. "All meat, too greasy. I need some green vegetables to relieve the greasiness." Saying that, Xuanzang caught sight of a fresh, vibrant green cabbage demon. "That green cabbage is not bad." No sooner said than done. Xuanzang waved his energy, grabbing the tasty person to enjoy the high-quality cabbage. "Taste my new move, you little brat." Xuanzang cast the Vajra subduing demon staff, focusing light and power on the cabbage, causing her to lose all her cabbage leaves. It was just a move to eat cabbage, but Xuanzang made it so exaggerated. The demons were also panicked. "It's Buddha's light, Mom, I want to go home. I heard that if you touch it, you die instantly." Wukong was once again shocked. "Today, this dude has given me too many shocks. He's only at the immortal realm. How can he use Buddha's light already? Wait a minute, that's not right." On this side, Xuanzang was still zealously illuminating the path of righteousness for the Buddha's disciples. A demon acted as a hero to save the beauty, hugging the cabbage girl and running away, only to be chased by the domineering monk, Xuanzang. Stop right there. While not paying attention, Black Dragon reached out and grabbed Xuanzang's neck. Even so, he still didn't give up his food, and shouted, "Put that cabbage down!" With his superior strength, Black Dragon sent Xuanzang flying away. Xuanzang fell to the ground, creating a loud explosion. The little demons praised. "Great King is mighty, Great King is #1, Great King is awesome." Xuanzang was trembling, trying to prop himself up from the rubble. Perhaps he was too seriously injured, so he vomited blood all over Wukong's feet. Wukong glanced down and then made a request to Xuanzang. "Give me the scripture, I'll take care of this for you." Xuanzang wiped the blood from his mouth, then chuckled. "Wukong, don't you dare steal your teacher's glory." With that, he grabbed his monk's staff and stood up to leave. Wukong watched Xuanzang's retreating figure, thinking, that Buddha light on the staff, if you look closely, is obviously fake. It can't possibly deal with that black blob. What's he planning anyway? Suddenly, Xuanzang leaped forward and attacked. "Hey Feng, witness your teacher's ultimate Buddha light." Xuanzang swung his staff, aiming a mighty blow at him. But the attack not only had no effect, but Xuanzang was also blasted backward. He struggled to brace himself, muttering, "Didn't even scratch him." Seeing the male lead struggling with his move, He Feng smugly sneered, "This is what you call Buddha light. You think I haven't seen Buddha light before?" Xuanzang calmly retorted, "Oh ho, and whose have you seen? Guanyin Bodhisattva's." He Feng got provoked and snapped, "What's it to you?" As soon as he said that, he immediately used Xiang Bu Tianxia to attack the male lead again, followed by a super gigantic explosion. Xuanzang tried to shield himself with his hands, desperately protecting himself from the power of the move. After a while, Xuanzang was still unharmed, only his face was a little dusty. He seized the opportunity to taunt, "Ha, so this is all the Black Wind King is capable of." Provoked, He Feng went berserk and continued to attack the male lead, but Xuanzang dodged nimbly. Xuanzang avoided the danger, outwardly criticizing but inwardly respecting He Feng's power. No wonder he's the Black Bear star personally raised by the Bodhisattva. He's really strong. At this moment, all he could think about was, "Rescue, Mahadamana, why haven't they arrived yet?" He Feng was determined to finish off the male lead, he declared loudly. "Tang Xuanzang, today is your death day." True to his word, he unleashed the Scarlet Flame Prison, aiming straight at Xuanzang. The little demons saw this and cheered. "The king is domineering and mighty, the king is #1 under heaven, the king is awesome. Kill that bastard, avenge our brothers." Wukong stood outside watching the battle, thinking, is this blockhead monk really gonna pull this off? If he kicks the bucket, then my old son's scripture. Back in the battle, Xuanzang seized the opportunity to turn around and grab his monk's staff, calculating in his head, it's now or never. Then he grabbed the staff and thought, "I'll risk it all with you." With that thought, he aggressively charged forward, attacking directly at He Feng's hand. The two sides collided violently. Xuanzang's staff gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, He Feng couldn't hold on any longer, shouting, "What's going on?" Very quickly he dissolved into the air, followed by Xuanzang's gaze, finally flying into the sky, like Team Rocket in Pokemon. The power emanating from the staff exploded a mountain, followed by the whole space being enveloped by a mysterious golden light. Along with the appearance of a hand, the face of Buddha Tathagata was overlaid with the male lead's face, like a total mind meld. Meanwhile, Xuanzang was striking this super epic martial arts pose right in the middle. The Black Wind's little demon minions were all wide-eyed, like, "What is this ultimate Buddha radiance?" Wukong was also shocked by the male lead's power, thinking, "That one strike actually surpassed my current level, holy carp." Xuanzang, all smug, thought, "Activated the damage output, baby, I'm seriously so lucky." Just to break it down, that move is a skill from the Vajra subduing demon staff, complete with a Buddha light effect on impact. Damage output's kinda meh, only 50%. Oh, and it's a special optical effect, no actual effect. Item grade is 3. And it requires 180 experience points. Bummer. Xuanzang, having taken down Black Wind, strutted around, soaking up the stares from the little demons. Suddenly, there was a noise from the rubble, and smoke started billowing. A black creature emerged, startling Xuanzang. Turns out it was Black Wind, in his black bear form, rocking a one-eyed look. Xuanzang couldn't contain his joy at the cuteness, yelling, "My tiny man's heart has been awakened." Black Wind, thinking the male lead was mocking him, lunged to bite his leg. "Hey-ah! You nasty monk, I ain't beaten yet." The little demons, seeing Black Wind's pathetic state, were freaking out, refusing to believe their eyes. "Is that really our king? Hallucinations? It must be hallucinations created by that monk. No wonder our king doesn't let us see his real face anymore." Xuanzang used 2 fingers to lift Black Wind up, ignoring his struggles. "You're so adorable, I might just spare your life." Then he laid down the conditions. "Just answer me honestly. Was Guanyin Bodhisattva the one who ordered you to slip the gold ring onto Little White Dragon in the extra-dimensional space?
Hearing Xuanzang's question, Black Wind was stunned, and thought to himself, he knows. Wukong is still watching from outside, keeping an eye on how our conversation unfolds. Xuanzang continued to grill Black Wind. You wanted to kill me, was it? Black Wind steadfastly stuck to his guns. The Bodhisattva's reputation must not be tarnished.
Then he had a brainwave. I have to kill him. Thinking this, he immediately opened his mouth wide and attacked the male lead, yelling, Xuanzang. Xuanzang calmly raised his Zen staff to block. Finishing his sentence, it was Guanyin who ordered you to do it, Black Wind, still biting the Zen staff, tried to say, you mustn't, Sully. Unexpectedly, Xuanzang whacked him into a rock. Ouch, mama. The male lead just laughed triumphantly. Black Wind, badly injured, trembled as he struggled to get up. Seeing this, Xuanzang pretended to be concerned and asked, Little bear dog, you still alive? Meanwhile, in Black Wind's eyes, he saw Guanyin gently asking him, still alive. Guanyin tenderly helped him up, lovingly coaxing, poor little guy, come with me. Guanyin offered his favorite treat. Here, your favorite candy. Black Wind took the candy from Guanyin and happily ate it, wishing, if only I could stay by the Bodhisattva's side forever. But all those scenes were just what Black Wind was imagining. By now, tears were welling up in his eyes, and he blamed himself. I clearly wanted to become stronger. Wanted to help, Bodhisattva. His last tear finally welled up and fell on the memory-filled candy with the Bodhisattva. Xuanzang was a little touched. I don't know if I'm just too lucky or you're too unlucky. Triggering so much damage with just a touch. A wolf demon saw his king die such a tragic death and flew into a rage. The remaining little demons also shouted in unison. The king was killed by the monk? We must avenge the king. If we can't kill Tang Xuanzang, we swear we're not demons. With that, they roared and charged to build momentum. But it turned out, this group of little demons turned tail and ran, cursing at the male lead as they fled. You wait, you bald monk. We'll be back. Xuanzang then put his hand to his chin and started pondering. In Journey to the West, the black bear spirit only got recruited by the Bodhisattva after meeting Tang Xuanzang, but now it seems like he's been colluding with Guanyin all along, just a loyal dog. Suddenly, Xuanzang sensed something, scaring him into a cold sweat, and Wukong had been standing behind him since who knows when. Fancy meeting you here, what's up? Realizing it now, Xuanzang panicked, running back and forth. We're doomed, doomed. That meddlesome witch is definitely coming for me. Where to hide? Where to hide? I'm freaking out. A series of ideas ran through his head. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's bury it. Are you brain dead? They're definitely going to find it that way, demonic Xuanzang thought. Just eat it. But benevolent Xuanzang objected. It's such a cute little bear, how could you eat it? Finally, Xuanzang seemed to come up with a plan. That's right, didn't he still have that thing? We cut to a peaceful scene inside Guanyin's palace, a scene of utter sweetness, punctuated by the sound of golden scissors snipping willow leaves. Guanyin was heavy-hearted. Heifeng was dead. And she was filled with hatred, uttering the male lead's name, Tang Xuanzang. Meanwhile, on Xuanzang's end, he seemed to be displaying something. It turned out to be all the demons he had killed. He laid them out like a meat market, admiring his achievements. Xuanzang held out his hands and said smugly, finally got a stockpile of food, and the system was furious, exclaiming, what sin did I commit to end up with a glutton like you? Really, the system lamented, such a magical personal space, and you turned it into a fridge. The system reiterated the rules, Yishan chart, picturesque scenery, pleasant and easy to access, personalized exclusivity, time rules depend on you, great potential for development, your own little world is not a dream. Note that bringing living things inside requires their consent. Xuanzang raised his hand, as if to give a thumbs up, praising. Huge capacity, absolute freshness preservation, accessible at any time, this fridge is awesome. Wukong was speechless at the male lead's behavior, thinking to himself, all the demons are gone, not even a breath left. It's like they've been completely erased from this world. Wukong approached the male lead, wanting to say something, to ask something, the demons. Just then, Xuanzang turned his head to listen. Not letting Wukong finish his sentence, Xuanzang quickly changed the subject. Wukong, how did you know the master would give you a secret manual? Wukong didn't understand what the male lead was talking about. Xuanzang spoke as he reached into his chest and pulled out a scroll that looked like a secret manual. You really are a clever little imp. He didn't give it to Wukong right away, but did a few graceful dance moves like a performer, before announcing the name of the secret manual. Supreme Dance. Solely unique. Xuanzang handed it to Wukong,
and, with one hand in a Buddhist mudra, instructed. This manual was born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, a culmination of achievements from ancient times. As long as you cultivate diligently, even hanging 10 Tathagatas to beat won't be a problem.
Wukong stared intently at the manual, immediately imagining himself free. This momentum could help me escape the golden band, but after reading a few pages, he noticed something odd and wondered. But why are the cultivation postures so bizarre?
Xuanzang, hearing the question, quickly covered it up. Exactly. Otherwise, why would it be called a top-grade cultivation technique, he added. That's right, this manual has a magical aspect to it, Xuanzang began to boast. Which is that you need to cultivate all of it to receive its essence. Wukong, no pain no gain. If you don't become the #1 dancer of the West, would you even be worthy of being my disciple?
Wukong, hearing this, suspiciously asked back. If this manual is so powerful, why don't you cultivate it? Xuanzang was cornered, only able to stammer. Wukong became enraged and immediately slapped Xuanzang, sending him flying. As I thought, you're lying to this old son.
Xuanzang's face was swollen, and he painfully lay crumpled on the ground with the manual. Seeing that Wukong intended to continue beating him, he hurriedly stopped him. Wukong, wait, calm down a little,
he explained, like, dude, I've already mastered this technique. He then recounted his cultivation journey. Remember those years when I struggled to cultivate such awesome power? I was about to embark on a solitary, undefeated, and unbeatable journey.
He reminisced about how majestic he was back then, and started waving his arms and spinning around in front of Wukong like a goofball.
He whined. But rescuing you from the Five Fingers Mountain caused my cultivation to plummet. See, all these moves are useless now.
To convince Wukong even more,
Xuanzang even shed some tears and grumbled, You actually doubt your teacher? I'm so heartbroken. Then, he knelt down, offered the secret manual to Wukong with both hands, and cooed, Here, take this love your teacher has for you, Wukong.
Inwardly, Xuanzang was seething. That damn monkey's so wary. Good thing I'm quick-witted.
Bu kept chiming in. Fake. It's definitely fake. I've never heard of it working only after you've learned the whole thing. But Wukong hesitated. But it's true. I've never heard of this cultivation method. And you did see how strong that monk was before. At this point, Bu had two conflicting thoughts. Then let's beat that monk to death. But what if it doesn't work even after we learn it? Beat him to death, revive him, then beat him to death again. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong decided to accept the secret manual. All right, I'll trust you this once. Hearing this, the two Bu slapped hands and cheered. Wukong also made a threatening gesture at Xuanzang's neck. If you dare lie to me. Xuanzang calmly replied, Relax, I'm a monk, I don't lie. The system, seeing the male lead's actions, immediately questioned. Don't you feel guilty for deceiving your disciple like that? Item description. Great Martial Arts Handbook is the most complete illustrated guide to all types of dance needed for aspiring dancers. Next is your item level, which is the primary level of experience required.
Xuanzang pouted at the system, annoyed.
What, if I had a conscience? Would I even be able to survive in this world? But as soon as he said that, he changed his attitude and reached inside for something.
He took out a few seeds, munching on them thoughtfully.
Well, now I just have to wait for Guanyin to come face-to-face PK. Outside the hall, the sun rose high, and the sky was clear and refreshing.
Inside, Guanyin held her pure jade bottle, sitting in the head seat with a hint of panic on her face, thinking to herself, damn it? Looking back to the small box behind her, the aura was gradually rising.
Guanyin silently assessed for a moment, and Heifeng's corpse aura had been completely eliminated. Guanyin's eyes froze, her displeasure evident, and she silently called out the name, Tang Xuanzang. If those powers weren't enough for the Buddha, I would have personally taken action long ago. Guanyin stepped down, placing her bare feet on the floor. Guanyin stood up and looked towards the door, thinking to herself, Looks like? Immediately after, she smiled wickedly, her eyes distant. It's time to invite new players to join in. On the other side, the bright moonlight shone down on the entire forest. In the middle of the forest, Xuanzang and Wukong were resting, while the Bu were playfully frolicking around. Right hand raised high, Xuanzang spat the seeds out of his mouth, thinking discontentedly, why hasn't Guanyin arrived yet? Click. But in the next second, Xuanzang retracted his serious expression and pondered,
could it be that I overestimated the importance of Black Bear's spirit to Guanyin? She doesn't plan to come at all? After thinking, Xuanzang was angry, slammed his fists together, and shouted,
Whatever. Whether she comes or not is up to her, I'm gonna eat. Immediately afterward, Xuanzang stirred the bowl of food in his hand, mixed the seasoning with a bit of sadness, and then carefully poured it into the pan.
Controlling the oil at a temperature of 1215, stir-frying the spices until fragrant. The strange sound then attracted Yundian nearby. Xuanzang was still diligently working on his cooking, quickly slicing each layer of vegetables, and didn't forget to add a comment. Using the heartless soul-severing knife technique, cut the premium cabbage into pieces measuring 25 by 25.
The delicious aroma of the food quickly spread around, wafting into Yundian's nostrils. Xuanzang calmly stir-fried the dish in front of him and said,
"Quickly adjust the fire to below 1875 degrees and stir evenly." After a long time of playing and admiring, when the cabbage is moist and smooth, it can be taken out of the pan.
While the two were happily getting ready to chow down, Yundian zoomed over from who knows where.
Xuanzang had arranged the dishes beautifully on the table, and as he poured chili sauce, he sighed in contentment. Finally adding a bit of his secret Godfather chili sauce, Xuanzang clasped his hands together, his face drooling with anticipation.
From behind, a figure rushed in. "The clueless cabbage delicacy is here." Xuanzang quickly savored the first bite. This feeling, Wukong's eyes had already spotted the stranger, his gaze full of vigilance as he glanced in that direction. On this side, Xuanzang was petrified, while Yundian snatched the tray of food, devouring it like there was no tomorrow. Yundian finished eating, his face satisfied, and he praised. "So delicious." The chopsticks fell from Yundian's hand, rolling near Xuanzang's feet.
Xuanzang was practically on fire, furious, his face radiating murderous intent, grabbing Yundian's collar and yelling, "You fiend, give me back my white cabbage!"
Seeing the person in front of him, Yundian paused, quietly recognizing him. It's the monk with 7 stars on his head. The next second, Yundian's face lit up like a star, and he rushed to hug Xuanzang tightly, shouting with joy, "Master, I finally found you!" He was so happy he started crying. Wanting to kiss Xuanzang, as if disgusted, pushed him away. "Master, save me." The three of them then entered the city together. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively, with a dense crowd of people.
Xuanzang looked to the side, where a rabbit man was complaining to a shop, recommending a rabbit fur cloak to me. Did your brain get nibbled on?
On the other side, someone was comparing height with a deer man. I'm clearly taller, he's not counting it. Elsewhere, a pearl girl was advertising for a jewelry store. New products from the #1 beauty of the pearl race. No scamming humans or yaos. At the same time, a beautiful girl was happily chatting with a bird man.
"I really admire you. You can save so much money on lipstick."
And a dog man on the other side was being scolded and beaten by the shop owner.
"Damn it, here to freeload again, huh?" Xuanzang looked at the harmonious scene before him, confused, and said, "Don't yaos usually see humans as food? How can there be a place where humans and yaos mix like this?" Xuanzang looked at the happy scene before him, smiling calmly. "Seems quite touching, huh?"
Beside him, Yundian, who had been beaten black and blue earlier, excitedly replied, explaining, "That's right, this is the special feature of our Gao Lao village. Around here are all ordinary, weak little yaos who have never harmed anyone, and sometimes even help people in need." Gradually, humans have lowered their guard, and the two sides openly help each other, eventually forming a unified human Yao Gao Lao village.
Xuanzang walked over, his face sinister, and reached out as if to tear Yundian's face, pretending to be loving. "Baji, was I a bit too harsh earlier?" Xuanzang thought to himself. "Don't even think that just calling me master will let you off the hook."
Yundian's face, pinched in pain, trembled, sweat pouring out, and he closed his eyes, enduring it as he cried out, "Heavy, not any more, master. Being beaten is normal for a disciple. To receive master's strict love is the greatest honor for this disciple." Then, he pointed to a manor, with an aura blazing around it, announcing clearly,
"Master, my home is up ahead."
From a broken window, an aura surged, and inside someone was angrily throwing things around non-stop. "Still not back? When is Dad bringing him back?" Clothes fell from above, and below, a girl sobbed, covering her mouth and crying aloud, "Father, what should I do about Quilin?" The old man beside her anxiously comforted her. "Your good husband has gone to find an expert. Let's wait a little longer." At this moment, from outside, Yundian, his face beaten out of shape, excitedly ran towards the two, shouting, "Dad, Mom, I've brought my master!" Before Yundian could finish his sentence, the two worriedly exclaimed, "Son-in-law, what happened to your face?" Yundian frantically reached out to touch his face, kneading it carefully, and said, "Almost forgot. Quilin likes my face the most." Inside the room, the commotion from earlier had stopped, but things were still scattered everywhere. Quilin appeared, her face as beautiful as a fairy, her body hot, and blushing shyly, she called out, "Husband." Quilin walked to Yundian's side, gently saying, "Trar, you're finally back."
Quilin, without any hesitation, hugged Yundian, pressing his face into her two mountains, and cooed, This servant has missed you so much."
Quilan looked at his face, blushing and asking, "Husband, do you think this servant's new bodice is pretty?" Yundian was suffocating, gasping and struggling to escape, protesting, Wait, you're suffocating." Quilan reached out to grab Yundian's chin, face to face. "Husband, quickly tell me." Their eyes met, and at that moment, a light seemed to hypnotize Yundian. She continued to ask, "So, am I beautiful or not?" Getting closer, Yundian kept nodding, praising her. "Beautiful, so beautiful. Everything looks good on you, my darling," Quilan happily coaxed in a low voice. "Then, hubby, how about you come into the room and help me take it off? Shall we taste it together?" Yundian was seduced by Quilan, a greedy look on his face, and quickly dragged the woman into the room. Behind them, Xuanzang, displeased, cleared his throat a few times as a reminder. "Baji, didn't you have something to talk to your teacher about?" Yundian startled, quickly stepping back. Both terrified and stammering, Xuanzang replied, Thank you, master, for awakening this disciple." Xuanzang looked at him, not understanding what was going on at all. Over there, Quilan looked at Yundian, softly calling out, "Husband, come on in." Yundian blushed, embarrassed. Glancing at Quilan, he explained softly, "It's embarrassing to say, but I don't know why. Quilan suddenly became insatiable a month ago." Yundian recalled that adult imagery, unable to help but blush shyly as he continued. "This disciple can't resist when I see it, but his face would immediately turn as pale as a corpse. And at this rate, this disciple will quickly be drained dry." Yundian cried out in pain, begging Xuanzang, "Master, you must help this disciple." Quilan stepped forward, touching Xuanzang's Adam's apple, praising, "This grandmaster is so handsome." The next second, Quilan walked over and hugged Xuanzang, resting her head on his shoulder, whispering, "Want to come into the room with me and get some exercise?" Xuanzang was stunned, glancing at her. He didn't expect her to be this kind of cow. Quilan clung to Xuanzang, sweetly whispering in his ear, "Or how about we study the scriptures together? Because, honey, I'm thirsty." Behind him, Yundian was horrified and didn't dare to look. Xuanzang's expression changed, thinking to himself, "This isn't right. Cao Quilan is definitely not this kind of person." Immediately, Yundian suddenly knelt on the ground, loudly crying and hugging Quilan's leg, sobbing. She wouldn't even give other men a second glance before. At this moment, the system screen displayed a notification. Main mission of the pilgrimage has been announced. Accept Zhu Baji as a disciple and help him resolve the matter of Cao Quilan. Reward, 5,000 experience points. Hearing this, Xuanzang happily jumped up and down, clapping his hands non-stop. 5,000 points. Sure enough, doing missions is the most profitable. His expression then turning serious, Xuanzang called out, "Baji." Then looking at Yundian, who was tightly hugging Quilan's thigh, he continued, "Rest assured, I will definitely help you resolve this issue." On the other side, Wukong glanced at the scene before him. Xuanzang quickly walked over and tightly grabbed Quilan's wrist, her face quickly blushing with pleasure as she cried out. Xuanzang solemnly held her hand tightly, not letting go. But immediately after, Xuanzang, with a perverted look of enjoyment, pulled Quilan inside. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Xuanzang didn't forget to look at Yundian, reminding him, "Be confident, and leave it to this humble monk." Yundian glared angrily at Xuanzang, wanting to rush forward. "Xuanzang, you beast in human skin! If you dare touch Quilan even a little bit, this old pig will—" But immediately after, Wukong appeared, swinging his Ruyi Jingu Bang to block his way. Yundian cried out in dissatisfaction, Quilan, my Quilan!" The two of them pulled each other into the room, the door quickly closing. Quilan lay on the bed, stretching her leg toward Xuanzang, who was standing motionless at the door, coaxing, "Master, hurry up!" Quilan's face was flushed, shy, and expectant as she rushed ahead. "This servant can't wait any longer." Xuanzang clasped his hands together, peacefully looking at Quilan before him, replying, "How can a man say fast?" Quilan stretched her leg and grabbed Xuanzang's collar, pulling him over. "Slowly is fine too." Quilan blushed, crossing her legs on the bed, and began to untie her dress. "Then let's do it slowly." But as soon as the straps fell on Quilan's chest, a mark appeared. Xuanzang froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he thought in alarm, "Evil energy, what is that evil energy on her chest?" Xuanzang rushed over, tightly grabbing Quilan's hands, pinning her down. Quilan looked at him, pulling down the sides of her bodice with both hands, sweetly saying, "If master wants to see it that much, how about you take a good look?" But at this moment, Xuanzang tightly grabbed her hand, stopping her. Xuanzang put one hand together in a Buddhist gesture, while the other held her firmly, closed his eyes, and said, "A friend's wife is not to be trifled with.
We have a karmic connection, but not a destined relationship. Guilan, kneeling on the bed, blushed and exclaimed, I didn't expect Master to have such a special preference.
Guilan closed her eyes and pouted towards Xuanzang. This one likes it even more. Xuanzang's face turned ashen. He frowned and ordered, System, search the shop for an item that can examine Cao Guilan. The system then appeared beside him, folded its arms, and loudly replied, Benefactor, how about I just tell you what's wrong with Cao Guilan? She is possessed by evil qi, which stimulates the lust in her mind, so she always wants to exercise with men.
Xuanzang frowned upon hearing this and looked at it, asking further, what's the solution? In his heart, Xuanzang secretly suspected, why is this system so kind today?
The system reached out its hand, and its voice naturally replied, Very simple. Just find someone with a pure yang body from 10 lifetimes to help. Xuanzang glanced at him and asked, A pure yang body from 10 lifetimes. Immediately after, rocks fell on Xuanzang's head, and the system loudly announced, It's you, 10 lifetimes as a virgin, too tragic.
Xuanzang clenched his fist in dissatisfaction, glaring at it and cursing. So what if I'm a virgin for 10 lifetimes? I'd rather be like this for the rest of my life than you, who's been a broken screen for 1,000 or 10,000 lifetimes, can't do anything, and can't enjoy the pleasures of men. Just tell me, what should I do?
The system spoke, each word causing Xuanzang to gradually turn to stone. Transfer your pure yang blood into her body, and you can force the evil qi out. Oh right, she's been invaded by evil qi for a long time. If you don't quickly force the evil qi out, she will die. Xuanzang glanced at the system, coldly warning,
If you dare to lie to this old man, Xuanzang angrily reached out his hand as if to crush it, then you're done for. The system trembled in his hand, fearfully crying out, I swear to heaven, I'm definitely not lying. Xuanzang pushed Guilan back onto the bed, propping himself up, speaking,
If that's the case. He looked towards Guilan in front of him, his voice calm. Saving someone is important, so let's get to it. Immediately after, Xuanzang reached out and took off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs.
The system next to him drooled and exclaimed with a blushing face, I didn't expect us to see a large-scale action scene.
Immediately after, Guilan's miserable voice echoed throughout the room. Master, be gentle. No. This one is in so much pain. The loud sound attracted the two people outside. Yundian angrily looked towards the room, and he turned to walk towards the sound. Yundian rushed towards that side as fast as lightning, his voice full of anger.
Tang Xuanzang, Yundian's face, was full of fierce expression as he continued to rush forward. A wild boar silhouette appeared, and he shouted,
A human-faced beast. Yundian's eyes flared with anger, unwilling to give up, charging up. You hateful bastard. Yundian rushed over, broke down the door and stormed in, shouting a warning. What have you done to my poor little darling, Guilan? Don't be afraid, your darling husband has come to save you.
Xuanzang, who was preparing to do something good, was interrupted, and his face immediately changed. Behind him, Yundian shouted,
Guilan, my love. Yundian's eyes widened as he looked forward. His pupils constricted, and blood vessels appeared. Immediately after, Yundian summoned his weapon, which was a 9-toothed rake. A murderous aura emanated around it. Yundian held the rake, his face cold and dissatisfied, shouting loudly,
Daring to touch my treasure, I'll fight you to the death from behind. Xuanzang glanced at him, frowning and reminding,
Baraji, why are you talking to your master like that? Yundian exclaimed in confusion. Yundian angrily wanted to rush towards Xuanzang.
Xuanzang's face then wrinkled, and sweat poured down profusely.
The system next to him disappointedly turned his back and cursed at him. TCH, after doing it for half a day you actually did it this way, disgusting.
Xuanzang raised his hand and repeatedly poked Guilan's nostrils, causing her to open her mouth uncomfortably and scream loudly. Xuanzang glared at the system beside him, retorting with dissatisfaction, Are you brainless? Or do you think I'm so brainless that I'm just as bad? Xuanzang, face cold, held out a mysterious object he took from Guilan's nostril towards Yundian, reminding him, This belongs to your wife, you deal with it. Chasing me around is more tiring than fighting demons. Hope I don't get infected, right? Yundian saw it and was terrified, frowning and backing away repeatedly. He quickly reverted to his cowardly self, crying out, Don't come any closer. Yundian realized he had misunderstood, retreated, and embarrassedly replied to Xuanzang, Master, this disciple will immediately fetch water for you to wash your hands.
But just as he was about to leave, from inside, Guilan called out loudly, Husband! Guilan stepped forward and took Yundian's hand, complaining with a spoiled tone, Didn't you say you loved everything about me? She moved closer and hugged Yundian tightly, continuing, Even the dandruff in my hair, or the dead skin on my heels you said were the cutest things in the world, right? Just a tiny booger and you're already abandoning me? Don't you love me anymore? Yundian's face turned ashen as he dodged away, awkwardly replying, How? How could that be? How could I not love you anymore?
But in his heart he cried out, "This is really too much." Seeing this, Kuilan stepped closer, her face flushed, her eyes filled with passionate love, softly coaxing. "Then prove it to me," Yundian worriedly exclaimed. "Prove it." Outside, Wukong and Yundian's parents were standing peeking, gossiping, buried Yundian inside like an arrow shot towards the horrified Xuanzang, shouting loudly, "Kuilan, my darling, I love you." Xuanzang was stunned, disbelieving. What the heck? The next second, his face flushed, his face filled with comfort. At this moment, the screen went pitch black, and the author explained, "We sincerely apologize. The image cannot be displayed for many reasons. Invalid image link. Unharmonious image content. Editor automatically cut the image. Infringement of other people's copyright."
Just finished, Yundian collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his eyes lifeless. Kuilan looked at him happily, while the people outside started vomiting one after another. But immediately after, Xuanzang's eyes froze, staring wide-eyed at the other side. From Kuilan's chest, a glowing mark emerged with a burst of red air, and Kuilan quickly transformed. The escaping air formed the shape of a dragon. Outside, Wukong bumped into that air, equally confused. Then, his eyes blazed, loudly shouting in his heart, "What? What is this energy?" The newly emerged dragon stood fiercely facing Xuanzang. Wukong worriedly watched Xuanzang, still acting cool, and cursed, "Is this damned monk trying to die?"
Xuanzang calmly raised his hand and flicked his finger lightly,
and whatever it was on the other side lunged at his bald head, trying to bite it. But as soon as it got close, Xuanzang calmly backed away, and in the next second, the dragon was subdued by Xuanzang, finally disappearing mysteriously.
Seeing Wukong in front of him, Xuanzang asked with a bit of surprise, "Wukong, why are you here?"
Wukong's face changed, turning ashen, stammering, and unable to answer. Wukong crossed his arms and turned away, replying,
"Slipped." But deep down, Wukong was banging his head against a wall, cursing himself. "What's wrong with you, great sage equaling heaven? If that monk dies, wouldn't you be free? Why did you rush in to save him? You must have caught his stupid disease."
At this moment, the system's notification rang out. While Xuanzang naturally put his hand to his mouth, "Congratulations, pilgrim, for completing the mission of being able to use your brain even when facing a beauty, and achieving 5,000 points for your 10,000 years of experience as a virgin. By the way, let me ask a question. How's the taste?" After reading the last sentence, Xuanzang's face turned ashen, his eyes rolled back, and he quickly pulled his finger out. The next second, Xuanzang knelt down and started vomiting violently. Beside him, Yundian shook her anxiously. "Kuilan, my darling, wake up, my darling." Kuilan frowned uncomfortably, letting out a groan. The next second, Kuilan painfully held her head and sat up, wearily speaking, "Husband, my head hurts so much." But then, looking at the people around her, Kuilan was stunned. "Why are there men in my room?" Kuilan tightly hugged herself protectively, shouting loudly, "Listen clearly, I will absolutely not submit to you. From my body to my soul, I belong only to my husband." Immediately she rushed over and hugged Yundian's neck tightly. Almost suffocating him, Kuilan cried out in fear, "Husband, save me." From inside, a joyful voice rang out. "This is great." The happy couple leaned into each other. Kuilan gently called out, "Husband." Yundian lovingly lifted Kuilan's face and softly said, "It's good you're finally okay. I was so worried. Do you still feel unwell anywhere now? You must tell me. No matter what, I will always love you." Right after that, Yundian blushed, closed his eyes, and puckered his lips, moving in for a kiss with Kuilan. Kuilan shyly blushed, put her hand up to push Yundian away, and whispered, "Hubby, it's broad daylight and there are other people around. Hubby, what in the world has gotten into you lately? You seem out of it all the time." Yundian hugged her to comfort her, pointed at the two people who were like light bulbs beside them, and introduced them. "It's okay, it's all over now, let me introduce you," Yundian couldn't help but happily add. "This venerable Xuanzang is the Shifu I just acknowledged, a highly accomplished monk on a pilgrimage for the sacred scriptures." He walked over, eyes sparkling as he imagined a model Shifu, and said, "He's wise and powerful, with incredibly profound strength. It's all thanks to Shifu that your life was saved." He then turned to Wukong, who had a cold expression, and excitedly said, "And this is the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong." With just one swing of his golden-hooped rod, he wiped out thousands of troops, terrifying all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. "He's my senior martial brother, you know." Seeing this, Kuilan walked over and respectfully bowed. "Thank you both, Kuilan. Thanks." Shifu Kuilan greets, senior martial brother.
Praised by the beauty, Xuanzang put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, his nose practically growing long like a mountain. Well said, my disciple's wife, so that would be. Before he could finish, Yundian, looking ashen-faced, shot him a warning glare.
Xuanzang awkwardly said, "My daughter-in-law." Yundian closed his eyes, lowered his head, and replied with a smile,
"Shifu's great kindness and virtue, this disciple will never forget in this lifetime."
Yundian clasped his hands together firmly and solemnly declared, "From this day forward, I vow to follow and protect Shifu on his journey to the Western Heaven to obtain the scriptures."
Xuanzang walked over, excitedly put his arm around Yundian's neck, and kept praising him. Good disciple, good disciple. Xuanzang covered his mouth, smugly chuckled to himself, unable to contain his joy. Got 2 disciples already. The protagonist's aura is indeed powerful. Just reached chapter 29, and this old man has already snagged 2 disciples. Xuanzang walked over and grabbed Yundian tightly, whispering intimately, "However, your teacher still has something to ask you." Yundian fearfully pushed him away, loudly protesting, "Shifu, please don't stand so close to this disciple, Kui Lan will get jealous."
Xuanzang glanced at him and quietly probed,
"Then tell me honestly, who told you to come and acknowledge me as your Shifu?" Hearing this, Yundian looked flustered, his eyes wide, carefully glancing at the person beside him, stammering, This. Right then, Yundian, like a little puppy, licked Xuanzang's face with his tongue and happily replied, "Of course it's because Shifu's special aura attracted this disciple."
But the next second, Yundian closed his eyes, a troubled look on his face, and began to recount. "That day, even though my Gaolao Zhuang was very far away, I sensed an extremely savage and tyrannical kingly aura." Yundian lowered his head, looking at Xuanzang with loving reverence, his voice growing more earnest as he continued.
"So I immediately rushed over there, and then I was instantly captivated by your extraordinary charm and charisma. My heart suddenly yearned to acknowledge you as my Shifu and accompany you on your journey to the Western Heaven to obtain the scriptures." Xuanzang frowned in disbelief, reached out and tugged his ear, pulling him back to reality, and grumbled, "Whoa, you learned how to lie to Shifu so quickly. You believe I won't show you the transforming pighead again, huh?" Yundian miserably cried out, Don't pull my ear."
Yundian, his mouth being squeezed, uncomfortably explained, I said. Actually, a great deity instructed this disciple to seek you out. But he deliberately hid his face, so this disciple really doesn't know who it was."
Xuanzang put his other hand on his chin, pondering, "Great deity." Even though he was deep in thought,
his other hand didn't forget to pinch Yundian's ear, causing him to tremble in pain and cry out, "Shifu, it hurts. Xuanzang, as if not caring, continued to think. The gods and Buddhas all over the heavens are just afraid of losing good stuff. No one would intentionally go against me, right?
Xuanzang sternly yanked his ear and said loudly, "Then the culprit behind the scenes, who used evil energy to harm Gao Kuilan, wanting you to be exhausted to death, Baji, do you know who it is?"
Yundian's expression changed at this moment, becoming unreadable. On the other side, a stream of immortal energy arrived, and a lotus flower appeared amidst the beautiful, serene scenery. Guanyin stepped down. Without saying a word, she calmly walked forward, but in her heart she thought, "If Lao Jun is pulling strings from behind." A girl ran towards Guanyin, calling out loudly and affectionately, "Guanyin Gage." Guanyin turned her head to look at the person behind her.
Lingji rushed over from afar and hugged Guanyin tightly, happily exclaiming, "I can finally come out and play with you." Lingji rubbed her face against Guanyin's chest, delightedly saying, "Rubbing against you still feels so comfortable."
Guanyin pushed her away, poked Lingji's face playfully, and replied teasingly, "Rulai actually let you out." Lingji retorted with dissatisfaction, "Don't mention that vicious-hearted name again. It was so hard for me to find an opportunity to sneak out." Lingji mischievously held up a small box. "Oh right, where's your little hay? Quickly call him out so I can pet him."
Guanyin ignored her and quickly turned away. Lingji shouted loudly from behind, "Little hay, hurry up and come out, I brought you some candy."
Guanyin replied with a grim face, "He's dead." The candy box in Lingji's hand also fell to the ground unexpectedly. Lingji was furious, his face full of killing intent. He gritted his teeth and asked Guanyin, "Who dared to do this?"
She angrily waved her hand to summon her weapon, then looked towards Guanyin. "Tell me now."
Lingji clenched her fist in anger, indignantly shouting, "Just you wait! I'll crush that guy to dust!"
Xuanzang closed his eyes, not wanting to look at her, and quietly said, "The name is Tang Xuanzang."
A second later, Lingji froze, her face turning panicked and horrified. How? How could it be him? Lingji angrily roared at this moment like an outburst of fire. Why him?
She sat down, clutching her head, indignantly yelling, According to the agreement, we can't directly attack him.
Lingji stood up abruptly. The ground beneath her feet cracked open. She shouted, "It's all their fault. Why did Buddha approve this agreement? Why even bother sending him to fetch scriptures? Just kill him already and be done with it."
Guanyin walked over, reached out, and stroked her head, gently saying,
"Keep scratching like that, and you'll go bald." Guanyin softly comforted Lingji. All right. Lingji frowned sadly. A Buddha token of Tathagata fell down, announcing, "Lingji Bodhisattva, you have a new mission." Lingji panicked, fearfully covering her mouth, and cried out,
"Why is Tathagata's paper chase coming here? What a stingy boss. You're ruining my youth and still want to overwork me."
Her eyes widened, blank. Her pupils constricted, and she immediately changed her expression, holding the token in her hand, her face excitedly shouting, "I've got it." Looking at Tathagata's token in her hand, Lingji smirked evilly, "I have a way to avenge Zhao Hei's death."
3 days later, in the capital city, red silk banners with writing fluttered in the wind.
"Welcome, the holy monk of the great Tang, to visit and guide our work. Wishing you a successful and fulfilling journey to the Western paradise. To obtain the scriptures." A crowd of people chanted together, surrounding a table. The octopus painter painting a picture spoke up. "Those standing in front, don't move anymore." The octopus painter quickly drew a portrait of Xuanzang and the others. "Finished. Everyone line up to get your pictures. This way." A crowd of humanoid beasts rushed towards Xuanzang. "Master, please sign for me. Could you sign this and send it to Wang Erhua? Would receiving your signature be considered good luck?"
Seeing the crowded people in front of him, Xuanzang worriedly stammered,
Okay. Hearing his agreement, the crowd shouted loudly, "Thank you, master. Sign for me, master. Sign for me first." Taking advantage of the chaos, Yundian crawled out from a crack in the ground. Xuanzang stood up and sighed wearily. He thought to himself, such a big crowd, and not even one pretty girl.
Xuanzang turned back in dissatisfaction. Gao Xuanzang angrily looked at the leisurely people inside. What was Gao Quilan saying about only wanting to have a fun farewell party?
Wukong, on the other side, was reading books and practicing martial arts. Or, if not, busy feeding grass to Bai Ma. Looking at Quilan being affectionate with Yundian, Xuanzang thought to himself in dissatisfaction, in the end, a party that hasn't finished even after 3 days. I think she just doesn't want Baji to leave.
Xuanzang's face grew uglier. He squinted at the crowd and scolded in dissatisfaction. That bronchitis Baji, always sticking to Gao Quilan. If you have the guts, don't go on the pilgrimage with me.
Immediately after, he grinned slyly, his eyes revealing wickedness. Still, waiting for 3 days means I've done my best. Quilan at this time hugged Yundian, gently instructing, "Baby, I have to prepare enough 180 sets of clothes for you before you can leave. You're not allowed to wear other people's clothes." Yundian hugged her, pouting his lips, and blabbered, "My little baby Quilan is so thoughtful. How can I live without you by my side?" But just when the two were still hugging, a force pulled Yundian away. "Especially the personal little things. Only allowed to wear what I made for you." Yundian was immediately pulled away by Xuanzang. He looked towards Quilan, saying with reluctance, "My little baby Quilan, wait for me. Your baby will be right back."
Scene changes to another location. Yundian said with a flattering voice, "Master, it's not that this disciple doesn't want to go." He was continuously punching his back and massaging his shoulders. "It's because this disciple is afraid that if this disciple goes on this trip, Krillin won't be able to handle it." Yundian was like a 3-headed, 6-armed chatterbox, nagging beside Xuanzang. "Your great compassion, can you please be generous, and give your disciple a few more days?" Yundian happily continued to butter up Xuanzang. He said, "Or else, master, why don't you and senior marshal brother go ahead first? Your disciple will catch up with you two immediately, master. Please rest assured. Your disciple swears to the heavens that he will absolutely not break his word."
Xuanzang smiled and glanced at him, thinking sinisterly, "Yeah, right, I believe you about as much as I believe in ghosts, you lustful pighead."
Xuanzang calmly sipped his tea and reminded, "Baji, don't you understand yet?" His gaze turned serious in the next second. "If you keep staying here," Xuanzang continued, "not only Quilan but everyone in Gaolao Manor will be in mortal danger."
Hearing this, Yundian froze completely, jolting as if electrocuted. Immediately after, Xuanzang leisurely placed his teacup down.
Xuanzang propped his hand up and softly warned, "Baji, you think that by always avoiding and not telling me, as if his sore spot had been hit."
Yundian turned to stone. Quote, "Then I wouldn't know who wants to harm you."
Xuanzang walked over and leaned on Yundian's shoulder, saying sinisterly, "It's the Jade Emperor. To harm you, he'd even go after your innocent little treasure Quilan, let alone your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and the old king next door."
His sharp eyes raised an eyebrow at the dejected Yundian. The reason he hasn't made a move yet is because your master is here. As soon as your master leaves, he thought to himself. In this whole journey to the West, besides making enemies with the Jade Emperor, who else could you possibly have beef with? Even an ass could figure that out. Yundian stammered softly. But master. As if guessing his words, Xuanzang tossed a device towards him called a video communication system. At this moment, a usage guide and product introduction played. Video communication device, no matter where you are, as long as you have this device in hand, you can video chat with that special someone without any obstacles, no signal, no power, no problem at all. Experience level required, 100. Xuanzang flew into a rage, yelling and pointing at the door.
Go, 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 go talk to your precious treasure, and then quickly catch up with us, otherwise I might not even need you anymore. Seeing Xuanzang's anger, Yundian went over and hugged his leg, obediently saying, Thank you, master. Master, you are truly wise, divine, a jade tree in the wind, benevolent and compassionate, loyal and righteous. Is there nothing at all? No, there's everything.
In the next second, Yundian happily hugged the device and skipped away. Behind him, the system suspiciously asked, You're taking care of him so much, I keep feeling like there's some kind of conspiracy.
Xuanzang couldn't contain his anger and roared at the system. Conspiracy, my ass, what else can I do? This brat can't even walk straight once he sees Quilan. Their disgusting display of affection, I've really had enough of it.
A second later, he regained his composure, chuckled softly, and thought to himself. However, Xuanzang hoisted his staff onto his shoulder, happily muttering, This old man can finally set off. The eagle glided lightly across the vast blue sky, carrying a heroic aura and vigorous vitality. Below, the long, endless desert revealed the figures of Xuanzang's group appearing. Xuanzang calmly enjoyed the hot tea in his hand, while Yundian was intently video-calling Quilan. Quilan, he blushed and praised. My precious husband, your current look is so manly, Yundian replied joyfully. I'll definitely be able to charm countless young ladies again. The scene showed Xuanzang sitting on the white horse's back, with Wukong in front, diligently reading a book, and Yundian behind, still chattering away. Little treasure Quilan, don't worry, in my heart there will only ever be you. I will absolutely not even glance at other women.
Xuanzang sipped his tea while having to listen to those sweet nothings, his face growing increasingly unpleasant. My precious husband, you must rest well every day. Also, you have to brave the wind and dew every day. Don't let your body get sick. Little treasure Quilan, you too. Without me by your side, you must take good care of yourself. Xuanzang discontentedly threw the teacup in his hand and sighed, cursing. Seriously, why did this old man give them the communication device?
But right after that, a loud shout made Xuanzang freeze, his eyes wide with shock. Why is there a blonde beauty in front of us? As soon as he heard there was a beauty, Yundian happily thought to himself, blonde beauty. He quickly hung up the video call. The little treasure Quilan. Master has urgent business with me. Go take a leisurely stroll. Say hello to my father-in-law and mother-in-law for me. Love you lots. In the next second, Yundian sprinted towards the city wall ahead, scrambling to speak loudly. Master, leave this arduous and glorious reconnaissance mission to your disciple. You take your time, blonde beauty, here I come. Inside the carriage, Xuanzang lifted the curtain, a sneer curving his lips. If men were trustworthy, pigs would know how to climb trees. But clearly the beauty he saw was a sand sculpture. Yundian ran over, his body collapsing as if utterly devastated, and said disappointedly, So it's just a sand sculpture. In the vast desert, the beautiful girl statue stood still with her hands clasped, birds flying around her.
Xuanzang dismounted and walked over with Wukong, his voice laced with sarcasm. Perfect posture, beautiful appearance, lively expression. Truly exquisite. Baji, I wonder if Quilan would like this sand sculpture. Why don't you send it to her to take a look?
Yundian regained his composure and worriedly analyzed. Placing sand sculptures in front of the village entrance definitely means trouble. We must be careful. Immediately after, he stood up and extended his hand politely. Please, master, go in first.
Xuanzang calmly and leisurely stepped inside, saying as he walked. When it comes to going with the flow and taking advantage of situations, Baji, you've really gone overboard.
Suddenly, a large crack appeared on the girl's shoulder, revealing a discolored red from within. In the vast desert, sturdy walls enclosed a small house, and birds flew freely in the high sky. The deeper they went, the more sand figure statues appeared.
Xuanzang's group entered together. Xuanzang stroked his chin, looking around and evaluating. According to common logic, these sand sculptures are so lifelike.
The sand sculptures are as real as actual people. With his weed-like intuition, Xuanzang pointed and declared straightforwardly, They must all be transformed by someone. Hearing this, Yundian exclaimed, "Master is wise." Wukong just glanced at him coldly, waving his hand to stir up dust. Xuanzang quickly waved his hand to avoid it. Oh heavens, Wukong already told you, it could be. Right after, the hand of the mud-like sand person broke off and fell down. Xuanzang, his face swollen from being hit, scratched his head and replied, "This sand sculpture is indeed amazing, truly amazing." But his eyes immediately noticed something. The entire large city was filled with collapsed and dilapidated houses. A sound rang out, attracting Xuanzang's attention. Pulling out a lollipop and waving it forward, he coaxed, "Come out, little friend. Uncle will give you candy." At this moment, Yundian rushed forward from behind Xuanzang and stood in front of him, shouting, "Master, I am a holy monk from the great Tang, of high virtue and prestige, here to eliminate evil." Xuanzang looked confused, his eyes assessing, but that sound didn't seem to appear again. The space became silent. Xuanzang raised his hand and threw the candy towards the wall. Watch this. The candy flew over on the other side. A small ear attentively listened to the sound. As soon as the candy fell, a beast girl quickly jumped out to grab it, catching the lollipop before it hit the ground. Xiahua squatted on the ground, happily licking the candy in her hand. Seeing her, Yundian was struck by Cupid's arrow, and couldn't help but exclaim, "A beast-eared girl, so adorable." Looking at Xiahua, Xuanzang's mind quickly recalled the statues sitting at the gate earlier. The similarity was 9,999%. Xiahua didn't speak, just silently sat there, eating the lollipop in her hand. The surrounding scenery and these strange people didn't seem to affect her mood at all. Xiahua happily praised, "So yummy." She looked up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xuanzang, blushing as she thanked him. Thank you for giving me such delicious food. You are truly a good person." As if hit by the arrow of the god of love, even Xuanzang exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my god, so cute, it's almost criminal." Yundian next to him stepped forward and kicked Xuanzang's butt to the side. Yundian held up his Sui Zhuo Tian fan, trying to appear dangerous and cool. Yundian stepped forward, a friendly look on his face, and said, "Hello, miss. I'm Yundian." He seemed to have completely forgotten about Kuilan back home, boldly reaching out to touch Xiahua's chin. "You and I, miss, if we're both from the Yao race, then we're already close, even closer. I wonder if you could tell me your name." Xiahua shyly furrowed her brow and replied, blushing, "It's Xiahua." Just then, Xuanzang raised the communicator, scaring the hell out of him. "Baji, it's Yuan's communicator." Yundian immediately sat obediently in the corner like a puppy to let Xuanzang take over. "Xiahua, what happened to this village? Did you make these sand statues?" Upon hearing this, Xiahua's eyes reddened, and she said sadly through gritted teeth, The person who made these sand statues." Then, Xiahua covered her mouth, holding back the sobs in her voice, "Is my master, Xia Yue." Immediately after, Xiahua remembered the past and recounted, "I've always lived with my master in this Huangsha village. Even though the village has become increasingly dilapidated, and some villagers have left while others have died, my master has persisted in staying here." Xiahua and everyone would always stand at the village gate, waving goodbye to all those who left. Master would make a sand statue for each of them. Xiahua had once personally made a statue for a mother and child. Even statues of a fertile mother with 100 children were depicted vividly. At this time, Xiahua would often sit up high looking down, as if they still existed in this village. But one day, a fatty appeared. However, one day, a hateful guy appeared out of nowhere. Every day, he would create a sand statue of his own to compete with master's statues. He was no match for my master at all. He angrily knocked down the statues, shouting, "These works, I was clearly very confident in them. Why do they still lose?" Xia Yu then stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Art is all about the heart. Why bother so much about winning or losing?" Xiahua said sadly, continuing, "At first, master was happy to have someone to exchange skills with. But in the end, innocent people fell before her eyes." Xiahua trembled as she stepped forward. That guy's sand statues were actually made from living people. Xiahua, both sad and angry, glared at him and cursed. "You are a cruel bastard, treating human lives like grass, not valuing true art at all. You don't deserve to be a sand sculptor." The guy angrily pounded his chest with a grimace and shouted, "I warn you not to insult my sincere heart for the art of sand sculpting." Xiahua anxiously pleaded. Master was angry and wanted to chase him away, but my Yao power isn't enough to protect master. Xiahua sobbed, tears streaming down her face, and she said sadly,
You guys should leave quickly, that hateful guy will come again. Xuanzang stepped forward and patted Jiahua on the shoulder, calmly saying. Rest assured, Xuanzang reached out and flicked his cassock, calmly saying.
With the compassion of a monk,
Xuanzang slammed his staff heavily on the ground.
He sat down on the ground, propping up his chin, and said, "What's the point of going to the Western Paradise if I don't get rid of this demon?"
Xiahua, next to him, happily blushed and covered her mouth, praising, "So cool." On the other side, Wukong, along with Yundian and the White Horse, exchanged glances and raised their middle fingers at Xuanzang, who was pretending to be a god.
Wukong narrowed his eyes, smirked, and closed the book in his hand, calmly saying, "So fast, he's already here." From the desert, streams of sand rose up hazily.
From that side, a beam of light opened up.
A large foot appeared in midair, hazy with dust and sand, along with his big belly. Angelo looked at the group of people in front of him and said, "First time meeting you all. I'm Mean Angelo Fong, the sand-sculpting great king as you guys call me."
Seeing him, Xiahua broke out in sweat, her eyes wide with shock. Xiahua angrily pointed at Angelo, her face twisted in rage, yelling, "You monster, give back my master's life."
Angelo glanced at the group with a smirk and sneered.
"This dilapidated place is too restrictive for my artistic soul." He reached out, his face filled with sinister excitement, and shouted, "After waiting for so long, I finally have new material." Angelo grinned and rushed towards the group. Seeing him approach, Xiahua and Yundian fearfully retreated, the others watching anxiously.
Angelo continuously created clones that flew across the sky. The real Angelo approached, his eyes like stars, as he stared at Wukong, intensely focused, chanting sutras. Such a beautiful physique, and such a handsome face. Angelo walked up to Xuanzang and sighed admiringly. That shiny bald head. But when he saw Yundian, he shook his head disappointedly. That face has nothing but round black eyes worth analyzing, let's just call it a 0. Yundian, upon hearing this, angrily cursed him. Angelo flew further away. Looking at the group, Xuanzang spoke with satisfaction. "This position is indeed perfect, and the pose isn't bad either. Hey there, great king, did you make the sand statue of the girl at the village entrance?"
He raised his face to the sky, smugly laughing loudly. That's right, I've made over 3,000 sand statues, but this is the work that I'm most satisfied with." He moved closer, his face filled with regret as he looked at Xuanzang. Although it's still a tiny bit away from perfection, Xuanzang frowned and looked at him, asking, 3,000? Angelo soared high, spreading his arms wide, excitedly replying, "That's right, 3,000. He recalled the innocent and pitiful people frantically running away, and said with relish, "I've tried all sorts of materials, and found that using people to make sand statues is the most."
He grinned slyly. "Exquisite, the most lifelike, and the most expressive. Like those people submerged in the sea of sand, their eyes blank, mouths open in a silent scream." Xiahua, upon hearing this, couldn't contain her anger and cursed, "You despicable fiend." He flew closer to the two, sighing and saying, "It's a pity that you live just to fight." Angelo's face was full of veins, his eyes black and cold, as he warned in a low voice, "You ruin the creations that I had in mind. When you're dead, you're stiff, unable to display the pose that I need." Angelo's face turned malicious, and he opened his mouth and yelled with satisfaction, "Finally I have found a great way, soon you will experience it yourself." He turned his head, giving Xuanzang a seemingly gentle smile. "To be able to have the opportunity to become one of my most perfect creations, don't you feel very honored, Tang Elder?" Xuanzang, upon hearing this, his face quickly turned grim, utterly despicable. Xuanzang stood up abruptly, his face angry, his eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "Today, this old man will send you to the Western Paradise." Yundian, watching him, raised his hand to gather energy, thinking to himself, "Master is actually quite righteous. Never noticed it before." Xuanzang stood still, twirling the scepter in his hand, and a sandstorm kicked up, while Wukong, standing next to him, only glanced at Xuanzang, his eyes full of judgment as he assessed, "He can only act tough in front of this kind of demon." Angelo excitedly exclaimed, very good, this is the pose, this is the expression, I have finally waited." Xiahua stared blankly ahead, her innocent face full of worry. Xiahua rushed forward to stop Angelo. Xuanzang saw this, and shouted anxiously to remind her, "Xiahua, get back here, he's about to use his Dharma artifact, great master, quickly run away." Angelo reached out, summoning a ray of light in his hand, and commanded, "Little windmill, start spinning." Angelo smiled gleefully, and shouted, "Block now." A second later, a burst of sandstorm engulfed Xuanzang. "What the heck?" Xuanzang fiercely raised his hand to shield his face, eyes fixed on him, silently cursing. This damn carving king actually has such a powerful Dharma artifact.
In the next second, Xuanzang was turned into a sand sculpture, standing frozen,
And the others quickly shared the same fate.
Angelo, hugging the Dharma artifact, praised.
No wonder it's Tathagata's Dharma artifact. Tathagata's exclusive Dharma artifact with 5 times the power, able to freely control wind and sand. Even immortals can't escape.
He rushed over, went up to look at Xuanzang, and critically assessed. Was the power a bit too strong? These outlines are a bit rough, and there are still many details that haven't been fully expressed. Looks like I need to experiment a few more times.
Immediately afterwards, Angelo left. He even sighed. That's the legendary Tang Xuanzang. What a waste of materials. But a moment later, cracks appeared on the Xuanzang sand sculpture. Gradually, the Yundian and Wukong statues also started to crack apart. In the next second, Xuanzang broke free from the sand sculpture, his face contorted, coughing non-stop. The system appeared, praising with a smirk. Congratulations, host. On overcoming death. You didn't let this Manhua end in chapter 34. I almost scared myself to death. Beside him, Yundian, having just escaped the sand sculpture, scratched his head in dissatisfaction, complaining, my hair is ruined, while Wukong beside him calmly brushed the dust off his book, reminding, this Dharma artifact has a disgusting aura. The system appeared next to Xuanzang, peering back and forth with a magnifying glass, assessing, you really didn't eat all that demon beast meat for nothing, huh? Your body has actually been strengthened to this extent. The opponent was really underestimating you. Xuanzang glanced at him, dusting the sand off his body, and said dissatisfied, I'm not dead yet. Are you disappointed? And that terrible ending, I've remembered that debt. Remembering Angelo smugly using the Dharma artifact, Xuanzang couldn't hide his anger. Damn it, that was so careless. To actually fall for that guy's sculpting King of Sand sculptures trick, that bastard is clearly Huang Fengguai. At this time, the system screen showed a notification. Congratulations, host, on guessing the opponent's identity correctly, activating the main quest. On the journey to seek scriptures, kill Huang Fengguai. Reward: 8,000 experience points. Beside him, Yundian looked at Xuanzang adoringly, enraptured.
Master is indeed knowledgeable and well-connected, so it's only now that I know the real identity of that demon.
Disciple admires you. Admires you.
Xuanzang frowned, propping his chin, remembering Tathagata Buddha, then cursed in dissatisfaction. That Angelo, that little rat, only went to steal the oil lamp from the Buddha, but he can blow out a gust of wind that even Wukong can't resist. In the end, it was Lingji Bodhisattva who could control him with the Dingfeng staff. Realizing this, his eyes became firm, and he curled his lips into a sly smile. In his heart, he pondered. However, now that I have a cheat in my hand, I'm not afraid of anything. Getting 8,000 experience points is as easy as flipping my hand. I should use this rat spirit to lure Lingji Bodhisattva out. The smile on his lips grew brighter. Xuanzang happily thought to himself, who knows, I might even be able to create some ultimate equipment. As he was still thinking, a voice rang out, startling Xuanzang. Xiahua miss, are you alright? Xuanzang looked towards that side. Xiahua was still in the state of a sand sculpture, while Yundian beside her jumped around happily. Xiahua miss, even your horrified look is so adorable. Yundian walked over, looking at Xiahua with a perverted gaze, and said, this humble one absolutely did not intentionally offend you. I only wanted to confirm your safety. But as soon as he touched her chin, Xiahua cracked. Beside them, Xuanzang looked at the two people and sighed. Looks like she's okay. She's a demon anyway. From inside, at this moment, a small mouse poked its head out. Xuanzang's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked worriedly at the small creature lying weakly on the pile of sand. Xuanzang's eyes became flustered, his eyes widened, blood vessels appeared, and he shouted in a panic, dead! Is she dead? Wukong stood beside him with his arms crossed, glanced over, and assessed. She's just too weak. Xuanzang buried his face, looking down at the small creature, his eyes turning gray, his voice cold. Yes, she's too weak, but does that mean weak people deserve to die? Immediately afterwards, Xuanzang and the others recited scriptures together in front of the sand sculptures to send everyone to the afterlife. Namo Amitabha. The Xiahua sand sculpture was erected, and underneath it was a tombstone. The grave of Xiahua Xiaoyu. Wukong and Xuanzang had sad faces, clasping their hands and saying, rest in peace, all gods and Buddhas. Immediately after, Xuanzang angrily gripped the scepter in his hand tightly. He glanced back at the people around him, and shouted loudly, listen up, my disciples. Xuanzang smirked, his eyes flashing with battle intent, and boomed.
If the heavens are unjust, then we'll take it upon ourselves to right their wrongs.
Meanwhile, a bizarre sand cave materialized, guarded by a bunch of sand statues outside.
Inside were Angelo and Lingji. The announcement blared. Calling, busy, calling, busy. Angelo cradled a tiny cat, a sly grin playing on his lips, his voice filled with anticipation. Once I finish this deal with the Bodhisattva, I'll finally be out of this cursed place. He floated up with glee, daydreaming about his masterpieces.
Remembering the roaring applause, he continued, I'll craft the most perfect artwork, driving the entire world crazy with its artistic beauty. The grand sand sculpture master, may the adoration of you lowly mortals be bestowed upon me.
Just then, Lingji next to him furiously cursed. Who the heck is bothering me now? Angelo strolled over, hugging Lingji, and smugly reminded her. Hey, Bodhisattva, Tang Xuanzang has been turned into a sand statue. You promised me, don't you forget.
Hearing this, Lingji's eyes lit up with joy, and she jumped up, exclaiming, That guy is finally dead.
Lingji happily replied, reiterating their agreement. Rest assured, I'll hold off on your wanted order. But then, Lingji rested her chin on her hand, her face turning serious, realizing that Mount Ling hasn't received the news that the scripture seeker is dead yet. Lingji turned around, her eyes blazing, and yelled, Hey, you little sand rat! You think you can fool me? Angelo raised 3 fingers, his voice firm. I swear on all my masterpieces, Tang Xuanzang is really dead. At this moment, a sandbird announced, Warning, warning, intruder detected, intruder detected. Immediately after, the sound of the bird's announcement echoed through Angelo's vast space. Intruder detected, intruder detected.
Suddenly, a piece of the cave roof fell. Sand started to pour from above. The sandbird sounded the alarm, and simultaneously opened a screen displaying Xuanzang's image, followed by a frantic voice. Warning, warning, 538 artworks have been destroyed, immediate action required. Seeing this, Angelo was shocked. That monk isn't dead yet.
Lingji walked over, pointing at Angelo, constantly cursing.
You little sand rat, you dare deceive me. If you're tired of living, just say so, and this old lady will send you to see Tathagata.
Angelo immediately leaped up with both feet, and then his eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and dashed out.
Behind him, the sandbird continuously warned. Warning, warning, 2,152 artworks have been destroyed. Immediate action required.
Angelo angrily shouted, Tang Xuanzang, this time I'll definitely turn you into a sand statue forever. Seeing Angelo vanish in the blink of an eye, Lingji, looking worried, whispered, Can this sand rat really do it? From inside the cave, Angelo rushed out. Here, pieces of sand kept crumbling down. Seeing his artworks being destroyed, his face turned ashen, and he couldn't even speak through his gritted teeth. Ah, Angelo, he called out, his shadow looming over the artworks strewn across the ground, feeling frustrated. My artworks. The next second he looked up at the sky, his eyes blank as if he had suffered a massive blow. Angelo clenched his fists and yelled, My artworks. On the other side, the Gatling gun relentlessly spat out bullets. The bullets kept firing, piercing the sand artworks. After completing their mission, they all fell to the ground. On this side, Xuanzang, Yundian, and Wukong each wielded a high-quality gun. They appeared together, looking incredibly badass.
Xuanzang slung a 5-barreled shotgun over his shoulder, his face full of smugness, and pointed at Angelo. Sand Sculpture King, all your trash is completely destroyed.
Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Xuanzang aimed his gun at Angelo, firing bullets relentlessly. Dozens of bullets were fired in a flash. Angelo was no slouch either, constantly dodging the incoming bullets. Although it didn't hit him directly, it gradually caused his cave to collapse. Angelo gritted his teeth, looking at the group in front of him, too angry to speak. His whole body extended 2 empty hands. Gusts of sand flew across his face. Angelo grinned. All gone, huh? But at his feet, a sand sculpture of a snail remained. Angelo's face was sorrowful. His whole body trembled. He reached out to cherish the snail in a nostalgic voice. There's one last one. But just as he was about to touch it, a bullet came flying, piercing straight through the snail. Angelo directly faced the destruction of his last piece, his eyes revealing reluctance. On this side, Xuanzang and Yundian looked on with satisfaction. Not bad, very accurate. But at this moment Angelo went mad. He kept laughing loudly. Yundian trembled, worriedly hiding behind Xuanzang, and said, Master, you've driven that demon crazy. Xuanzang listened, his face speechless. He looked suspiciously at Angelo and said, So he's gone crazy. Is that jerk's little heart that weak?
Angelo on the other side spread his arms wide, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and replied,
You guys are too good, thank you so much. He bared his teeth fiercely, his eyes wide and red, his voice full of excitement. Failed work should be destroyed early. On the other side, Xuanzang raised his hand to cover Wukong's face and reminded him, "Good boy, don't look at that jerk." Seeing that the group looked down on him, Angelo opened his mouth and continued, "Feel honored, right?" He pulled out a Dharma artifact of Buddha, looking at Xuanzang and his group, and asked, "You will be stepping stones for me to advance on the path of art, becoming my most perfect works. This time, there will absolutely be no mistakes." He threw the Dharma artifact into the sky, pointed his finger, and loudly commanded, "Fei Sha Zhu Shi." Immediately, the Dharma artifact summoned a huge tornado from within. Angelo shouted, "Fifth gear!" A sudden explosion erupted, red flames, rocks, and sand flying everywhere. Sand dust filled the air, thick smoke and vague figures emerged from within. At this moment, Xuanzang's staff was swung, dispersing the smoke. Xuanzang and his group appeared, all wearing antitoxic masks, their whole bodies still safe and sound. Xuanzang took off his antitoxic mask and grinned at him. "This is a high-quality product provided by the system, an indispensable item for travel." The system then displayed product information, item information, top wind and sand mask, single use, the name says it all, it's a wind and sand mask, single use only, item level, 4 experience points, requires 1,000. Xuanzang angrily pointed and denounced, "Rotten merchant, a single-use item is so expensive, no discounts even if you buy a lot." Beneath the desert, the Buddha's Dharma artifact was gradually slowing down. Angelo incredulously collapsed to the ground, his eyes lost. And unbelievable. He can fight back against the Buddha's Dharma artifact. Xuanzang then grabbed his staff and rushed forward, swinging it towards him, his face clenched. "Sand Sculpture King, rest in peace." But at this moment he immediately struck a heroic pose and replied, "Since ancient times, who hasn't died? A zealous sand sculpture. I, Michel Angelo Feng, am of course a sand sculptor." Xuanzang, Wukong and Yundian looked at him judgingly for a few seconds to take it all in. Angelo then knelt down and begged, "All the things I did were forced, Xuanzang Grandmaster. Please spare my life." Seeing Angelo kneeling on the ground begging, Xuanzang still couldn't quell the anger in his heart. He reached out, his eyes angry, as if enduring some dissatisfaction. Angelo began to recount. "Then I have to talk about how long ago, I was originally a golden ferret, following Buddha to learn sculpture, recalling the painful past of being imprisoned. As a result, I was thrown into the subtle landscape of Buddha, as a living Buddha decoration for 500 years. After hearing his story, without a trace of sympathy, he said to Wukong, "Baby, the time he was imprisoned is the same as us," Angelo continued. "Every day, I had to endure that stinky-mouthed bastard. I couldn't take it anymore. Finally found a chance to steal Buddha's bell and ran away, wanting to pursue my own path of art." Recalling the time he was bullied by Lingji, he said dissatisfiedly, "I was chased by that terrifying Lingji bodhisattva." Xuanzang angrily scolded, "So much babbling is still the same old villain's sob story. Boring." Angelo, with tears welling up, looked at me with innocent pleading. Xuanzang spoke up. "So, flick." Xuanzang flicked him, sending Angelo staggering, and he continued to interrogate. "It was Lingji Bodhisattva who pressured you to kill me, wasn't it?" Angelo painfully clutched his swollen forehead, sobbing and hiccuping. "How did you know?" Xuanzang rested his chin on his hand, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face, and began to explain. "She was chasing you, yet you're living the good life here. Surely you two struck a shady deal, using my life in exchange for your freedom." He thought to himself, "This old trick, figuring it out, barely scratches the surface of my high IQ." Behind him, Yundian, upon hearing this, turned into a pig, his eyes uncontrollably filled with admiration. "Master is so amazing." Wukong, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in, "Mama is so amazing." Xuanzang's face darkened, his eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and he grinned wickedly at him, waving his staff. "If that's all you have to say, then with a swing of this staff," Angelo, terrified, covered his head and screamed, "All the Buddhas and gods want to kill you." Hearing this, Xuanzang paused. Wukong glanced at him calmly, and the pig Yundian's face went pale as he cowered behind. Yundian, terrified, scratched his head frantically, wailing as if he were about to be butchered. "All the Buddhas and gods, is it too late to quit the pilgrimage team now?" Kuilan, the Yao, clutched her treasures. "So scary, I really want to go home." Wukong stared calmly at Angelo, thinking to himself, "All the Buddhas and gods, huh? Interesting." Xuanzang pursed his lips, his brow slightly furrowed, and said coldly, "Continue." He was cursing inwardly. "So it's not just Guanyin, but all the Buddhas and gods want me dead. This journey to the West is going too far." Angelo, afraid of being sent to meet his maker, looked dejected and worried as he began to explain. "They're bound by a pact, unable to directly lay a hand on you, so they can only use us monsters as tools.
Fearing he'd be turned into smoked rat jerky, Angelo rushed over and hugged Xuanzang's leg, his eyes red. We were all forced into it. Xuanzang's face darkened, and he questioned coldly, "Why do they want to kill me? And who made the pact with them?"
Angelo, as if finding a lifeline, looked at him pleadingly. This, I don't know. I only overheard these things by chance. Xuanzang Dashi, please spare me. I just want to be a normal sand sculpture artist. Hearing this, Xuanzang's face was unreadable, and he replied, Artist? An artist of murder, perhaps? Angelo looked up innocently, his eyes worried, his words full of obviousness. I'm a monster. Isn't killing people natural? Immediately after, Angelo flashed a sinister smile, his voice full of excitement.
Besides, humans are just trembling grasshoppers to us monsters. His face now gleeful, he grinned at Xuanzang. Isn't that what the immortals always say? All beings are equal. Humans, in the eyes of the cultivating deities, are just insignificant grasshoppers, meaningless livestock. Aren't you on this pilgrimage to cultivate immortality to escape that trembling fate? Xuanzang lowered his head, his emotions simmering, and he repeated the words Angelo had just spoken. Grasshoppers, livestock, natural. Who gave you the right to that natural logic? So in your eyes, humans are just a natural target to be arbitrarily.
He remembered those starving, old people, those lies, and Xia Hua, permanently buried as a humiliated sand sculpture, and remembers Guanyin's earlier warnings to him, destruction. And lastly, he remembered Buddha, who was supposed to represent good. Xuanzang screamed in discontent, his face fierce. Angelo looked at him blankly, his face full of innocence. Isn't it? Just as he finished speaking, Xuanzang lunged forward and grabbed his throat.
Xuanzang, holding the Buddha's Dharma artifact, smiled wickedly and repeated, I'm making you a sand sculpture. Would you consider that natural too? Hearing this, Angelo trembled in fear and struggled. Xuanzang Dashi. Please, no, Xuanzang shouted. Sandstorm, Gear 5, engage.
Hearing this, Angelo trembled in fear, his face ashen, and he cried out, No. Just as the sandstorm was about to turn Angelo into a sand sculpture, a voice rang out from afar. Stop right there, you old hag! The system notification popped up. Congratulations, pilgrim, you have completed the main quest, gaining 8,000 experience points on the pilgrimage road. Xuanzang, ferociously excited, stomped on and crushed the sand sculpture of Angelo. From inside the cave, Lingji jumped out, shouting.
Tang Xuanzang, Lingji, furious, gripped his weapon tightly, surrounded by murderous aura, and roared. You dare kill the fugitive wanted by Tathagata.
Lingji's eyes widened in anger as he glared at Xuanzang, questioning, Are you tired of living? Xuanzang calmly smirked and replied to her. The big fish has come to the door by itself.
Xuanzang crossed his arms, looked at the person in front of him, and asked,
You are Lingji Bodhisattva. Seeing Lingji, Yundian exclaimed excitedly, Holy crap! The away lolly is here by herself.
Lingji walked forward, her face stern as she looked at the group. She rushed over, holding the imperial decree high in her hand, and shouted loudly, Look clearly, don't say this old lady is lying.
Seeing Xuanzang beside her with a contemptuous look, Lingji narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, Tang Xuanzang, you shoved this handle into my hand yourself. Let's see how I mess you up.
Xuanzang regained his composure, stroked his chin, looked at Lingji, and calmly replied, Unexpectedly, you not only borrowed a knife to kill me, but also used your power for personal gain, colluding with that runaway.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lingkriji's eyes widened in shock. Sweat poured down her face, her deepest secret exposed.
Lingji angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, Tang Xuanzang, you're talking nonsense.
What nonsense? Lingji cursed angrily in her heart. Damn it! Could it be that stinky weasel betrayed this old lady?
Xuanzang, looking like he was itching for a beating, patted his belly and said, That weasel has confessed everything, and I even have evidence in my hands. Xuanzang smiled sinisterly in his heart. This lowly looks dumb at first glance. Just a little bit of trickery, and she'll definitely fall for it.
On this side, Lingji was trembling with anger. Xuanzang pointed behind him and reminded, Don't forget that I have the support of the underworld behind me, who can make you die without a burial place in the blink of an eye and, by the way, punish the Tathagata for lax management. Lingji angrily swung the weapon in her hand and shouted loudly, Hand over the evidence!
Xuanzang put on a come and get it if you dare look, and replied to Lingji with full vigor, I'm not giving it, come and snatch it if you have the guts.
Lingji angrily rushed toward Xuanzang. I see you're... She looked like she was going crazy, fiercely smashing her weapon toward Xuanzang, wanting to die.
He quickly raised his staff to block, but his whole body shook for a while.
The force of Lingji's downward strike was so powerful that Xuanzang frowned and immediately vomited blood. In the next second, a terrifying explosion occurred. Rocks and dust flew around.
The shockwave blasted out, causing the group to raise their hands to shield their faces.
Yundian looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes wide with shock, both worried and confused. That weasel is actively provoking her again. This lowly once beat the 4 heavenly kings until their teeth fell out all over the ground. Is Master crazy?
Wukong looked towards the other side, his lips curled into an interested smirk.
This monk is getting more and more interesting, standing in front of a bodhisattva and saying he'll do whatever he wants.
Lingji leaped forward, raised her foot and kicked towards Xuanzang, shouting loudly, "Tang Xuanzang, go to hell!" Xuanzang was kicked back several feet by Lingji, leaving a long trail on the ground. Xuanzang was covered in blood, clutching his stomach as he struggled to stand up, looked at Lingji, and continued to provoke. "Is that all you've got? Your combat power is only good enough to catch mice. You're still too green to fight me."
But in his heart, Xuanzang thought with a serious face, just reached level 10, and already fighting a bodhisattva, it really is still too forced.
Lingji turned pale with anger after hearing this.
Her eyes widened as she looked at the guy who was about to die. Her eyes bulged with bloodshot veins as she roared at Xuanzang.
"This old lady will kill you!"
Seeing Lingji's anger, the pig Yundian beside him trembled and called his loved ones to report the news. "My beloved Kuilan, this baby is probably about to return to Gao Laozhuang." Wukong couldn't remain calm at this moment, he worriedly thought. Why does this stinky monk keep deliberately provoking her? Lingji Bodhisattva has completely lost her mind. Lingji flew up, swinging the weapon in her hand continuously in circles like a fan. She said loudly, "Watch this." Immediately after, from the middle of the weapon whirlwind, she rushed toward Xuanzang. Lingji shouted, "Qiangkun Ruyi." Over on this side, Xuanzang smirked and muttered to himself, "This should probably work." Right then, the orb smashed toward Xuanzang and violently exploded. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather. Thunder and lightning filled the heavens. The very next second, several powerful lightning bolts struck down, colliding with the previous explosion and instantly detonating. From the depths of the cave entrance, a powerful surge of killing intent shot up into the sky. A strong light pierced through Lingji's body and shot upwards, and in an instant she cried out in pain, her voice cracking. The next second, her eyes turned completely white, devoid of any color. The following moment, below the cave, heavenly thunder struck down, piercing through layers of rock, causing everyone below to frantically dodge. Yundian was incredulous, his face panicked as he shouted, "Oh my god, 9 heavens lightning tribulation, Master can even summon this." Wukong watched the scene before him, his pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, even Buddha might choke trying to withstand this blow. From above, Lingji fell, kneeling on the ground, her eyes unreadable, and she gasped for breath, muttering in disbelief, "Is this the price to pay for killing Tang Xuanzang? Forget it, consider it helping Guan Yinji and Buddha this once." But just as she was about to slip away, Lingji's eyes widened, and that person's figure was clearly reflected in her pupils. From within the dust and sand, Xuanzang slowly walked out, holding his tin staff, his face full of smugness. "So it turns out bad people really do get struck by lightning. Heaven truly has eyes?" Lingji was incredulous, falling backward and vomiting blood. "How? How is this possible?" Xuanzang smirked. "See that challenge?" he thought to himself. "As expected, I have to be hit to a certain degree before it counts as violating the agreement. You son of a bitch." Lingji froze, her pupils wide as she stared at him. She thought to herself, "I used all my strength in that attack just now. Why isn't this monk dead yet?" Immediately after, Lingji collapsed and lay sprawled on the ground. Xuanzang looked at her, smirking as he recalled the earlier events, explaining to himself, "As long as I hide in my personal space, what move can touch this old man? It's a pity that, after hiding, the exit can only remain in one place. Otherwise, this old man would already be invincible." Xuanzang stepped forward, looking angrily at her and questioning, "Bodhisattva Lingji, may this poor monk ask where he has offended you to make you try to kill him so mercilessly?" Lingji lay motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow. Seeing that Lingji didn't answer, Xuanzang stretched out his hand towards her, his face showing clear disdain. Hey, can't you learn from Huang Fengguai? Can't you just honestly be a tool to advance the plot a little?" But just as Xuanzang touched her, a burst of light erupted. The Tathagata Buddha's Dharma card appeared, shining brightly from there, and a voice reminded, "Tang Xuanzang, when advising others, you must have a compassionate and tolerant heart." Seeing him speak, Xuanzang replied, Look at what Buddha Tathagata is saying. He raised an eyebrow and smiled mockingly, continuing, looks like I've become the villain instead. If this one has arrived, then others will probably be here soon. In midair at this moment, a horsetail whisk appeared, and a voice reminded, Tathagata, Lingji did not abide by the agreement and violated the heavenly laws. According to reason, she should be sentenced to death. The horsetail whisk moved closer to the Buddha's card and continued. You are now protecting her like this, unless you intend to be biased. Xuanzang froze, staring intently at the horsetail whisk. He thought to himself, Tathagata definitely wants to kill me, but the one who made the agreement with those Tathagata people wants to protect me. Who on earth could they be? Beside him, Yundian fearfully hid behind Wukong, trembling as he spoke. Senior Marshal Brother, the amount of information and dialogue from this new character is a bit much. Can you help me sort it out a bit? Wukong looked at him with disgust. Use your pig brain and think for yourself. Buddha Tathagata had a calm and compassionate face as he continued. Bodhisattva Lingji is upright in nature. If she hadn't been deliberately provoked by others and acted impulsively, out of consideration, she could be forgiven. Xuanzang was dissatisfied, holding up Angelo's wanted poster, pointing towards that side, and loudly accused, Oh God, it was Bodhisattva Lingji and this rat who wanted to deal with me. After being discovered by me, they even wanted to kill me to silence me. Xuanzang indignantly pointed towards the white horse lying on the sand, angrily continuing to recount. And also the handsome third prince of the Dragon Palace. Who would have thought he'd be turned into this by Guanyin, seriously affecting my great journey to seek scriptures? The horsetail whisk heard this, and, displeased, looked at the Buddha's token, questioning, Tathagata, are you guys thinking of not following the agreement? Buddha Tathagata stiffly replied, Our agreement is that we are not allowed to directly attack the scripture seeker. Seeing the horsetail whisk was confused, Xuanzang came closer and whispered a reminder. Not allowed to attack directly, but indirectly is fine. The horsetail whisk glared angrily at the Buddha's token, loudly saying, Tathagata, stop playing word games, let's just have a straight-up fight. Xuanzang worriedly stepped forward, coaxing gently. Oh God, don't be angry, don't be angry. Xuanzang glanced at the token, while his other hand patted the horsetail whisk's head. Making it blush, he calmly said, Everyone, let's not ruin the harmony. Xuanzang, with a cold face, looked at the Buddha's token and continued. Actually, I have a way to solve this problem. Xuanzang calmly gritted his teeth and said, If the gods and Buddhas in heaven all want to kill me. He stretched out his hand towards the Tathagata Buddha token, challenging, Then let them come and kill me fair and square. The horsetail whisk bristled upon hearing this. A second later, the Tathagata Buddha's token shattered into pieces and fell. On the other side, Yundian hurriedly brought news home. Quilan, my love, it's true. You didn't hear wrong. Your baby is coming back to your side soon. Cute Kong Kong looked at Xuanzang and excitedly shouted, Mama is awesome. Wukong folded his arms, thinking to himself, Is this monk deliberately causing a stir between two major forces because he's giving up and waiting to die? But at this moment, Xuanzang raised his hand and shouted, But! Xuanzang calmly looked at Buddha, holding up 2 fingers, and proposed, Based on your existing agreement, I want to add 2 more conditions. Immediately afterwards, witnessed by both sides, Xuanzang loudly said, First, each god can send 1 representative to kill me. That representative can be a Yao, or a human, but absolutely not a second god. After the representative loses, that god who sent the representative must step aside and not plot against me and my disciples anymore, and must also compensate me with a Dharma artifact. On the other side, Wukong seemed to have guessed his intention, smiling, so that's what he's planning, and that pig Yundian was still happily anticipating his reunion with his beloved wife. After I get back, I'll stroll around the street with her for 3 days straight. She also wants to go spring outing. It's all okay, all okay. Xuanzang raised his hand and rubbed his bald head, pointing and reminding, As long as you agree to my conditions, I can even let bygones be bygones. Hearing this condition, one person immediately retorted angrily, Tang Xuanzang, is there a hole in your brain? The horsetail whisk rushed over, constantly hitting Xuanzang. Xuanzang waved his hands in exasperation. Great God, even though I don't know who you are, but you are so wise and standing on my side, then surely you can understand the subtlety in my proposal, right? He covered his mouth, whispering to the horsetail whisk. Great God, think about it. Doing this will not only prevent their dark plots to kill me, but also control the number of times they come to kill me, so won't my chances of survival be greater? Besides, you guys didn't even choose to fight in the beginning, but immediately chose to make an agreement. The image of the horsetail whisk and the Buddha token engaging in battle, Xuanzang, like a commentator, chimed in. which proves that both sides are evenly matched and are only fighting now. You haven't tried to recalculate it.
Buddha Tathagata was trying to maintain a calm expression, but his face was gradually turning ugly.
Buddha Tathagata smiled forcedly and agreed, I can represent my side in accepting this condition.
Xuanzang, with a flattering face, stepped forward and inquired to the horsetail whisk. That's right, great god. Why do they want to kill me anyway? Knowing the reason will allow me to prepare countermeasures.
The horsetail whisk, after hearing this, stumbled, and its face changed. The horsetail whisk flew up, loudly replying, Isn't it because you're a jinx? The Tathagata's new agreement has been set. If you guys violate it again, we won't let it go, Tang Xuanzang. You better take care of yourself.
Xuanzang put on a dumbfounded face, thinking in his heart,
Jinx? Jinx what? Why won't you NPCs just play out the script?
Xuanzang rushed towards the Buddha, his eyes like stars looking at the Buddha token. Tabitha, Tathagata, how about you remind me a little, so I can die knowing why?
Buddha Tathagata replied with a calm smile.
Thank you for sparing Lingji. That windmill was a gift to you. Having a master like you, surely Sun Wukong.
But immediately after, Wukong stretched out his Ruyi Jingu Bang and shattered the Buddha token before everyone's stunned eyes. Wukong calmly said, Now that it's done, scram already. Why are you so long-winded?
Xuanzang helplessly watched Wukong leave,
feeling annoyed inside. He could endure until now to make a move against Buddha, but why is he so rude to me?
Right at this moment, Zhu Baji Yundian knelt down on the ground with a thud, loudly shouting,
Calling you master. The next second, Yundian banged his head hard on the ground, cracking the earth and rocks, and continued, Master, what you did today was truly earth-shattering. The future will involve opposing the lackeys sent down by those Buddhas and gods.
This disciple is just a tiny demon, truly unable to keep up with Master's realm. I only ask that you allow this disciple to return home and cultivate again. Once I've trained enough, I will return to serve by your side. Xuanzang was a bit stunned by these moving words. He thought to himself, even when wanting to disband, he can say such loyal and righteous words, worthy of being my disciple. Xuanzang turned his back and left, calmly replying, Baji, let your teacher slowly explain to you.
Yundian watched that figure leave, feeling happy inside. Even if you can utter the name Kuilan from your mouth, this old Zihu won't continue to follow you to your death.
Xuanzang looked at him, pointed his finger, and asked, Do you know what the secret to victory is for a main character?
Immediately after, Xuanzang became like a serious teacher, instructing step by step. Beat the small bosses first to level up, trigger the kill quests and great NPC limits, and after reaching sufficient levels, go and kill the final boss. Of course, this is a despicable development, don't worry. Yundian seemed enlightened, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the person before him and replied,
Master's meaning is that we can use those representatives to increase our strength, and at the same time prevent those Buddhas and gods from secretly attacking us. Xuanzang stroked his chin smugly and praised, Looks like you've got it all figured out. Don't forget your teacher can also get extra rewards for clearing stages.
After hearing this, Yundian covered his face, imagining his future dominance, and started drooling with joy.
Zhubaji Yundian slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, So that's how it is. Flowers seemed to bloom around Yundian as he smiled and raised his hand to massage Xuanzang's shoulders, his voice extremely flattering. Master is truly intelligent and clever, full of strategies and wisdom, with calculations like a god, and ice snow smart.
Wukong glanced at Yundian, who was full of praise. Beautifully intelligent, profoundly wise yet appearing foolish.
Wukong's face was cold and he didn't speak, but in his heart he thought, It seems this monk didn't deceive me before. He's still definitely not one of Buddha's people. But if he has such schemes, why did he always pretend to be naive and foolish before? This secret is definitely not small.
On the other side, Xuanzang pointed at Yundian and asked Baji, Wukong, are you hungry yet? Now your teacher will make you a windmill meal with super invincible deliciousness. Yundian and Wukong heard this and jumped up happily.
Wukong on the other side had a gloomy face and murmured to himself,
This gluttonous type, I must have overthought things. The next second, Yundian called his beloved wife again, saying sappily, My dearest Kuilan, my baby, I can't come home for the time being, but my heart will always be by your side. But the next second, his face turned cold as he pondered, However, I keep feeling like I've forgotten something important. Elsewhere, as cranes flew all over the sky, strange voices echoed,
Let the representative make a move. This lunatic's IQ is very worrying. So who are you planning to send out first? Why are you looking at me?
Right there in the underworld, the group couldn't help but discuss. What an interesting monk. It's a pity that once the scripture seeker dies, he will completely turn into ashes, and we won't have the chance to see him again. On this side, Lingji lay motionless in Guanyin's jade bottle, his face ashen. Moving forward, Guanyin frowned, pursed her lips without saying a word, and just stared intently at Lingji. A corner of the Lingxiao Palace under the bright sunlight appeared. The entire vast Lingxiao Palace was a breathtakingly beautiful scene. High above, sitting on a jade throne, a man spoke.
Those guys in Lei Yin Temple actually used such secret tactics. Truly despicable. This person was the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor continued. Qing, the person before us is still Lao Jun. He has foresight, and told us to stand aside and observe, and not to get involved with those old fogies.
Lao Jun clasped his hands, lowered his head, and calmly replied, "You flatter me, Your Majesty." Lao Jun paused for a second, stroked his chin, and continued thoughtfully.
However, if that scripture seeker isn't eliminated, it'll be hard for us to eat and sleep well, especially now that Tian Peng has also become his disciple. I'll just stop there then.
His eyes turned scheming as he pondered. When it comes down to it, I'm afraid eliminating Tian Peng is the most important thing, huh?
Lao Jun, still holding the horsetail whisk, closed his eyes and replied, "Very well. This god will help Your Majesty think of a strategy," he secretly calculated. "It just so happens that I can help Guanyin push the boat along." The Jade Emperor stepped forward and clasped Lao Jun's hand tightly.
The Jade Emperor's eyes shone like stars, his voice full of gratitude. "You've worked hard, Lao Jun." Lao Jun, sweating beside him, quickly reminded, "Your Majesty, please calm down."
The Jade Emperor regained his composure, cleared his throat, and continued to ask, "I wonder who Lao Jun intends to send to deal with them." Lao Jun smiled elegantly at the Jade Emperor and replied, "Your Majesty, just wait for good news from this god."
On the other side, a vast space unfolded, with birds soaring through the boundless sky.
Xuanzang and his group continued their journey,
but Xuanzang's eyes were wide, his brow furrowed, and sweat poured down. Ahead of them was a cluster of blood-red spider lilies, surrounded by countless skulls. Seeing Xuanzang, the flowers emitted a murderous aura, aiming straight at him.
Xuanzang rested his hand on his chin, a smirk on his face as he assessed, "The deities in the underworld sure know how to joke around."
Jade nameplates appeared, each engraved with a name. Qin Guangwang Representative, Wu Guangwang Representative, Du Chengwang Representative, Chu Jiangwang Representative. Hanging on the spider lily tree were nameplates with different names. Ksiti Representative, Turning Wheel King Representative, Yama Representative, Millennial Spider Lily Immortal Flower. Once plucked, it dies. Equality King Representative, Beyond Cheng Wang Representative, Wukong. Seeing this scene,
his face grim, his eyes full of vigilance, warned,
"I'm afraid it's a trap. Let me go ahead and check it out."
Seeing this, Xuanzang satisfiedly covered his mouth and laughed. "Wukong has been so proactive lately. Could it be that my heroic stance when arguing with Tathagata has completely won him over? I'm almost flattered." Xuanzang stepped forward and pushed Wukong back, saying, "Wukong, don't move. Leave it to me." Xuanzang thought to himself. "As touching as it is, I absolutely can't let my experience points be stolen." Xuanzang stepped forward and thrust his staff forward, and a blinding light emerged from the ground. Xuanzang leaped several feet into the air, rushing towards the flower tree, and swung his staff to smash the flowers to pieces. Xuanzang's face was cold as ice, continuously striking decisively.
Each time Xuanzang struck, the system continuously sounded notifications. "Congratulations, benefactor. You have gained 1,000 experience points." The spider lily tree quickly shattered into pieces. A moment later, a piece of paper fell from the flowers, and Xuanzang reached out and took it. On the paper was a flower stamen, and words appeared. "Millennial Spider Lily Stamen, Personal Dharma Treasure. Millennial Spider Lily Stamen Dharma Treasure. Can gradually restore memories of past lives." Xuanzang smirked and smiled smugly. As expected of a big shot, can't compete. A moment later, dozens of jade nameplates fell from above, hitting him repeatedly on his bald head.
Xuanzang rubbed his head while picking up the nameplates. They even have management certifications, how humane. He held up the jade nameplate, and the words on it read, "Clearly, Ksitigarba Bodhisattva has used his Xuanzang representative status." Rubbing his head, which was buzzing, he excitedly continued, "But before long, I'll have enough for a whole table."
"Master, stop." Yundian stepped forward, urgently asking, "Master, what exactly does the underworld mean by this?"
Xuanzang reached out and lifted up Kong Kong, who was being mischievous, and started, "Basically, they don't want to participate in this."
Immediately, he twisted both sides of Kong Kong's face. Kong Kong warned, "Good kid, don't eat bad stuff." Xuanzang then looked at Yundian and continued. So they used the covenant to kick themselves out of the game. Yundian was stunned, looked down at the spider lily stamen at his feet, and replied, "No wonder Lai Hai sent so many weak demons and came up with such useless tricks."
Xuanzang didn't answer and turned to leave. Behind him, Yundian excitedly realized, "Master, even representatives from the underworld have appeared. Why haven't we seen representatives from other gods yet?"
Yundian walked over, rubbing his hands, his face excitedly said,
"Or maybe there aren't many gods who want to kill us. That's great. It's made old Piggy worried for days. I even have dark circles under my eyes."
Xuanzang looked at him, too lazy to say anything, and replied, "Daydreaming. And those dark circles, didn't you make them yourself?"
Xuanzang, leaning on his hand and smiling slightly, said with a hint of anticipation, "Those gods are still racking their brains about it." At this moment, Xuanzang raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, "Now's my chance. Tathagata, Guanyin, the ambush location, the unknown Jade Emperor's representative, the battle strategy, the compensation terms." After a long thought, Xuanzang pondered, "What should I choose, after all?"
Yundian, upon hearing this, slumped down and said, "So after they've figured it all out, aren't we all gonna die?" Xuanzang's eyes shone like stars, his aura surging, and he said heroically, "That's why our most urgent task right now is Wukong." These two are looking towards those strange people, not wanting to talk because of being bored. After a while, Xuanzang reminded, "Let's eat first." Afterwards, Xuanzang and Kong Kong busily cooked, while Wukong and Yundian practiced martial arts on the side.
Xuanzang looked into the pot of food and softly reminded, "After eating, we'll continue on our journey, trying to get to Liu Sha River early to find your junior brother." Looking at the stamens in the pot, Xuanzang thought to himself, "Can those stamens be eaten? They're so little." As soon as he said that, Yundian and Wukong stared blankly at Tang Xuanzang.
"Junior brother, Liu Sha River."
Wukong, with suspicion, pointed into the distance and asked, "Is it over there?" Tang Xuanzang came up from behind and peeked. "What are you looking at?" Xuanzang's group walked to the side of the river, where a stele was inscribed with the words, Liu Sha. Seeing the river in front of him, Tang Xuanzang excitedly stretched out his hand and laughed loudly.
"So this is Liu Sha River." Yundian, standing beside him, looked down at the vast water and began to exclaim,
"Your junior brother lives in a really big place."
But Yundian's face was ashen at this moment, with sadness showing on it. He thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel a kind of inexplicable guilt in my heart?"
Xuanzang came over at this time, his face all smiles, waving the cotton ball in his hand. "Wukong, this time we're counting on you. Go for it." Wukong didn't say a word, and strode forward.
Wukong jumped up and swung the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. The Rui Jingu Bang quickly grew larger, plunging into the silent river. He reached in and stirred continuously below, creating a huge whirlpool.
The great force caused the whirlpool to reach deep into the riverbed, with bubbles rising to the surface. From below, a merman holding a trident leaped out of the water.
His fishtail flicked lightly, scattering shimmering droplets of water. He flew up, revealing his solid six-pack abs.
Wu Jing held the trident in his hand, his voice stern as he said, "Who dares to be so disrespectful here?" Tang Xuanzang stood on the bank, resting his chin in his hand as he looked at Wu Jing, quietly evaluating. "This Sha monk guy feels both handsome and capable. Seems pretty reliable."
Wu Jing looked at Wukong beside him and asked, "It's you?" Wu Jing frowned in dissatisfaction, questioning loudly, "You dare use a stick to hit me?" But the next second, his eyes widened, his pupils trembling. The next moment, Wu Jing was like a different person, looking around blankly. "Who are you? Why am I here?"
Down below, Tang Xuanzang waved his hand continuously. "Hello, hello. This poor monk is Tang Xuanzang." Wu Jing heard this, and looked sternly towards Tang Xuanzang, thinking to himself, "Is that him?" The next second, Wu Jing excitedly held the trident and rushed towards him, shouting, "Go to hell!" Tang Xuanzang was startled and flinched back, gritting his teeth as he looked at the man, inwardly screaming,
"Oh no! Could it be that this disciple of mine has become a minion of the gods?" At this time, the system appeared on the screen. Main quest: subdue Sha Wu Jing as a disciple. Reward: 10,000 experience points.
Xuanzang gritted his teeth as he looked at Wu Jing, his hands tightly gripping the scepter, thinking to himself, "Why should I worry about him? A fight will solve everything. If one fight isn't enough, then I'll have two." Wu Jing angrily held the trident and rushed towards Xuanzang, but it was behind Xuanzang.
The next second, Yundian was sent flying out immediately by him. Yundian fell to the ground.
Wu Jing saw him furious, his face changed color, and he yelled, "Tian Peng, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you."
Yundian was stunned, his whole body covered in wounds, his eyes wide with confusion.
Right after, Wu Jing rushed over to slash at Yundian. Yundian quickly dodged. Wu Jing was determined not to let go, and continued to rush forward. Yundian cried out anxiously, Seeing Wu Jing continuing to rush up, Yundian cried like rain, and ran to find reinforcements.
Master, save me. This disciple is being treated like I'm nothing by a junior martial brother who doesn't respect seniority. I don't even need this disciple position anymore.
Not seeing Wu Jing charging furiously from behind, Xuanzang took off running, waving his hand and saying to Yundian, "Oh God, don't run towards me, go find your senior martial brother." Behind them, Wukong glanced at the crowd below without saying a word. Wu Jing caught up, raising his rake, wanting to slash at him. Yundian screamed, "Senior martial brother, save me!" Wukong rushed forward and used his Rui Jingu Bang to block Wu Jing. Immediately after, Wu Jing quickly jumped back into the Liu Sha River. Xuanzang went over and put his arm around Zhu Baji's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Why does Wu Jing want to beat you to death the moment he sees you?" Yundian blankly replied, "His name is Wu Jing? I've never heard of that name before." Xuanzang looked at Yundian disappointedly and asked again, "He used to be a powerful general of the Heavenly Court. You really don't recognize him?" Yundian replied with a cool expression. "Old Zhu is the commander of 100,000 naval soldiers. At most he was just a bodyguard of the Jade Emperor. Why would I know him?"
At this moment, Xuanzang glanced at him, his voice suspicious. "Unless between you and his wife," Xuanzang and Yundian looked towards the Liu Sha River with gray faces. Xuanzang touched his chin and looked at Yundian, suspiciously saying, "Unless between you and his wife." Immediately after, Yundian broke out in a cold sweat, and his face turned ashen and ugly. Yundian angrily wanted to shout loudly at Xuanzang. He indignantly clarified his innocence. "Old Zhu, I wholeheartedly keep myself pure. Whether it was before in the Heavenly Court or now, I only have Qilan." Xuanzang looked at him, his eyes incredulously asking, "Baji, so you are such a pure person?" Yundian, his face ashen, with so many positive adjectives coming to mind, said, "How could I do something so beastly with someone else's wife? Moreover, how could a mere guard like him even have a wife?" Xuanzang didn't care, turned to look at Wukong, and happily waved his hand repeatedly. "Wukong, please use your little stick to call that fish out here to talk." Wukong tightly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang, swung his arm and slammed it towards the Liu Sha River. "You son of a fish, get out here." The Rui Jingu Bang quickly grew larger, 100 times longer, striking towards the tranquil river surface. From below, Wu Jing charged up, holding his rake, his fishtail slightly flicking, causing water droplets to splash everywhere. Wu Jing appeared with a solid six-pack body. Wu Jing appeared, his face stern, discontentedly clenching his fist. On the shore above, the two looked towards Wu Jing, repeatedly shouting, "Who is it? Who is it?" They suspiciously said together, "Why does this scene seem so familiar?" Wu Jing looked towards the two of them and questioned, "It's you guys. How dare you use a stick to strike me, this deity?" Immediately after, the past seemed to repeat itself. Wu Jing's eyes began to widen, his pupils violently shaking. He shook his head, seemingly forgetting everything. "Who are you? Why am I here?" But in the next moment his eyes turned ferocious, filled with bloodshot. In the next moment, Wu Jing, holding his rake, charged towards Tang Xuanzang and Baji. "Tianpeng, face your death." Once again, before Xuanzang's helpless eyes, Baji was beaten enough by Wu Jing. Tang Xuanzang's face changed to confused, quietly worrying. "Why is this plot like being copied? My disciple won't be a psychopath again, will he?" Hearing these words, Wukong, carrying Wu Jing on his shoulder, came over to question him immediately. Xuanzang was terrified, repeatedly explaining, "I wasn't talking about you. Calm down, calm down." Then, Tang Xuanzang got angry. His anger flared up, pointed towards Yundian, and scolded loudly. "Now please kindly get away from here a little. Wait until I find out the reason and then come back here," Yundian retorted. "Master, does it have to be like this? Why is he still talking so much?" Tang Xuanzang decisively gave him a punch that sent Yundian flying. "I told you to get lost. Don't you listen to your master's words." Yundian was lying on the ground in pain, his whole body trembling as he cried out. Wu Jing, at this moment, looked blank, scratching his head, and asked innocently, "Who are you guys? Why am I here? What are you going to do to me?" Xuanzang, a bit annoyed, stared at him. "Let me introduce myself. This humble monk is Tang Xuanzang." Hearing this, Wu Jing's eyes lit up like stars as he clasped his hands and looked at Tang Xuanzang. "Master." Xuanzang was still angrily grinding his teeth when Wu Jing quickly prostrated himself and shouted, "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." At this moment the system chimed, "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, gaining 10,000 experience points." Tang Xuanzang looked blankly at Wu Jing with a helpless expression, thinking to himself, "This scriptwriter must be scraping the bottom of the barrel if they're already slacking off this openly." But a second later, Wu Jing, as if he remembered nothing, looked around blankly and said,
Who are you guys? Why am I here? Why do I have to kowtow to you?
Tang Xuanzang was really driven crazy, his eyes blazing as he yelled into the guy's face.
I am your master, Tang Xuanzang. Xuanzang wondered to himself. Is it because he turned into a fish demon, that his memory is like a fish, only lasting 7 seconds or something? Xuanzang angrily gritted his teeth for a long time, sweat pouring down, and he wondered, with this terrible memory, what can I even ask him? But why doesn't he recognize Zhu Baji at this point?
Wu Jing calmly shouted. So you're my master. I must quickly remember this. I can't forget. The next second, Wu Jing nimbly pulled out a notebook and started writing.
Xuanzang and Wukong's eyes flashed with electricity. Tang Xuanzang gestured, pointing at Wu Jing.
A moment later, Wukong used his Ruyi Jingu Bang without hesitation and smashed Wu Jing hard.
Xuanzang walked up to Wu Jing and picked up the notebook from the ground. Tang Xuanzang held it up, staring at it, looking like he was scolding someone. Didn't I tell you, Wukong? You have to fix your habit of hitting people at the slightest provocation. Unity and friendship, do you understand?
Wukong squeezed Tang Xuanzang's face in dissatisfaction, reminding him, Then you do it yourself next time. Don't be so commercial and call me. Tang Xuanzang cried out in pain as he was squeezed. Ouch, ouch, your head. Be gentle, you never listen a bit. Hurry up and get to the main business.
Xuanzang rubbed his swollen cheek with one hand while looking at the notebook in his hand, always feeling a thrill like he was peeking at someone's private diary.
Right in the middle of the page, the words were clearly written. I, a dignified great general, have been transformed into a monster. It's all that damn Tian Peng's fault. Problems started as soon as I left Yi country. To avoid having to rewrite important things again, this seat became like this, all because of Tian Peng. If I meet Tian Peng, I must beat him to death. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Seeing these words, Xuanzang smirked, reminding, More than half the notebook is your name. Looks like he has a deep-seated feud with you. Yundian quickly replied from the side.
Master, besides having a bad memory, does this junior brother also have delusions? This disciple doesn't know him at all. Xuanzang reached out and flipped the diary to the next page. Xuanzang's eyes froze and the next second his face turned ugly, and he said in disbelief, He was framed for 9 lifetimes. A great god told him to wait here for me, to become my disciple. Staring at the diary, Xuanzang frowned, thinking, no wonder he was in such a hurry to become a disciple. But then, Xuanzang stared blankly at the page.
This is like going back to a memory. At this moment, Yundian, with a serious face, regretting thought to himself, if I hadn't gone there that day. Yundian stood stiffly on the ground littered with broken glass. The flashback continued. If I hadn't witnessed those things firsthand, hadn't shattered the 7-colored glass, would I have had a completely different ending than now?
The time recorded in the diary was in the summer of the 316th year, when I became a dignified general. Wu Jing alone was holding a crystal flower, walking down the corridor. His face changed with worry, standing in front of a room that was constantly making ambiguous sounds. Don't you? Wu Jing's face was flustered, his eyebrows furrowed. Unbelievable. Unable to speak, the words in the diary continued to appear. That night, I entered a nightmare. Accordingly, on the other side, Wu Jing anxiously pushed open the door to the room. On the inside was Yundian, who had committed immoral acts with Chen. Immediately afterward, one rumor became 10, 10 became 100. Wu Jing's face became increasingly ugly. Haven't you heard that Tian Peng has such incredible audacity to commit immoral acts with Chang Jie? How vicious! Just sending him to the mortal realm is too light of a punishment for him. Tian Peng has tens of thousands of water army personnel in his hands. But on the other side, the girl blamed with dissatisfaction. You framed Tian Peng. Your actions are vile, not worthy of being a commander in heaven. The person opposite lowered the warning. If you don't want to die, be obedient and listen to me. Forget everything you know. Wu Jing looked painfully at the reflection on the crystal flower platform, shouting in his heart, I can't see anything, 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 I have to forget everything. The girl inside immediately screamed, I'd rather die. The man opposite looked at her and replied, Do you really think I don't dare to make a move? On the outside, Wu Jing gritted his teeth in pain. I just want to live life as before, a peaceful life, without any changes. Wu Jing's hand trembled as he tightly grasped the crystal flower platform, his eyes sharp with murderous intent, and blood vessels appeared in his pupils. The diary continued to be written. I struggled in the nightmare, unable to escape. The next second, the crystal flower platform was crushed by Tian Peng. The crystal flower shattered, shaking the world. Tian Peng forcefully pushed open the door and looked at the two people inside. Seeing Chang sitting there disheveled, Wu Jing's anger was almost uncontrollable. Perhaps Wu Jing did something wrong, the diary continued. I thought I could wake up from this nightmare. Soon after, Wu Jing was arrested. General Quan Lian neglected his duties and broke into Guangshan Palace, resulting in immediate dismissal.
He was led to the entrance of reincarnation, and an announcement boomed. Sever his immortal roots. Banish him to the lower realm as a beast, never to be human again.
Wu Jing glanced at the Jade Emperor and Chang'e standing silently nearby, and he understood everything.
The diary appeared again, but I discovered my struggles were in vain. A moment later, he was banished to the mortal realm, his arm longingly reaching toward the Jade Palace.
Wu Jing fell into the great whirlpool of the Liu Sha River.
Wu Jing's eyes slowly closed, sinking into the water. Tears began to well up. The diary entry continued. If only none of this had ever happened, it's all Tianpeng's fault.
After hearing the story, Xuanzang sadly said,
"How pitiful." Wukong beside him commented, "How useless." And Yundian, with an innocent face, added, "So why are you blaming me?"
Hearing him say that, Wu Jing angrily pointed his trident at him, starting a long tirade. If you weren't wielding military power, how could the Jade Emperor be jealous of you? If he wasn't jealous, how could he frame you? If he didn't frame you, how could I have happened to witness that scene? How could change be implicated? How could I have broken the crystal flower trying to save Chain, which led to the Jade Emperor finding out, and ultimately me being banished to the mortal realm? Hearing this, Yundian's face turned ashen. Xuanzang clapped his hands in praise. Genius logic. Excellent.
Wu Jing walked over, staring at Yundian with murderous intent. He fearfully explained, "Senior brother, the real culprit is clearly the Jade Emperor. You and I are both just victims. Besides, we're martial brothers now. How can you treat me like this?" Wu Jing sternly asked, gritting his teeth. "Are you just gonna let this go?" Just as Xuanzang raised his hand high, he calmly continued. "Of course we can't let it go," Yundian screamed in panic. "Oh God, Master, whose side are you on?"
Tang Seng didn't answer, pointing at the two of them and announcing loudly, "My disciple of Tang Xuanzang can never endure such humiliation. I will avenge your grievances for you."
Yundian's face turned serious, his eyes secretly thinking, "We are even counting the debt that the Jade Emperor harmed me." Immediately, Yundian looked at Xuanzang, his eyes full of admiration, wholeheartedly praising, "Master is truly wise and mighty, unafraid of force, and will definitely stand up for his disciples."
Yundian thought to himself, "It's not bad to draw a big cake for the junior brother first, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for me." But to everyone's surprise, Wu Jing's whole body shook.
A moment later, he fell to the ground. Xuanzang worriedly shouted, "Disciple, disciple, what's wrong?" Wu Jing didn't answer, his face twisted in pain, grinding his teeth. A moment later, Wu Jing transformed into a middle-aged man with a thick beard and unkempt hair.
Seeing this scene, Xuanzang held his head in dissatisfaction and shouted, "My disciple was a handsome merman just now. How did he suddenly turn into a vulgar old uncle?" Beneath the Liu Sha River, large waves crashed against the rocks.
The system sounded at this moment, causing Xuanzang to pause, confused and friendly reminded. Sha Seng is originally a fish demon, and he will die if he stays on land for too long. If you haven't put him back in the water, then the host will soon achieve the feat of killing a disciple.
Xuanzang dissatisfiedly pointed at Wu Jing, rebutting in a low voice, "You want me to carry around a coffin-sized tub of water to put him in later, huh?"
At this time, the e-commerce screen appeared, and the system said, "Don't worry, the host can exchange it for this miniaturized mobile fish tank, so that your disciple can enjoy life in the water anytime, anywhere."
The current preferential exchange price is 3,000 points, PS. In the water, his memory will also be restored to normal. Xuanzang looked at the system with glistening eyes, innocently saying, "I knew it, you're just coveting my experience points." The system replied, so Xuanzang sadly wiped away his tears with a handkerchief like a knife. A moment later, a mobile fish tank appeared in the air. Wu Jing soaked in the fish tank. Xuanzang assessed, "Looks just right." Below, Zheng Kong resentfully spoke up, "Mommy, I want to get in too." Inside the mobile fish tank, Wu Jing gradually felt the water. The next moment, Wu Jing opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, his legs turning into a fishtail in the water. Wu Jing happily bathed in the water, exclaiming, "This water is so clear." Outside, Tang Seng dissatisfiedly thought to himself, "Clear my ass. It cost me 3,000 experience points." Tang Seng clenched his fist, sternly and angrily. "Use the remaining experience points to upgrade me so you don't covet it again." At this time, the system displayed the attribute panel on the screen. Host Tang Seng, Specialty Flower Trading, Scripture Seeker, Level 13, Experience 2,468 13,000ths. Props, Brocade Kasaya, Saving the Desolate Tin Staff, Fake Golden Hoop. Immediately, Wu Jing stared blankly at Xuanzang, who was constantly increasing his cultivation. He secretly assessed, he was able to break through 3 times in such a short period of time. Wu Jing's eyes sparkled,
his mouth puckered up, his thoughts becoming more and more excited. "You're so powerful, and you're my master. The great god really didn't lie to me."
Xuanzang's face turned cold as he gestured twice with his skinny hands.
In the next second, to everyone's astonished eyes, a miniature fishbowl appeared, just big enough to fit Wu Jing's head. Wukong pointed from below, displeased, saying, "Mommy, I want one too."
Xuanzang walked over, putting his arms around Wukong and Wu Jing, while Baji happily shouted from behind, all right, our group of 4 scripture seekers is finally complete." Tang Xuanzang sat on a rock, looking at the full team, and announced loudly, "I, as your master, officially declare the Tim Thi Kin team is officially established." At this moment, Yundian walked over and whispered to Wu Jing, "Junior brother, there's something I have to tell you right away."
Then, a dangerous look appeared on Yundian's face as he began to ramble. "The thing is like this." Wu Jing opened his mouth to reply, but was immediately bombarded with words. The BS wearing a helmet and mask couldn't speak.
Wu Jing frantically took off the fishbowl from his head and shouted at Yundian,
"Representing the immortals is no different from being hunted down." Seeing Wu Jing foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground, Yundian shook his head in dismay. "Junior brother's psychological resilience isn't very good, is it?" Wukong looked at him. "You have the nerve to talk about others." On the other side, Xuanzang glanced at them and muttered to himself, "What representing immortals, representing demons is more like it." Yundian leisurely instructed from behind, "Junior brother, leave the task of retrieving the scriptures to you from now on."
Xuanzang waved his hand cheerfully, looking at the crowd. "All of you will become express for this old master." And then, the 4 of them, and 1 horse, and a little monkey, set off together, seeking scriptures. The 4 entered a deep forest, outside of which a sign was written in blood, looking terrifying.
Wu Jing, his middle-aged face weary, reached out towards the front. Master, this, next, this." Then, Wu Jing fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and with difficulty cried out. Xuanzang walked over and calmly placed the fishbowl on his head, his voice full of helplessness.
"This stupid disciple is dehydrated again." Beside him, Yundian was still excitedly calling home, "Quilan, my little darling, your little pig is going to save the world again. That's right. Of course I'm the best." Xuanzang looked at Wu Jing and continued, "Seriously, charge for 2 hours. Talk for 5 minutes." Xuanzang looked at the bloodstained sign and asked, "Is this the 10th one already, I guess?"
Yundian stepped forward, his face fawning and his eyes like stars, and began to speak. "That's right, master. You are wise and divine, and must have seen some mystery inside. Please enlighten us, master."
Xuanzang patted his forehead, his face unreadable, and replied, "There is a legendary item. Just mentioning it will cause the opposite of what is said to happen." Xuanzang's eyes turned gray and cold, and then he solemnly continued, "Agreements will be broken. Saying you'll win means you'll lose. Saying you'll live means you'll die." Before Yundian's admiring eyes and Wukong's cold gaze, Xuanzang touched his smooth, bald head dashingly and said, "That thing is, this next one." He raised a big flag high and shouted, "FRK. If you see that thing, I will definitely tell you it definitely is very useless. But it does create momentum." Before the confusion of the crowd, Xuanzang pointed forward, excitedly saying, "That's based on the effect of the FRK next." Xuanzang rested his chin, calmly saying, "We will immediately encounter danger." As soon as he finished speaking, FRK appeared, a huge flake holding an axe in his hand, looking at the crowd with dissatisfaction and shouted, "Tang Xuanzang." His eyes were blood red, without pupils, and his lower canine teeth were upturned. He angrily continued, "Dare to underestimate this general's warning." As soon as Flex appeared, the entire forest shook, and birds flapped their wings in fear and flew away quickly. Fred, covered in murderous aura, stood in front of Xuanzang's group. Xuanzang replied awkwardly and embarrassedly, "Did this old master just pretend to say it and accidentally provoke FX?" Behind him, Yundian hid behind Wukong, excitedly praising, "I didn't expect master to be a good prophet too." FRK swung his mallet down hard at the group. Xuanzang quickly pulled Yundian out of the way and jumped out of the way. Frake shouted, "Get lost or this general will tear you apart." On this side, Xuanzang and Yundian landed safely. Yundian, his face worried, trembled and hugged his head. "Master, should we listen to him or should we turn back the way we came?" Xuanzang held the staff in his hand, his face calmly replying, "How can we turn back at this time? Of course, the next one." With Yundian gazing at him in admiration, Xuanzang smirked and continued, "Let's start slaying demons to grind for experience points." Xuanzang stylishly ran a hand through his hair, looking at the group. Your teacher has been diligently researching lately, and finally figured out the best combat strategy for us."
Right after that, to everyone's astonishment, Xuanzang became a strategist, starting to give instructions.
Xuanzang excitedly pointed and shouted, giving orders. "Wukong, you and your teacher will be in charge of the most violent part."
Wukong crossed his arms, glanced sideways, and grunted in acknowledgement.
Xuanzang rested his chin on his hand, pondering, and then continued assigning tasks. "Wu Jing, you'll provide support, and keep an eye on little Kong Kong and little Bai." Wu Jing, hearing this, excitedly shouted, "Don't worry, master, but what kind of support are we talking about?"
Then, turning to the last person, Xuanzang wore a sly grin. Looking at Baji Yundian, who was trying to sneak away, Tang Xuanzang called out, "Baji!"
Tang Xuanzang looked at Baji and said solemnly, "I'm entrusting you with the glorious mission of luring that monster."
Yundian fearfully raised his staff, which accidentally hit the rope behind him. Xuanzang grabbed him. Baji struggled in terror. "You've got the wrong pig, I'm not Baji." Next panel. Xuanzang decisively threw Baji towards the FAKA, loudly shouting, "Go on, go, Xuanzang!" Leading from behind, shouted powerfully, "Wukong, let's go!" The pig Yundian, having been thrown, cried and shouted, "Precious Kuilan, let's meet again in the next life." But unexpectedly, when Yundian fell, his 9-toothed rake fell out and sliced the person in half. Fake Yundian face planted, and the fake behind him burst into a dazzling purple-blue light. Yundian cried out in tears, "She will always be the one I love the most." Immediately after that, the FLK transformed into many combined bone demons. Seeing itself exposed, anxiously cried out.
Xuanzang, Wukong, and Wu Jing all wore speechless expressions. Xuanzang trembled with unbelievable anger and loudly yelled, "The world is truly wicked, even demons can be counterfeited."
On the other side, the bone people fearfully began to speak.
"The great Xuanzang, if you enter 100 Flowers City ahead, you'll surely be crushed to pieces. Not even bones will be left." Xuanzang smirked at the bones, coldly questioning, "Who sent you here?"
The bones fearfully cried and ran for their lives. "Mommy, this monk is too scary. You'll regret this." Watching the demons flee in a flash, Xuanzang sighed. Did they come just to be a joke? Immediately after, Xuanzang stroked his chin and smirked, saying, "However, 100 Flower City on the other side."
Baji Yundian lay still, his pig ears perked up upon hearing the familiar location. Xuanzang's face was as bright as the stars, satisfiedly saying, "Just hearing about it, I know it must be a luxurious and decadent big city, finally about to escape this desolate place." Yundian next to him added, "100 Flower City, it must be a place with many beauties."
Wukong on the side glanced at the other two. 100 Flower City, can't wait any longer.
Xuanzang carried his staff and looked at everyone, ordering, "Disciples, let's move forward together." Yundian on the side glanced over in dissatisfaction, muttering under his breath, 100 Flower City, sounds like there will be lots of delicious food.
Immediately, under the afternoon sun, Xuanzang excitedly ran ahead. "Your teacher will definitely be the first one there." Yundian chased after him, yelling, "That's cheating!" Sure enough, right in front was a very large city. It was 100 Flower City. As soon as they arrived, Xuanzang and Yundian were dreaming about beautiful girls, so they hurriedly went in. They shouted, "100 Flower City, we're here!" Both of them entered with delight. But as soon as they went inside, they both realized their dreams were shattered. The entire place was full of burly men. Left and right were men, and more men. Wukong couldn't help but laugh at their dejected appearance at this moment. Suddenly, at this moment, someone shouted, "Ling Long, dance, dance." Everyone there shouted in unison, "Ling Long, dance." Hearing that, Yundian and Xuanzang's moods instantly lifted, and the two of them, full of curiosity, yelled out, "Ling Long, there's a woman!" The two quickly squeezed to the front of the crowd, making some people annoyed. "Hey, no pushing." Xuanzang and Yundian squeezed through the fan crowd, carrying a makeshift banner that read, "Ling Long, we love you." The two were excited. Make way, make way. The atmosphere was super lively, and some people were even imagining things in their heads. Such tender eyes, such a gentle pose. Some admirer even kissed the stage. Such graceful dance moves, and one dude even had a nosebleed. Such smooth skin.
Xuanzang and Yundian, filled with excitement, squeezed through the crowd, moving forward, their hearts full of anticipation. "I told you, it's definitely 100 Flower City, how could it be?" But reality slapped them right in the face.
On the stage, a dancer appeared. But it turned out to be a man, dressed as a woman, all hairy and wiggling around while dancing, saying, "My cute little fans, please raise your hands. Let me see your hands."
Seeing the scene before them, the two of them were so scared they puked out everything they had eaten.
Yundian couldn't believe the reality before his eyes, so he patted the shoulder of the person in front and asked, Bro, do you guys have any place? Any place with lots of beautiful women? That person pointed forward and said, there. Hearing this, Yundian was as happy as if he'd struck gold. And he rushed over like the wind, excitedly saying, I'm here. But Xuanzang suddenly felt a sense of unease rising within him. Why do I suddenly have such a bad feeling? The direction the man pointed to was a place called Quan Fang Yuan. As soon as Yundian and Xuanzang reached the entrance, they saw a picture of a beautiful woman placed outside, enough to cause a nosebleed already. Yundian couldn't contain his joy. I feel like I'm back in the game. Then, he hurriedly urged Xuanzang to go in. What's all the commotion inside? Hurry up! But at this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared, escorting several young women. These girls were all sobbing, and their parents couldn't hold back their tears because they couldn't protect their children. My child, you must live well. We, your father and mother, are useless. You must take care of yourselves. The angry soldiers turned back and cursed. What's with all the crying? Your daughters are about to live good days. Xuanzang recognized the scene at a glance, and he thought to himself, forcibly seizing civilian women, forcing people to become prostitutes. Suddenly, Yundian's shout rang out, startling Xuanzang. Release those two young ladies. Slowly, Yundian emerged from behind, holding a rake and charging forward, and with just one move, he dealt with all the soldiers. He stomped on the ground righteously and said, beautiful young women are humanity's treasures. Yundian, now like a hero of the times, exclaimed loudly. Their enemies are also this young master's enemies. He struck a cool and handsome pose, saying to the young ladies, please rest assured, the young master will definitely protect you both thoroughly. But a slap right across Yundian's face came. When those young women looked up, their beauty was like an insult to art. Weren't they men? Not only did they not thank him, but they were also fierce, angrily shouting at Yundian, who are you? What's it to your butt? The person next to them also angrily yelled, we are crying tears of joy, do you understand? The person from before immediately agreed, that's right. The parents who were crying just a moment ago suddenly jumped up and fiercely scolded Yundian. Our daughters are about to become royal consorts. What are you doing here causing trouble? Do you want to ruin their lifelong happiness? What a busybody. Quickly go apologize to the officials. Yundian, getting a verbal beatdown, sat alone and curled up, trembling, with tears welling up more than ever. He felt so lonely and weak at this moment. Just then, more soldiers arrived, pointing at Yundian's face. Where did this troublemaker come from? He even dares to lay his hands on the women who are about to enter the palace. Hearing these words, Xuanzang was dumbfounded. Enter the palace, your king's taste is that heavy. Right at this moment, a fragrance wafted into Xuanzang's nose, and he quickly looked up to see the door of Quanfeng Yuan open, and a beautiful woman gracefully walked out. The girl said softly, it's one key late. That person was none other than Xinu. Seeing Xuanzang in front of her, Xinu was a little surprised. You guys, Xuanzang on the other side was also surprised, and he smiled and waved his hand frantically to get her attention. Xinu immediately became alert, thinking to herself, why is it him? This reunion scene was truly something else, let me tell you. A soldier hurriedly rushed over to report it was him who broke the peace, Bai Xinu. It's because someone caused trouble that little T was delayed, Bai Xinu said unhappily. Spare the useless words. Quickly bring the person inside. Don't delay the great king's important business. The soldiers had no choice but to let Yundian off the hook. We'll let you go this time, Scram. After that, they went inside and closed the door. One of them bowed and reported to Bai Xinu. This time, it was really hard for us to find two 16-year-old women. The two girls from before shyly put on a demure act and said, this humble one greets Bai Xinu. Bai Xinu took one look at their looks that could scare ghosts and demons, and immediately frowned, asking, why are the girls getting uglier and uglier these days? The attendant replied fearfully, many of the suitable aged girls in the entire country have already been taken away, ma'am. Hearing that, she softened a little. Bai Xinu reluctantly said, all right, just bring them in for me to deal with. She couldn't help but feel happy, remembering Xuanzang outside the door. You really did come. The scene shifted to Xuanzang's side, and the previous event lingered in his mind. He recalled the moment Bai Xinu looked at him thoughtfully, and he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about the way she looked at him. He immediately started fantasizing. Could it be that my handsome looks have already captivated her, and it was love at first sight? Yundian was also secretly thinking about her, saying, Master, this disciple has fallen into a love trap. Knowing what was up, Xuanzang immediately whacked Yundian with his staff, angrily scolding, nonsense! How dare you covet your Xinyang? Yundian quickly admitted his mistake. Disciple was wrong. But disciple has 18 moves to win someone over. I can definitely help master. Suddenly, Something caught Xuanzang's attention. A sturdy matchmaker came over and put her arms around the two of them, wanting to set them up. Just one look at you two brothers, and I can tell you're both men who appreciate beauty. Yundian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard that. You appreciate it too, madam.
Xuanzang was a bit suspicious of the matchmaker, but she immediately pulled Xuanzang away.
Follow me. I guarantee it won't disappoint you two brothers.
Dusk was gradually fading, and she led the two of them to a dilapidated slum area.
Yundian felt a little uneasy seeing this place and asked, Master, why do I feel like something's not right? Are there really beautiful women here?
Xuanzang at this point could only go along with the flow, and said casually, Baji, you don't understand. As the main character, it's inevitable that we have to follow the plot.
At this time, the matchmaker glanced at the two of them and said, You two brothers, we've arrived. Right in front of us is one pillar holding up the sky. There were also 2 strong guards standing watch at the door. The matchmaker pointed and said, Inside are all the people that you two brothers will also appreciate.
The matchmaker flung open the door and stepped inside.
You two brothers, please come in. At this moment, 4 burly, muscular men were striking poses, making Yundian fearfully hide behind Xuanzang and say, Master, this disciple feels a bit of a chill down below. Xuanzang's face darkened, and he roared,
Shut up. Only then did the matchmaker say, This is the Guang General Rebel Army's base. Xuanzang heard this, picked his nose, and quietly observed, Guang General Rebel Army. Isn't that just a bunch of single dogs warming each other up, joining forces to snatch other people's sisters? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, This is our big boss.
Her name is. This also made Yundian excited. In front of them was a beautiful woman, holding a smoking pipe, took a puff, and the matchmaker's voice rang out again, Willow-waist windblown Su Sanyangzi.
She stood up, walked closer, greeted Xuanzang, and while puffing on her pipe said, Elder Tang, this humble one pays her respects. Xuanzang looked at this beautiful face and was stunned. What's with this cute 2-meter-tall girl? His mind was already in chaos. Oh my god, isn't there a single normal girl in this city? No wonder they had to rebel.
Su Sanyang leaned down, getting close to Xuanzang, and winked at him, making his heart race. She whispered, Elder Tang, on the road of exterminating demons and subduing evil, your reputation is resounding. Your arrival here is like the Guang General Rebel Army of ours has been saved. Xuanzang listened, and his heart soared. I didn't expect someone as handsome as me to be so famous already. Then, that Sister Susan suggested, Hey there, Tong Elder, why don't we step inside and have a little chat? And just as that door finished closing,
Xuanzang and Yundian were all sneaky-like, peeking around to see what's what.
But bam! A shocking thing happened. Susan just straight up started shedding clothes, like, even the hair came off.
This whole situation just blew Xuanzang and Yundian's minds into next week. Turns out, Susan was a dude, and get this, he even chuckled, probably thinking Xuanzang was getting the wrong idea. Hey Tong Elder, I'm really not such a bad guy, you know? Staring at the ripped dude flexing in front of him, Xuanzang facepalmed internally like, which one of my eyeballs was blind enough to think that was a woman? Susan then got all shaky, emotions hitting him like a truck, tears streaming down his face, and he gritted his teeth. It's all that messed up king's fault. He's snatching up all the ladies for the palace. My bros and I can't even find wives, so we had to cross-dress, just so we could feast our eyes on something. Sui-san couldn't hide his fear as he added, What's even scarier is that not a single woman can escape that palace.
With that, Susan grabbed Xuanzang's shoulders, shaking him like a maraca, and exclaimed, all hyped up, Dang it, Tong Elder, you've offed tons of those monster thingies before. He kept shaking Xuanzang until his head was spinning like crazy. You absolutely have to help us out too.
Susan squeezed his eyes shut and yelled at the top of his lungs, This old man doesn't want to play dress-up anymore. Xuanzang's vision was all blurry, and he mumbled through the foam forming at his mouth, Could it be your king is some kind of useless, messed-up ruler who's been bewitched by a demon?
The moment Susan heard that, he was boiling with anger, veins popping out on his forehead as he retorted.
Our king, Suki-san, spat out, filled with rage, tears welling up in his eyes as he bit back his words.
He's a freaking monster.
Night had fallen. Whoosh! All the beefy disciples of the Yiju Jingtian sect were crowding outside,
constantly pushing and shoving to see what the commotion inside was all about, making the whole scene a total madhouse. Shouts echoed, Don't push, seriously, stop pushing. Let me see if there's any action. Why isn't there any sound at all?
Susan couldn't help but bang on the door, signaling for silence. But some dude just had to yell, Your Majesty?
Then the whole gang swarmed in. Tong Elder, are you all right?
Susan couldn't resist whacking those guys with his staff, making them yelp in pain. Our sect leader, please go easy on us, Susan snapped back. Shut your traps, I'm so ticked off. I could stomp holes in the floor. Don't you dare bother this old lady while she's discussing serious business with the Tang elder.
Hearing that, the disciples quickly shut the door, obediently stepping outside while sweetly saying, "Oh my, please keep hitting us. We even get to be punished today. Our sect leader looks kinda cute when she's angry."
One of the slightly more sensible ones quickly closed the door. "All right then, we won't disturb you two any longer." The moment the door was shut again, Susan ditched the clothes, turning back into his usual manly self. Seeing this, Xuanzang complimented. "Big bro, your cross-dressing skills are seriously top-notch," Susan said shyly. "If Tang elder wants to learn, I'd be happy to give you some pointers." Xuanzang felt a bit awkward, unsure what to say, so he quickly changed the subject, then turned back to the main point. "Right, about that demon you mentioned earlier. Besides, the usual stuff like killing the king to steal the throne, slaughtering innocent folks, and living it up all sleazy and extravagant. Is there anything else that just boils the blood of both humans and gods?" Curiosity was written all over Xuanzang's face as he wondered, what on earth could have made him so furious that he stomped dents into the floor? Susan plopped down on the ground and said, "Actually, those crimes I just mentioned aren't really a big deal, 'cause the previous king wasn't exactly a saint either." Saying this, Susan couldn't hide his anger,
but the fury just kept building, and Susan finally exploded. Good or bad, the previous king only liked pretty ladies, but now all the women are being dragged into the palace. Not even one is left for us.
Xuanzang remembered the scene of women being taken into the palace and fell silent. Yeah, he's definitely not picky.
Susan's eyes lit up as he continued. Because he's got this feminine demeanor enhancer in his hands, they say any woman, no matter how plain, who steps into his garden of 100 flowers, instantly becomes a beauty. Mentioning the garden of 100 flowers gave Xuanzang a headache. Garden of 100 flowers, huh? What kind of messed up name is that?
Then Susan grabbed Xuanzang's hand earnestly. "Tang elder, you're a kind and generous soul, you absolutely have to help us." Xuanzang was about to politely decline with a smile. This humble monk is a man of the cloth, so. But unexpectedly, the system dropped a brand new quest right in his lap.
Newly issued scripture retrieval quest. Slay the current king of Baoxiang Kingdom. Reward, 1 million experience points. Xuanzang's eyes widened like car headlights. Whoa, 1 million points. But then he remembered he was supposed to be a holy man and chanted a calming mantra, "Let it go, let it go." Thinking to himself, this poor monk is burdened with the responsibility of saving folks from suffering, absolutely can't just sit on his butt and do nothing.
But right then, a thought popped into Xuanzang's head. Wait a sec, this is Baoxiang Kingdom, so that demon king, could it be? Xuanzang hesitantly spoke to Susan. By any chance,
however, he continued, the rebel army's business needs to be handled with extreme caution. How about tonight, this humble monk sneaks into the garden of 100 flowers to see if I can blend in and scout out the situation. Yundian, upon hearing this, immediately jumped up. "Master? This disciple is willing to go through thick and thin with you. Good intentions. Haven't seen him. Only see benefits for that pig Zhu Baji. Can't miss the chance to peek at some beauty."
Susan's tears flowed like a river, and he said emotionally, "Tang elder, you truly have a compassionate heart that saves people from suffering. You're practically a living bodhisattva." His tears even washed the heads of the two master and disciple. Xuanzang lightly wiped the water off his bald head and said, "There's no time to lose. This humble monk and my disciple must set off now." He called out to Yundian, "Baji, for some reason this master feels like he's forgotten something." Yundian wiped his face and replied with a smile, "Master, saving people is more important. Let's hurry to the garden of 100 flowers." Then, right before Susan's eyes, they closed the door and left. After the two of them left, the weakness around Susan vanished in a flash, and he spoke up. "Just as you predicted, they've gone to the garden of 100 flowers." A voice suddenly echoed, "Good. You've done well." At the same moment, inside the extravagant palace, laughter and chatter filled the air, with delicious fruits and fine wine being served. As the emperor was surrounded by countless beauties, "Say, ah, your majesty." Mulan, lounging amidst the ladies, was laughing and eating, while the girls did their best to please him. "Your majesty, my horse has a tummy ache, please take a look." "Your majesty, it's so hot, is this okay?" With girls taking care of his every need, even feeding him, Mulan felt incredibly content. So this is how earthly rulers live. It's as blissful as being an immortal. In reality, he was the Blackstone demon in disguise, thoroughly enjoying the sensual pleasures, when suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Blackstone demon!" Mulan was so startled he shoved all the women around him away, his expression instantly turning cold as he asked, "May I know what business the old lord has to command?" The voice from above sounded a bit displeased. "Why isn't Tang Xuanzang dead yet? And he even dared to come to your 100 Flowers city." Hearing this, Musilan confidently replied, The old lord might not know, but as long as we lure him into the city, won't it be like the fisherman catching the cormorant? Easy peasy. But deep down he was fuming. That Bai Qianqian still hasn't dealt with that monk.
There it was. That mysterious old lord warned again. If you mess up this important matter, don't blame this lord for not keeping my promise. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. Mulan immediately dropped the act, his eyes turning sharp as he muttered,
"These great golden immortals usually look down on us little deities, always acting so high and mighty." He looked at the mess in front of him, annoyed. But who would have thought that a lowly monk could scare them so much?
Saying this, a savage smile crept across Mulan's face. Since this demon lord has personally descended to the mortal realm, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. That monk is definitely going to die without a burial place. With that, Mulan wiped the wine from his lips, picked up a grape, and leisurely sat down.
How could such a trivial matter require this demon lord to lose his composure?
He then popped the grape into his mouth and chewed it with relish.
Scene change. Back to Xuanzang. After his curious question to Yundian, a big question mark hung in the air. This monk, who usually only has eyes for the ladies, what on earth did he forget?
Inside the city, lanterns were already brightly lit, while Wukong and Wu Jing, not seeing Xuanzang and Yundian, were frantically searching through every alleyway. Little Kong Kong cried out in a panic.
"Mommy's gone again," Wu Jing added. "Senior brother, master, and second senior brother are nowhere to be found."
Wukong, hearing this, nonchalantly replied, "Who cares about them?" Night blanketed the garden of 100 flowers. And at this moment, several carriages from the royal palace entered the garden.
Several beauties stepped out of the carriages, and the soldier beside them barked, "Hurry up!" Then he turned around to report to the palace maid Bai.
"Ma'am," the soldier told the maid, "His Majesty says he's totally over these chicks. Please take care of them." Little did they know, 2 pairs of eyes were watching their every move. Xuanzang and Yundian.
The 2 of them were currently crammed behind a carriage. Looking pretty disheveled, Xuanzang couldn't help but grumble. That darn system, a whole 1,000 experience points for this stealth buff, and it only lasts for a few minutes. Yundian wasn't doing much better, clinging tightly to the carriage and wheezing, "Master, what do we do now?" Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, the 2 of them sneaked over to the bushes nearby. From there, they could clearly hear 2 guards chatting. One said, "With this many people being picked this time, it'll probably take a whole shinshin, huh?" The other chimed in, "His Majesty's tastes are getting faster and faster, that's for sure." The first one sighed in response. "So admirable." Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest was also tailing the carriages. Wukong. He was clinging to the undercarriage, so exhausted he face-planted when they stopped. After landing, the tiny Wukong looked around blankly and called out, "Mommy." Over on Xuanzang's side, after hearing that, he and Yundian sneaked deeper into the garden of 100 flowers, drawn by a strange, alluring scent. The master and disciple couldn't help but peek in, curiosity getting the better of them. The moment they looked, both of them couldn't help but have a massive nosebleed. Inside was none other than the bathing area for the beauties. Every single one of them was unbelievably captivating, their fair skin peeking out from beneath the water. One of them sighed contentedly. "Ah, soaking in this medicinal bath all day is so relaxing." The others nearby started teasing each other. "Wow, elder sister's chest is huge. Let me feel." The girl blushed shyly. "You naughty thing." The scene was enough to make any red-blooded male lose his composure. Outside, Yundian couldn't resist the urge to charge right in. Luckily, Xuanzang still had a sliver of reason left. Abstain from lust. Don't forget our main mission. Hearing this, Yundian retorted, unconvinced, "Master, are you even a man?" At a time like this, Xuanzang then patiently explained to Yundian, "We need to quickly figure out a way to sneak into the palace." Yundian finally understood, looking at Xuanzang with admiration. Master is so wise. He glanced back inside one more time and exclaimed, "Master, quick, look at this." Xuanzang walked over, scolding him. "No backbone. Just wait a bit. Once we blend into the palace, you can't." But the scene inside made Xuanzang freeze in his tracks. Inside, a maid entered, and upon seeing her, the other girls exclaimed affectionately, "It's Maid Bai." One girl looked at the maid admiringly and said, "Maid Bai, we're troubling you again this time." Another girl's eyes flickered with fear. "Do we have to go through it again?" Maid Bai then said, "His Majesty is in a rush. I'm afraid I can't make it as delicate as usual. You've all been soaking in the medicinal bath for quite a while now, haven't you?" She touched one girl's face and said, "Now, split into groups of 2, and follow my demonstration to do each other's makeup." The girl who was picked couldn't hide her joy. "I'm so lucky." Maid Bai pointed to herself and instructed the girls.
You must be very careful with your hands. If any problems arise, come find me immediately." Hearing this, some of the girls were disgruntled. Why do we have to do our own makeup? Others had already paired up. "You're in my group, awesome," one girl cried out anxiously. "No, does anyone want to be in my group?" Maid Bai walked over and touched one person's face, saying, "For this chosen maiden, there isn't much to fix. It'll be done very quickly."
The girl smiled reassuringly and entrusted herself. "I'm at ease with Maid Bai doing it."
Unexpectedly, Maid Bai gritted her teeth. Just a second later,
she forcefully slashed a line across that beautiful face, accompanied by a piercing scream.
Maid Bai's actions became even more violent, blood staining the ground beneath the girl's feet. Someone cried out in horror, "I think I accidentally cut the corner of my eye open. Calm down, don't panic, don't move. Do you want to be messed up so that Maid Bai will come help you?" The bloody scene made the master and disciple outside shudder. Isn't this cosmetic surgery, one of the 4 great evils of Asia? But at this moment, Xuanzang had a suspicion. He remembered the expression of Shi Nv before she acted, thinking to himself, but why did she have that expression? Yundian also recalled Shi Nevshav's expression when she was being punished. This expression, could it be that she's even more beautiful than before? Hearing this, Xuanzang curiously asked, "Baji, do you know her?" Yundian said suspiciously, "I only saw her from afar once, when I was still a god. She was secretly having an affair with an immortal. When it was exposed," Yundian, acting all high and mighty as if he needed a fan, "she was stripped of her immortal bones and cast down to the mortal realm. I even went to watch the fun back then. Who knew she would fall so low as to become a demon? Truly, heaven is jealous of beauty."
Xuanzang, exasperated, asked back, "Are you sure you're not mistaking her for someone else?"
Being doubted, Yundian angrily retorted, "Master, I wouldn't mistake something like this." Xuanzang had no choice but to say softly, all right, it was I who blamed you wrongly." A voice, drawn by the noise, called out, "Mama." But because she was running too fast, she knocked over a vase. The vase then rolled down behind the beauty surgery screen. The young ladies had put on their new clothes. Everyone happily thanked her. That eye corner tweak was really a bother before. "I don't want to do it again." She Nv thought to herself, "Tang Xuanzang, I've prepared so much." Her gaze flicked towards the nearby window. "You better not disappoint me." With that done, the girls quickly left. Xuanzang and Yundian were already hiding ahead. As the group passed by, Xuanzang and Yundian dragged the 2 at the end of the line and eliminated them. They quickly took the clothes of the 2 girls and disguised themselves as them. But standing before the beautiful figure, Yundian couldn't help but bleed from his nose, making Xuanzang angrily shout, "Your nosebleed! Don't get it on the clothes!" The 2 quickly fixed themselves up, then blended into the group of women as if nothing had happened. But looking at Xuanzang's appearance after dressing up as a woman, even Yundian was captivated. "Master, I didn't expect you to become such a great beauty after disguising yourself. I'm smitten," Xuanzang shyly scolded. "Shut up." The 2, dressed flamboyantly, followed quickly. But at this moment, Yundian had a doubt. "Master, don't you think we're having it too easy this time?" But Xuanzang didn't reply, only smiled and said, "I can't let down the beautiful woman's good intentions." Yundian asked, confused, "The beautiful women are the 2 we knocked unconscious." With that said, the 2 left the 2 women behind and followed the group of women. Shi Nv quickly went to the place where the vase was knocked over. She used magic from the vase, thanks to which she knew everything that happened. Shi Nv could not help but wonder, saying, "Where is Sun Wukong's clone right now?" She quickly put the vase back up. She had to find a way to get him caught on the carriage and into the palace. She used magic to take all the memories of the vase. "Best to do it now?" The voice of He Shixing rang out, making Shi Nv stiffen. "Bai Tiantian, have you finished dealing with all those women?" "About that Tang Xuanzang, shouldn't you give this Star-Lord an explanation?" Bai Shi Nv, being controlled, painfully hugged her heart. She gritted her teeth and thought, "I can't drag it out any longer. But as long as Tang Xuanzang can sneak in tonight," she carefully reported. "Great King, I have sent people to do it, but the group of Tang Xuanzang is large and powerful, so it will take a lot of time." Before she could finish speaking, she was attacked by He Shixing, using it as an excuse. Bai Shi Nv fell to the ground in pain. The voice of He Shixing rang out, "Looks like I didn't make myself clear enough earlier." His words were sharp as knives. "Go find Tang Xuanzang yourself and kill him." Hearing this, Bai Shinu's fingernails dug into the ground, leaving long scratches. He Xinjing coldly ordered, "If you can't kill him, then you can wait to die with him." After He Shijing left, Bai Xinu just sat there, frozen like a statue. Finally, she let out a soft sound and raised her fingers, casting a spell. Instantly, She transformed completely. She made a silent vow. Looks like I have no choice but to kill you. Scene change. Xuanzang followed several women to a strange room. The two were following the women, but, unluckily, Yundian's fake breasts fell out. He quickly bent over to pick them up. Seeing this, Xuanzang hastily reminded him, "Forget about picking those up. Focus on the main task." But just as they were about to follow the women in, a bony hand stopped them. Xuanzang was shocked. Why is she here? Could it be... I guessed wrong? Ahead, Bai Xinu had set up a trap to block their path. She spoke up. "Xuanzang, master." The two just watched as the group of women walked inside. As soon as the door closed, Xuanzang didn't hesitate to drop the disguise. He quickly drew his staff, and both entered battle mode. Yundian trembled with fear behind his master. Looking at the enemies, Xuanzang was secretly calculating. Looking at her previous actions, it was clear she was trying to help me, so why is she ambushing me now? On the other side, Bai Xinu didn't waste words. "Since you're both here," she gripped the whip tightly in her hand, then flashed a smile. "Then leave your lives behind." Tension filled the air. Both sides held their ground, no one making the first move. Finally, Bai Xinu initiated the attack. She yelled, "Kill!" Immediately, the group of Yao monsters charged to attack. Xuanzang instantly engaged in battle. Every time he struck, the system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 experience points." But this wasn't the ideal solution. Xuanzang had to try something else. "Young lady, I think we should talk." These words made Bai Xinu pause slightly, but after only a few seconds she launched her attack again. The bone demons kept attacking, but Xuanzang was no pushover, immediately defeating them all. Just then, Quilan's phone called Yundian. "Little Zhu, my baby's been wronged." Yundian immediately sat down to talk, abandoning his master to fight. Quilan, on the other end, poured out her grievances. "My sister-in-law's cousin, the daughter of the great demon king next door, captured me today and said that..." "How could she say such vicious curses to my little Zhu?" Yundian whispered. "Quilan, I'm..." But Quilan yelled on the other end. "How dare you call your baby's name so casually? Are you having an affair, you little piggy?" The conversation enraged Xuanzang, who was fighting alone, veins popping on his head. Yundian had to run away from the bone demons to coax Quilan. "My darling Quilan, my dearest baby, I'm being torn apart by these bone demons. But my heart is still only for you. Heaven and earth are my witness." Xuanzang couldn't stand it anymore, he shouted. "Public displays of affection will get you killed faster, Baji." He glared at Yundian in annoyance. "This pig? Whatever. Guess I'll just collect some more experience." Just then, Wukong suddenly swooped down from nowhere, landing directly on Yundian, getting rid of all the bone demons on him, but interrupting Yundian's sweet words to "Quilan, sun and moon, bear witness." At this point, Yundian screamed in pain. Quilan heard that and wasn't happy, saying, "Does talking to me cause you so much pain? Fine, I won't bother you anymore." Kong Kong cheered excitedly. "Bad guys, die." Unlike him, Yundian, covered in injuries, called out to Quilan, "My sweet little darling." Seeing Kong Kong, Xuanzang couldn't hide his joy. "Kong Kong, my little clone." His eyes sparkling, he called out to Kong Kong, "Mama." After that, the two rushed to embrace each other tightly as if they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years. But now they finally reunited. Even though Kong Kong was happy, Xuanzang was still scared. Crap, I was messing around with Baji, and forgot about Wukong and Wu Jing on the street. He then made up his mind to quickly finish this matter. After that, Xuanzang looked at the white-clothed woman and asked, "Can we talk now?" The white-clothed woman was a bit surprised and stopped. Xuanzang then walked closer to her, and she said, "I think your appearance, or rather your face, is okay. You don't look like an ugly monster." He pretended to be righteous and asked, "If you have any worries, you can tell us directly. Why resort to fighting?" Xuanzang thought to himself. This must be Bai Ji Yu Jing from Journey to the West. She's a monster without a backer, so she's probably being manipulated. Xuanzang struck a carefree Taoist pose and said, "Anyway, I'm not a heartless demon who kills monsters without blinking an eye." Yundian couldn't hide his contempt. "I wonder who was the one who killed the monster to eat." Xuanzang softly mentioned the previous demons, asking, "Were the funny skull puppets from earlier sent by you? You didn't really want to kill me, were you being threatened? The one threatening you is..." Before he could finish, the white-clothed woman attacked him. "Tang Xuanzang, you're smart." She flashed a smug smile. "But you need to be even smarter." Saying this, her eyes sharpened. "The matter between me and He Shi Jing, I won't tell you." As soon as Xuanzang heard the name He Shi Jing, he felt something was off. "Is He Shi Jing your lover, or are you being captured?" he thought to himself.
Isn't the monster related to Baoxiang Kingdom supposed to be Huang Baoguai? Who is this He Shi Jing?
But at this moment, the white-clothed woman launched an attack from behind.
She unleashed a series of attacks toward Xuanzang. You don't need to know.
Then, the bone demons beside her combined into a powerful battle chariot. This stunned Xuanzang, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect this girl to even know how to pilot a mecha. The white-clothed woman sat in the mecha and attacked Xuanzang, but he quickly dodged and couldn't help but praise. Looks pretty powerful. He even waved hi to her, and she said, Too bad, your movements are too slow. But at this moment, the white-clothed woman controlled the mecha to fly up. Xuanzang was freaked out when he saw that, and he screamed in panic. What the heck? Only Wukong was reciting books outside. Suddenly, he raised his head, as if he had sensed something. Bai Jiu Jing launched countless attacks at him.
Xuanzang gripped the scepter in his hand and smiled.
So it's a diamond transformation.
Too bad. The scepter head shook violently, and he spun the scepter continuously to create a formation.
The sound of metal clashing rang out. They're all too fragile. He shattered those tentacles. Bullets fired from the muzzle and zoomed past. Xuanzang once again used the scepter to deflect the bullets. He stared intently at the enemy in front of him, very seriously.
It seems like I have to completely deal with this toy to handle Bai Jiu Jing. Xuanzang ran with all his might and counterattacked, slamming the other end of his staff straight at her.
My bad, milady. Her image filled his eyes. He was face to face with the girl, but strangely enough, her eyes were welling up with tears, while those iron hands began to attack him again.
One hand pierced the ground where he was standing, trying to grab Xuanzang's feet as he flew up to dodge.
Just as he was about to be caught by the iron whip, a voice called out, Master, your disciple is here to save you. Zhu Baji also managed to trip his master in the process. Master, are you alright?
Xuanzang clutched his head, looking indignant. Baji, I've long seen through you. You're just jealous of your master's handsome looks.
The iron monster continued to advance towards them. Bai Ji Yujing weeping while emphasizing her task. Tang Xuanzang, stop struggling and just accept your fate.
Baji panicked and quickly grabbed his hand to run.
Master, let's get out of here.
Xuanzang couldn't bear it. Remembering her expression, I can't leave. His hand remained firmly gripping his staff.
Facing the enemy with determination, this corner, your master hasn't finished digging it out yet. Baji couldn't hold back anymore and started yelling, We're about to lose our lives, and you're still digging up corners, master. Have you been blinded by her beauty or what?
Xuanzang changed his attitude, turning to smile at him. Baji, whether your master succeeds next depends entirely on you. Baji immediately used himself for fear. What do you want to do? Wukong could only cry for help while being hugged tightly by him.
He struck down his disciple with a staff.
Be a good boy and distract it for your master. Baji was naturally unwilling. Why is it always me who gets hurt?
Wukong landed safely at this moment.
Xuanzang gently rubbed its head and pressed its cheek lightly. Good boy, go find a place to hide. Wukong then raised its hand at people to be spoiled. Mama, its eyes suddenly became sparkling.
Hey, you stinky emperor. I'm coming. Don't act recklessly. Hey, answer me. Wukong just stood there in a daze, poking its own cheeks with its hands.
Baerji, while running to dodge the hands, wailed, Help me, master! Xuanzang, who was trying to climb on it, heard a voice. Didn't expect the almsgiver to be one who appreciates beauty. He was so annoyed that he shouted, Stop talking nonsense, quickly bring out the props.
Instantly, a system notification popped up. I exist in the depths of your subconscious to help you deeply understand any girl who appears before you. Then, in one fell swoop, conquer her. Item provided. 3 experiences, cost $2,000. A heart-shaped headband was neatly placed on his head. The system kept bragging with pride. Within 2 meters you can see through any woman. Xuanzang, of course, was very uncomfortable with this. Don't you have any props that look legitimate? In the meantime, she was still controlling the iron beast. He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, jumping onto Xuanzang's face, sticking to the glasses. A scannable object has been detected, about to take over the entire head.
As if there is a lack of something, shaking begins. Xuanzang immediately lay on the ground, about to enter the target's subconscious. He was now in the other party's system.
A goddess with a very angry face, Bai Tiantian, said,
Who dares to commit adultery with you in the fragrance hall?
Magnificent, with flying cranes so beautiful. Swish. We cut to someone's mansion, where a girl is holding a vase, all giddy. I'm Bai Tiantian, just your average maid at the Flying Fragrance Palace. Day in, day out, it's the same stifling life in the heavens, until, Xuanzang's looking like he's not feeling this. Ugh, even the intro reeks of soap opera. Is life in heaven that boring?
The girl trips on something, about to fall. Classic clumsy anime girl move, right? Suddenly, a dude appears, catching her and the vase at the same time. Bam.
Tian's in love with Ajing. The guy gives her that smoldering look. Woman, you've caught my attention. Tian's totally mesmerized by Xing's looks. Lord Kui Mulong's star deity.
Xuanzang's brain finally catches up. Wait a sec. So Blackstone Star is Kui Mulong. I knew I wasn't wrong. That yellow-robed demon from Journey to the West, that was Kui Mulong after descending to Earth, wasn't it?
This is straight-up trashy romance novel material. I'm suggesting a 3x fast-forward. The system obeys, zipping through the scenes. You do like me after all. Yesterday I missed you so much. If only things could stay like this, that would be amazing. Finally, we can leave this boring heaven together.
Xuanzang frantically waves his hands, telling the system to stop and go back to normal speed. The system's totally giving him the side eye, looking super salty.
Time skip. The girl's been kicked down to the mortal realm. By Tian, you violated the heavenly rules, plotting to descend to the mortal realm for a rendezvous, and hiding the identity of your partner. Unwilling to repent, you are sentenced to be banished to the mortal realm, enduring 10 lifetimes of loneliness until you are reduced to ashes. Tian just keeps seeing that dude in her head. I don't know why you're not coming, but I'll always wait for you. Xuanzang's just facepalming in despair.
Seriously, it's already a twisted version of Journey to the West, and Father Nan's still stuck in the same rut. This plot's so cliché I don't even want to watch anymore. A girl in red decides to hang herself. First lifetime, the country was destroyed on my wedding day, and I was forced to commit suicide for my country. You didn't come. Cut to a scene of a girl being harassed by 2 dudes. Second lifetime, I was assaulted by bandits and died with my eyes open in agony. You didn't come. A pure white skeleton surrounded by fierce wolves. Third lifetime, fourth lifetime, 8th lifetime, 9th lifetime, 10th lifetime, I was eaten by wolves, my corpse exposed in the wilderness. You still didn't come. Eerie flames flicker from the skull's eye sockets, soon bursting with demonic power.
Bai Tian has now become the white bone demon. I refuse to be reduced to ashes. 10 lifetimes of resentment surge within me. I'll become a demon. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind her. Tian, Kui Mulong, is standing right in front of her. I finally found you. The bone demon sees her lover and is overjoyed. Ajing, they embrace in a hug. For you, I descended to the mortal realm and became a demon. I'm now the king of Baoxiang country. He holds her close, but his expression is scheming as hell. I won't let you leave me again. Xuanzang can't take it anymore.
This kind of long time no see, let's get lovey-dovey situation. Not even a diamond drill could break through this cliché wall. He's now lost in thought.
Why's this girl crying in a mecha suit all of a sudden? Did Father Nan really cheat on her? If that's the case, go beat up Father Nan, not me. His eyes widen like he's had an epiphany. The white bone demon appears before him, utterly surprised by the scene. Who are you? How did you get into my subconscious?
Xuanzang rushes to grab her hand, advising her. Little sis, you gotta be super careful when picking boyfriends. This dude who runs away with you, only to ghost you for 10 lifetimes before showing up again, and is now a philandering scumbag, he's not worth it.
All he gets in return is a terrifying glare. He didn't cheat on me. Xuanzang doesn't give up, continuing to analyze. He didn't cheat on you. Then what's with all the women he's dragging into the palace? Is he planning on having a mahjong party with them?
But in his heart, he's still hesitant. This reaction, something's off. Could it be? Xuanzang leans in and whispers in her ear, Bai Tian, has he ever truly loved you?
Her eyes glaze over at the question. Loved me. Loved me. Has he ever truly loved me?
She cries heartbrokenly, saying to herself, No, that's not true. It can't be. Xuanzang kneels before the distraught girl.
Everything you're doing now, is it all truly of your own free will? Bai Tian. She screamed in agony, Xuanzang, I'm gonna explode.
Her bone whip had shattered into pieces.
We, Tian right now, will revert to our demon form. Let's perish together. His eyes turn serious. As expected, she's being controlled, which is why there are some things she can't say, so even unwillingly, she's forced to kill me. Kui Lang showed up at this moment. Xuanzang, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. He held his lover tightly and laughed. Isn't this Star-Lord's demonic thrall adorable?
He gently put his finger into her mouth.
Every command of this Star-Lord, she must think of every way possible, risking her life to execute. She's more useful than those sons of mine, who only know how to rigidly follow instructions.
Inside her subconscious he held her, laughing maliciously. It wasn't in vain that this Star-Lord made arrangements long ago, implanting my primordial spirit into her subconscious, and waiting until she experienced 10 kalpas, completely transforming into a demon. Then I awakened my primordial spirit, completely controlled her, turning her into my loyal demonic thrall. Outside, Tian was tightly bound by chains. What? What have you done to me? Xuanzang grabbed his staff. So as long as I eliminate you, she can be free. Kui Lang burst out laughing upon hearing this.
He looked at the other person with contempt. Arrogant, he hugged her face, which was full of pain. However, this Star-Lord is a little reluctant to part with this demonic thrall. He manifested his demonic beast, Kui Lang. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Then this Star-Lord will personally kill you. Xuanzang was still stuck on the mirror, while Zhu Baji coughed dryly, his face swollen, staring blankly. It stopped. Could it be that Master dug up someone's corner of the wall again? The door was kicked open violently, and Wukong appeared, grabbing Baji's collar. That Emperor, that's him. He was also surprised by it. His senior martial brother pointed forward in fear. Master went inside. Wukong immediately rushed in, but Baji stopped him. Senior martial brother, wait. Without a word, he smashed his Ruyi Jingu Bang down. After the hit, Bai Ji Yu Jing and Xuanzang fell to the ground. This is? He looked at the girl in front of him in puzzlement. This demon, about to explode, but why did it suddenly stop? Then, Wukong looked at Xuanzang, already entered the subconscious. At this moment, inside, Mulang was hugging her, flying to attack him. Xuanzang, while raising his staff, wondered. Clearly the detonator was triggered. Why? The other party's attack was besieging him. Xuanzang could only kneel down and endure it. He immediately showed a disdainful attitude. Is that all you've got? And here this Star-Lord was overestimating you. Xuanzang, though quite disheveled, didn't seem annoyed at all. As expected of an immortal, indeed a bit more powerful than a demon, he was driven mad by that attitude, and attacked. You're about to die, and you're still running your mouth. You're just a mediocre side character. Xuanzang was holding something in his hand. Actually, sorry, but I'm the main character. Before that, the system had given him something. Pilgrim, the remaining time is 10 seconds, the side effect time is 2 hours, a huge discount for you. He took it, but was still very angry. You exploiter, you do a jump for me right now. Xuanzang shoved that thing in his mouth and chewed. Good thing I saved this for a rainy day, originally meant to deal with Bai Ji Yu Jing. A terrifying power surged from his entire body, suppressing spiritual force. Kui Mulang was also blinded by that light. Such a powerful spiritual force, how is that even possible? Instantly, he was incinerated by that thing. Bai Ji Yu Jing was completely stunned, looking at herself. The primordial spirit that He Shi Jing implanted into me has vanished. I'm free. The system couldn't help but applaud. Not bad. Not bad at all. Spiritual force increased by 500. Not that helpful in a real fight, but in the subconscious world, it's instantly god tier. Bai Ji Yu Jing immediately flew toward him. Xuanzang, master. He was super puzzled. Kui Mulang's primordial spirit is gone. He should notice immediately. Next thing you know, this girl's already close to him. Xuanzang, master, are you okay? Xuanzang was startled by this action. Her chest stops and does some incomprehensible movements. Bai Ji Yu Jing flashed a meaningful smile. The subconscious suddenly disappeared. Could it be he's dead? Zhu Baji next to him was trying to explain. Master, senior brother smashed that ring. It has nothing to do with me. Wukong was shaking him non-stop. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Explain yourself clearly. Bai Ji Yu Jing was just watching and saying nothing. Suddenly, Xuanzang roared out in anger. The system was now realizing the mistake. Side effects are kicking in. He's lost his mind and is dancing like crazy. I am the sect leader of the Taiji Hunyuan Xingyi Xuanzang sect, stood akimbo and shouted, young people should talk about martial ethics. 5 consecutive lightning strikes. Zhu Baji beside him was freaking out. Master, are you okay? Master, senior brother, master has gone mad. Ji Yu Jing was frightened by Wukong's attitude. I really don't know anything, but he stared at the other person with terrifying eyes. Obeying master's previous order, you must die. The night was filled with starry purple moonlight, and the palace shone brightly in the night. In contrast to the peaceful scene outside, inside the palace was a fierce battle between a dragonfly warrior and a grasshopper. The dragonfly jumped from above, using a weapon full of thorns to hit the grasshopper's head, making him unable to resist and losing the battle, and the weapon was broken in half. The battle ended. As the play came to an end, Mulan and Xian praised. Good, very good, wonderful, get up quickly. Mulan contentedly picked up the unconscious grasshopper with chopsticks. This time I guessed right again. The dragonfly fighter excitedly flattered. Your Majesty has great insight, truly a Star-Lord descended from the heavens. After speaking, Mulan turned to touch the cheek of the beauty beside her, and said affectionately, So, should I reward myself? Xian hesitated and replied, Your Majesty, I may indulge you outside, but inside, Xian is constantly struggling. She is a celestial official,
A demon working hard to earn money here. A beautiful woman using the appearance of a demon to sell herself to capital to make money. She comforted herself. No, I must endure. Working outside requires professional ethics. Suddenly, many beautiful women in green, red, purple, and gold excitedly ran in and called out, "Your Majesty!" interrupting Xian's thoughts. Taking advantage of the fact that the other girls had surrounded Mulan, Xian was delighted to sneak away. "Have the girls all returned? Those girls only cared about asking Mulan. We miss you so much, Your Majesty. We haven't seen you for so long." Suddenly, Mulan went silent, realizing something. He looked up and observed, realizing that the primordial spirit implanted in Bai Tiantian had disappeared. What? Following the train of thought made Mulan even angrier. Bai Tiantian has been killed. What a useless idiot. A strong light appeared around him. While not paying attention, the excessive spiritual power accidentally deformed a girl next to him. She only had time to scream, Your Majesty!" The other girls were afraid and moved away from him. Xian beside him was no less surprised. She tried to cover her mouth so as not to scream. Such a gentle-looking person, how could he be so hateful? Suddenly, another regretful girl ran in and called out, "Your Majesty, this is bad." Then, she panicked and reported, Reporting to Your Majesty. The royal garden suddenly caught fire, and Bai Nushi's body could not be found. After the incident, where a beautiful woman disappeared, when Mulan embraced two girls with both arms, instead of flattering him like before, the two girls became stiff and worried, while Mulan still coldly ordered the entire city to search for Tang Xuanzang. Mutilan's eyes are sharp. Anyone who dares to cover up will be killed without mercy. The ruins and rubble are the result of Xuanzang and his gang stirring up trouble. LOL. The light of righteousness shines across the land, illuminating all dark places. After wreaking havoc, the group departs. Inside the orb that Wukong is holding, the maiden announces, "Great sage son, I know a place where everyone can temporarily take refuge." Eyes lighting up with excitement, Wukong lets go and replies, "Lead the way." Then, the maiden flies off to guide them. Before the entire army sets off, Wukong is still lost in thought. That emperor told me, before going crazy, to make this demon pretend to be dead, wanting to create a fuss about her. And Xuanzang still hasn't returned to normal. The small fish swimming in the water hasn't ended yet. Xuanzang is still pinching Yundian's cheek, coquettishly demanding, "Baji, who's more important, Kuilan or your teacher?" Yundian helplessly threatens to call the authorities. "Master, if you continue like this, I'll call the police." Wukong can only sigh, pat his head and leave. He can do whatever he wants. Time flies by, Xuanzang is sound asleep, and light shines in. Suddenly, Xuanzang's eyes snap open. The first thing that hits Xuanzang's eyes is a mountain of fruit, making him exclaim in his heart, "Oh my God, have I gone to heaven?" Xuanzang is lying on a beautiful girl's lap, and a sweet voice says, "Master, are you awake?" Waking up and being treated to so much fruit is overwhelming, causing Xuanzang to tremble and have a nosebleed as if he's ascending to heaven, haha. Inside the room, Bu Kelai runs in and calls out, "Mama." Xuanzang finally startles and quickly sits up. Susan can't help but teasingly say, "Pillowing on a beauty's lap really does have healing effects." Hearing this, Xuanzang is terrified and trembles, blaming himself. It has to be a beautiful woman. What's wrong with me? Just then, the system releases a recording of Xuanzang's crazy episode, making him want to disappear. "Baji, don't you need your teacher anymore, great might heavenly dragon? Where do you think you're going, demon?" The system gleefully teases, "Benefactor, I've recorded both phrases." Before you can finish speaking, the system is smacked by Xuanzang into another dimension. He grabs a blanket and aggressively asks, "Where is Bai Tiantian?" Bu Kenai raises the shimmering orb. "Mama is inside this bottle." The beautiful, sparkling, and gentle maiden asks, "Great Master Xuanzang, are you all right?" Xuanzang takes the orb. Being cared for by a beauty, Xuanzang also gently replies, "I'm fine, but I have a few things I want to ask you inside." Not forgetting to praise, Wukong handled everything well. Suddenly, a group of people dressed strangely anxiously run in to report, "Everyone! The damn soldiers are here." Everyone listens in silence as they announce, "If the soldiers search here, we'll be exposed." They also said that capturing Tang Xuanzang will be rewarded with 2,000 taels of gold. Then, Susan gets off the bed, and then she kneels down, bowing her head to the ground in front of Xuanzang, giving him a scare. Susan frowns, closes her eyes, and pleads, "Now, we can only rely on you." At this, Xuanzang is stunned, thinking, "Hey, are you planning to kidnap me morally?
and force me to surrender myself? Cutting off Xuanzang's train of thought, the maiden speaks up. Su-san, open the equipment storage so the brothers can follow the plan. Taking advantage of the chaos, directly start an uprising. Hearing this, Xuanzang panics and says in Chinese, Bai, Tian, Tian. The maiden can only bow her head and apologize to him. Great Master Xuanzang, I'm really sorry, I was forced, so I had no choice but to drag you all in, but now you have helped me control the Black Stone. Her eyes become determined. Then the matter between me and him, between him and the common people of Baoxiang country, let us resolve it ourselves. Then, Su-san stands up, bowing gratefully. Thank you, Great Master Xuanzang. The situation is very urgent. Please leave Bai Huaqing quickly. The group outside the door also respectfully bids farewell. May the Great Master have a safe journey. However, Xuanzang calmly replies, No rush. I think we should talk again. In the forest, the tall tree grows high into the blue sky. Bubuki is excited. Hooray, the tree is so big. Wukong stands above, looking down at the group lighting a fire. After observing for a while, he is surprised. Indeed, it's a remarkable place. The speed of time is completely different from the outside. Below, Xuanzang's group is grilling meat. The maiden is trying to explain her feelings to Xuanzang. Actually, I no longer love him long ago, but I was forced and had no choice but to submit to his control. The temptress took the meat skewer, eating as she confided in Xuanzang. But luckily, he can't control my every move, so I've been exploiting loopholes in his orders to find some opportunities. The two chatted happily, oblivious to everyone around them. Yundian looked on, increasingly confused. Could it be that Master has fallen head over heels for this demoness at first sight? Even so, what Yundian cared most about was the freshly grilled fish. After much anticipation, but man proposes, Master disposes. The food offered to his lips was snatched away by Xuanzang and given to the girl. Leaving Yundian with teary eyes, falling victim to the Diaochan tactic for the second time, Xuanzang only cared about the beauty. Here, try the grilled fish, Tian Tian. Did you really let Guan Qixia go help people deal with Qing Mn Lang? The temptress replied gently. Actually, my plan is. After she finished explaining the plan, she was also done eating and drinking to her fill. Xuanzang stood up, seriously discussing matters. Tian Tian, if you want to complete your plan, the most important thing first is. The temptress looked at Xuanzang like a crazed fan. Xuanzang then imagined the future scenario of facing Mulan. Afterwards, he excitedly continued. To quickly become stronger, Xuanzang contacted the system. System, quickly exchange a powerful cultivation technique for me. The system replied happily. Benefactor, seeing that you need me always encourages me to do business. The system brought out a luminous, golden circular object. The strongest move of the Pan-Jiu world. The intermediate profound meaning of the Buddhas of the Western Heaven. Product description. 6-syllable true mantra. Very good. Xuanzang glanced at the system, questioning his life. How much more experience are you going to swindle from me with this toy? And also, can your product description be any simpler? Before he could finish complaining, Xuanzang did a complete 180. His mouth gaping so wide it almost hit the ground when he heard, Be grateful to me, benefactor. This time it's free. Who doesn't like free stuff? Xuanzang received it, and used it immediately. The item shone dazzlingly. Brighter and brighter, beams of light flew out with writing on them. Finally, the light was so intense it exploded into the sky, almost sending Xuanzang to the Buddha to obtain scriptures early. Yundian shouted, Master! The temptress tried to steady herself. Observing Great Master Xuanzang, Wukong was also attracted by the loud explosion, surprised. Fortunately, Xuanzang was intact. Just testing the new item, it began to activate. Now it started drawing lots, and stopped at one spot. Xuanzang received the writing, guessing whether the blind box would yield something special, and received the item. Ziju Hongdafu Level 1 Attack Power Increase. This technique can be upgraded. The benefactor must earn experience points according to a certain conversion ratio during the use of the technique to facilitate upgrading the technique. Xuanzang wore the item on his hand, feeling uneasy. The familiar feeling of being scammed. Afterwards, Xuanzang looked at Yundian coldly. Finally, Xuanzang still wanted to try the new move. He pulled his fist back in preparation. No, I should still test the power of this formula first before speaking. The chosen one, Yundian shouted in panic. Don't come over here. Under the giant tree, a huge explosion shook the earth. Xuanzang directly attacked Yundian. The distraught temptress rushed over to try to stop him, but it was too late. Great Master Xuanzang, don't. Yundian could only stand his ground, closing his eyes in acceptance. But it seemed he felt nothing at all. Xuanzang's wind-tearing punch only made the space silent. Wukong looked at the result, and also showed a disdainful expression. The light is too exaggerated, but the effect is non-existent. Yundian felt sorry for his master, so he hugged him, shouting, "Master is godlike." This disciple felt all his internal organs were shattered. It's all thanks to a bit of true ki that I was able to control myself from falling. The more he did, the more humiliated Xuanzang felt. As the saying goes, shame turns into anger. Xuanzang angrily roared.
If I had time to fight demons to earn experience points, would I still be asking you, are you forcing me to reserve live demons in my personal space in the future or what?
The words suddenly sparked an idea in Xuanzang's head. Live demons. Suddenly, he grabbed the temptress's hand. Tian, I need you. Make the world in my eyes pink. She's still shy like a young maiden, her heart's racing. Wait, do I even have a heart?
Xuanzang remembered the plot of the 3 battles with the white-bone spirit, so he asked her for a favor.
Hurry and transform into a few avatars so I can beat them to death. This sentence made the heart of the maiden both confused and shattered.
Could it be that a budding romance is about to wither so quickly? Xuanzang was still focused on his goal. This poor monk now needs to beat a few demons to death to soothe the bloodlust that I can't restrain in my heart. This poor monk, Yundian, blankly stared at Xuanzang's actions, thinking,
What is master doing? Is this some kind of flirting technique? The maiden silently admitted, but I don't know how to transform into avatars. Xuanzang was stunned. What? He was utterly shocked by the characters in this world. What relationship does this world even have with Journey to the West? Why is nothing the same? But because it was the man she desired.
Sister Bai Ji Jing already had a M blood running through her veins, so she made a suggestion. But if Great Master wants to beat demons, then beat me instead. Afterward, she shyly prepared to be beaten by the Great Master.
I am Bai Ji Jing, naturally gifted. As long as you don't hit my first vertebra, I can still be reborn. The beauty was willing to offer her body to him. Xuanzang's eyes lit up. If that's the case. But before he could do anything, several unfriendly gazes were staring at him from behind. One by one, disapproving faces appeared, hurling insults. Mama is a bad person, not a man, hateful, despicable, scum. But Sister Ji Jing didn't care, and reassured him. Great Master, I'm okay. The maiden even urged Xuanzang, come on, please hit me with all your might. This was probably the first time in his life that Xuanzang had met someone who liked being beaten. Elsewhere, in desolation and ruins, soldiers were patrolling house by house, searching for the person who caused the incident.
Open the door! Open the door! Whoever dares to cover up for him will be killed without mercy.
Xuanzang's group had also arrived inside the city, guarded day and night by soldiers. Yundian asked worriedly, Master, isn't it a bit too conspicuous for so many of us to enter the palace? Shh! Unexpectedly, there are so many guards. Yundian was timid, trying to stay behind.
How about letting this disciple and Xiao Bai stay outside, so we can provide backup?
Xuanzang looked at the weapon in his hand. Time is tight. This move of mine has only been trained to level 27. A sharp gaze flashed as he looked at Yundian. Why don't you help this teacher test the power of this move? Yundian was scared out of his mind, explaining, I don't have it, I won't, please don't. Yundian then hugged Xuanzang's leg, flattering him. Master's divine skills are unparalleled. There's basically no need for backup. This disciple was short-sighted. This disciple will follow.
Master Xuanzang patted his head, praising him. Good disciple. Interrupting the happy scene between Xuanzang and his disciple, Wukong coldly spoke up. Wouldn't it be over if we directly went to find Kui Mulang and beat him to death? What are we hiding here for? Yundian immediately put words in Xuanzang's mouth. Eldest brother, Master probably wants to save Susan Niangzi, not stir up trouble. Xuanzang raised his hand to object. Actually, I was planning to. Before he could finish, the crowd outside had already charged in, shouting. Xuanzang peeked out to take a look. Whoa! These uprising brothers are right on time. The rebel army directly charged in. Brothers, act on behalf of heaven. Today is the day. Charge for future happiness. The soldiers were shocked, reporting, there are bandits causing chaos. Everyone be vigilant. Before them was a lavish table of delicacies, with all kinds of fine food. Mulan tenderly picked up a fillet of fish that was just cooked for Susan. She will definitely like it. He wanted to personally feed it to her. Try it. Susan Niangzi. But Susan was furious with him. Why don't you just kill me? Mulan's hand grabbed a plate of food on the table. One moment so considerate, the next so merciless, dumping the entire plate of food on Susan's head. You're just a mortal, yet you dare to fight with this king. I truly admire you. He mercilessly squeezed her neck.
Just obediently answer this king one question.
Su-san trembled. Never mind if he attacks me. I'll forgive her and her trash gang.
Mulan's getting scary, forcing her to spill where Xuanzang is.
Su-san ain't scared of him. She didn't even hang with him. Just some passerby who's probably already left Baoxian Kingdom.
As soon as she said that, Mulan's hand tightened around her neck even more.
He threw her hard onto the ground without a shred of mercy. Fine, don't talk. You like sticking your nose into things like Tang Xuanzang. He'll definitely come to save you.
Su-san sprawled on the ground, not moving a muscle.
A pink-haired woman rushed in, flustered.
Your Majesty, bad news.
She covered her face in fear, quickly delivering the message. Reporting to your Majesty, the rebel army has entered the palace.
He smirked. See, didn't I tell you they'd come?
Mulan shifted his feet,
walking towards Su-san lying on the ground, his face darkening.
Stomping hard on her head, he ordered, Someone, drag her out and hang her outside the main hall.
While grinding her head into the ground, he viciously said, Cut 10 slices of meat from her body every 2 hours and feed them to the dogs. As evening turned to night, Xuanzang and his disciples finally found their way there.
Xuanzang held a map showing the way. He examined it carefully and confirmed, This is the place.
The map clearly marked each location, making it easy to read. Xuanzang was very pleased. Tiantian's map is so detailed. Yundian munched away while commenting, Is this guy blind to everyone but his sweetheart? Watching the love-struck guy hugging the map and smiling to himself, Wukong impatiently said, Hey, where is this place anyway?
Xuanzang didn't answer that question but asked him another unrelated one. Wukong, what do you think your chances of winning against Kui Mulang alone are?
Need you even ask? Just look at my skills, of course he'd lose.
Xuanzang raised the difficulty, asking him, What if his strength increased fourfold? Then what are the chances? This time, our Wukong wasn't so confident, making excuses. If my magical power hadn't only recovered 20% at this point, even if 24 Star Lords charged at me, they wouldn't stand a finger's chance,
Wukong honestly replied. All of us combined wouldn't be a match for him.
Xuanzang was so satisfied with this disciple, patting him on the shoulder and praising him. Worthy of being Wukong, knowing yourself and your enemy, you've been much more composed lately. Wukong quickly grabbed Kong Kong, who was trying to jump past him. Meanwhile, his master quickly said, So, our main mission right now is... Xuanzang seriously laid out the plan. Destroy Kui Mulang's divine bone, and use our united spirit to fight together. Disciples, let's get to work.
Immediately after, Xuanzang reached into his robe, rummaging for something.
He tossed something out.
Yundian, standing next to him, reminded, Master, littering isn't good. What Xuanzang threw out was a glowing, blue-green cube in the dark night, emitting a dazzling light. Yundian gasped in surprise.
Xuanzang explained, This is a signal-blocking device. With it, before the divine bone is completely destroyed, Kui Mulang won't realize we've snuck in. Yundian clasped his hands in admiration. Master is awesome. Xuanzang put something on his hand. Might as well test its new power.
After putting it on, he easily broke through the door in front of him without much effort. The door shattered, scattering debris at his feet. Yundian, although scared, hid behind the door but loudly proclaimed, Master, be careful. Your disciple will provide backup. The scene inside made Xuanzang freeze for a few seconds. This was the inside of the room. All right, full of talismans and huge chains wrapped around a stone object called the God Bone. The scene before their eyes was just too unexpected. From the moment he entered the room, Xuanzang wondered, why is there such a faint fragrance? And he came up with the bizarre reason. Is that crispy roasted zombie? He recalled a few things from before, according to Bai Tiantian. The most important thing lies deep inside the god's body. The God Bone is equivalent to a reservoir of magical power. 9/10 of the immortal's power is stored in it. It is likely that once the godhood is stripped and the God Bone is withdrawn and destroyed, the magical power inside will naturally disappear. Hearing this, Yundian was shaking like a leaf. Master, Kui Mulang has clearly been stripped of his godhood, but the God Bone has not been destroyed yet. Could it be? Exactly as he thought, Xuanzang winked. That's right, he must have had some shady deal with some immortal in the heavens. Yundian flailed his arms and legs like a grasshopper, rattling off a long string of words. If he uses it to replenish his magic power, we definitely won't be able to beat him. Luckily, Maester used the feint to let us come here to destroy the God Bone first.
Xuanzang didn't hesitate to strike a cool pose. Basic operation. Basic operation.
This disciple is really something, whispering right in his ear. Master, is this Bai Niang's plan? I didn't expect you two to have progressed to that stage, Xuanzang scolded. You little brat, shut your mouth. Wukong stared at them intently, not knowing what he was suspecting. What's going on? It seems like there's something. With his genius acting skills, Yundian clutched his head, spinning around and screaming miserably. Master, my head suddenly hurts so much. I'll go outside first. It hurts so much. Master was completely helpless with this kid. Couldn't he fake it a little more, huh? Suddenly, no. He flopped to the ground again, foaming at the mouth, making everyone panic. Xuanzang exclaimed in a flurry, No, what's wrong with you? One of his disciples suddenly rushed to the position where the god bone was sealed. Xuanzang shouted as loudly as he could, Wu Jing. He didn't know why he was so angry, rushing up like that, shouting, Courage decree. The god bone was affected and trembled violently. It broke free from the chains wrapped around itself and rushed towards Wu Jing. Xuanzang quickly used a thunderclap fist to stop him. What an excellent performance. Wu Jing's avatar shattered in one hit, plunging straight into the ground, while Xuanzang landed extremely majestically. After finishing, he handed him over to his disciple. Baji, you go and keep junior brother away. Wu Jing smelled a fragrance. So fragrant, Yundian flew over like lightning and gave him a series of slaps. Junior brother, sober up. You're not a demon dog either. Don't pounce as soon as you see a bone. Xuanzang stared intently at the god bone. Looks like there are still a lot of foreplay arrangements here. I don't understand how this cloud of smoke can turn into a puppy. It looks so cute. They rushed towards Xuanzang. He cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight them. But what are these teehees? A notification appeared, introducing it briefly like this. Donor Tang Xuanzang. Title: Monk, Scripture Seeker, Level 19. Experience 12,355 19,000ths. Props: Brocade Kasaya, 9-ring staff, golden tight band, third brother. Fake. He signaled to his disciples. My disciples, don't move. Let this master try out the new move I learned. The notification continued. Hongzi Decree enhances power. Huge amplitude. Level 27. This move can be upgraded. During the use of the move, the donor must earn experience points according to a certain conversion ratio to upgrade the move, but only Yundian cheered. Master is mighty. Those puppies were rushing over. Xuanzang was looking forward to it. One punch and the puppy is infatuated. Take a divine palm strike from the little monk. It exploded with just one punch. How boring. But whatever, Yundian's still fawning over everything, and Wu Jing's passed out cold, doesn't have a clue. Emerging from the grayish-black smoke was a handsome dude with a shiny bald head. Xuanzang. Who else? All that effort spent maxing out my skills and no experience points. What a waste. I thought I was done for sure, but nope. That divine bone is back to normal, barely a scratch on it. And this time, even more puppy things showed up. They swarmed Xuanzang. Leaving him clueless about what to do, he just yelled, Oh my god, can you imagine being swarmed by those little doggies? How tragic. If that happens, I can't accept losing my image like that. Don't even think about touching this, daddy. Xuanzang punched the ground hard, creating a mini earthquake to shoo away the little doggies. Yundian was clearly scared and hid behind Wukong, but was still determined to cheer on his master. Master, you can do it. After that performance, Xuanzang felt so damn good. A puddle of white liquid started to flow out from under his feet though. Xuanzang shook his head in disapproval. This Kui Mulan guy's taste is really something else. A mixed breed wolf obsessed with a dog demon. Suddenly, the puddle turned into a hand with sharp claws, trying to sneak attack Xuanzang. Meanwhile, over at Mulan's palace, the moon was at its peak. Inside the palace, the two of them were all lovey-dovey. A sweet and intimate scene. This face seems a little more pleasing to the eye. Before he could even get a touch, a commotion rang out from outside. Good! Don't kill it! Xiangxian peeked out in fear. Your Majesty is outside. Mulan's eyes turned scary, and he growled. Someone will walk right into the trap soon enough. Back to Xuanzang's side, which was still protected by a layer of barrier. The hand with sharp claws was about to touch Xuanzang. He angrily swung a palm at it. And just to be sure, he did it again. It dissolved into a liquid scattered on the ground. The liquid continued to move. Who knows what shape it will take next? This time it didn't transform into a shape but went straight for Xuanzang and the others. A violent whirlwind arose, causing the liquid to become larger. From it, a lion appeared, roaring loudly, its sharp claws scratching the ground again and again, dissolving and reforming, each time becoming even more powerful. Xuanzang had enough. He was tearing at his hair. I can't believe it can transform again. This aesthetic is on another level. Yundian, worried about Xuanzang, whispered into Wukong's ear. Senior brother, this thing is kinda strong. Can master handle it alone? Xuanzang needs to get serious this time. It looks like he has to use that method. From the lion's perspective, they looked so tiny, it could swallow them in one gulp. And here we thought he had some amazing strategy, but no, he just ran to beg his disciples for help. What are you disciples standing there for? Let's unite. This guy doesn't care about Yundian at all. He kicked him forward, Same old rules, lure the monster. Yundian was caught off guard by the kick, yelling, "Could you give me a little time to prepare before facing this beast?"
Which made him, who was already timid, even more terrified. The great lion roared threateningly, and Yundian could do nothing but face it.
If he doesn't run at this point, he's an idiot. Yundian immediately turned around and ran for his life.
This life's only so long, right? Before kicking the bucket, Yundian only had one thing to say: Shifu, senior brothers, junior brothers, please take care of my little baby, Kui Lan.
Wukong just stood there acting like he didn't see anything. Xuanzang just kept talking, without actually doing anything. "Baji, you gotta hang in there, your teacher's coming."
Those two heartless dudes just let Yundian scream his lungs out. His Shifu had to be nagged before he could finally squeeze out a couple of words.
Save. You, Yundian was begging for help, totally hopeless. "Shifu, save me." "Yeah, right, this Shifu's got his eyes closed, Wukong." Or maybe you, Xuanzang even pointed directly at him, but Wukong just coughed twice.
But come on, they're all disciples together, are they really gonna just stand by and watch someone die?
He had no choice but to jump in and save the guy, and boy oh boy, our Wukong didn't disappoint. In a blink of an eye, he was swinging his staff and giving that beast a beating. Yundian's jaw dropped at his senior brother's terrifying power. Just one hit was enough to catch that monster completely off guard. It angrily used its mouth to create a wave of power. Wukong focused all his attention, not wanting to make any mistakes.
Sure enough, the powerball it fired was huge. But Wukong wasn't scared at all. He faced it head-on, using his Rui Jingu Bang to block it. Xuanzang couldn't just stand by and watch his disciple fight alone either. He decided to jump in and help. He rushed in front of the monster, gathering all his strength into his fist and slamming it down.
Looks like this beast wasn't a pushover. Xuanzang gritted his teeth, putting even more power into his arm to increase the damage. A powerful punch came crashing down, causing the beast to collapse. Its head slammed hard into the ground, creating a massive tremor. Finally, it lay motionless on the devastated ground.
Xuanzang and Wukong wrapped things up with a huge explosion that shook everything around. What a perfect team effort.
"These Shifu and disciple are super cool," Xuanzang added. "Don't forget there are two of us." At this moment, Wukong spotted something trying to take advantage.
Seeing this, Xuanzang prepared another attack on the center position. "Come on, come here," he suddenly remembered what Env said. The divine core will be extremely weak after being extracted from the body. Striking the center position can completely destroy it. Suddenly, the liquid started gathering together again, forming the shape of a person. Xuanzang quickly threw out a bunch of junk with chains to bind whatever it was.
But it seemed like he was a little dismissive of that action.
Suddenly, a beam of light flew down from above. Xuanzang moved at lightning speed to strike. But all the brilliant tactics just went up in smoke. Xuanzang gathered momentum and unleashed a thunderous punch.
His punch immediately landed on the thing being protected. Under the super-duper huge impact, that thing shattered into a million pieces. Yundian, seeing this scene, still couldn't quite believe his eyes and stammered out, It's done, Xuanzang." Thought he'd taken care of everything, so he smugly said, "All done." But he was suddenly caught off guard when he sensed something was wrong.
Pieces of stone had appeared on both of Xuanzang's shoulders without him even noticing.
He looked at the person in front of him and was stunned, bewildered, and floored. "So fast, you're here already."
Since Cao Mulan's move was destroyed, her face darkened and she gritted out each word, "Tang Xuanzang." Yet he still tried to laugh mockingly. Yundian, watching him act like a total maniac from below, got annoyed herself. "Your divine core's been destroyed, what's with all the bragging?" Xuanzang saw him, but his confidence didn't waver. It was like he got even more fired up for battle. Wukong quickly jumped up behind him to back up his master. Facing two terrifying forces, Mulan wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was getting even more hyped. At the same time, rocks from all over gradually gathered together. Before Mulan could even do anything, Xuanzang and Wukong had already charged forward to attack.
Seeing this, he raised both hands. Not to surrender, but to summon a technique.
Xuanzang was on a roll with his attack, but was immediately suppressed by a halo of light.
Both of them suffered a backlash and were blasted away. Mulan, thinking he had victory in his grasp, started to gloat. This Star-Lord's powers have finally returned.
Meanwhile, Xuanzang and the others were knocked back, and Yundian, seemingly unconvinced, yelled out in question,
"The divine core is destroyed, how can your power be restored?" Mulan floated in the air, becoming more and more arrogant as he replied, "Tang Xuanzang, thanks for helping me shatter my divine core." His eyes were glued to Xuanzang's body as he spat out each word. As a reward, I'll tell you something interesting. Xuanzang heard that but couldn't react because his body was injured. The last sentence that Mulan said seemed to freeze Xuanzang solid. Tiantian's plan wasn't too bad, huh? Being called out like that made Xuanzang even more pissed. You, and this guy just kept going.
That holy maiden, right? Aren't they all just into putting on a show of suffering to torment men into reforming?
So cliché, Mulan didn't stop there, but there are always men who fall for it. Yundian, hearing those words, screamed like a mental patient. Yao Sheng was your spy. You told her to deceive us into coming here.
Xuanzang thought of that girl, and his face turned purple with rage. She tricked me, she tricked me, she tricked me, she tricked me.
A strange light quickly enveloped the spacious mansion. Mulan, having shown off, lightly landed in front of everyone. He looked at them with disdain, spitting out each word. You pathetic monk. You've been defeated by a woman again. Yundian, hearing that, cried out in panic. The divine core is destroyed, so your power disappears. Everyone in the heavenly court knows that like the back of their hand. Why? Mulan seemed to want to add fuel to the fire, so he announced,
Because you, a dignified Marshal Tianping, are nothing more than an idiot.
He just kept talking like he was rapping. You need a divine core to become a god. Once it is destroyed, your powers disappear. Who told you that? Yundian seemed to understand, and yelled. The Jade Emperor, Wukong, and Xuanzang heard that name and were like, oh shit.
Mulan still tried to provoke them. Why don't you guess? What did the Emperor do with your divine core?
While he was busy talking, Wukong gently blew out a few hairs.
3 figures with weapons in hand appeared from out of nowhere in the sky.
All 3 of them charged up to attack while screaming, Stop with the bullshit.
Mulan was no slouch either,
immediately manipulating the surrounding bits of stone. The stones immediately flew up, gathering together in a space in the sky. Too bad. That's exactly where Wukong was hiding. Busted, he yelled, annoyed. Damn it. At the same time, that dude was already right up in Xuanzang's face. He even tried to provoke him. What? You don't believe Bai Qianqian would betray you? His eyes were full of cruelty, like a wild beast. Why didn't she come here with you? Why did she run off on her own? Mulan kept going, stirring things up even more. Try to remember. Let me see where you hid her. But all he saw was a roasted pig. In Xuanzang's eyes, that weird scene seemed to make Mulan lose it a bit. Meanwhile, Xuanzang snarked. You love making up stories so much, why don't you become a screenwriter? But Mulan wasn't about to give up that easily. To make someone trust her like that, Bai Qianqian must be doing a great job. He quickly swatted the guy's hand away and said, I only trust my IQ. With all that trust for his #1 girl, Xuanzang was beaming. Bai Qianqian being able to find your divine core, that was all you setting things up. Time went by like that. One day earlier, at Baoxiang country's imperial palace, Mulan held a piece of rock in his hand, but it was gradually crumbling. He needed that little thing in his hand, and readily announced, in a few days, once Bai Qianqian kills Tang Xuanzang.
Mulan acted more and more like he'd just escaped from the loony bin. This imperial prince will fulfill the agreement with TheWest Lao Jun. Then I can implant the immortal core and return to the heavens.
The rock quickly flew into the air without a command. A bunch of talismans appeared in the sky to protect it. Mulan thought he was done and dusted, so he dusted off his butt and left. He left behind a small green fragment. As he walked, Mulan laughed like a maniac. On the other side, the maiden was holding a necklace. Her attendant stood next to her. She felt uneasy seeing that, but still tried to say, Maiden? For you to be spying on Star-Lord is too risky.
She looked in the mirror in front of her but was still not satisfied. The danger, however great, still has its value.
In the mirror was a sinister smile. Looks like I gotta figure out how to destroy the divine core to kill He Shi.
She then turned to logistics. Oh yeah, you all said that Tang Xuanzang guy is really powerful.
The skulls were scared witless when they heard the question. All 3 of them badmouthed him with crocodile tears. Especially powerful, and very evil too. He's really not human.
They were so right, the maiden was getting so hyped.
This is really an opportunity sent from heaven. Looks like I'll have to rely on Susan. At that time, at a small convenience store, words of instruction were echoing from above.
Be careful to treat Tang Xuanzang's disciples really well.
In the empty room, the people just stared at each other.
Mulan still pretended to be clueless and asked, Tang Xuanzang, what nonsense are you talking about? But he stayed unfazed. Bai Qianqian said, you're careful in your actions and meticulous in your thoughts. She had to put in a lot of effort to find out your divine core.
But Mulan still tried to deny it. You still won't admit that you were deceived by Bai Qianqian.
Xuanzang's mouth twitched when he heard this. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst out laughing. Xuanzang glanced at Mulan and questioned, if you are really a careful person, then how come you didn't realize that she was the one guiding the insurgents from the shadows?
He stepped right up to him, questioning, you just figured out she wanted to kill you, so you played along. You wanted to use her to destroy your divine core.
Mulan froze, looking totally busted. That way, when Taishang Laojun and the Jade Emperor come asking questions, you can play dumb and throw her under the bus. Xuanzang just kept rambling like a gossiping grandma. Of course, the best thing for you to do is to quickly kill Bai Tiantian, and there will be no one to investigate.
Mulan, who had a strong mentality, finally accepted it. Amazing, truly amazing.
The corner of his mouth twitched with disdain. No wonder you're the one chosen by the heavens to seek scriptures.
But Xuanzang didn't seem to care, muttering to himself like he was high. Bro, looks like you don't dig those immortals either, huh? A blue lens seemed to appear in his eyes. Just then, the system popped up, asking Xuanzang, Benefactor, this item has no fighting power at all. Do you want to die in Xinbai? Want to see the data in the system? Dream on. But Xuanzang ignored it and said, One day I will erase all the data in the system. After a while, he decided to put his hand on Mulan's shoulder and said, If that's the case, why not reconsider and come with me?
A series of information about the person in front of him quickly appeared in Xuanzang's eyes. Quixu Jingjun, deep plans, thinks he is a cultured person. Taunting him for not being cultured may slightly shake his psychological state. Leaving sequelae on the tail vertebra when removing the divine bone, the attack effect is doubled, and at the same time it seriously unbalances his state. The magic power has just been recovered, and it has not yet been used proficiently, and the current strength has only recovered about 50%.
Weaknesses: greedy for money, lustful, cruel, ruthless, and heartless.
Because of a misunderstanding, Mulan shook off his hand, teasing, Being an immortal is really boring. Why not stay in the mortal world and be a great demon king? Xuanzang actually agreed after hearing this. Yes, that's the idea.
While the two were talking, Xuanzang secretly signaled Yundian, making him confused. What? After a while, he realized the message Xuanzang wanted to convey. You guys quickly go around behind him and hit his vertebra. Although he had made a sign, he still had doubts in his mind. The hint is so clear, they should understand. But on the contrary to him, Yundian was freaking out because he didn't understand anything. What does Maester want to do?
Quick as lightning, Xuanzang grabbed Mulan's hand and asked, So what you mean is?
But his head was full of questions. Oh my god, why aren't Wukong and Baji doing anything?
He couldn't be subtle, so Xuanzang had to flip the bird and cursed inwardly. Do you still want this master to demonstrate?
Meanwhile, Mulan replied kindly. Then thank you, great Master Xuanzang, for your fulfillment. Before he could finish speaking, he flew behind him.
Xuanzang's face revealed a clear look of determination to eliminate the enemy.
But strangely, a mysterious smile appeared on Mulan's face. He quickly seized the opportunity to disappear right in front of Xuanzang. From the smoke, a small object was suddenly thrown into his stomach. Although that thing was small, it was powerful, making Xuanzang fall down. The blow made him kneel on the ground, unable to raise his head.
Mulan was now full of murderous intent, saying, After solving you, I will also get the true Ma from Lao Jun.
For the sake of immediate benefit, a bunch of shiny objects will be summoned. When the time comes, I will claim that the divine core has been destroyed and request to stay in Baoxiang country as king, and he will have to agree.
Mulan showed a sinister smile.
From now on, I will no longer be a little fairy who has to live on other people's faces in heaven, but a monarch who holds the power of life and death in his hands in the mortal world.
Xuanzang's power was gathered into a bunch of yellow grapes. Mulan did not hesitate to break one, and he put it to his mouth to taste.
But after eating, Mulan couldn't hide his disappointment. I didn't expect that this Tang Xuanzang's magic power is only so much. He recalled the times when he diligently studied formations and magic power. Regretting, I specially set up the 9 heaven star absorbing great formation to absorb magic power. What a waste of these heavenly treasures.
But looking at the magic power of Wukong and He Shijing, he immediately changed his attitude. On the contrary, his disciples look at the magic power of each and every fruit, how huge they are.
Seeing Sun Wukong's,
Mulan couldn't help but exclaim, No wonder he's called the great sage equaling heaven. Looking at Yundian's, which was smaller than his big brother's, he still had to admit, Heavenly Marshal Zhubaji wasn't too shabby back in the day.
Only Wu Jing was left. Seeing him approach, Wu Jing panicked and yelled, Don't come any closer, stay away. But Mulan ignored him completely and walked straight past.
Too weak to bother with, that's why.
It was like a punch straight to Wu Jing's ego.
Mulan left thinking that in another half an hour, all their magic would be drained. Stepping outside, he mused, Once I've absorbed all this power, I'll have what it takes to go up against Lao Jun. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he murmured, The most important thing now is to find him.
Mulan approached, and even Bai Long Ma got spooked and almost peed its pants. Luckily, he just strolled on by without a second glance, and Bai Long Ma breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the next second, a rope snaked out and wrapped around Bai Long Ma's leg.
It was dragged, kicking and screaming back inside the room.
Joining his masters and disciples in the 9 heavens star-sucking formation, Mulan wiped out the whole squad in one fell swoop. Suddenly, something stirred in Sun Wukong's chest pocket. Turns out, it was Kong Kong. Looking around, Kong Kong was totally bewildered. It poked Sun Wukong's cheek, trying to wake him up. But Sun Wukong, not a peep. Annoyed, Kong Kong pinched Sun Wukong's cheek so hard it distorted, yelling, "Wake up already." Spotting Xuanzang lying beside him, Kong Kong abandoned Sun Wukong and ran over. "Oh my god!" It hugged Xuanzang's bruised and battered face, calling out, "Mama." Getting no response, Kong Kong burst into tears, clinging tightly. But then, something fell out of Xuanzang's robes. Kong Kong immediately ditched its mama and ran over to pick it up. The item displayed the following words: Tang Xuanzang, superb culinary skills, loves meat. To enemies, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. To friends, like spring breeze sprouting new buds. Kong Kong tilted its head, confused, and held it up to its eye for a closer look. Through its lens appeared instructions. Grand Nine Heavens Star-Sucking Formation. Absorbs the magic power of living beings. All things with souls within the three realms cannot escape. To break the formation, an extremely powerful impact to attack the formation eye is needed. Once trapped within the formation, the soul will be controlled, ultimately drained of all magic and die. The specific effectiveness and duration depend on the magic power level of those trapped. Manufacturing method: take 1 toad bile jade, 10 petrified lizards, 1 iron gallstone amber, 10 sprigs of worry-free pool amber, 1 piece of anger-suppressing earth amber. Turns out, this is the legendary all-knowing mirror. After reading those words, Kong Kong dropped the small mirror in fright. Tears streaming down its face, it focused on one word: die. Cut to outside Bai Tiantian's personal space, where she was pensively gazing at a large tree. She was wondering how Master Xuanzang was doing. Suddenly, a stream of aura passed by, causing Bai Tiantian to freeze. This aura, it's her. She quickly approached the Hane gate. From within, a massive black dragon emerged, leaving Bai Tiantian utterly shocked. She exclaimed in disbelief. How could something like this be in Xuanzang's personal space? Scene change. Back at the Baoxiang Kingdom's palace, Mulan was furiously beating his servants, his eyes filled with chilling intent as he looked down upon them. The servants trembled, not daring to lift their heads. Mulan, one arm around a beautiful woman, constantly cursed, "A bunch of good-for-nothing trash." He set the woman down and coldly ordered, "Keep searching." Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Time to cut another 10 slices of flesh from Susan." Immediately after, a scream of pain reverberated throughout the royal palace. Mulan couldn't hide his smug grin, thinking, "Bai Tiantian, this Lord Star doesn't believe you can hide so well that even your scent is untraceable." Scene change. Inside the 9 Heaven Star Absorption Formation, Kong Kong tearfully hugged Xuanzang, crying, "Just like Mama." Looking at everyone lying scattered around, she wailed. "Gonna die," Kong Kong whimpered, looking at Xuanzang and saying, "Mama, Kong Kong doesn't want to save people." Suddenly, Kong Kong remembered something she saw in the mirror earlier. That's it. Attack the formation eye. She made up her mind, stood up shakily, then mustered all her strength and charged towards the 9 Heaven Star Absorption Formation's eye. Kong Kong attacked with her head, but the formation eye instantly backfired, sending her flying. Tiny Kong Kong immediately tumbled head first, banging her head on the ground, resulting in a huge bump on her forehead. She clutched the bump on her head, crying in grievance. It won't work. Kong Kong's magic power isn't enough. But suddenly, Kong Kong had an idea. She looked towards Xuanzang's absorbed magic power. Magic power. Kong Kong put her intelligence to use, recalling what she had just read. Absorb the magic power of living things. An idea sparked in her mind. Kong Kong immediately ran over and ravenously devoured all of Xuanzang's magic power, then flew around, absorbing everyone's power. Kong Kong ate until she choked, her belly bulging, but the result was amazing. She now possessed immense power. Kong Kong's eyes glanced at the formation eye, then sadly looked at Xuanzang with deep reluctance. Kong Kong placed her hand on Xuanzang's head, tears streaming down, but her tiny hand quickly clenched with determination. She used all her strength, then soared upwards. Kong Kong dived straight down towards the formation eye. A loud crash rang out. The formation eye shattered, but Kong Kong was also significantly damaged. From the formation eye, a massive sphere of energy erupted with a bang. Its pressure caused the trees outside to scatter. Gradually, the energy was returned to each person. Xuanzang also slowly woke up, rubbing his head. That freaking hurt. He cautiously looked around, a chill rising within him. Xuanzang whipped around to look behind him. Little Kong, trembling from head to toe, weakly managed to utter, "Ma, ma," but couldn't go on. This scene delivered a serious blow to Xuanzang. Yundian was also worried sick, asking, "Senior brother, what's wrong with Little Kong?" Wu Jing anxiously called out. Little Kong, Sun Wukong, used his Ruyi Jingu Bang to try and heal Little Kong, and everyone immediately rushed to help. Memories of Little Kong's actions flashed through everyone's minds. Yundian couldn't hold back his tears. Little Kong saved us. Wukong's heart ached. Too late. Wujing lowered his head. It's too late now. And just like that, Little Kong passed away in everyone's arms. The image of Little Kong rushing into the formation kept replaying in Xuanzang's head. He couldn't bear the pain, his teeth clenching in fury. Xuanzang immediately slammed his fist down on the formation eye, then roared in anger. Kui Mulang. Scene changed to the royal palace, where Mulang is relaxing. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. He startled and shouted, "My formation!" Mulang felt rage rising within him, enunciating each word, Tang Xuanzang. He immediately left the palace. Mulang returned to the formation, but the place was empty. He approached the damaged formation eye, a question forming in Mulang's mind. Who the hell did this, Bai Tiantian? And that bunch of useless trash definitely don't have the ability. They must have had help. Mulang took a few deep breaths, trying to catch a scent, but was again surprised. All traces were completely gone. How the hell did they do it? Mulang quickly stepped through the formation, thinking they couldn't have gotten far, right? But unexpectedly, the moment he stepped through, a teleportation appeared. From within it, Sun Wukong's hand emerged. He put all his strength into a strike, straight at Mulang's back. A cracking sound echoed. It sounded like Mulang's spine was broken. He was smashed straight into a door. From the smoke and fire, a figure gradually emerged. Mulang was going ballistic, his rage burning fiercely. Tang Xuanzang. As the smoke cleared, the Tang Xuanzang's group of 5 stood ready to fight, each of them filled with anger, glaring at Mulang. Xuanzang spoke. Kui Mulang, my group and I will take your dog life right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yundian charged forward with his rake, yelling, "Revenge for Little Kong!" But Mulang wasn't scared at all. He sneered. Then he gathered power in his hand. He charged forward, shouting, "Overestimating yourself." The two sides clashed in a stalemate. Xuanzang immediately shouted, "Baji, hold me tight." But before he could finish speaking, Mulang sent Yundian flying backward. Right then, Sun Wukong jumped in, smacking him from behind. That hit caught Musalang totally off guard. He dodged quick, kinda surprised, like, how's this Bima Wen's magic suddenly so freaking strong? But Mulang managed to dodge it in the end. Sun Wukong didn't let him catch his breath. He charged right in, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang like crazy, gave another whammy. Wukong thought to himself, after the magic in my body got sucked away and then came back, it weakened that old fart Tathagata's seal by like 30%. Guess I can kinda live with that. He swung his staff high, looking all pissed. Looks like I don't need that monk's plan anymore. But Mulang wasn't scared at all. He even smirked. The sly dog. Mulang immediately fought back, scoffing all arrogant. And then a nasty hand shot up from below, grabbed Wukong, making him, what the heck, guess I gotta back off a bit? That's Mulang's killer move, the soul-devouring wolf-fang stab. Wukong instantly grew huge. His Rui Jingu Bang went head-to-head with Mulang. Couldn't tell who was winning. From the center, BOM. A huge explosion blew everything away. The smoke and fire slowly disappeared. Surprisingly, Wukong was hurt pretty bad, but his opponent, Mulang, didn't have a scratch on him. Wukong was panting hard, thinking, still not enough. Mulang just laughed all smug. The great sage equal to heaven? Turns out, that's all you got. Just then, a surge of energy appeared behind Mulang. He noticed it right away, turned around, and said all scornful, "Tang Xuanzang, why you always gotta be so sneaky?" He immediately turned back and struck Xuanzang. Xuanzang immediately get defeated, making Mulang surprised. But actually, that's just a decoy hair. Xuanzang was actually lying on the ground. He attacked upwards at Mulang. Mulang flinched and dodged. Then he shouted, "Cunning." But then, Xuanzang released his black dragon. Looking at the black dragon, Mulang was shocked in his heart. Innate demonic energy. It couldn't believe this could happen, yelled, "Impossible!" But not giving the dude any chance, Black Dragon pierced right through him. It left a huge hole in Mulang, and his magic drained away from there. Mulang staggered back. Blood dripped down, soaking the floor. Mulang still couldn't believe what just happened. He clutched his wound, his eyes blazing with anger, and said each word out. Tang Xuanzang, Xuanzang, took back the innate demonic energy, smiled, and said, "Your master gave this gift to my disciple." He raised a loving finger to Mulang, smiled smugly, "Now I'm giving it back to you, do you like it?" Seeing his master being so cool and awesome, Yundian cheered with admiration. "You, the disciple master was talking about, is me. My master's sticking up for me." Cornered, Mulang unleashed all his strength in a furious outburst. He immediately used his ultimate killing move, his power. He shot straight up into the sky, breaking through the roof, refusing to admit defeat, shouting, "This Xingjun is a celestial being." Yundian, just chilling and watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but exclaim, He's even brought out his nascent soul. Is he really going all in? His power caused a flock of crows in the forest to scatter in panic. Kui Mulang's nascent soul, the devouring sky, descended with all its might. Xuanzang also gathered spiritual power in his palm, immediately launching an attack. Iron Fist of Retribution. This strike from Xuanzang slammed directly into the monster before him. Its oppressive aura would make even a great sage like Sun Wukong wary. A world-shaking explosion erupted, like a ball of light illuminating the surrounding forest. Smoke and dust gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of desolation. The building had been leveled by this attack, leaving only Xuanzang standing majestically. In front, Mulang, battered and broken, struggled to say, "This Xingjun will not lose." Mulang even laughed triumphantly. "This Xingjun is a god." Before he could finish the word god, Xuanzang delivered a punch right to his face. He was immediately sent flying several meters, crashing into a boulder before stopping. Mulang, panting heavily, glared at Xuanzang with resentment, saying, "Tang Xuanzang, are you trying to nurture someone to defy the heavens?" Xuanzang, unconcerned, approached and glanced at him, retorting, "God." His eyes flashed with bloodlust, and his entire body radiated killing intent as he declared, "Right now, this poor monk is just eliminating demons and monsters." Xuanzang firmly grasped the fragment of Kong Kong, his whole body trembling, his voice growing even more resolute. Acting on behalf of heaven, with that he gifted Mulang another punch. Xuanzang punched and angrily roared, "For all the common people of Baoxiang Kingdom." Xuanzang instantly appeared behind Mulang, he shouted, "For the rebel army." Then he punched Mulang squarely in the back, sending him crashing to the ground, coughing up syrup. Xuanzang's voice rang out, "For Bai Tiantian." He leaped off the ground, then landed in front of Mulang. Concentrating all his strength, he shouted, "For Kong Kong." Then, preparing to focus his strength to strike down and kill the person, Mulang couldn't believe he was defeated, he shouted. "How can humans, the fist of descending sky, create a heaven-defying aura? Mulang also fly away." He also didn't wake up, but his mouth still resolutely said, "Fight against immortals." Xuanzang dismissively replied, "You have to fight to know." Mulang had completely gone on selling salt. He looked at his body on the ground, said, "Actually, it's nothing. After all," watching his body gradually disappear. "As a follower of Buddha, I'll chant scriptures for you too. Even among immortals, there are trashy losers like you." The air returned to silence once more. Yundian couldn't believe it, shouting, "We won! We actually won!" Even Sun Wukong was surprised. Unbelievable. Xuanzang watched as Kui Mulang gradually dissipated, but he couldn't feel happy. He recalled Kong Kong and said, "But what's the point of winning?" His eyes filled with anger, he said, "You're dead. You can't come back to life, and Kong Kong won't return either." At that moment, the system popped up, saying, "Congratulations to the pilgrim for completing one of the main tasks on the journey to retrieve the scriptures, gaining 1 million experience points. Completed." A notification appeared. "Congratulations to the pilgrim for upgrading the self-recitation technique, greatly increasing attack power, level 3, experience points 24/35. This technique can be upgraded. The duration of using this technique, experience points earned by the pilgrim themselves will be converted at a certain ratio to level up this technique. It's time to update skills. Would you like to draw a new skill now?" The system was quite surprised, praising, "Not bad. You're immediately leveling up 20 levels, unlocking tons of new features." The character information panel appeared. Pilgrim Tang Xuanzang, occupation monk, scripture retriever, level 19, abundant experience. Items, brocade kasaya, 9-ring staff, golden tightening fillet. But Xuanzang didn't care. He turned to leave, saying, "This time, Kui Mulang was killed, and there isn't even a representative to witness it. I'll settle accounts with the heavenly court one by one." He called out to his disciples, "Don't just stand there. We still have important things to do." Seeing this, Yundian turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother, is Master doing this because of Kong Kong?" Although Wukong didn't answer, everyone knew the answer. Yundian understood this too. Then, Tang Xuanzang and his disciples left the place one by one. Scene shifts to the capital of Baoxiang Kingdom, where chaos was still unfolding. The royal soldiers and the commoners were still fighting fiercely. One of them clutched the wound on his arm, cursing in a bad mood. Damn it. He looked towards the palace gate, where Susan was being hanged. He couldn't help but feel sorry, sighing. Even if we try our best, we can't save the boss. But at this moment, a shout rang out. "Surrender!" The soldiers were startled and looked back. From behind, a figure swooped in. Tang Xuanzang rode Bailong Ma like a dashing prince. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, shouting, "You are surrounded by me." Seeing him, the people cheered happily. "Great Master Xuanzang, we're saved. The boss is saved." Seeing this, the soldiers were filled with worry. Wu Jing ran up from behind at this time. "Master, "We're here to help." But before he could do anything, he was pulled back by Yundian. Yundian grabbed Wu Jing's neck, coughed a few times, and said,
"Second senior brother, aren't we going over there?" Yundian helplessly lifted his junior brother up so he could see. "Let master handle it." On the other side, Xuanzang said loudly with flair, "Relying on a dangerous place to resist won't end well. Your king is dead, and you still refuse to see the light." Hearing this, the soldiers immediately dropped their weapons. They were even happier than the people. Everyone shouted, "He's finally dead. Why didn't you say so sooner? We're all doing it for a living, now we'll listen to you." This was something Xuanzang didn't expect. Finally, everything was over, and he sighed. The sun also rose, signaling a new beginning. Xuanzang thought to himself, these people, with Kui Mulang's style of doing things, weren't really loyal to him. I've done everything I need to do, and it's time to leave. Xuanzang looked back at everything that had happened and said softly, "Kong Kong, can you see it? I've killed the bad guy. This country was saved thanks to you." He gripped the scepter tightly, steeling his resolve. "I gotta work harder and get stronger too." Lost in thought, Yundian's voice broke through. "Master," Yundian chuckled, saying, "Just have your disciple pop out a kid later to help him out. Don't worry, go find Bai Gunyang quickly. She'll be stoked to hear the baddie's dead." Xuanzang finally cracked a smile after all that tension when he heard about that. Scene change. Back in Tang Xuanzang's personal space, she looked at the innate evil chi before her, surprised as heck. This innate evil chi has been used once, yet it's even longer now. How's that even possible? An idea flashed through her head. Could it be Bai Tiantian? Recalling her previous conversation with Xuanzang, I heard this innate chi can erode anything. It becomes weaker when facing the weak, and stronger when facing the strong. She said worriedly, "If I can't control this innate evil chi and weaken He Shisheng, I won't be totally sure of success." She lowered her eyes, recalling those unhappy events. The matter of the divine bone previously. "I already screwed up once." Xuanzang heard this, patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. "What's the big deal about trying again?" This sentence made Bai Tiantian extremely grateful. Her face flushed with delight. Unexpectedly, Master Xuanzang trusted me so much. But the next sentence crushed Bai Tiantian's hope. Xuanzang said helplessly, "It's not like we have another choice anyway." Bai Tiantian was struck dumbfounded and left, but still deep in thought. Could I have screwed up again? Just as Master Xuanzang was following her train of thoughts, her name was called Bai Tiantian. She immediately turned around to look at Master Xuanzang. Bai Tiantian quickly approached and said, "Master Xuanzang, you." She looked over Xuanzang's entire body, her heart filled with worry. "You're pretty banged up." Seeing that she was about to cry, Xuanzang comforted her. "Don't cry, we gotta get revenge." She was happy to hear this, and Bai Tiantian responded shyly, "That's right." She was still lost in thought. She sighed softly. "But from the moment you saved me, Bai Tiantian," she grabbed Xuanzang's hand, saying, "The only thing I care about is you." She turned her face away shyly, saying, "This humble woman, Bai Tiantian." Then she made up her mind and said, "If Master Xuanzang doesn't mind, I am willing to follow you." These words surprised Xuanzang. A beautiful, sunny morning, when the leaf still hasn't left the branch, suddenly someone shouted from under the giant tree, "Master." With a sentimental expression, she grasped Xuanzang's hand tearfully. Whether it's serving tea or cooking and washing clothes, she used her God-given beauty to lean on him. "Even if it's cultivating and leveling up together with you, I won't hesitate." Xuanzang was very hesitant. "What are you hesitating for with such a good thing? Have you been a monk for so long that you forgot you're a man? This girl has already opened her mouth. If you don't agree, what kind of man are you?" So he hesitated and said, "This, pretty lady." Making him blush shyly, he coughed a few times and then replied, "All right. From now on you will follow me." "Getting accepted," she happily added. "I won't cause you any trouble. While you guys are fighting, I can help keep an eye on little Wukong and little Bai, Xin Mi." Speaking of this, the atmosphere suddenly turned silent. His face was sad. He paused for a moment and then said, "Wukong is dead." His words surprised her. Then she thought of something, and she grabbed Xuanzang's hand softly. "But isn't Kong Kong a clone of Sun Desheng? Can't you just make Sun Desheng conjure him up again?" A light bulb went off in his head, and he instantly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, you're right. Exactly." The gang all gathered at the foot of the mountain, and everyone behind them cheered them on. "Go, senior brother," Xuanzang urged Wukong. "Hurry up and cast the spell." Turns out, Wukong had completely forgotten that Kong Kong was his clone all along. He reluctantly said, "I'll give it a try." Then he focused his power, and poof, he conjured up 1, 4, 5 people. The crowd looked at the tiny kid and shouted, "Kong Kong!" But this kid wasn't like the original Kong Kong. He asked, "Kong Kong what?" Kong Kong
My butt. He rudely brushed Xuanzang's hand away. What are you staring at? Keep staring and I'll beat you so hard your buttholes bloom.
Seeing that they were still looking, he blew his top. Why are you still staring? Get lost, you're annoying me, I'll beat you stubborn fools to death right now. Wukong had no idea where he went wrong, and just yelled, I'll try again, after he summoned a horde of little brats.
But each one was different. None of them were the original Kong Kong. Yundian, seeing Xuanzang's silence, hesitantly asked, Master, is little Kong Kong? Even Shi Nu couldn't help but grab his hand and comfort him. Great master, he sighed and gently nudged Wukong, calling, Take them back. He did as he was told, and waved his hand to recall all the little Kong Kongs.
Xuanzang silently turned his back and walked away. Shi Nu saw him, and quickly called after him, Great Master Xuanzang.
The 4 disciples followed Xuanzang, when suddenly a star flashed in the sky, and he looked and realized that something was strange. Meanwhile, in a palace in the heavens, in the side room of some random extra character, there was a tied-up fox demon.
Suddenly someone yelled from outside. Lao Jun, the Jade Emperor, frantically ran in from outside the door, saying,
Kui Su Jingquan. He seems to have seen something he shouldn't have.
He blushed with embarrassment, and averted his gaze from the shaking bed. Lao Jun slowly put on his outer robe, as calm as could be. Your Majesty has arrived at the perfect time. Qing Qiu just sent someone to report that the preparations are complete, he continued.
Last time, Your Majesty wanted to deal with Tianpeng, so you took a strand of innate evil energy from Qing Qiu's Wu Yao seal.
His words made the Jade Emperor's face look worse and worse. Now the Wu Yao seal has been loosened, and an acquaintance has escaped. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, became worried and paced back and forth, saying, Lao Jun, how should this be handled if they find out that I was the one who tampered with the Wu Yao seal? At first, Lao Jun wasn't worried at all, and calmly said, Besides us, the only one who saw that strand of innate evil energy was Tang Xuanzang. Once Kuisu Xingjun kills them, everything will be fine.
Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders, his voice becoming even more worried. Lao Jun, I came to talk to you about this. Kuisu Xingjun has been killed by Tang Xuanzang.
Jade Emperor's words made Lao Jun cautious. That Tang Xuanzang even had Tianpeng send a letter to the southern gate of heaven, wanting Lao Jun to personally give them an answer.
Over on this side, the main characters had arrived at another great palace. The disciples took turns, some bringing fruit, some massaging him. Suddenly, those people noticed Kong Kong. Lying at his feet, Yundian whispered in Xuanzang's ear, The girls inside have been released, and Susan is taking care of the rest.
Seeing Kong Kong getting antsy, he quickly raised his hand, signaling, Shush, keep it down, don't make a fuss.
He then looked down at the peacefully sleeping kid, and sighed softly. Didn't expect to end up with this little gremlin. He recalled the moment this little dude stood up and declared, From now on, I, Kong Ji, am your boss. Everyone was dumbfounded, not believing their eyes. What's with this little brat acting like a mob boss? So cocky, and that scar just adds to the coolness. He's Kong Ji, the badass version.
Without saying much, he immediately flew over and smacked Xuanzang with his staff. From now on, you all gotta call me Kong Ji. Then he turned around and kicked Yundian, saying, Who's being arrogant now? And didn't hesitate to punch Wu Jing's grave.
It's not just a little cool, it's freaking awesome.
Seeing Kong Ji rush towards her,
Shi Nu instinctively raised her hand to block. But this kid actually kissed her on the cheek, and after doing that, he turned away, acting all cool, relax. Kong Ji never hits women.
Tang Xuanzang, having experienced countless shocks, hurriedly grabbed Wukong, begging, Wukong, is there any way to take him back? Who can handle this? Wukong disgustedly pushed him away, saying helplessly,
I already tried. This is the only one I can't take back. Kong Ji no longer cared about them and announced, Don't waste your breath. From now on, you all have to listen to me.
Returning to reality, he suddenly became alert, his expression immediately turning serious. He instructed, Tian, keep a close eye on Kong Ji, we have guests.
Yundian, hearing his tone, also became vigilant.
Suddenly, Lao Jun appeared out of nowhere, calling out his name, Tang Xuanzang. He showed up with a confident air, asking him, What do you want with this venerable one? In his heart, he never imagined that Taishang Lao Jun wouldn't be an old man with white hair. Why is he even more handsome than me? But on the surface, he was very disdainful, sneering back, never touches the mortal realm, very hygienic. As he spoke, he slowly walked down, facing him head on. Standing before his radiant aura, he didn't back down at all. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to have a little chat with you, old-timer.
You? He paused for a moment, then slowly continued. About Kuisu Xingjun.
Hearing him mention this person, Lao Jun looked puzzled. After the previous Kuisu Xingjun was punished and descended to the mortal realm, there is no Kuisu Xingjun in heaven. Now, I don't know what you want to talk about. He turned his back and walked away, only turning his back to confront him. Now I have witnesses and evidence that can prove you intentionally sent the previous Kuisu Jingjun down to the mortal realm to become a demon, to eliminate me. Pressing his advantage, Xuanzang continued. You made a deal with him, that after eliminating me he could immediately return to heaven, restore his divine status, and even get promoted.
He slowly walked up the steps, not forgetting to expose him.
You did this to intentionally avoid the rules that the representative agreed to beforehand.
Already settled back in his seat, he continued to ramble. You pushed all the blame for killing me onto him. After all, the thing you wanted to kill me was before he turned into a demon, so the contract wasn't established.
Xuanzang and his disciples looked at Lao Jun with utter disgust. He chuckled. That brain really thinks too much.
After accusing the guy, he didn't forget to repeat. I said I have witnesses and evidence, old-timer. You can take some time off from your busy schedule to worry about me.
Seeing that he was at a disadvantage,
Lao Jun's expression wasn't good either. In the end, the best way was to compromise. What do you want? He got straight to the point. Now that's more like it, right? Receiving the signal.
Yundian took out his weapon. He took out a book, slowly and deliberately reading the contents. To Taishang Lao Jun, for violating the agreed-upon rules, causing serious loss of life and property to the scripture-seeking team and Baoxiang Kingdom.
The more Lao Jun read, the paler he became. Now, a request for compensation to Baoxiang Kingdom. 20,000 taels of gold to protect the kingdom and ensure 100 years of favorable weather. Compensation to the pilgrimage group. Many Dharma artifacts. 100 bottles of spiritual pills. 500 bottles of healing medicine. If there are any other treasures, they must be deducted according to the situation. Furthermore, Taisheng Laojun must personally apologize to the pilgrimage group. His eyes were now filled with resentment. He completely relaxed, leaning his weight against Yundian. After finishing reading and watching the drama, he smirked. Wei Shang, did you hear clearly? If you can do it, I won't report you to the big bosses. If not, just you wait. Lao Jun was so angry he started laughing. He growled, Tang Xuanzang, are you trying to frame me? Xuanzang didn't hold back. He agreed with him. Otherwise. What did you think?
He successfully angered Lao Jun, who thought to himself, the agreement was not to kill him, but it didn't say I couldn't injure him.
As soon as he had that thought, he vanished. He suddenly appeared in front of the two. Xuanzang wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he asked with a challenging tone, Are you sure you want to stand here? Upon hearing that, he was a little startled. With your strength, you were able to injure Lingji Bodhisattva and kill Kui Mulang Starlord. It must be some kind of trickery. He actually retreated, yelling, You deliberately provoked me to come forward. There must be a conspiracy.
Seeing him laugh happily made Lao Jun a bit confused. He reacted like that. Could it be that what he said earlier was on purpose? To force me away from that spot? Thinking about it, he stepped forward menacingly. Tang Xuanzang, don't play any illusions. Suddenly, a formation lit up under Lao Jun's feet. The two teachers and disciples, one laughed mockingly, You chose that position yourself, and the other happily chimed in, Master, I told you, Lao Jun is very cautious and thinks he's clever. The formation lit up, creating a Bagua symbol. Lao Jun noticed it, and yelled out, What? It was too late. He was trapped by the formation. Filled with anger and unwillingness, he roared, Tang Xuanzang. The group of five watched, but no one helped. Xuanzang raised his hand to signal and explained to him. The agreement was that you guys wouldn't kill me, but it didn't say I couldn't kill you. The disciples behind him seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The three of them were just waiting for the signal. They stepped forward together without saying much, immediately surrounding Lao Jun. He struggled violently, hating them as he said, Tang Xuanzang, do you really think you can kill me?
Xuanzang clearly had the upper hand. Now, he let you ask. Guess? After toying with his prey, he bluntly ordered, Disciples, attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them charged directly. A lively scene of chaos unfolded, and he sat on the side watching, and couldn't help but exclaim, Truly a Daluo golden immortal. Your physical constitution is really good. You can withstand the beating for so long. But in just a moment, he became silent, thinking about something. It's a pity that Kui Mulang only left a small piece. This formation can only hold Taisheng Laojun for a moment. Otherwise, I would really like to stop here. He used magic to create something, thinking to himself, It's almost time. He shouted loudly towards the disciples, Disciples, stop! Just in time, after using hands, Taisheng Laojun was completely worn down. From head to toe, he was covered in wounds, especially his face, which was imprinted with footprints. He endured the pain and clumsily crawled up, but just as he managed to stand, Lao Jun decided to fight back. Since you've gone this far, don't blame me. He really couldn't take it anymore. Infuriated, he yelled, Tang Xuanzang. Just as Lao Jun turned around, the person in front of him had vanished. He didn't expect to be tricked like that, he disappeared right before his eyes, without even a trace of his aura. This Tang Xuanzang is truly wicked.
Suddenly, a piece of paper, like an advertisement flyer, floated onto his face.
Lao Jun opened it with annoyance, only to find it was a note left by Tang Xuanzang, looking like a scrap of paper. "Remember to deliver my stuff. Otherwise, I'll go complain to my big bosses. Tang Xuanzang, February 17, 2021. Lao Jun read it, and immediately incinerated it, his face covered in black lines,
staring intently at the paper in the flames.
At that moment, Wukong was enjoying a hearty meal, indulging in the good life, while on the other side, fragrant aromas filled the air.
Xuanzang was showing off his culinary skills, attracting everyone's attention.
Yundian, seeing this sickeningly sweet display of affection, missed his lover. "I never thought I'd see the day where I'm forced to watch others be lovey-dovey."
He suddenly remembered Wukong's arrogance. "The bad guy kills you guys." While he painfully shouted, "My precious Kuilan."
Yundian finally couldn't hold it in any longer and pulled out his communicator. "My dear Kuilan, it's been 3 days since we last talked." The moment he saw his lover's face, he started whining, "Kuilan, my love!" But she gave him a giant middle finger and disconnected. Yundian couldn't believe Kuilan rejected him like that. He gazed towards his master's sickeningly sweet love and asked for permission. "Master, disciple wants to ask for leave to return to Gaolao village. My dear Kuilan is angry with me." Meanwhile, on the heavenly realm, something was also brewing. Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor just happened to have some free time to visit each other. Lao Jun was casually sipping tea.
Next to him, the Jade Emperor, with an angry expression, was saying how he could be so ruthless with Lao Jun. He couldn't help but roar, "I wish I could tear him apart, skin him alive." The Jade Emperor, filled with righteous anger, decided to get justice for Lao Jun. "Lao Jun, rest assured, I will get justice for you."
Yet Lao Jun put on an indifferent face and said, "Your Majesty, please don't hesitate to speak your mind."
He didn't want to continue the current topic. "In a bit, this old god has to go watch over the elixir refining in the alchemy room, so I can't stay for long." Hearing that, the Jade Emperor spoke frankly.
"Actually, it's still about Tian Peng." He suddenly approached Lao Jun and said, "The underworld said that there's chaos down there again." The Jade Emperor didn't want this to blow up, so he whispered quietly, "To avoid unforeseen complications, I hope Lao Jun can pay more attention to Tian Peng's matter." Hearing what the Jade Emperor said, Lao Jun suddenly remembered the affairs of those master and disciples. He abruptly put down his teacup. Then, the old lord suddenly stood up and declared, "I've got it. We can catch them all in one fell swoop." Suddenly, a troubled look crossed his face. "But we'll have to beg Mother Queen of the West," the Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, freaked out. "Old lord. Her and I, aside from being husband and wife in name only, we haven't had anything to do with each other for ages. I wouldn't dare bother her."
The old lord knew the situation between these two was shaky, but still advised, "Your Majesty can't lose big for the sake of something small."
The Jade Emperor, hearing this, could only grit his teeth and endure.
He couldn't let his prey slip away. "Fine, let's go then, as long as we can get rid of Tian Peng." The old lord knew half his plan had succeeded, so he bowed in gratitude. He said with a sharp glint in his eye, "Your Majesty is wise." Meanwhile, our oblivious master and disciples were enjoying the festival, completely unaware of the impending storm. The streets were now decorated with banners and slogans of encouragement. Several dancing girls in the middle of the road cheered, "For the master and his disciples. Across mountains and rivers, our hearts are with you. Great Master Xuanzang is the best. The 4 of you can safely retrieve the scriptures. Baoxiang Kingdom wholeheartedly supports you." Someone whom Tang Xuanzang had helped before said emotionally, "If it weren't for Great Master Xuanzang, I probably wouldn't have gotten a wife in this lifetime."
Even the soldiers had words of praise. Even Maid Bai fell in love at first sight with Great Master Xuanzang, which is enough to prove his charm. The other soldier beside him agreed, "Yeah, Maid Bai is a good person." By now the story of Tang Xuanzang had spread far and wide, his fame surpassing even that of a star. They said the previous king claimed to be a star descended to earth, but Great Master Xuanzang just flicked his hand, and the guy instantly died a gruesome death. Only Susan was trembling with grief. He didn't dare to believe his ears, repeating, "Great Master Xuanzang absolutely must not leave, no matter what." Hearing this, his junior brother reminded him, "Hey boss, stop pulling his robe anymore and your chest will be showing." Just then, everyone suddenly shouted, "Great Master Xuanzang has arrived! Great Master Xuanzang has arrived!" The moment Susan heard the news of their arrival, he immediately craned his neck to see, making his junior brother worry, "Is boss's neck okay?" The crowd immediately parted to both sides to welcome Xuanzang. He and his disciples slowly walked in. At that very moment, Susan rushed in front of them, knelt down, and said with sincerity, "Holy monk, you must not leave."
Susan was persistent, determined to keep him here. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the people cannot be without a leader for a day.
But Tang Xuanzang said, "What are you saying, Your Majesty?" Susan heard his voice but seemed not to understand, asking, "Your Majesty, who?" Hearing this, Tang Xuanzang looked at him with gentle affection. "You, Your Majesty, can't run away and try to push responsibility onto others, can you?" Knowing this guy was trying to slack off, he cut straight to the chase. "You're the one who started the rebel army, wanting to overthrow the tyrant and save the common people. You've also been handling government affairs these past 2 days, right? This humble monk only killed a demon. Don't try to pass the buck to me."
Susan didn't expect Xuanzang to leave him speechless. You. The rebel army was built with Maid Bai's help. I also wanted to overthrow the tyrant because I didn't want to wear women's clothes anymore. Wasn't it you who told me to handle government affairs in your stead? The one you killed wasn't just any demon, it was the previous ruler. Wasn't it you who told me to replace you? Tang Xuanzang, having dealt with everything here, finally said,
"It's good that Your Majesty is humble, cautious, works without showing off, and doesn't care for empty fame."
Radiating the light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, he said, "But now Baoxiang Kingdom still has a lot of work to be done. Only you can lead the people to revitalize Baoxiang Kingdom." The moment everyone saw this scene, they immediately revered him like a god. So it turns out that young Master Susan has been secretly planning all along. "Young Master Susan, please, it's His Majesty, we've always supported you. Great Master Xuanzang's judgment is definitely not wrong." Suddenly, Susan noticed the person walking behind Tang Xuanzang. He walked closer and asked,
"Maid Bai, or rather, you." But she seemed to want to throw 3 buckets of cold water in Susan's face. "No way, I only want to follow Great Master Xuanzang."
Hearing this, Tang Xuanzang handed him a treasure. "Rest assured, we'll give you a brocade pouch, guaranteeing you can manage this country well." When Susan heard that, he knew there was no way to keep Tang Xuanzang from leaving. Everyone watched him go, shouting blessings. "Great Master Xuanzang, fair winds and following seas. Great Master Xuanzang, may all your wishes come true."
They followed him all the way out of the city, before stopping. "Great Master, we love you. Great Master, safe travels." Only then did Susan curiously open the brocade pouch. His expression was like he was opening a mystery box. And what a wonderful gift it was. Tang Xuanzang used the light of the party to illuminate Suya-san. "Serve the people. You can cross-dress for your brothers, so thinking of others as you think of yourself, you can become a wise ruler."
The first step to reforming the world, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire.
At this moment, after walking a bit, the female historian asked Tang Xuanzang,
"Great Master Xuanzang, do you truly have no attachment to the fame and fortune of this mortal world?"
Tang Xuanzang stroked his shiny bald head and said, "Is this all there is?" He revealed his lofty dream to the female historian. "My dream is to collect all the Dharma artifacts of all the gods and Buddhas." The female historian was moved upon hearing the tireless spirit of progress of the eminent monk before her. "Indeed, he is the man I've set my sights on." At the same time, Yundian was at Gaolao village. His in-laws were happily watching Yundian suffer.
"Worthy of being my daughter?"
Kuilan's father worriedly asked. "Has our son-in-law been kneeling for a full day and night now? Even the servants in the house are wondering. Copying it 10,000 times, that's so scary." Meanwhile, Yundian trembled as he wrote each word. He didn't expect the roof to be so sturdy. Yet at this moment, inside the room, Kuilan was both crying and scolding him. "Are you still unwilling to talk to me? Why did you come back?"
Upon hearing this, Yundian didn't know how to plead his case and could only say, "My little sweetheart Kuilan, it was you who said that if I don't kneel and copy it 10,000 times, I'm not allowed to open my mouth to speak."
Kuilan suddenly flared up and scolded. "You're still arguing. Have you finished copying it yet? If you haven't finished, then hurry up and copy." Yundian, in the position of a son who can only take orders, didn't dare to argue back and only dared to say, "You won't let me open my mouth, yet you blame me for not talking to you." Suddenly, he noticed movement behind him. Yundian immediately stood up vigilantly. Kuilan thought he was rebelling, and said, You dare to stand up." Suddenly, behind the house, a pillar of water appeared out of nowhere. It slammed straight into the courtyard of Kuilan's house, causing everyone to exclaim in terror. "What is that?" Yundian, at this moment, worried for her safety, called out, "Kuilan." Just a few seconds later, Kuilan's house was shattered everywhere by the waves. At this point, there was only water left. Yundian successfully performed a heroic rescue. He now looked no different than a prince, charming in her heart, calling out, "My little sweetheart Kuilan." Kuilan, no longer angry, replied to him, my loving husband. Moved by the scene, the two were about to go further, but a voice ruined the mood from behind. Enough. Tianpeng. Yundian immediately became vigilant, pushing Kuilan behind him to protect her. My little sweetheart Kuilan, you must hold me tight, don't let go. Seeing this, Kuilan happily replied, I will listen to you, my loving husband. Suddenly, two huge algae eaters appeared out of nowhere, saying, It's been a long time. Back to where Xuanzang is chilling. While the birds are all lovey-dovey in pairs, you're still riding solo, huh? Right below those lovebirds is where the master and his disciples are hanging out. Bai Nv Shi asks with a sweet voice, Xuanzang, great master Xuanzang, turns out your cooking skills are amazing. Can you teach me sometime? But he's totally zoned out, still mulling over the issue at hand. Which demon will I run into next in this never-ending quest? Bai Nv Shi sees this but doesn't give up, trying to seduce the master. Xuanzang, I see your hands are a little dirty, how about I feed you? She takes a bite of the kebab, brings it closer, but Xuanzang suddenly grabs the other end and says, It's alright. Bai Nv Shi is defeated by this straight-as-an-arrow monk. He even lives by the motto, Eat dirt, live long, a little dirt won't kill ya. Bai Nv Shi is practically his fangirl at this point, finding everything attractive. Even the way Great Master eats is so mesmerizing, I want him to devour me. Suddenly, Yundian comes running, yelling, Master! He rushes over, bursting into tears like they've been separated for years. Master, I've finally returned to your side. Tang Xuanzang hears him and joyfully exclaims, Baji, you've finally come back. Yundian, acting even more dramatically, spouts out touching words. To once again bask in your divine aura, to listen to your wise teachings. He's barely run over when Tang Xuanzang grabs him. Hold up, I'm not that easily fooled by this guy's act. Tang Xuanzang scolds him. Tell me first, what are those two freaks following you? Just then, the suckerfish from earlier shows up. Don't you dare run if you've got the guts. The catfish next to him chimes in, saying, The brothers are waiting for you underground. Suddenly, the suckerfish bows low and pleads. We didn't know she was your woman. We saw her being disrespectful to you and stepped in to teach her a lesson. We even made nourishing fish soup for her. You can't abandon us. Don't you care about the 10,000 brothers waiting for you to return and rally the troops? Lead us to overthrow the heavens and avenge ourselves? One acting as a spokesperson, the other being defensive, both beg, My lord, Marshal Tianpeng. But Yundian, seemingly lost in the glow of Buddhist light, replies, Amitabha. This humble monk is now solely focused on protecting my master on his journey to the Western paradise to seek scriptures, and has no desire for any worldly affairs. Tang Xuanzang perks up when he hears his terrorist plan. 10,000 brothers overthrowing the heavens. He immediately feels that teen crush moment. This feeling of being moved. Bai Nv Shi, who is beside him, can't help but feel moved as well. Xuanzang being touched is so charming. The scene is now more awkward than ever. Yundian sees Xuanzang's expression and senses something's off. What messed up idea is Master having this time? He immediately deals with the suckerfish bunch. Yundian shows his absolute loyalty. Master, your disciple will never leave your side. Xuanzang hears this but is still suspicious. It's a pity. The timing to overthrow the heavens isn't right yet. But it's a waste to just let go of 10,000 soldiers, or 2 suckerfish. Guy won't leave him alone. Marshal, boss? The Jade Emperor treated you like that. Don't you want to pay him back later? The other little fry immediately added fuel to the fire. The brothers are looking forward to it day and night. Tears are almost flowing into rivers. At least you have to go back and see. Seeing Xuanzang's suspicion, Yundian tries to protect his character. I don't want to, don't look, don't know. Suddenly, Xuanzang put his arms around their shoulders, as if they were familiar with each other, and tenderly called out, You two. What strange idea did Xuanzang come up with again? Forcing too much is easy to produce opposite psychology. Let alone, I have a big plan. Your boss will definitely reunite with you. I will also find the Jade Emperor to avenge. So don't worry, listen to me to assign actions. He acts like a role model teacher, resolutely protecting his disciples. No one can take my disciples away. They were moved when they heard that. We understand, Grandmaster. We all listen to you, Grandmaster. Seeing this, Xuanzang also took out his space bag, and he put the 2 fishes into the net and said, Alright, first, you guys get into my personal space and reflect on your mistakes. Yundian, who'd been watching this whole time, felt a bit odd. Wait, am I being sold off again? After dealing with that, Xuanzang called his disciples over. Okay, everyone. After breakfast, we gotta clean up. Just then, a little girl came over and introduced herself. I am Ming Yu, paying my respects to Great Master Xuanzang. He immediately realized the next plot point NPC had arrived. Phew, Good thing she came after we ate. Seeing that he hadn't responded, the little girl repeated herself. I am Mingyu, paying my respects to Great Master Xuanzang. Mingyu, all business, delivered her message.
My master, Zhen Yuanzi, has heard that Great Master Xuanzang and his disciples are passing by.
The little girl flashed a childlike smile and said, He invites you all to Wuzhuang Temple ahead as guests, so my master can show a little bit of hospitality. The group collectively gasped at the name. Zhen Yuanzi, Bai Nushi, worriedly hid behind Xuanzang. Great Master, rumors say Zhen Yuanzi has a weird temper, all over the place. Even Yundian looked pale, Master. You either don't come, or you go all out. But Xuanzang didn't seem worried at all, and just smiled. Everyone was surprised he'd agree to walk straight into the tiger's den. Since it's come to this, refusing would be disrespectful.
Xuanzang finished speaking and casually walked off, leaving everyone staring blankly like he was a stranger.
Turns out he came because he likes ginseng. Ginseng fruit, here I come. Following the guidance of the young attendant, they passed through a picturesque landscape and arrived.
The group finally arrived at their destination. The group stood dumbfounded, staring at the building before them. Xuanzang looked at the plaque, reeking of incense, and thought to himself, is Zhen Yuanzi's taste really this flamboyant?
At this time, the young attendant opened the door and invited them, politely ushering them inside. Great Master Xuanzang, everyone, please come in. Suddenly, Bai Nushi worriedly grabbed his arm, wanting to express her concerns. Great Master Xuanzang, I'm a Yao. After all, I'm afraid I can't go inside. How about I wait in your personal space? Just then, the young attendant winked at Wukong. Great sage. Same rules as always, you know. Wukong didn't even bother with him and just walked in. Only Wu Jing trembled and nearly fell, prompting Yundian to remind him, Shashidi, what's with the fear? Hurry up and go in.
Xuanzang then approached Mingyu and announced, Sorry, Tiantian is a bit scared of saints and won't be entering. Mingyu understood, and replied, It's all right, as you wish, Great Master.
Right then, screams of dismay echoed from inside. Shashinadi, Little Bai, Master Bai, second brother, I'm gonna die, don't touch me. Tang Xuanzang immediately looked inside warily. After confirming that there was nothing wrong inside, he rushed in, asking his disciples, Are you all right? But as soon as he stepped inside, he immediately triggered a formation. The figure of a young woman materialized. His body suddenly began to change. Tang Xuanzang looked around himself, wondering, what's going on? Still in disbelief, he looked around and said, Did I turn into a woman again? But just a few seconds later, he adapted super quickly. This Zhen Yuanzi is so dramatic, seriously. Inside Zhen Yuanzi's mansion, it was rowdier than ever.
Wu Jing couldn't take it anymore and yelled, No way. Yandian, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to praise. Meng Cha, junior brother, you're amazing. Wu Jing couldn't help but curse. Get your hands off me, Yandian.
Yet Yandian didn't stop, continuing to tease. He really couldn't hold back. Then he went on to Wukong, Haoxing, even you've got a different, graceful vibe now. But when he saw Xuanzang walk in, he shouted excitedly, Master's the best of all!
Xuanzang, upon hearing this, helplessly said, You little rascal, you switch genders like it's nothing.
Unexpectedly, even their white horse had a more alluring look than ever before. Wukong, now hot-tempered, slammed his Rui Jingu Bang on the floor and angrily roared, calling out, Owner, come out, Zhen Yuanzi, hurry up and show yourself. But the person who came out was Zilan, Great Sage Gerge. The girl ran out from the house, calling out loudly, You've arrived too! As soon as she saw Wukong, she jumped into his arms, saying, I've been waiting for you for so long.
The group behind them all had the same expression when they saw this girl, wondering, Damn it, is this Zhen Yuanzi? Even Yundian had to wonder, Isn't this little sister supposed to be dead yet? Wu Jing couldn't believe a beauty appeared here. Oh my god, does senior brother have a younger sister?
Tang Xuanzang, seeing them being so lovey-dovey, suddenly wanted to interrupt.
Wukong didn't expect Zilan to quickly cover his mouth, she warned with a dark face.
Don't ruin the mood. Afterwards, Zilan turned back to Wukong, seducing him with candied hawthorns. Great Sage Gerge, want a candied hawthorn? Wukong kept dodging for a while, but Zilan finally caught him, and she immediately said, Do you need me to feed it to you? Just then, Zhen Yuanzi walked out of the house. Daughter, seriously, sigh.
Xuanzang, upon seeing this newcomer, was shocked in his heart. Oh heavens, who's this nutcase now?
Zilan, seeing the person arrive, immediately called out, Sister, Zhen Yuanzi. Tang Xuanzang, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered, You're not like the original in front of me, are you introducing yourself? This humble one is Zhen Yuanzi. Greetings to Great Master Xuanzang. Yuanzi then explained the meaning of the barrier. This humble one only likes daughters, so I set up this barrier in Wuzhuang Temple. The clever and eloquent girl apologized to them. All living beings in the three realms can only operate in the guise of women in the temple. If there's any offense, please forgive me. Tang Xuanzang still hadn't recovered from the severe copyright violation shock. Yuanzi then noticed Wukong, great sage, long time no see. After greeting everyone, she invited them inside. Everyone, please come to the flower pavilion. She still kept a bright smile on her face to welcome them, saying, "It just so happens that there are two old acquaintances here. Everyone can reminisce about the old days." Yundian was furious after hearing what she said. Is it those women again? Good thing Xuanzang rushed over to talk him down. Yundian could only curse inwardly. Damn it. After they went inside, Zhen Yuanzi told someone inside, "Lingji, don't get worked up." Xuanzang knew his disciple was annoyed, so he spoke up. Little Lolita recovers fast, huh? Guanyin saw who it was and said, "Figures, troublemakers live long lives." Xuanzang fired back just as fiercely. Then I have to thank the Bodhisattva for the auspicious words. Of course, Guanyin wouldn't back down. A summer insect doesn't know about ice and snow. Yuanzi knew these two had a feud, so she stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, why don't you sit down first and reminisce later?" Guanyin didn't give her any face, replying, "No need to sit. I originally wanted to wait here for you to return, to say thank you and goodbye in front of you." Zhen Yuanzi still wore her polite smile, treating her like a guest. It was just a small favor, nothing worth mentioning. Xuanzang, seeing Guanyin's attitude, thought to himself, even Guanyin has to show her respect. It seems Zhen Yuanzi's status in this world is pretty high. He was lost in thought, unaware that Lingji was intentionally teasing. When the time comes to steal the ginseng fruit, I'll have to be careful. But as long as I'm not caught red-handed, and I put the ginseng fruit into my personal space, she won't have any evidence. The little girl left, still cursing the annoying guy. "Next time, you're definitely dead." Guanyin, who knew what she was thinking, said, "Don't worry," she comforted Lingji. "They won't live much longer anyway." Zilin brought out a candied hawthorn stick and said, "Big brother Wukong, this is so yummy, eat more." Zhen Yuanzi watched them eating their treats in the corner, sighing, "Being with women is truly wonderful." Meanwhile, Yundian, the nosy gossip, suddenly piped up, "Master, I've got some juicy gossip from years ago." He whispered, recounting how back then, the great sage equal to heaven was incredibly angry, almost leveling the 5 villages temple for the sake of a beauty. Nobody believed it at the time. Now they looked at the scene before them. Zilan was affectionately saying, "Big brother great sage, this drink is also delicious," and Wukong didn't seem annoyed at all, responding, "Okay." Xuanzang observed for a moment and also started to believe this ridiculous rumor. Could it be true after all? Zhen Yuanzi popped out of nowhere and said, "It's true, you know. This humble one was the victim back then. The great sage really did come looking for me because of Zilan." She actually wanted to correct this rumor a little. But the reason he wanted to level the 5 villages temple was because this humble one turned him into a woman. Everyone watching sighed in amazement. "Truly, you're something else." Suddenly, Yuanzi abruptly pulled Xuanzang forward, saying as they walked, "Zilan, in front of the great sage's master, aren't you going to quickly explain how you and the great sage know each other?" Wukong had just managed to say Zilan when Zilan's next sentence almost made him choke. "Big brother great sage almost ate me." Everyone was shocked and asked, Ate you?" "Today the sky is blue, the clouds are white, the sun is shining. It's perfect weather for hearing stories. A gentle breeze blows outside, but inside the room it feels like a storm." Xuanzang, who had been listening to their story, finally said, "You could say that." He finally understood. "I told you to sneak away from the heavenly court. Then you got beaten back to your original form by a monster, and cooked into soup to be served to Grandmaster Huang." Wukong didn't say a word after hearing that. Zilan saw this and moved closer, confessing for him. "That's right. But not only did Big Brother Great Sage not eat me, but he also came to Zhen Yuanzi's place to get a ginseng fruit to help me recover my cultivation." The little girl looked at him with admiration, saying, "Big Brother Great Sage is the best. The gentlest." Xuanzang and Yundian were both horrified and shivered. "Are we talking about Wukong? Gentle is a lie. This girl's got problems with her eyes." Xuanzang saw that Wukong looked like he was about to start throwing punches, and got scared. "Oh God, is Wukong going to kill us to silence us?" Seeing this, the two of them immediately cowered and ran away. Turns out Wukong just strolled by and was like, "Don't even look at me." Zilan and her crew were shooketh, watching her leave. "Why yes, great sage bro." Xuanzang couldn't believe his ears. Not denying it. Could it be true? Zhen Yuanzi, finally soothing, said, "Everyone, please retire to your rooms for now. I've prepared a little surprise in each of your rooms." Inside each room, she had arranged a ginseng fruit for them. Just then, Bainushi's voice echoed from inside the room. "Great Master Xuanzang. Almost there." She approached, looking worried, and said,
turn around, don't move. Xuanzang couldn't help but shout, easy, easy, too tight.
Bai Nushi, working her butt off above him, replied, almost there. After a while, Xuanzang finally managed to take a deep breath in and out.
Bai Nushi, having finished, reported, all done, Great Master Xuanzang. He finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, responding, you women really don't have it easy. Xuanzang looked at the 2 melons in front of him and said, I feel like I've got 2 bags of sand strapped to my chest, can't even stand up straight.
Bai Nushi, seemingly mesmerized, said, You'll get used to it.
Then, she helped him off the bed.
The female attendant looked at his pained expression, then explained, but honestly, we don't usually tie them this tight. He, not really caring, said, I've got stuff to do later, can't let these get in the way.
He then went to the table and picked up the ginseng fruit tray. Xuanzang presented it to the female attendant and said, this is a thank you gift for helping me just now.
The female attendant was so touched she started crying. Great Master Xuanzang, you're too good to me. The girl wants to use this opportunity to get some tofu. Little girl doesn't know how to, possibly. She had just uttered the word reward. Then it was blocked. After she got her bearings again, she realized, why did the Grand Master put me into personal space already? Just then, Xuanzang finally walked out, relieved. Waited so long, it was time for serious business. As he remembered, ginseng fruit item level, 20 item effect. After use can obtain 1 million experience points. Item description. Ginseng fruit, also known as Thao Hoan Dan.
3,000 years to sow, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and then wait 3,000 years to mature. 10,000 years can only bear 30 fruits. People who smell the fragrance can live to 360 years old, and eating one can live to 4,700 years.
He relaxed his whole body after such a period of hard work already, saying, it takes 10,000 years to bear 30 fruits. I wonder how much Zhen Yuanzi has in stock. First go research the terrain, then do it tonight. Of course, he ran into someone. In front of him, Wukong, with a gloomy face, looked at him like he was about to beat him to a pulp. He slammed the book right into him and said, I finished reading the book. Wukong gave him a less than friendly look like he was saying, it didn't do squat.
Previously, Xuanzang had given Wukong a secret manual for him to cultivate, Sun Wukong's path of cultivating the secret manual. This secret manual was formed by heaven and earth, ancient and modern. As long as you practice hard, beating 10 Tathagatas is not a problem. Sun Wukong was half believing at the time, so what, if there is no effect after training? Another personality in him said to himself, then beat this old monk to death. After that, he practiced every day. Lift your hands higher, Sun Wukong. He diligently practiced the exercises in the secret manual every day. He really believed it, and didn't give up a day. Wukong studied hard and didn't care what happened around him, care what they do, go die. So up to here, Sun Wukong's path of cultivating secrets has come to this day. Wukong realized one thing. It doesn't work. Xuanzang was questioned by him, only able to stutter.
No, it doesn't work. How is that possible? You must not have studied it carefully. He couldn't believe Wukong's learning speed was so fast. Oh my god, how long has it been since he finished reading it?
Right now, Wukong was basically like a nagging harpy scolding Xuanzang. I need an explanation. Tang Xuanzang, naturally, got bombarded by his disciple like this and didn't know what to do. Explanation. He didn't want to face Wukong's fury. Hold on a sec. But it was too late. Wukong's rage at this moment was like a freaking volcano erupting, making Xuanzang scream, help! Just then, he spotted a potential lifeline. Xuanzang immediately pointed behind him to get Wukong's attention. Zilan saw him suddenly dragging her lover into this, and Wukong was like, don't change the subject. Do you think I'm stupid? Xuanzang knew this dude was stubborn, so he had to play tough. How could I, your master, deceive you? Being dragged by the head like this, Wukong unhappily said. Let go. The moment he turned around, he immediately caught a glimpse of Zilan. He watched her, wondering, is she hiding something good? Why so sneaky? Then, he firmly gripped Wukong's hand. Tang Xuanzang, all hyped and ready to gossip, wanted to drag Wukong away. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry and go check it out. Even now, thanks to Zilan, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. They hid behind a bush, stalking her. Wherever she went, they followed. Just then, Zhen Yuanzi, needled from afar, finally decided to leave your great sage Gerfige. Remembered you have something to do. They followed the whole way, never missing a moment. Finally, they saw her stop in front of someone. Zilan put down the iron box she was carrying and said, it's been so long since I've met Great Sage Garage. Yuanzi suddenly asked about her situation. How long did you torment Wang Mu this time? She picked up a branch and asked her caringly. Just gave you such a useless job to come to the mortal world.
Zilan confidently spoke a number.
5 days.
Zhen Yuanzi praised as soon as he heard it. Wang Mu's patience is getting worse and worse. At this time, Zilan realized and asked Zhen Yuanzi, "Does sister no longer have ginseng fruits on her tree? Have you given them all away?" Yuanzi didn't hide anything, she said. "There are still 4 left. It just so happens that Tang Sang and his disciples have 4 people, 1 fruit each."
Zilan felt sad for her when she heard this, and asked, "Won't you feel pity?" Yuanzi said, taking small things as big things. "A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a jade. I can finally be quiet. It means that people who have precious things are often envied and coveted by others." But this news was like a bolt from the blue to Xuanzang. Ginseng fruits have really been given away. He painfully watched his 1 million experience points fly away and cried, "My experience points!" At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi was saying, "Now I'm just worried about the 2 mutated ginseng trees. How to bear fruit." As soon as he heard about the mutated ginseng tree, he eagerly forgot about the old things. Mutated ginseng tree. Zilan, who was closest to her at this time, replied, "But Mother Wangmu said that everything that can be given has been given, and there is nothing you can do." Yuanzi knew that she sincerely wanted to thank Wangmu for what she had done. "I know, I really bothered you so much."
When Zilan heard this, she replied to Zhen Yuanzi, "However, Mother Wangmu also said that if sister trusts people, she can dye a branch, and let me bring it back, and mother will study it carefully." Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Did you finally nod? I'll take you there now."
When the 2 of them left, the 2 masters and disciples on this side also acted. Zhen Yuanzi took Zilan into some kind of cave.
On this side, they seemed to be entering a strange tunnel.
The tunnel led deep inside, all the way to the place where the light came from. The 2 masters and disciples who came here have returned to their original state.
He sighed. "I'm back to being a dude. Looks like we're not in Wuzhuang Temple territory anymore."
Suddenly, Xuanzang got a bit worried and turned to Wukong. "Wukong, you think we'll get caught like this? Just to be clear, it's not that I doubt your magic skills or anything."
He looked at Wukong's nonchalant face and said, "Seriously, you get a wife and forget your own master."
Just then, Wukong signaled him to shut up. He immediately stopped Tang Xuanzang. It was only then that he noticed the scene before him. They were stepping into a place that looked like a sacred land. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the 2 of them gradually shattered.
Seeing this, he could only worry. Wukong's disguise is about to fail. Wukong, your invisibility cloak isn't going to last much longer.
Xuanzang looked at the stone in his hand, even more panicked. At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi had discovered them. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Yuanzi attacked them directly. Seeing this, Zilan wanted to speak up to stop her. Zhen Yuanzi, elder sister. Wukong knew that things couldn't be hidden anymore, so he stepped forward to block her. Zilan, seeing the situation getting worse and worse, had no choice but to say, "Great sage brother, Zhen Yuanzi, elder sister, please stop fighting." Zhen Yuanzi knew she was no match for Wukong. She said, "Son Wukong, for Zilan's sake, I can let you off once," she said while passing judgment on Xuanzang. "But Tang Xuanzang must die." Of course, Wukong didn't want her to get her way. Enough talk. He slammed his Rui Jingu Bang straight down on the floor to create resistance. Suddenly, Yuanzi spoke up to remind him. "Great sage, your magical power hasn't recovered yet. You're definitely no match for this body right now." She looked directly at the guy who was busy throwing punches in front of her and said, "Why do you have to go against this body for Tang Xuanzang?" Suddenly, Xuanzang reached out and grabbed Wukong's shoulder. He stepped forward to stop them and advised, "All right, leave the rest to me, your teacher." Xuanzang approached the 2 of them and said, Zilan, if you want to protect your great sage brother, take him away first."
After that, he admitted without hesitation, "Zhen Yuanzi, I surrender." Yuanzi seemed to become a completely different person at this moment. "Xuanzang, great master, this body originally just wanted to treat you well, but your curiosity—"
The girl pulled out her Dharma artifact and cursed, "Is too much." Zilan knew the situation was bad, so she pulled Wukong away. "This is bad. Great sage brother, let's go first." But Xuanzang still stood still, calmly watching her prepare to attack him, and said, "Just 2 trees. Are they worth killing me for?" Without the slightest fear, he looked straight at her and said, "Are you afraid that after you kill me, the people above will investigate?" Yuanzi, of course, wasn't panicked either. She said frankly, "Want to scheme against me? This body isn't stupid." He seemed to understand, and pointed directly at the mutated ginseng tree. "Flowers in 3 days, fruits in 3 days, ripe fruits in 3 days, at least 1,000 fruits each one as big as an apple." Xuanzang didn't seem so kind anymore, he said.
Although the effects are only half that of a normal ginseng fruit, it makes up for it in quantity. You're afraid that I'll reveal it because of this thing." Each of his next words was like tearing open a veil of mystery. Quote, "It doesn't belong to this world, does it?" Yuanzi didn't expect him to dare to say her secret so directly. "Since you're here, fine, I won't hide it. You let Wukong off the hook because he saw Zilan being brought here and definitely wouldn't blab, but why are you so insistent on killing me?" Xuanzang, seeing her silence, pressed his advantage, approaching her and scolding, "Do you really want to kill me? Or are you just probing me?" Yuanzi, naturally, remained calm, saying, "Please keep your distance from this one." She actually used her weapon to attack him again, then glared at him with eyes like bullets, saying, "Great Master Xuanzang, if my planting of a foreign plant is exposed," the gentle smile on her face was replaced with a murderous look, "I will become an enemy of the three realms, and not even bones and flesh will remain. If you were me, would you let a stranger hold the secret to your life in their hands?" But suddenly, Xuanzang tightly grasped her Dharma artifact. He didn't really want to attack and instead said, "That makes things a bit difficult." Then, he suddenly got even closer to her. Xuanzang made a bizarre proposal. "How about we become accomplices?" Yuanzi was suddenly at a loss in this situation. Xuanzang pulled out a book from his person, saying, "Following this method will definitely cause this mutated ginseng tree to bear fruit." He gently placed it in her hand. Afterwards, Xuanzang didn't forget to instruct her, "Remember to give me 3 portions when the time comes." Yuanzi silently looked at the title of the book, A Practical Guide to Growing Mutated Ginseng. She asked him with an expressionless face, probing him, "You're just giving this to me. Aren't you afraid I'll still want to kill you?" Xuanzang seemed to have seen through her, saying, "Are you sure there won't be things you don't know later that you'll need my help with?" He knew she was wavering, and tried even harder to persuade her. "As people, you should leave a way out so it's easier to see each other in the future. Although you're not a person, there are principles you should learn." Yuanzi looked at him warily, not wanting to act rashly. "It seems this Tang Xuanzang is more unfathomable than we imagined, but what is his ultimate goal?" Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi asked with a cold expression. "So? As accomplices, what can this one do for you?" He said with a look of confidence in the future, "I haven't thought of it yet, but definitely something that will make this world more normal." In his head, he also envisioned a beautiful scene. For example, world peace. Xuanzang got more and more excited as he thought, causing the fates of gods, Buddhas, humans, and demons to harmonize in a unified system. Seeing that she had no more objections, he said, "If there are no other opinions, then I'll take it as a yes." Xuanzang left without any reluctance, saying, "Goodbye, my fellow accomplice." At this time, Yuanzi stared after his figure with an unfathomable expression, saying, "Tang Xuanzang, then this one will accept your goodwill." She seemed to still want to deal with him, but, "You will definitely regret your actions today." She turned to look at the figure that appeared behind her, asking, "What do you think?" Dizang Wang Pusa laughed loudly and said, "No wonder he's the common enemy of gods and Buddhas." At this moment, Xuanzang finally realized. A tree from a foreign world? Hey, an object from a foreign world? The system suddenly said at this point, "Benefactor, aren't you being a little too generous?" But he didn't care about it, only saying, "People from a foreign world." Suddenly, Xuanzang directly hit its sore spot, didn't he? "Afraid I'd discover your little secret?" He glared at it with a dark face, questioning it. "Those gods and Buddhas don't know about the existence of foreign worlds, and they hate objects from foreign worlds. You never told me this before." The system was at a loss, and could only say, "Whatever. Horizontal or vertical, they all want to off you, no need to fuss about such small stuff." But he didn't want to bother with it anymore. Forget it, gotta go deal with Wukong first. After finally getting outside, Xuanzang was facing another headache. "Wukong, this master is truly sorry to you." He had to cry and beg his disciple. "This master never expected that this secret manual would be useless on you. This master is truly sorry." But Wukong wasn't moved at all, saying, "It's alright, I'll just beat you to death." Then he didn't hold back at all, aiming to strike down. "Go die." Seeing this, Tang Xuanzang had no choice but to use the beauty trap. He said, "Wukong, actually." Suddenly, Zilan shouted loudly to stop him. No way, Wukong didn't expect her to dare jump out like that either. Right after, Xuanzang's staff also slammed into her head. Zilan, who knows when, Zilan stood blocking in front of the two of them. Xuanzang saw this scene, knowing he had committed an even greater crime, and trembled in fear. "Oh my god, accidentally hurt an innocent person. Didn't expect this little sister to be so bold." Suddenly, he remembered the power of the staff. 100% success rate for refinement. After refinement, upon striking the opponent's head, the opponent has a 1% chance of awakening past life memories. Continuing to use similar medicinal herbs for refinement can increase the probability of awakening past life memories. However, when trying the refinement system before, there was an additional special effect for the heavenly staff.
Xuanzang stared at her, pondering. Looks like it still didn't work. As expected, the probability is still too low.
Wukong said nonchalantly. Zilan, move aside.
Seeing him so upset, Xuanzang had no choice but to step forward. Wukong, it's all this master's fault. This master also didn't know that the secret manual from another world would be useless on you.
As soon as Zilan heard that, her heart wavered slightly. Secret manual from another world. Wukong mercilessly dragged Zilan straight out. Ignoring her cries, "Let me go, Zilan!" was lifted up by him like a cat, struggling and saying, Big sage brother, don't be like this." Seeing that he finally let him off, Xuanzang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Almost kicked the bucket right there. Even after being dragged outside, Zilan didn't forget to advise, "Big sage brother, absolutely don't do anything foolish." At this moment, Wukong turned back to ask, "So, the secret manual from another world?" Seeing this, Tang Xuanzang was startled and stammered. Really, this time Master saw it was urgent, so he told that person. He carried the radiant aura of a gentleman, swearing an oath.
This master swears. This master just couldn't have imagined that this secret manual would have no effect on you at all.
Wukong didn't care at all, only saying, "If anyone possesses an object from another world, they become the enemy of the three realms, and gods and Buddhas will join forces to kill them. You want to kill me because of this?" Hearing this, Xuanzang vehemently objected. "Definitely not." Seeing him say that, Wukong then asked, "Then why?" He heard it and simply replied, "I didn't do anything." Wukong didn't expect him to say that, and asked, "No clues?" Tang Xuanzang also honestly replied, "When gods fight, mortals suffer." Wukong suddenly asked, "Your future, what are your plans for later?" He then spoke of his lofty dream, to become the CEO of the three realms. He began to describe his future fantasy of marrying 7 celestial maidens. Carrying a lofty goal, Xuanzang said to climb 6 high mountains. As soon as he heard that, he became a little suspicious. Who exactly are you?" Xuanzang put on an innocent and adorable look, saying, "Wukong, I am your master." But Wukong just said dismissively, "Master, the clothes you wear can't make me stronger." Hearing that, Xuanzang suddenly asked him, "Have you really not gotten any stronger during this time?" After a lot of arguing back and forth, it was finally time to say goodbye. As Zhen Yuanzi and Zilan saw them off, Tang Xuanzang politely said goodbye. "Well then, we'll take our leave here." Yundian only then noticed his body, and he said with some regret, "Why did I turn back again?" Zilan didn't forget to tell Wukong, "Remember to take good care of yourself." Tang Xuanzang looked at the lovey-dovey scene beside him and chuckled to himself. Then he suddenly spoke up. "Please invite your little sister to come and play with us more often." Zilan replied gently. Great Master Xuanzang. We'll meet again if fate allows." Zhen Yuanzi then spoke up, saying, "Master Xuanzang, may your journey be smooth." Xuanzang heard that and replied, "I also wish you all the best." Zilan watched them leave, shouting, "Everyone, please take care of yourselves." Then she turned to Zhen Yuanzi and said, "Zhen Yuanzi, I have to go too." Zhen Yuanzi fondly stroked her head and said, "You don't need to come here from Jiaoqi anymore soon." She didn't forget to remind Zilan, "Be careful in your actions, and protect yourself well." Yuan Chazi said something kind but with deep meaning. "You are very important to the great sage." Zilan shyly listened to her and said, "I know that. He's also very important to me." Zhen Yuanzi knew that this girl didn't seem to fully understand her meaning. "Silly girl, you have no idea how important you are to him." Hearing that, Zilan looked a little sad and replied, "I know now." After that, she turned and left. Before leaving, Zilan didn't forget to say goodbye. "Then I'll go first. Zhen Yuanzi, see you next time." Zhen Yuanzi watched her and said, "Zilan seems to have changed a bit." At this time, Dizang Wangpusa appeared from behind. Zhen Yuanzi looked a little troubled and said, "I've said everything I should have said." She suddenly asked him for a favor. "Oh right, there's something I need your help with." Meanwhile, Zilan had returned to the South Heaven Gate, but she was blocked outside by the soldiers. Zilan looked at their stern faces and said, "I am Zilan Ferry, a subordinate of Wangmu Niangyang. How dare you treat me like this?" Lao Jun flew out from inside, accusing, "You, Zilan Ferry, stole Wangmu Niangyang's Dharma artifact and descended to the mortal realm without permission. Your crime is unforgivable." He ordered with a dark face, "Arrest her immediately and imprison her in the Zhu Xian platform, on my orders." Meanwhile, the master and his disciples were resting on the road. Xuanzang looked at the hand-drawn map on his hand. Yundian put on an admiring expression and came closer, saying, This numberless HD map is one of a kind. It's perfect for a person like Master who is seeking scriptures, must trek through mountains and rivers. Only, I don't know which direction Master will go next.
Xuanzang didn't seem to care about what his disciple said, but only remembered Zhen Yuanzi's words. If we are already accomplices, I will show you a place.
Then, he said according to her words.
Qingqi, Yundian, was surprised when he heard that. He couldn't believe his ears, and thought in surprise.
Qingqi. That place of complaints and grudges, where nothing grows, desolate and remote, uninhabited for miles. Seriously.
Xuanzang saw his expression and thought he was familiar with it, asking, "You know that place well?"
Yundian didn't want his bad deeds exposed, firmly denying, "Nope, no idea, just rambling."
Hearing that, Xuanzang got annoyed, chasing him, saying, "Pork barbecue for lunch." Yundian didn't get why his master suddenly hated him, so he blurted out,
"Spare me, master." Even Wukong, hearing this, thought,
"Qingqi, huh?"
Just then, a signal came from the heavenly court. Lao Jun's screen showed the scene at the execution platform. Only Sun Wukong was now seeing the scene at the Zhu Xian platform.
Wukong immediately recognized the figure before his eyes.
Zilan. And on the other side, Zilan was being held captive by them. Lao Jun declared the punishment indifferently. Fairy Zilan's crime is unforgivable. According to the heavenly laws, she's to be banished to the Zhu Xian platform, her soul scattered forever. He didn't forget to whisper to the other end of the line. But if you can kill the scripture seekers and Tian Peng, bring their heads back to the heavenly court to atone for Fairy Zilan's sins, the death penalty can be waived.
Lao Jun spoke each word plainly. Sun Wukong, time is limited. Don't try any funny business. I'm waiting for your good news, Zilan. Hearing this, immediately rushed out to stop him. Don't listen to him. You mustn't do it.
Wukong could only silently lower his head, determined. Zilan, I'll definitely save you. At the same time, outside, Xuanzang was planning a pork feast. If Baji hid the info from his master, he wouldn't be a good disciple.
Suddenly, Wukong spoke up, calling Xuanzang. Xuanzang saw him sulking as he appeared behind him, then asked, "Wukong, is there something you need from this teacher?"
Bai Nv Shi observed them for a while, suddenly realizing, am I seeing things? Did they disappear for a moment just now? Suddenly the situation before her caught her off guard.
Wukong pointed the Ruyi Jinggubang directly at Xuanzang, questioning him. "How about you lend me your head to help me deal with a little something, huh, my good master?" Xuanzang broke out in a cold sweat, terrified, saying, "Wukong, if we're master and disciple, at least let me die knowing why."
Lao Jun kept pulling the strings on the other end. Sun Wukong, no more talking, just do it. Zilan didn't want him to do it, desperately urging, "Great sage brother, don't." Wukong didn't want anything to happen to her. Enduring it, no matter what, nothing can happen to Zilan.
Wukong no longer hesitated. Gripping the Ruyi Jinggubang tightly, he directly struck out with a blow. Zilan, seeing this, shouted, "Stop it, little monkey." Wukong turned back when he heard her voice.
Zilan rushed out without regard for her own life, protecting Xuanzang. "Little monkey, you're not allowed to kill him, you'll regret it." Lao Jun, seeing her making such a reckless move, ordered, "Don't let her jump down, pull her back."
Wukong could only stiffly call out as he watched the scene,
"Zilan." Yet no, Zilan still rushed out.
She looked painfully at Wukong one last time, saying, "I'm sorry, little monkey."
Then, disregarding everything else, she jumped straight down from the Zhu Xian platform.
So inside the personal space, Wukong recounted everything to Xuanzang and said, "That's the gist of it. Hurry and think of a plan."
Xuanzang, hearing this, immediately activated all his brain cells. "Wukong, don't panic. This master has a way to save that girl. When we get out later, you just chop off my and Baji's heads."
Seeing his worried face,
Wukong was touched and said, "You're worried about your teacher and your second junior brother? Nah, don't worry, your teacher has a treasure."
Wukong then asked,
"And then what?" Xuanzang continued his plan. "After that, you take my and Baji's heads to the heavenly court, and we'll secretly follow. Then, when we see an opportunity, we act and rescue Zilan." Wukong, it's time to test our acting skills. But in the end, their plan fell apart. "We clearly planned everything, so why didn't you wait for me?" He remembered Zilan's painful expression, "I'm sorry, little monkey,"
followed by the image of her jumping off the Zhu Xian platform. Xuanzang, unaware of anything, was frantically urging, "Wukong, keep going, don't just stand there dumbfounded."
Just like that, Wukong was taking a major hit. Almost about to go full dark side, a stream of memories flashed through his head like a slow-motion film. You have to remember to take good care of yourself. He also remembered the time she saved him. Not good. Big brother, great sage, let's go first. Even the memories of the two of them together, big brother, great sage, this is also very delicious, have some more. And the times she lovingly jumped into his arms. "I've been waiting for you for so long." The more Wukong thought, the more painful he felt. He he called out, Zilan. Wukong remembered the first time they met at Huaguo Mountain. He stared at the bowl of water, wondering, "You're Zilan." The girl, seeing this, frantically begged for help. "Don't eat me, I don't taste good." He looked at Zilan's adorable appearance and said, "I will protect you from now on." Zilan, after hearing that someone wanted to be her bodyguard, frantically followed him. "Big brother great sage, this is a thank you gift for you. You saved me last time." The cute little girl looked at him with adorable eyes and said, "You're really a good person." Wukong, hearing this, seemed to feel warmth from her. At that time he had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Wukong, arrogant on high, wondered, "The heavenly court is so big, but no one can beat me. A bunch of useless trash." The Jade Emperor and Lao Jun could only watch this scene helplessly. Suddenly, Zilan appeared from behind and cheered, "Go, big brother great sage! Big brother great sage is the best." Even when he was having the most difficult and humiliating time, she was there. Zilan worriedly came every day to ask, "Big brother great sage, don't ignore your little sister, it was so hard to sneak out here." Wukong didn't want to involve her, so he had to say, "Don't come looking for me anymore." Zilan, seeing him so cold, had to leave. She left with pain, disappearing into the rain. Wukong seemed like he just unlocked a new skill or something. Xuanzang, seeing his crazy state, knew something was up. He tried to comfort and calm him down. Could it be Zilan? "Wukong, don't get worked up. This master can still figure out a way for you." But at this moment, his heart was filled with only pain. Wukong remembered how Zilan used to be by his side. "Little monkey, it's okay. Eating this will make you feel better." He knew that the people who stick with you during tough times are the ones worth cherishing. "From now on, I'll protect you, Zilan." In the end, it's the memories that hurt the most. Happy memories of them flooded back. "Little monkey, how did you find such a powerful weapon in that pile of mud?" Zilan had promised him. "From now on, take me to enjoy the breeze every day, okay?" Wukong happily replied. "Okay." Back in reality, Wukong painfully realized he was all alone. He trembled in agony and apologized. "Zilan, I'm sorry." Wukong didn't want to accept reality. Kept saying, "I came back too late." A warm stream appeared on his cheek. The little monkey's tear rolled down just like that. This tear was the straw that broke the camel's back. Then he immediately went berserk. "Zilan, I will definitely avenge you." The area within a few meters around him was crushed by his oppressive aura. The master and his disciples in the distance couldn't resist and said to each other, "Oh my god, senior martial brother is really crazy." At this point, Xuanzang was even more certain that something must have happened to Zilan. Wukong's eyes were full of hatred, only wanting to destroy. He roared like an angry tiger. "Taishang Laojun, Jade Emperor, you old fart." "So another big storm is about to hit the heavenly court," Wukong shouted angrily. "Go to hell." After Wukong's fury, all that was left was a pile of smoky ruins. As the smoke gradually cleared, only Xuanzang's group remained, dumbfounded. Yundian spoke up. "Master, what happened to senior martial brother? Did he go to the heavenly court?" Xuanzang was silent in thought, pondering. Then he stood up and called his disciples. Xuanzang calmly said, "The heavenly court's hospitality is hard to refuse. They just want to invite us master and disciples to be their guests. Your senior martial brother has gone to scout ahead." Xuanzang looked up at the sky and declared, "Let's set off too." In the heavenly court, at the Zhuxian platform, the heavenly soldiers were buzzing. "Lao Jun, how will that girl be dealt with?" Lao Jun looked down below. "Very good, Zilan Fairy. I'm afraid not only will the plan fail, but she'll also provoke the Queen Mother." Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Lao Jun's thoughts. "Taisheng Lao Jun." The figures of two people gradually appeared, hearing their voices before even seeing them. "This is your so-called foolproof plan. Forget it, forget it. It's all unexpected accidents." Despite the Jade Emperor's desperate attempts to stop her, the Queen Mother angrily said, "Unexpected accidents." Lao Jun stood silently like a statue. The Queen Mother reached out and touched Lao Jun, threatening, "If I push you down now, would that also be called an unexpected accident, huh?" The Jade Emperor frantically tried to dissuade her. "Don't get worked up, let's talk about it calmly." Lao Jun finally spoke up to explain. "Your Majesty, if you've been watching all along, you should know that Zilan jumped down herself." The Queen Mother became even more enraged, grabbing Lao Jun's collar and yelling, "It's your plan that forced her to this point," Lao Jun calmly replied. "You also agreed to that plan." Lao Jun spoke even more provocatively. "Actually, you didn't expect it either, did you? You carefully nurtured her for so many years." Truth hurts, and reality's got the Wang Mu in a bind. She unconsciously lets go, shocked when Lao Jun says, "And she died," without hesitation for a nobody like Bima Wen. Seizing the chance, the Jade Emperor supports Wang Mu, trying to soothe her.
I know you're heartbroken about Zilan's death, but you can't blame Lao Jun for this. We only wanted her to play a role, but who knew she'd be so clueless? She screwed up our plan, but we're not even holding it against her.
Wang Mu gives the Jade Emperor a look that makes him uneasy. So I should thank you for her. Unnecessary. Totally unnecessary.
Suddenly a loud shout shakes the whole heavenly court. Jade Emperor, you old geezer, grand thief Lao Jun.
Outside the barrier, Wukong's breaking through, shouting, "Hurry up and get out here so Grandpa's son can beat you to death." Lao Jun frowns, annoyed. He's here already. The Jade Emperor orders, "Quickly open the barrier for him, or he'll break everything."
The Jade Emperor rubs his hands together excitedly.
Sun Wukong's here, so Xuanzang and the others must be coming up too. Wang Mu, standing beside him, reminds him,
Your Majesty, even though the heavenly court has a barrier of ignorance, you can't hide your plot against the scripture seekers from the heavenly Tao.
The Jade Emperor smirks at Wang Mu, the heavenly Tao. Ha! Then he grabs Wang Mu's shoulder, wearing a devious expression. How many things have we hidden from the heavenly Tao already? With that, the Jade Emperor pulls Lao Jun away, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Lao Jun and I will handle it." Wang Mu stays behind, her face clouded with worry. "Zilan, I'm the one who harmed you." The dark night enshrouds the people beneath the deep sea. With no ray of light shining down, Xuanzang's group are with the merman, Great Master Xuanzang. We're almost there. Is this really the path to the heavenly court? I feel like we're swimming downwards.
Wu Jing leads the way, Yundian swimming behind him, asking, When did we find this secret waterway anyway?
Suddenly, Xuanzang stops, frowning as he asks, "Is there a barrier here?" Yundian replies confidently, "Master, don't worry, this barrier can't stop us." Finally, they reach the barrier of the heavenly court. Then Yundian touches it, explaining, "It's like this." Then Yundian hugs himself, pouting cutely, "Be gentle. Don't use too much force." Finally, Yundian actually squeezes through the barrier before everyone's very eyes. It's open. Yundian even explains how the barrier works. The more force you use, the stronger this barrier gets. Everyone in the heavenly court knows this, so they're careful when entering and exiting.
Because of his showing off, Yundian's hand swells up, throbbing with pain. Xuanzang wonders, then what's the point of this barrier?
Yundian, in pain but still answering, "For show. The heavenly court has to have a barrier, right?" The merman then announces, "Great Master Xuanzang, going up is the surface of the water. It's very quiet near Jiao Lake, and we haven't been discovered yet." Suddenly, the water pressure increases. Xuanzang, surprised, says, "Don't start spouting gibberish to me,"
creating an increasingly strong whirlpool. Xuanzang panics and screams,
"Scriptwriter, don't make it come true." A water-sucking machine making the whirlpool get stronger and stronger, sucking everyone in. Everyone plays an adventurous game of floating through the pipes, with screams. Then they all fall into a big pool of water. Xuanzang, the only one holding his breath underwater, sees something, and he taps the merman's shoulder, pointing at the whirlpool vortex, and trying to tell him, "Hurry, throw it in, and stop talking nonsense."
The merman replies, "Great Master Xuanzang, it wasn't like this before. We guarantee the sparkling streams crashing into each other."
Xuanzang finally comes to the surface of the water. He greedily inhales the fresh air. Yundian behind him waves at Master Xuanzang, signaling, "Hurry up and come over." The two hide by the edge of a basin to observe. After a bit of poking around, Yundian and his brainpower equivalent to a spoiled young master discovered, This is the Jade Pool." Xuanzang immediately perked up and thought, turns out, inside the room was a system of pipes connected to a bunch of robots, and these robots were built exactly like adult men.
This is...
Xuanzang, with Yundian in a headlock, asked excitedly, "Bro, you seem to know a lot. Spill the beans, Baji. The heavenly court has so many secrets. Tell your teacher what's going on here."
Yundian, trembling like he was being interrogated, explained, "Disciple has never been to the Jade Pool. I don't know anything about this."
The Jade Pool is a palace surrounded by a clear blue lake and lush greenery. It's where the Queen Mother of the West hangs out, and she hates being disturbed. Not even the Jade Emperor comes here without permission. Yundian was still concerned about those robots. What are those things? Xuanzang was lost in thought. Saying something about treating alien stuff like the enemy? Isn't that just making a fuss about nothing?
Xuanzang noticed that Kong Kong was unconscious, so he pulled the little guy closer, still thinking, no time to investigate this stuff now, gotta find Wukong first. Seeing that Kong Kong was still out cold, Xuanzang pinched the little rascal's cheeks. After Wukong went berserk and ran off, Kong Kong has been unconscious since. Looks like we can't rely on him.
With that, Xuanzang climbed out of the lake and urged, "Hurry up, let's go find your senior martial brother."
Xuanzang again forced Yundian to go first, leaving him helpless. "Baji, you go first." Before leaving, the two even went over to observe the robots inside.
The more Xuanzang looked, the stranger things got. A Xuanzang with hair. At this moment, he was completely shocked. These guys look just like me. After that, Xuanzang casually touched a robot. He also began to worry. They want to fake me. But I have no hair on my head. Suddenly, the robot opened its eyes and stared at Xuanzang. He was also startled when he saw it. Before understanding what was going on, the alarm went off. Intruder. Warning. 7 fairies then appeared. More technological stuff, not just one, but 7 of them, called fairies, flew in to surround them. Yundian, startled in panic, dived into his master's arms, but still remembering his other woman. This time we are dead for sure. Kuilan is still waiting for him. On the contrary, Xuanzang calmly reassured the handsome Baji. Don't always freak out like that. Now that we've been caught, let's try to talk our way out. The alarm was still ringing non-stop. Suddenly someone appeared and spoke. Tang Xuanzang. I have nothing to say to you. Xuanzang was shocked. The Queen Mother of the West strode in and ordered, 7 fairies, capture them all and hand them over to the Jade Emperor. Observing the Queen Mother of the West, Xuanzang thought, dressed like that, she really thinks she's a researcher. Obeying the order, the 7 fairies rushed up at the same time. Yes, ma'am. Xuanzang tried to stall for time. Wait, he said very calmly. Don't be so hasty, we probably have a lot to talk about. He smirked and continued. Like divine bones? Wang Mu was a bit surprised. Divine bones. At this moment, Yundian behind him, eyes sparkling, looked at Xuanzang with admiration. Master, are you planning to use your divine skill to dig up someone's foundation again this time? The gates of heaven shook violently, apparently because Wukong was stirring up trouble. So the heavenly soldiers received orders to stop him. But, unfortunately, the soldiers were no match for Wukong. The title of Great Sage equal to heaven wasn't just for show. When even the nameplate of the heavenly court fell down, Wukong stomped on the broken sign and roared, "Get out of here." The chaos at the gate grew more and more intense, with soldiers being blown away everywhere. The Jade Emperor used his heavenly eye to observe the situation at the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor was also shocked by what he saw, didn't expect Wukong to be causing such a ruckus there. Saying that, the excited Jade Emperor pointed towards the southern heavenly gate and said, Lao Jun, the southern heavenly gate is about to be smashed to pieces. Aren't we going to make a move yet? Lao Jun coldly raised his hand to stop the Jade Emperor, replying, Your Majesty, don't be impatient. Our actions this time are to lure Tang Xuanzang and Tianpeng here. Upon being reminded, the Jade Emperor remembered the plan, right? Tang Xuanzang and Tianpeng. Then his expression changed, and he clapped his hands with joy. As long as this ignorant barrier is still here, even the heavenly Tao can't probe the situation within the heavenly court. Even if I kill Tang Xuanzang, I won't be struck by lightning. Killing people while fearing heavenly punishment. The Jade Emperor was even more excited when he thought of Tianpeng. Of course, the main thing is still to eliminate Tianpeng, avoiding a great disaster in my heart. Lao Jun couldn't even stop that thought, Your Majesty. But then Lao Jun fell into deep thought again. Killing Tang Xuanzang could bring peace to the 3 realms for several hundred years. And as for Tianpeng, consider it fulfilling Your Majesty's wish. The two continued to observe Wukong's rampage, both helplessly watching as place after place was utterly destroyed. At this moment, the Jade Emperor couldn't bear it any longer and flew into a rage. Lao Jun, the southern heavenly gate has been dismantled. Why haven't Tang Xuanzang and Tianpeng arrived yet? Xuanzang's group couldn't proceed because they were blocked by Wang Mu. Wang Mu calmly smirked. Then she walked closer to Xuanzang, crossed her arms, and praised. Didn't expect you to understand so clearly. So, about the divine bones, Xuanzang politely replied. It's not worth mentioning, Wang Mu continued calmly. Unfortunately, there's one thing you still don't know. Wang Mu's sudden attack caught Xuanzang off guard. I invented the divine bones to help the Jade Emperor. Relying on this to buy time is useless. You still know too little. The more Wang Mu spoke, the more Xuanzang's face froze, like hair sprayed with too much gel. Tang Xuanzang, you haven't taken Wukong as your disciple for long. Is he worth you sacrificing your life for? Saying that, she glanced at Yundian, making his little heart skip a beat. And there were a few more people too. Xuanzang remained unafraid, still replying clearly. Since they've acknowledged me as their master, they're my people. Running away halfway is not allowed. Besides, who said I would sacrifice this life? Before he finished speaking, Wang Mu started a fight with Xuanzang. If you don't know, you won't be afraid, and I won't laugh at you. Saying that, Wang Mu turned to leave, not forgetting to order, attack. Then Xuanzang spoke up again. Wait. Xuanzang tried to stall for time. I still have one sentence I want to say. And Yundian behind him cheered enthusiastically. Master, we're counting on you. Xuanzang's question made Wang Mu feel like a forest of flowers bloomed in her heart. The earth-shattering words came from Xuanzang. Do you secretly love me? Wang Mu was stunned at this moment, while Xuanzang just scratched his head blankly. probably feeling awkward. Then she turned around angrily. Tang Xuanzang. Wang Mu frowned. But before she could explain, he interrupted. If not, why do these simulated robots have my face? While Xuanzang was smug because he guessed correctly, Yandian behind him was still bewildered. Huh. Simulated people? What a scam. Wang Mu grabbed a fairy, gritting her teeth in anger. Wang Mu's next move surprised everyone. She actually rushed forward and stuffed a fairy into Xuanzang's mouth. He's much more handsome than you. Xuanzang wasn't willing to admit defeat and retorted, You're lying. Take off the hair, and we look basically exactly the same. Wang Mu was pissed, but she was hit right where it hurt, so she couldn't retort. Then Xuanzang slowly stood up. After that, he firmly grabbed Wang Mu's hand and confidently asked, You're also a transmigrator, right? Wang Mu stammered. Transmigrator. Finally, Xuanzang confessed his secret. Actually, I transmigrated from another world. Zhubaji imagined being surrounded by a bunch of beautiful robots, but reality always disappoints. Turns out those things are only slightly touchable. On the screen was an image of someone being surrounded by robots. After observing for a while, Xuanzang spoke up. Everything else is fine. It's just that the central processing unit of the brain is too weak. It can't handle this massive amount of data. His mind was filled with countless questions. Clearly she's not a transmigrator and doesn't understand basic knowledge of modern science, but she knows how to make simulation robots. What the heck is going on? Suddenly, Wang Mu slapped him on the shoulder. WHACK. Wang Mu. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. I didn't expect that you, Great Master, are also proficient in this. It seems like you have a way to help me complete these simulation robots. He smiled on the surface, but he was unhappy inside. This technology is at least several hundred years ahead of my time. Am I supposed to offer my brain as a central processing unit for her? She unconsciously tugged on his sleeve, looking rather displeased. Wang Mu showed her annoyance outright. Great Master is unwilling. Xuanzang simply smirked and shrugged. If you need my help, you have to tell me the truth. He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Why do you want to make simulation robots? Xuanzang leaned his face closer to Wang Mu and questioned, Who are you making? She was extremely annoyed, and shook his hand off. It's an old friend of mine. Her shove sent him flying back a bit. He was the one who taught me the simulation robot technology. Thinking of that man, she felt heartbroken again. It's just that his soul has already scattered. Wang Mu still held onto that piece of clothing. There's no way to revive him. He immediately became vigilant. You want to use this technology to bring him back to life? Wang Mu was still lost in her emotions. I know that even if I make a simulation robot, it won't be him, but at least it will have his appearance. And I can input the memories we once had. Her eyes suddenly turned extremely dangerous. Choose. Help me or die. Xuanzang was scared and quickly jumped back. Let me think about it. He was trying to whisper to the system. System, do you have a central processing unit for simulation robots? The system immediately became smug upon hearing the question. Of course I do. It excitedly slapped a 2,000 million spirit stone note in front of him. It's only 20 million. Xuanzang angrily grabbed it. What good would me dying do for you right now? But the system just shrugged, pretending to be helpless, just following the rules. Too much. But looking at his attitude, it panicked a bit. Don't mess around, you can't rob the system. Xuanzang turned back to her, a determined look on his face. He said very seriously, I'll help you. Hearing that, she immediately broke into a smile. Xuanzang's expression remained unchanged. But you absolutely have to agree to 3 conditions with me. White cranes were soaring around the celestial court. Xuanzang stared intently at the location in front of him. Wang Mu felt regretful looking at that spot. Zilan jumped off the Zhuxian platform herself. Her soul scattered on the spot. I couldn't save her in time. Zhu Baji trembled all over, pointing forward. Master, it's here. In contrast to his attitude, Xuanzang smiled. Before them was a magnificent and vast palace. Standing before the Daoshu Palace, Xuanzang was excited. Experience points. Here I come. Xuanzang stood before the system and demanded. First condition, I want to know the past of Fairy Zilan and Sun Wukong, and how she died. Without waiting for a response, he continued. Second condition, you must help me infiltrate the Daoshu Palace, and ensure that Taishan Laojun won't return during the time I'm infiltrating the Daoshu Palace. Third condition, Wang Mu immediately interrupted. Rest assured, he's nothing like you. Her expression was clearly that of a young woman in love. He's definitely going to live longer than you idiot. Xuanzang's group had now arrived at their destination. They just walked on, ignoring the many fairies around them. As he walked, Xuanzang remarked to his 2 disciples. Those spells of Wang Mu's are really something. He then turned to look at Baji and teased him a little. Baji, what a waste that you were once Marshal Tianpeng, yet you don't even recognize these big shots in the celestial court. Zhu Baji turned away, sulking.
This disciple is from the mud, untouched by the stench of the court, not in the same league as them. Xuanzang, with a look of utter disdain, picked his nose. It's because you couldn't build connections, no wonder you got annihilated. He immediately dragged his 2 disciples, running like the wind. The pill refining room is right in front, hurry up, your eldest brother is still waiting for us to rescue him.
At this moment, in the pill refining room, there were 2 immortals. 38 minutes left. Let's check again. On the countdown clock displaying around 38 minutes, one of the immortals sighed sadly as he twisted a knob. It's rare that Lao Jun isn't here. Everyone else is hiding somewhere being lazy, and we, unlucky ones, are assigned here. Another person was getting ready to close the door, shutting it with a loud bang.
Xuanzang's group of 3 were holding their breaths outside the door.
They kicked the door open, dumbfounded by what they saw. In the middle of the room was an alchemy furnace and countless pill bottles. This style is truly passed down from generation to generation.
Each medicine bottle had a different label.
Xuanzang couldn't resist any longer, and flung open the door, his eyes shining as he looked at the pile of pill bottles before him.
Xuanzang hastily scooped the pills into his bag. Baji, Wu Jing, hurry up and help your master grab stuff.
But the sea monster behind stopped him. Don't just stand there. He immediately showed his guard, and the other 2 also became frightened by the sight.
Xuanzang was facing the monster, but he kept telling himself, don't panic, it's just a coincidence, there's no way it could have found me.
The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. Xuanzang quickly jumped back to create some distance. The monster immediately turned towards him, and without hesitation, pounced towards him as he ran. Not a coincidence anymore, it found me. That monster kept flashing those sharp teeth of his. Xuanzang wasn't scared at all, damn it. Geez, did Wang Mu's spell fail or something?
Wu Jing and Baji were chilling in a corner. Second senior brother, what's master doing?
Xuanzang was running and dodging like crazy while screaming at the top of his lungs.
Baji, being the ever-so-concerned pal, was just body conditioning, nothing to worry about.
Everywhere they ran, stuff was just getting wrecked.
Xuanzang was booking it in the front, and the monster was flying overhead, chasing after him.
Baji was watching them, and seemed to have noticed something. He could see a tattoo on the monster's arm. Water 7728. Baji recalled the old days when he was sparring with his subordinates. Beat the boss, no holding back, go for the kill, Xian Yu, hit him with the monkey steals the peach move.
Xian Yu, you got this. But after only a few moves, he was defeated by Baji. Xian Yu dove into the water with a look of determination. Marshal, next time I'll definitely beat you.
On its arm was still the water 7728 mark. The scene inside the alchemy room was now chaotic. Xuanzang had also made up his mind. If I can't escape, I'll just beat it to death.
He grabbed his staff and got ready to fight back. After beating it to death, he'd just tossed the body into the void to erase all traces.
The monster charged right at him. Baji instantly jumped in between them. He ended up taking Xuanzang's staff strike and got hurt. Ignoring the pain, he hugged the monster tight.
Xian Yu, is that you?
Xuanzang was stunned by the sight before him. Baji quickly pinned down the struggling monster. After a while, it finally stopped moving.
Baji was silent, trying to calm him down. His eyes filled with worry and unease.
Xian Yu, are you all right? The monster seemed to recognize something. It immediately roared and opened its mouth wide, but it only managed to yell a few times before Xuanzang slammed its head down with his staff.
Baji looked surprised by the move. Xuanzang just stared coldly at his disciple. You know this guy?
He glared at the monster lying there. This one can't see or hear. It must be using some special way to sense our location. Baji started examining Xian Yu after hearing that. He then looked down at the mark on his neck. A ripple pattern. Baji also explained what it meant. By releasing tiny droplets of water to probe the objects around, Baji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger.
It's a special skill only heavenly naval forces can master. Xian Yu seems to have regained consciousness, mumbling as if trying to call him.
Marshal, Your Grace. Baji still clenched his teeth with resentment, his face full of indignation. The Jade Emperor is faithless and treacherous, bullying people too much. Xuanzang kicked him into the space portal, leaving him dumbfounded. Alright, I'll keep this guy in this space for now, we'll talk about the rest when we get out.
He quickly looked at the remaining disciples sitting in the corner. Wu Jing, hurry up and pack these pills. Wu Jing was thrilled to be mentioned. Yes, master.
Before long, the shelves holding the pills were empty.
Xuanzang was taking away each and every bottle of pills, and after he finished, he brushed his hands with a very satisfied look. They finished taking the pills and cleaned everything up. Done, he looked at his disciple who was trying hard to probe for movement.
Okay, Baji. You've probed diligently 100 times. If you didn't find anything, it means there's nothing there.
Baji still didn't stop his work.
No way. I have to check if there are any brothers inside. Suddenly, the closed door was opened, and an immortal hurriedly ran in, scolding the person accompanying him. Why are you so slow? If we're really late, everyone's screwed. That immortal couldn't help but retort, "Well, we made it in time, didn't we?" That immortal grabbed the other person's robe and panicked. "Senior! Senior brother!" He looked at Xuanzang, signaling his two disciples. "Hurry! They've discovered the pill theft, and they'll call back Taishang Laojun very soon." The two hugged each other tightly, very panicked. Xuanzang pretended to be in extreme pain. "Could we have been discovered?" Immediately, Xuanzang put on a rogue face, cracked his knuckles, and threatened the two attendants. If you guys have seen it, then sorry. The two attendants trembled with fear, hugging each other tightly. But in reality, they weren't afraid of Xuanzang at all. In the eyes of the two attendants, they only saw the fish tank on Wu Jing's head, and both of them exclaimed, "Fish tank." The two attendants turned pale. "We're doomed. Who on earth brought a fish tank into here? If Lao Jun knows that we weren't careful and let a fish tank of unknown origin into his inviolable, sacred pill refining room, then we'll definitely be sent to the medicine testing squad," which means us. Hearing what the two attendants said, Xuanzang suddenly realized, "Forgot about the fish tank. Only took it out later. Doesn't have the Queen Mother's magic effect." Immediately, an idea popped into Xuanzang's head, and he immediately pulled Wu Jing's head over. "Lend you to master for a bit." Then he threw Wu Jing towards the two attendants. The two attendants were stabbed painfully by Wu Jing. Both of them immediately felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Just then, the anti-theft system in the pill refining room sounded an alarm. "Warning!" The system's loudspeakers shouted shrilly. "The scheduled time has arrived." Without a planned rearrangement, it kept ringing. "The system will restart. About to restart." Lao Jun immediately received the signal, and he was startled. The situation on the pill refining room side wasn't any better. The signboard had been smashed to pieces. But for the sake of his treasured pill refining room, Lao Jun had to leave. He stepped forward and said to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, something happened to the pill refining room. I'll go deal with it first. Please don't act rashly." Without even waiting for the Jade Emperor to agree, Lao Jun immediately left. The Jade Emperor, left behind, couldn't help but sigh. "Just destroy it quickly. I'm tired." After heading back to the alchemy room, Lao Jun heard from the two little attendants, "It was a flying fish tank. It knocked us out in a flash." The two little attendants lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Maybe the fish tank stole the pills too. One of the little attendants mustered up the courage to look up and asked Lao Jun, "What should we do next?" But Lao Jun didn't say a word. Suddenly, blood flowed from his mouth. Then he fell backward with a thud, passing out cold. This scared the two little attendants even more. They both looked at their Lao Jun, who was spitting up blood, and screamed in unison. Someone, Lao Jun, fainted from anger. Cut to Xuanzang. He had already brought back all of Lao Jun's pills. Xuanzang rubbed his arm, finally collected enough. He immediately looked at Bai Tiantian, striking a dashing pose. "Sweetie, I'll consume a lot of energy when I level up later, so you're in charge of the food," Bai Tiantian replied admiringly. "No problem, master, go for it." Then Xuanzang cracked his knuckles. Now to prepare everything, he immediately pounced on the pile of pills. "Let's eat." The system immediately sent a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the benefactor for gaining 1 million experience points. 1 million points are added per pill." Cut to Yundian. He was interrogating a water soldier. Yundian didn't hold back and punched him. After a while, Yundian stopped and asked, "Why was Xian Yu captured by Taishang Laojun to test pills? How many brothers have been sent?" The water soldier painfully cried and replied, "We really don't know. Because too many brothers died in the internal strife, we couldn't notice a few missing." Yundian couldn't believe what he heard. Internal strife. Realizing he had misspoke, the fish dared not say anything more. Yundian knew the matter was not simple and wanted to leave, but two fish held him back. "We beg you, boss. We were wrong. We didn't intentionally hide anything." One hugged Yundian's leg and cried, "Boss, you know, small fry like us never obeyed anyone. After being pushed to the borders of the underworld, without you to take charge, things got heated, and fighting was an everyday thing." The one next to him added, "But we never expected there to be heaven's spies among us. Looking back, those initial fights were really strange." He hugged Yundian's leg tightly, tears streaming down. "Boss, please come back and take charge." Yundian then remembered what the Jade Emperor had said to him. "Tianpeng, I must solve one thing. You or the 10,000 naval force." He gritted his teeth and thought. He originally thought that letting his brothers guard the underworld would keep them away from the troubles of the heavenly court so they could peacefully enjoy themselves. Speaking of which, Yundian's teeth clenched even harder. He didn't expect that he couldn't suppress his anger, and it erupted. "Now that things have come to this, I will return with you. I must ruthlessly deal with those treacherous bastards who dare collude with the heavenly court and betray their brothers." Yundian used all his strength, unleashing his power, and roared furiously, "Avenge our brothers." Seeing this, the two water soldiers hugged each other and shouted, Boss, Marshal. But at this moment, a brighter light shone down. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion occurred, blowing Yundian and the 2 water soldiers away.
The power of the explosion was so great that it eclipsed the light of the sun. Wu Jing, who was already passed out, was jolted awake and sent flying by the shockwave.
Yundian and the 2 water soldiers weren't doing much better either. Tian had to shield her eyes, but she still called out worriedly, "Master?" After a moment, everything returned to normal, and the tremor subsided quite a bit.
Through the smoke and flames, Xuanzang's figure remained standing. He stood tall amidst the pile of pills he'd gotten from Lao Jun,
his whole body radiating a strange new aura.
Xuanzang clenched his fist, testing his strength, the unfamiliar sensation surprising him so much that he burst into laughter.
Leveled up to 40 in one go, and all the skills are complete too. Immediately, a character info panel popped up. Donor Tang Xuanzang, occupation, monk, scripture seeker, level 40, experience, tons, items, brocade kasaya, 9-ringed staff, golden hoop.
Xuanzang, looking at his newfound power, said, "Still got 20,000 experience left. Buy the core processors." The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, donor, on leveling up the self-created skill Hong Li Power. Attack greatly increased, max level 70. To level up this skill with experience, during its use, the experience you gain will be converted at a certain ratio to level up this skill." Xuanzang, after reading it, couldn't help but feel regretful. "But it's a pity, I can only unlock 1 skill a day. What a waste of a little experience."
But he was still very pleased with himself, grinning from ear to ear. "As expected of me." Xuanzang immediately called out to his disciples, "Hey disciples, get over here."
He opened his kasaya to reveal the pile of pill bottles inside, grinning, "Got some good stuff for you guys."
Yundian, knowing the power of those pills, cautiously stopped Wu Jing and Tian from going over there.
"Master, just taking more than 3 of these golden pills at once will make you explode and die. How many did you take?"
"Am I okay?" Xuanzang, hearing that, struck a cute pose, winking. Like this. This action left Yundian speechless, trying to act cute to get away with it, huh?
Xuanzang confidently assured them. "Well then, 2 pills for each of you, and Master will help you with the rest."
Very quickly, the precious pills were distributed to everyone. Holding the pills in his hands, Yundian's eyes lit up, unable to resist the temptation. Cut back to heaven, Sun Wukong was now going crazy. He roared in anger, "Jade Emperor, you old geezer, get your ass out here." Sun Wukong immediately arrived at a palace, his body as big as the building itself. Wukong kicked without mercy, the palace collapsing instantly, then roared, "Just you wait till I turn your heavenly court upside down." One palace after another was destroyed. The Jade Emperor couldn't help but feel melancholic, drooping.
The Jade Emperor couldn't contain his anger, cracking his knuckles. "Why hasn't Lao Jun returned yet? I won't be able to control myself much longer." Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him, and as he turned around, Xuanzang's provocative voice rang out, "Isn't this the Jade Emperor?" Behind him, the 4 members of Xuanzang's group, Wu Jing and Yundian, stood ready. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Xuanzang cracked his knuckles, grinning. "Let's settle the score." The Jade Emperor's face turned ashen. He gave a sinister smile, then spoke, "Tang Xuanzang, Tian Peng, you've really come walking into a trap." Xuanzang returned a taunting smile. "No, we came here on purpose to beat you up." He rotated his shoulders, arrogantly saying, "I've already given Taishang Lao Jun a beating. To be fair, I can't leave you out." Hearing that, the 2 disciples behind him couldn't help but whisper, "When it comes to pretending, Master is on another level, making everyone look up to him." The Jade Emperor sneered at those words, then clutched his stomach and started laughing uncontrollably. In his heart, the Jade Emperor recalled an old memory, laughing madly. "Fools," he thought to himself, "just like that dumbass." But Xuanzang didn't give a damn. He picked his ear dismissively and said, "I'm in a hurry to find Wukong. Should I ask for 2 more beatings? Or should I just start hitting you directly?" The Jade Emperor laughed coldly when he heard this. "You've really gotten a lot stronger." Saying that, the Jade Emperor's eyes turned icy. He cracked a sinister smile. "I'm very pleased, but," he shouted, "come out, my creations." Immediately 4 giants with grotesque shapes appeared, looking truly hideous. But the Jade Emperor was very smug. The 4 heavenly kings looked at this gaudy, flashy bunch. Yundian even had to cover her eyes, shouting, "I'm blinded." The Jade Emperor pointed at Xuanzang's group and ordered, "Attack, my biochemical warriors." Xuanzang's face twisted in confusion, unable to understand. Just who the heck taught these guys all about biochemistry? Cut to Wang Mu's place, where Tian had also arrived. On the spirit screen, the scene of Sun Wukong's havoc in the heavenly palace was replayed. Wang Mu turned to ask Tian, "Last time Sun Wukong caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace, you were still on duty at the Feijiang Palace, right?"
Tian Tian nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty. Being questioned, Tian Tian was a little hesitant and fearful.
Suddenly, Wang Mu spoke up and asked, "That Tang Xuanzang is pretty good, isn't he?" Tian Tian blushed at this question, shyly remembering what Xuanzang had done for her.
Her face as red as a tomato, she said. He's very good, very doting on me, and very trusting too.
Saying this, she became even more embarrassed, fidgeting with her hands. But he's also willing to entrust me with important matters.
Wang Mu sighed upon hearing this, and spoke softly. Rest assured, if he dies this time, I'll take care of you. Hearing this, Tian Tian turned around in shock,
her mood immediately becoming anxious, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No way," Wang Mu continued.
"He deliberately let you follow me. Doesn't he have some plan?"
Cut back to the battle between Xuanzang and the Jade Emperor. Because of the blinding flashiness of the four heavenly kings, Xuanzang's group had to put on sunglasses. Wu Jing twitched his lips, saying, "These are the four heavenly kings," Yundian praised, Xuanzang Shifu. "Truly resourceful and wise, instantly turning danger into nothing. These four heavenly kings are quite unique."
The Jade Emperor on the other side held a tablet, smugly saying, "Tang Xuanzang, what do you think of my biochemical modification techniques?"
He showed them the normal appearance of the four heavenly kings before the surgery. Although a little ugly, they were still passable.
But after the Jade Emperor's handiwork, they were truly hideous beyond description, not even resembling the four heavenly kings.
Xuanzang immediately chimed in with mockery. "If your aesthetic sense is bad, don't force it." The Jade Emperor was instantly provoked and shouted, "Four heavenly kings, get it!" The group immediately rushed forward to attack.
In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xuanzang's group. Clenching his fist, he shouted, "Execute the plan!"
He waved his hand to block the attacks of the four heavenly kings, so that Yundian and the others could leave. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor was shocked. Tianpeng ran away. He ordered the four heavenly kings to chase after him. Chase after Tianpeng. Chase after Tianpeng first. Xuanzang immediately felt a bad premonition in his heart. Just how much of an obsession does this Jade Emperor have with Baji? He immediately assisted Yundian.
Taking care of them one by one, Xuanzang gave the white-haired one a punch to the stomach, one to the face, and one to the cheek. The four heavenly kings were immediately knocked back several steps.
Xuanzang was worried, fearing the plan would have to change.
He immediately sat down to gain momentum, then shot upwards.
Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was wreaking havoc all over the heavenly court.
Wukong had lost control, and the Tathagata's curse marks were showing all over his body. Yundian watched, terrified. Just like Master predicted, eldest brother's strength is indeed about to run out.
He noticed the curse marks,
thinking, it's just a seal on his body. Suddenly, Xuanzang appeared there. Yundian exclaimed in surprise. "Master, why are you?" Xuanzang shouted. He can't hold on for much longer.
He quickly took off running, needing to speed up. Yundian immediately said to Wu Jing, "Junior brother, I have to go. Time your support carefully."
With that, he used his transformation technique, turning into a beautiful flower-like fairy. Yundian immediately approached Wukong from behind, shouting, "Great sage, stop now!" Over there, the four heavenly kings also caught up. Xuanzang then cracked his knuckles. "You've all come in full force, huh?" He sneered provocatively. "Don't wait any longer, just attack."
Xuanzang was extremely complacent, standing with his arms crossed arrogantly. The Jade Emperor saw this and said with a cold laugh, "Tang Xuanzang, if you want to die so quickly," he pointed forward,
"I will grant your wish." The Jade Emperor immediately issued an order. "My four heavenly kings."
Xuanzang also quickly took a fighting stance. After the order to start was given, the one holding the pipa rushed forward. He immediately used his extraordinary musical rhythm to play a song, and the others behind him started dancing along.
"But this song is so bad, it's hard to listen to."
Xuanzang looked at the group, frowning, puzzled. What the hell is this? But when the sound of the pipa entered his ears,
immediately, a shockwave hit.
Xuanzang's head spun, feeling dizzy beyond belief.
Over there, the four heavenly kings were still getting into the music. One was breakdancing, one was playing the pipa. They had turned this place into a crowded disco dance floor.
Xuanzang was immediately surrounded by the group.
He immediately used his hand to smash the illusions. But immediately, another bunch of afterimages popped up right behind him. Out of options, Xuanzang had to leap upwards. The four heavenly kings, like relentless ghosts, instantly chased after him. They were hell-bent on capturing him no matter what.
Seeing this, Xuanzang smirked. "Giving me points." He channeled his power into his fist, grinning cockily. "Looking for the real body. Underestimating me much."
A heaven-shattering, earth-quaking punch was unleashed. "Go meet your grandpa in hell right now."
Instantly, the disco floor was obliterated by Xuanzang's pressure.
Only the four heavenly kings remained on the dance floor now. The Jade Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. What? His whole body trembled, his face ashen. It wasn't finding the real body but wiping out the entire 1024 squad.
Xuanzang scornfully looked at the Jade Emperor, dissing him. Trash. The Jade Emperor, enraged, roared. 4 heavenly kings, he barked the order.
Completely disintegrate Tang Xuanzang into cells.
Immediately, a formation sprung up beneath Xuanzang's feet.
The Jade Emperor smirked smugly, thinking, good, I can collect some cells later. This is the price for mocking me. The 4 heavenly kings plunged their weapons into the ground.
Instantly, a barrage of light shot straight into the sky. Forming an arc, Xuanzang realized he couldn't hold out for long. He closed his eyes, remembering Zhu Baji's words from just now.
This teacher has no way to buy you more time.
Xuanzang immediately used the new technique he had just learned, his eyes filled with determination. Following the stream of light shooting into the sky, Xuanzang launched himself upwards along with it.
The Jade Emperor looked on in shock, his jaw dropping. A thunderous explosion erupted. The Jade Emperor hurriedly retreated.
When the smoke gradually cleared, only the 4 heavenly kings, having been dealt with by Xuanzang, were visible.
He looked towards the Jade Emperor, smiling, saying, Jade Emperor. Xuanzang gave a thumbs down, disdainfully saying, you're done for. As the dust gradually settled, the Jade Emperor also landed, standing face to face with Xuanzang.
He gritted his teeth in anger, saying,
Tang Xuanzang, I underestimated you.
Xuanzang took off his glasses, nonchalantly replying, Jade Emperor, luring me up to the heavenly court is the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
He remembered the 4 heavenly kings from just now, thinking to himself, the biochemical warriors you made are so weak. Don't you even know that? He then flashed a secret, satisfied smile. It just so happens to be convenient for me to show off my power. But at this moment, another worry surfaced. Xuanzang thought to himself, why hasn't Baji taken care of things yet? If the Jade Emperor personally makes a move, this teacher can't keep pretending anymore.
On the other side, the Jade Emperor was also worried in his heart. Why hasn't Lao Jun returned yet? Do I have to continue to make a move?
Right then and there, Yundian's shrill scream echoed, Master, save me! Seeing the scene before their eyes, both Xuanzang and the Jade Emperor paled in fear. Wukong, who was just over there, was now being chased here by Yundian. Yundian ran ahead, shouting in a panic, Master! Over on Wukong's side, flames of rage erupted as he yelled, to think you'd still try to trick me at this point. The huge burden once again weighed down on Xuanzang's shoulders, and he couldn't help but feel helpless, screaming inwardly, why did Baji lure Wukong here? This ruins my whole plan.
The truth was, their original plan was as follows. Action, the director shouted, and like that the stage was set as they divided into 2 groups. Xuanzang went one way, and Yundian and Wukong went another.
Then, during that time, Xuanzang would diligently try to drag things out and stall Wukong,
taking advantage of that opportunity for Yundian and Wujing to launch a surprise attack for a guaranteed hit.
The 2 of them would then frantically flee from the Heavenly Palace, leaving Xuanzang to deal with the aftermath. Cut, the director would shout. With that one word, the play created by Xuanzang would be perfect. But looking at the current situation, Yundian was truly a pig-headed teammate. He was even crying and begging for help while clinging to Xuanzang's leg. Yundian kept holding on tight, then whined, Master, senior brother misunderstood that I was sent by the Jade Emperor to trick him. I almost got beaten to death. But at this moment, Wukong on the other side roared in fury. After a while, that sound stretched on and on.
Right in the middle of his frenzy, Wukong suddenly stopped. Then he collapsed, his body gradually shrinking. Xuanzang recognized it immediately. A dissipation strike. Wukong had just used all of his strength. Xuanzang immediately grabbed Yundian's arm, then ran like crazy towards Wukong.
Up ahead, Wu Jing had been crushed by the falling Wukong.
Xuanzang hurriedly said,
Baji, Sansang is in your care. Then he carried Wukong and ran for his life. But he was stopped by the Jade Emperor in the middle of the road. He stood in the middle of the path, looking at Xuanzang and his disciples, thinking to himself, do I really have to use this? He remembered the words he said to the Queen Mother. I want to make a deal with you. The Jade Emperor said with a smile, no need to rush so much. His eyes stared at Yundian, saying, Tianpeng. Right after that, a figurine appeared behind him. You've finally arrived.
The figurine peeled off the wrapping cloth, revealing the body inside.
This appearance was so familiar, wasn't it, Chain? The Jade Emperor laughed loudly, saying,
might as well conveniently meet an acquaintance.
Back to the Heavenly Court 300 years ago. On the bridge over the lake of the palace in the Heavenly Court, Yundian, who was then Tianpeng, had met Cheng here. Yundian politely greeted, Greetings, fairy, but Cheng only glanced at him, then immediately brushed past Yundian and left, and just like that she walked straight ahead, never looking back.
Totally ignored, Yundian froze on the spot. Seeing this, the 2 water soldiers came over, looking suspicious, and asked, Boss, Every time Fairy Hangy sees you, she's super cold. Boss, did you offend Fairy Hangy? Who told the boss his nickname is Distant Yang anyway? Yundian was also filled with displeasure, thinking to himself, she hates me that much. Fine then, I'll stay far away from now on. But the truth wasn't like that at all. After passing through the door, Hangy's heart was pounding like crazy. That was seriously too close just now. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she really didn't dare to open her mouth to speak. And that right there was the one and only time Marshal Tianpeng and Fairy Hang had such close contact. Back to reality, Hangy was now standing behind the Jade Emperor again. Xuanzang turned around and asked, "Hey, pretty lady, are you familiar with her?" Yundian immediately shook his head in denial. "Sorry, I don't know her." These words made Xuanzang furious. He used his kakara to strike Yundian's head directly, scolding, "Baji, where's your conscience at?" He grabbed Yundian's collar, angrily saying, "Wujing's little notebook has it recorded. Hangy stood up for the weak, and you're the one who got harmlessly demoted by the Jade Emperor." Yundian immediately got a beating, hugging his face and begging, "Master, don't hit my face," Xuanzang roared. "You still dare to block?" Seeing the master and disciple turning against each other, the Jade Emperor chuckled to himself. Finally, a chance for some real combat. Then, he sneered, and then burst into hearty laughter. "This is my most perfect creation. There's no one else like it. That's the ultimate biochemical weapon." Hengzi's eyes changed. They turned red, but were completely soulless. Following the Jade Emperor's instructions, she rushed forward. "Go, my changed Heng!" She shot towards the group of four like an arrow, and all three of them warily took defensive stances. Xuanzang frowned. "Gotta test her out first." Hangy immediately attacked, and Xuanzang blocked. When Hangy's cloth and the kakara collided, Hangy's cloth was knocked back, but Xuanzang was also pushed back a bit. However, it was just like a mosquito-biting stainless steel, Xuanzang sneered. Not that impressive after all. Doesn't feel much different from the four heavenly kings as four chickens. Xuanzang made up his mind. Alright then. Let's speed things up and finish this quickly. Xuanzang immediately charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Hangy quickly retreated, but her face remained completely expressionless. Xuanzang was a little stunned as he looked back, but the scene startled him, and he cried out in alarm. She can even do moves like that. Xuanzang immediately retreated, making his disciples surprised. "Master, what's going on with this Heng?" Xuanzang was full of vigilance, thinking to himself, she can even unleash space-splitting power, so isn't it impossible to even hit Heng? Seeing this, the Jade Emperor sneered. "You bunch of fools!" He laughed out loud triumphantly. "Trembling before the might of science, are we?" Immediately, Changji on the other side launched an attack, unexpectedly, right above Xuanzang's head. Then, Chang'e attacked with strips of cloth, wrapped in spiritual qi. Xuanzang tried to defend, but it seemed a little difficult, and more strips of cloth rushed over. Just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly the strips of cloth were cut off. Yundian's nine-tooth rake instantly cut them all to shreds, much to his master's astonishment. Yundian, who usually seems like a dork, actually spoke up. Back to back, form a circle around eldest brother. This time, Yundian was like the reincarnation of Tianpeng, serious and brave. Xuanzang, seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but be surprised. It's rare to see Baji this serious. Xuanzang frowned, observing the surrounding situation and defending. Wu Jing couldn't help but panic, worried. Yundian commanded everyone to defend together, protect everyone, and keep a close eye on three paths, above, below, and in the middle. The three of them struck a pose to observe. Yundian didn't forget to instruct. "Don't move." Change, her face expressionless, observed from another dimension, and then launched an attack on them. Xuanzang and his disciples tried their best to cut off the strips of cloth, protecting Wukong from Changye, but she could still attack, making Yundian wonder, "Master, what exactly is change like?" Xuanzang used his spatial geometry knowledge to explain. This ability to split space, let's assume we are now in a two-dimensional space. We and she are not completely on the same piece of paper, but at any time she can enter our page. Yundian, being an ancient person, naturally didn't understand what Xuanzang was saying. His mind now is like that of a modern person in school who might not even know. "Master, can you make it simpler?" Xuanzang was like our teacher, explaining until he was hoarse but no one understood, angrily yelling, "We can't hit her yet, hold on first." Xuanzang clutched his head in disbelief, thinking, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. The heavenly court is a bit too sci-fi. The Jade Emperor outside, watching, felt bored. Not interesting at all. With that, the Jade Emperor gave an order. "Changyi, rearrange and separate them." Hearing the order, she coldly replied like a robot, "Understood." Then Changyi's body glowed again, and her hand moved in a circle, and the space continued to move accordingly. Xuanzang seemed to realize, wait, it's a vortex. From Chang's hand it became thicker and faster,
And after accumulating enough, Chang shouted loudly, "Clouds! Open!" Xuanzang gritted his teeth, feeling it, but unable to stop it.
Xuanzang was separated and jumped up. Yundian was a little more difficult to separate, and his whole body fell backward.
But the one who was most difficult was Wu Jing, who had to bend over to fit his body. Not stopping after separating them, Changzhe went ahead and launched another attack.
Xuanzang on this side knelt and tried to resist, not allowing the space to be compressed further, constantly thinking, space is being compressed further. But if it can be separated like this, Yundian and Wu Jing on the other side also tried to resist, calling out, "Master, can you hear what I'm saying, Master?" Second brother seems, Xuanzang didn't hear what they were saying, just quietly pondering.
The Jade Emperor continued to order Changzhi rearrange and crush them. Hearing the order,
Change, as if programmed, created a dazzling light and continued to compress the space further than them inside Chang's hand, which was compressed and deformed. Shouting, "Eldest brother, save me!" Wukong turned back, giving Xuanzang a calm once-over. Xuanzang, at this point, was propping himself up on his knees, leaning on his hand. Xuanzang looked towards his disciples and solemnly declared, "Having gone through that heavenly court rumble, your teachers had an epiphany."
Then, he flashed a smile at Yuanzi. Next up, Xuanzang cracked his knuckles and continued, "A true powerhouse scorns hiding their true self."
Xuanzang paused for a sec, glanced at the group, and then a sly grin spread across his face.
The disciples all stared at Xuanzang, who went on to say,
So then and there, Xuanzang pulled out a blazing red flag from who knows where. Tang Monk gripped the flagpole tightly and slammed it hard onto the ground.
Holding the flag high, Tang Monk announced with a booming voice, "Therefore, your teacher has decided to officially establish a sect." Before Yuanzi's astonished eyes and with Xinu's delighted gaze, Xuanzang loudly proclaimed, "Heaven-defying sect." Right after Wu Jing's eyes sparkled like stars,
excitedly looking at the guy who took scripture-seeking as his heaven-defying mission statement. Hearing this, Yundian's jaw dropped in shock, and he frantically started thinking about all the worldly possessions he could get his hands on. Wukong glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips, already planning their base of operations. Xuanzang waved the flag in his hand, his face looking all suave as he continued, "Facing those gods and Buddhas head-on, are you disciples willing to keep following your teacher?" Xin Noom beside him excitedly shouted, "Willing to follow Master. Once on your saddle, I'll stick with you through thick and thin." Wu Jing and Bai Ma happily yelled in unison, "Definitely following Shifu." Bai Ma chimed in with a he. "Anything's fine, just don't make me a horse again." Wukong, holding Zilan in his arms, replied with a smile,
"Disciple obeys." But just then, Yundian hesitantly raised his hand and said, "Shifu. Actually, this disciple wants to take a leave."
As soon as he finished, Xuanzang strode over, his expression changing, and clapped him on the shoulder.
"What?" Behind him, his three senior disciples' eyes flashed with sparks.
Yundian quickly scratched his head, explaining,
"This disciple doesn't want to leave the group, just wants to be gone for a day or two for some personal business." Xuanzang, seeing the fear in Yundian's eyes, his face shifted back to a cheerful one as he put his arm around him, saying, "Shifu knows. Shifu knows." Then, Xuanzang whispered to Yundian, "Shifu also cares a lot about your 100,000 aquatic brothers." Tang Monk smiled contentedly and declared, "All right, disciples, next up." Tang Monk raised the flag high and shouted,
"First stop, Heaven-Defying Sect's recruitment drive, Netherworld." The group started moving, with Tang Monk leading the way. Xuanzang, hands on his hips and holding the flag, smirked and announced,
"Only success is allowed. Failure is not an option." Under the dark, gloomy sky, where the trees stood silently as if stained by ancient melancholy, the pillars of heaven were broken, the sky's dome had collapsed, and the intersection of the celestial realm, the mortal world, and the underworld had crumbled. A place filled with the resentment of gods and demons, not a single soul in sight. Fate had written, "Three shall not interfere." Xuanzang's group stood together by a stream of vibrant green, crispy carp and said,
"Sect leader, it's right here." Everyone stopped,
their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Xuanzang looked around, assessing the place. "This place is kinda interesting, don't you think?" Wukong stepped forward, ready to stride across the stream, when the Tathagata's seal appeared, and he started trembling. Wu Jing beside him anxiously called out. Senior martial brother Xuanzang rubbed his temples and reminded him. Like clockwork, a love tap happened between Yundian and Heng.
Standing in front of the modified Hengi, Yundian still didn't realize that this wasn't the Hengi he had a secret crush on. He tremblingly put out a hand to stop her. "Fairy Hengi, you can't act rashly." But Hengi coldly asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the Jade Emperor yelled,
"Modified Hengi, quickly save me." On my side, Xuanzang is about to make a move on the Jade Emperor, Zhu Baji, give me a hand. The Jade Emperor was still trying to give orders. Modified Hengi, hurry, hurry.
Xuanzang was trying his best to close the gap in space, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close it completely. Xuanzang figured out the principle. As expected, I still have to deal with Hengi first, huh?
On Heng's side, she was being bound by the space from the Jade Emperor's side. No way, Yundian was still struggling. Is it absolutely necessary to find a way to eliminate her? While Hengi's body was trembling, the Jade Emperor ordered, Modified Hengi, well done. Quickly eliminate them while there's still time to salvage things. Yundian had made up his mind. Hengi directly attacked Yundian. Yundian also didn't hesitate, grabbing the ding and rushing straight at Hengi. At this moment, her eyes were filled with pain and hurt. Fragments of memories broke out, showing old images. Images of Hengi, standing in front of Yundian, gently calling Tianpeng.
Then, switching to a scene of Hengi, chained up, surrounded by equipment in a laboratory, her clothes no longer intact. The Jade Emperor was injecting a blue fluid into her body.
Jade Emperor. More and more of the solution was being injected into Hengi's body, causing her more pain, and she screamed, "It hurts." Then switching to a scene of Hengi sitting obediently in the Jade Emperor's arms, but her face was emotionless, while the Jade Emperor was smug about what he had done to her.
Such special abilities, I truly am a genius.
What abilities? Returning to reality, Yundian was trying to approach Hengi.
Just as he raised the high B fragment to purify her, Yundian suddenly stopped, shocked to see Hengi's memories. Was that just Hengi's memories? Hengi's face no longer had a cold expression, but looked like she felt she was about to be freed.
Yundian ignored everything and directly pierced through Hengi's body.
Hengi painfully fell backward.
Yundian passed by her from the momentum, feeling extremely guilty. "I'm sorry, Hengi." Hengi's eyes were filled with tears. Her face was peaceful, and she softly called out, "Tianpeng." Hengi's tears of happiness fell, "Thank you," at the residence of Taishang Laojun.
The space inside was silent,
and his hands uncontrollably trembled.
The little fairy standing next to him was a little scared, and hesitantly reported,
"Laojun, the Lingxiao Palace just collapsed." Laojun folded the paper and angrily replied, "Rest assured, His Majesty will know how to handle it himself." But inside, Laojun had formed resentment. His eyes filled with hatred. "I must grind the leader to dust." At Yaoqi, the scenery was still peaceful and breathtakingly beautiful.
Inside, the Queen Mother and the maiden were observing Xuanzang's battle. The maiden wondered and asked, "Your Majesty, Fairy Hengi, in the end?" The Queen Mother just smiled lightly in response.
Whoa, that Jade Emperor actually managed to trigger Hengi's special ability. I totally underestimated him before. Suddenly, a fairy rushed in, but Queen Mother stopped her with a hand. "Not again, right now."
Recalling the agreement between Queen Mother and Xuanzang, she handed Xuanzang a button, reminding him, "Press this button, and I'll start fulfilling the agreement between you and me." Then, she turned to look at the maidservant and said, "By Tiantian, according to the agreement between me and Tang Xuanzang, I now have to grant you any request." "Of course," Queen Mother continued.
"I won't directly fight the Jade Emperor." The maidservant blushed, remembering Xuanzang's instructions. "Tiantian, if the Queen Mother asks you, tell her your request is." Then, she shyly mustered up her courage and said, "Please immediately take me to Wuzhuang Temple." Back on the battlefield, Yundian seemed to have been attacked and seriously injured.
Yundian fell from outer space back to reality. Xuanzang had also returned. Standing in front of the Jade Emperor, Yundian's body was injured, and he even fell onto the Lingxiao treasure hall.
Yundian wasn't feeling physical pain, and his eyes were filled with pain and guilt. "It was my initial compromise that harmed you all now."
He recalled the image he saw in Hengi's memory, where she was being tormented by the Jade Emperor. Xian Yu was also lying unconscious, with traces of blood still on her face.
Yundian's eyes blazed, and he made up his mind, "I won't back down anymore." On the other side, Xuanzang was still standing strong.
He sighed. "I almost took you out just now, Jade Emperor." Xuanzang was still regretting the number of Queen Mother's conditions. He thought he could save the third condition with the Queen Mother, but it was used up. The Jade Emperor was furious. After Hengi lost the battle, his eyes were bloodshot.
"Hengi, the humiliation you've brought me." Then, the Jade Emperor flew up, surrounded by strong Ling Qi, and the ground instantly crumbled. The Jade Emperor emitted a powerful force, and Xuanzang was a little unsteady. The Jade Emperor threatened from above, "I'll make sure you die a horrible death."
Xuanzang wasn't afraid at all. He just said one sentence. "Jade Emperor, I wonder how many lightning strikes you can withstand."
The Jade Emperor was still smug at this moment. "Lightning strikes, Tang Xuanzang? Where do you think this is?"
The Jade Emperor always thought that with the barrier, no one could interfere with his evil deeds. This is my territory. Even the heavenly Tao can't do anything to me, Xuanzang calmly said.
His secret is, you're actually using a deceptive barrier to prevent the heavenly Tao from knowing what's happening here. Right? If it doesn't detect anything, it won't trigger the heavenly Tao's punishment mechanism.
Xuanzang even provoked him. You're just a shadow cultivator with a big mouth, so you're still afraid of getting struck by lightning. Hit where it hurts. The Jade Emperor was furious and couldn't refute. He just pointed 2 fingers at Xuanzang, not realizing the other 3 fingers were pointing at himself. Xuanzang gained the upper hand and threatened him. I can't escape now anyway. Can you let me die, knowing why? Not stopping there, Xuanzang brought up Yundian's affair, Zhubaji, as Marshal Tianpeng, commanded 100,000 naval soldiers. You must have been wary of his military power, so you quickly eliminated him.
Also not forgetting Wu Jing and Wukong's situation. Wu Jing found out about your conspiracy, and you wanted to kill him. For the same reason, Wukong was baited to lure me to the heavens, so we were also implicated.
Finally, Xuanzang asked,
So, what's the reason you want to kill me? The Jade Emperor was exposed, and his eyes were full of resentment. Under the clear blue sky, the soft willow branches hung down, and butterflies gently fluttered around the white clouds.
In the beautiful scenery, the Jade Emperor and Lao Jun stood side by side. I have also been in contact with people from other worlds before. The sentence concludes with an image of He Shi and Queen Mother happily together. He Shi, with a serious face, gave the Jade Emperor strange knowledge. The person continued to say, he brought scientific knowledge that has never existed in this world before. Receiving the device in their hands, the Jade Emperor and Lao Jun studied it seriously. Thinking about the happy moments back then, the person continued to say, I respected him very much, Queen Mother loved him, and Lao Jun also admired him very much.
But the image of black stone gradually faded, and Wang Mu's face turned sorrowful. Then, he still died. The story ended like fragments shattered into the void. This is the predetermined fate for guests from other worlds. No matter what their identity, nothing can be salvaged. On the other side, Yu floated in the sky, glaring down at Xuanzang below. Yu Dian's face was a mix of anger and ferocity as he bellowed, Why did you kill someone?
Xuanzang calmly put his hands behind his head, smirked, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Actually, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. If there's anything you don't like about me, I can change it.
Hearing Xuanzang's words, Yundi was furious, his entire body radiating a palpable murderous aura. Change. Are all you guys from other worlds this naive? Xuanzang calmly looked back at him, as if provoking him, thinking to himself, Are there just me? Or even more people from my world here? Yuti angrily raised his hand, his face twisted, and waves of energy began to gather. Right, you guys over there have a saying, tool person, right? As soon as he said that, Yundi pointed at Xuanzang, drawing a massive column of power.
Yundi roared,
Tool people don't need to know so much. On the other side, Xuanzang saw the murderous aura rushing towards him, but he stood there calmly. Yundi furiously shouted, Just die already. Instantly, the burst of power struck Xuanzang, sending him flying.
Xuanzang painfully struggled to his feet, frowning as he looked at the person in front of him, his body covered in wounds. Why is everyone so hard to trick? Xuanzang wondered to himself. High above, Yundi continuously unleashed his murderous intent, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha, it's been years since we personally took action.
Below, the power swallowed Xuanzang, causing his figure to gradually blur.
Immediately after, the entire space was submerged in Yundi's immense power. Yundi raised his hand and summoned even more power, excitedly saying, Today I'll personally send you on your way.
Yundi looked at Xuanzang, unable to suppress the mockery in his voice. Farewell. At the same time, he flicked a small ball of energy from his hand.
Xuanzang glared at him, his eyes thoughtful. Forget it, I'll find another chance later.
In the next second, Xuanzang blew a kiss to Yundi, then took off running. Yundi, thanks for hosting this poor monk today. I'll take my disciple and leave. Farewell. Seeing Xuanzang running for his life, Yundi furiously shouted from behind, Tang Xuanzang, you're a piece of work. But just then, a strand of red spiritual energy rushed over and wrapped around Yundi's hand. Yundi was momentarily stunned. As the red spiritual energy increasingly and strongly sucked away Yundi's spiritual energy, he ground his teeth, thinking, Here comes another savior. On the other side, Xuanzang supported the seriously injured Yundian and whispered, Baji, wait for me, in the portable space.
Xuanzang calmly looked at the displeased Yundi, feeling secretly pleased. Tian. It's reliable to have something worth believing, but I wonder which big shot has come to help this time.
Yudi angrily rushed in front of Xuanzang, yelling, Tang Xuanzang, you're a despicable little man. Just as he was about to attack again, the red spiritual energy on his hand suddenly spoke up, reminding him, Your Majesty Yungdi, what you're doing is going against our mutual agreement. Yungdi glared at the red spiritual energy on his hand, refuting the statement. We haven't even taken action yet. It doesn't count as breaking the agreement.
Xuanzang, who was watching from the side, internally cursed when he saw Yudi denying everything without blinking an eye. Damn, this Jade Emperor's skin is so thick. The red spiritual energy continued. Then what about you designing the barrier, plotting to deceive the heavenly Tao? If I break the barrier, and the Mangmu see this, Yunadi started to panic, crying out, Don't, we got it! Yudi turned away and waved his hand, ordering Xuanzang with resignation. All right, take your disciple and get out of here.
Immediately after, Yudi's barrier opened, freeing Xuanzang's group.
Xuanzang was happy as if no fighting had ever happened, waving at Yundi. This poor monk takes his leave. On the other side, Yundi kept explaining to the red spiritual energy, You're right, it's our fault, it's all our fault.
Under the clear blue sky, a flock of white cranes soared high, and a loud voice echoed, My dearest sister, I've let you go. Don't say anything more. The sky remained clear, and that voice echoed. After this battle, the heavenly court was clearly ravaged to the point of being unsightly. According to everyone's accounts, the heavenly court's treasures and items all suffered severe losses.
On the contrary, everyone knew who benefited.
Tang Xuanzang and his disciples reaped quite a harvest, and were also quite heavily injured. On a majestic mountain peak, a lush green carpet of grass stretched out, gently covered in white clouds. This is where the story begins. I, born as a stone monkey, and she, a Zilin flower spirit. Before opening our minds, we tied our existences to each other. Under the brilliant sunset, one person on the sea, and one person on the sandy shore, reluctantly parted ways. After that, I left Huaguo Mountain to seek the immortal Tao.
Wukong back then was a radiant youth, loudly shouting, I will quickly become strong and then return. Zilin on the other side sadly waved towards Wukong. I will always be here waiting for you. Afterwards, time dragged on and on. Zilan always waited for his return, and Wukong also devoted himself to cultivating the Tao on Immortal Mountain. Losing track of the days, time quickly passed, until the day I was scheduled to return, after finishing my studies. To find her, Wukong stood dazedly amidst the familiar scenery, but there was no longer any trace of Zilan.
I heard that she was alive and well, and was struck by heavenly lightning and turned into dust. Who told her to take shortcuts to increase her cultivation. Her foundation wasn't strong enough. Wukong was in agony, his whole body trembled as he knelt on the ground, hugging his face. The lifespan of lawn grass is limited. If her cultivation is too short, she can't live long. Wukong was in pain, and tears rolled down. Lifespan already has limits. Why force it? Isn't she dead now?
Xuanzang gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his cheeks.
Wukong's tears silently fell, dissolving all the deep emotions in his heart. That's right. Could it be that she was always waiting for someone? The story ends, returning to reality in a strange place. The great sage is crying, quickly let go of my neck. Wukong fainted, slowly opened his eyes, his face still wet with tears.
Wukong reached out and rubbed his head,
silently wondering in his heart, did I cry? On the other side, Xuanzang was being squeezed so hard by Yuanzi that he cried out in panic, about to die. On the opposite side, Baji, covered in bandages, lay on the bed being cared for by Wu Jing. Seeing the other person wake up, Yuanzi shouted, Great sage, you've finally woken up. The Jade Emperor seemed to recall that battle, and asked, Is Jade Emperor dead yet?
Xuanzang stood up and looked at him, clearing his throat to reply, Unfortunately, not yet. Better luck next time.
Wukong angrily slammed his hand on the bed. Wukong stood up in anger, holding the Rui Jingubang in dissatisfaction, continuing, Now I will. But before he could finish speaking, the Rui Jingubang in his hand fell to the ground. Yuanzi and Xuanzang immediately sighed. Wukong was wrapped tightly by the seal of Tathagata like a chain, suppressing him. Seeing the seal on his body tighten more and more, Wukong resentfully thought to himself, Tathagata's seal is even stronger now. Yuanzi went over, rubbed his head, and reminded him, Great sage, if you try to break Tathagata's seal on your body now, it will backfire, and you won't be able to move for at least 3 days. Xuanzang looked at him, gently reminding him, Wukong, your body is the foundation. You, the little troublemaker, must rest well. But the next second, Xuanzang revealed a sly smile. Or, do you need this master to directly knock you unconscious? No. Wukong angrily closed his eyes and lay still on the bed, grinding his teeth and muttering to himself, Wait until these 3 days pass. Xuanzang stepped forward and touched his hair, softly instructing. Being obedient is still somewhat practical. Wukong turned his face away in dissatisfaction. The very next second, Xuanzang held out the ball containing Zilan towards him. "Look, what's this?" Wukong glared at his beloved inside. Xuanzang explained. "Wangmu already said it. At the beginning, Zilan failed her tribulation, and her soul scattered."
Right now, all Wukong could see was Zilan. Xuanzang's voice chimed in just at the right time. She passed by and collected Zilan's soul fragments, nurtured them, and helped her reincarnate as an immortal. This tiny bit of soul is what was left over. Luckily, Wangmu found it. Xuanzang happily closed his eyes and pointed, showing him what to do. Now, you nurture her reincarnation carefully. When the time comes, use the stamen of the Birayan flower to restore her past life memories.
On the side, Yuanzi excitedly cheered him on. Xuanzang placed the Zilan soul fragment towards him. "She's definitely the Zilan you're so familiar with." Hearing that, Wukong glanced away. His face flushed as he replied, "Many thanks, master." Wukong gazed at the tiny image of his beloved, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Xuanzang left, telling Wu Jing, "Move your second senior brother outside. Let first senior brother rest." At this moment, tears streamed down Xuanzang's face as he faced Yuezi behind him, saying, "To get a thank you from the great sage, first senior, are you so moved you're crying?" Meanwhile, on the Jade Terrace, the Jade Emperor and Lao Jun approached the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor looked at the person in front of him, his face grim as he gritted his teeth inwardly. Queen Mother. Looking at the two people, Queen Mother smiled and asked, What do you want?" The Jade Emperor moved closer to the Queen Mother, his face becoming increasingly ugly. In the next second, the Jade Emperor burst into tears and rushed to hug the Queen Mother, rebuking her.
"My dear little sister, wasn't one elbow directed outwards enough?
You are going to do it again? Is your elbow installed backwards? The perfect opportunity for me to kill the person requesting the scriptures was ruined by you. You only know how to help outsiders bully me. Clearly we are in the same boat, but you brought that woman into the heavens. She even knows about the primordial barrier. We are doomed." The Queen Mother, disgusted, pushed the Jade Emperor's face away, replying, "Relax, we won't die. But within 3 months, if you still try to kill Tang Xuanzang, don't look for me to help you with your experiments in the future." Hearing that, the Jade Emperor quickly backed away, immediately saying, Don't, it's only 3 months, right? I guarantee I won't touch him." The Jade Emperor on this side pouted angrily with a flushed face.
"You care about him that much?" The Queen Mother remembered that figure, her voice calm. "Tang Xuanzang, something he couldn't accomplish. Can you really succeed?"
Golden sunlight gently brushed down in the afternoon, and bright red peach blossoms bloomed around the ancient pavilion. The glaring sunlight shone into the spacious room, where Wukong was hugging Zilan's soul essence as he slept on the bed. But at that moment, the door was flung open, and Yundian and Wu Jing rushed in one after the other. "Marshal, don't run. Second senior brother, come and drink your medicine." "I'm not drinking it." Outside in the courtyard, Yuanzi and the Red Lingqi were talking.
Yuezi smiled, and Hua Ya began to speak.
"This time, going to the heavens to save people really troubled you." The other person replied, Not at all. I should be thanking you for informing me in time." Meanwhile, Xuanzang, his eyes widened in confusion, looked ahead, perplexed. On the bed, a blushing maiden lay waiting, her voice gentle. Grand Immortal Zhen Yuanzi said that the blanket is too thin and wanted me to help him warm the bed.
Xuanzang retreated helplessly, scratching his head incessantly. What the heck is going on?
Time quickly passed to the evening of 3 days later.
Xuanzang and the others were together, lighting a fire.
Again, Xuanzang reached out and sprinkled spices on the skewers of meat.
Xuanzang brought over a large tray of food, looking at the group and shouting, "Come here quickly and eat."
As soon as he finished speaking, the group pounced like tigers, rushing toward Xuanzang. Xuanzang was secretly afraid. After they finished eating, under the clear sky, white clouds drifted lazily, and a bright full moon hung high above the silent trees. Looking at the group hugging their full stomachs and lying scattered on the ground, Xuanzang said, "I have something to announce as your master."
Xing Envi heard this, her eyes full of anticipation looking towards him. Ding Five looked up at the sky, listening slightly sadly.
Wu Jing, with a sad face, turned over on the ground. On the ground beside him, Bai Ma was still leisurely grazing. Wukong turned around, calmly glancing at Xuanzang.
Xuanzang, at this moment, pushed himself up to stand, bracing himself with his hand. Xuanzang looked towards his disciples, and solemnly declared, "After this battle with the heavenly court, this master has had an epiphany."
Then, he flashed a smile towards Yuanzi.
Cracking his knuckles, Xuanzang continued, "A true powerhouse disdains hiding their goals."
Xuanzang hesitated, looked at everyone, and flashed a sly smile. The disciples stared at Xuanzang as he went on. Therefore, Xuanzang pulled out a blazing red flag from who knows where. Tang Xuanzang gripped the flagpole tightly and slammed it hard on the ground. Holding the flag high, Tang Xuanzang announced with imposing momentum, "Therefore, this master has decided to officially establish a sect." Before Yuanzi's surprised eyes and Xinu's adoration, Xuanzang loudly proclaimed, "The heaven-defying sect." Following Wu Jing's eyes sparkling like stars, excitedly looking at the former, taking the journey to seek scriptures, and defying the heavens as its name. Hearing this, Yundian gasped in alarm and started worrying about all the resources in the world that could be used. Wukong glanced at him and smiled softly, building their own base. Xuanzang raised the flag in his hand, his face dashing as he continued. "Facing the gods and Buddhas head-on, are you disciples willing to continue following this master?" Xinu excitedly shouted from the side. "I am willing to be with master. Even if I die, I won't change my mind." Wu Jing and the white horse happily shouted together, "Of course we'll follow master." The white horse neighed, "Nee, nee, nee. Anything is fine as long as I don't have to be a horse anymore." Wukong, with Zilan in his arms, replied with a smile, "Disciple obeys." But just then, Yundian tremblingly raised his hand. "Master, actually this disciple wants to leave." Upon hearing this, Xuanzang moved forward, his face changing, and patted him on the shoulder. "What?" Behind him, the three disciples' eyes flashed with sparks. Yundian quickly scratched his head and explained, "This disciple doesn't mean to leave the group, but just wants to leave for a day or two for personal matters." Before Yundian's terrified eyes, Xuanzang's face changed to one of joy as he put his arm around him. "Master knows. Master knows." Then, Xuanzang whispered to Yundian, "Master is also very concerned about your 10,000 aquatic brothers," Tang Xuanzang said with a satisfied smile. "Well said, disciples." Next, Tang Xuanzang held the flag high and shouted, "First stop, the heaven-defying sect's recruitment drive, the underworld." The army began to advance, led by Tang Xuanzang. Xuanzang put his hands on his hips, held the flag, and smirked as he declared, "Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed." Under the gloomy, gray sky, desolate, the trees stood silent as if stained with the melancholy of ancient times. The pillars of heaven were broken, the top of heaven collapsed, the intersection of heaven, the human world, and the underworld collapsed, filled with the hatred of gods and demons. Without a single soul in sight, destiny has been written. The three don't care. Xuanzang and the others stood together by a flowing stream of greenish-blue carp and said, "Sect leader, it's here." Everyone stopped together, their eyes warily assessing their surroundings. Xuanzang looked around. "This place is quite interesting." Wukong stepped forward, stretching his leg to step across the stream. Then, the seal of Tathagata appeared, and he began to tremble. Wu Jing anxiously shouted, "Senior brother." Xuanzang rubbed his forehead and reminded him, "Wu Jing, patch up your senior martial brother." Wukong gritted his teeth and backed away. Wu Jing behind him asked worriedly, "Senior martial brother, are you all right?" Wukong's face was ashen, his expression extremely unpleasant. The sky above was gloomy, and flocks of birds hurriedly flapped their wings and flew away. Wukong angrily glared at the seal on his body, gritting his teeth and cursing, "That hateful Tathagata." At this moment, Xuanzang came over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Wukong, you've tried several times already." Xuanzang covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. "Looks like this place clashes with your seal." Xuanzang's face quickly turned red, looking quite detestable, and gestured towards Wukong. "You should still go back and ask Zhang Yuanzi to take a look for you. Consider it a leave of absence from master. You can still be with Zilan." Wukong glanced at Xuanzang with dissatisfaction. Xuanzang opened his mouth and laughed loudly and continuously. "Anyway, I just wanted to come here with Baji to pick up our little junior brother, relying on you aquatic brothers, conveniently playing dumb to capture the rebels." Wukong fell silent, reaching into his clothes. "All right." He then threw the connecting thread out of the void, turning his back to remind, "If anything happens, use this guy to contact me." Kong Kong stood in the palm of Xuanzang's hand, discontentedly reminding, "What are you looking at? Are you unhappy seeing your Kong Ge?" Then, Wukong disappeared. Beside him, the blue-green crispy carp worriedly spoke up, "Sect leader, why did the great sage leave?" Xuanzang didn't answer, spinning his hand as fast as lightning. "Hurry, take me and your marshal to meet the other brothers." Xuanzang patted Yundian's shoulder, reminding him, "You're not bad. After so long, the brothers are still wholeheartedly with you." On the other side, the blue-green crispy carp's face was worried, and he tremblingly spoke, still not telling the marshal the truth. The green crispy carp continued, "How to say it? You didn't miscalculate the time, did you?
No mistake, Yundian rubbed his nose, blushing as he replied.
That's the personal charm of this marshal, for sure. But at this moment, from above, 2 tree branches shot out, blocking their path. Who goes there? How dare you trespass here?
The catfish-like water monsters looked at the group in front of them and loudly warned, "Leave immediately and we'll spare your lives."
One of the water monsters started speaking first. Not seeing the ship catfish, Yundian's eyes shone like stars, and he exclaimed, "Brothers! Brothers!" Then Yundian ran lovingly towards the pile of catfish guards.
"Brothers, it's me, it's—" At this moment, the green crispy carp, like Superman, rushed over and hugged Yundian. In the next second, the blue crispy carp Superman fiercely charged towards the catfish guards. The thread reached the blue crispy carp Superman, hitting him until he was battered. He quickly gained the upper hand. Xuanzang stepped forward, raising an eyebrow as he questioned the blue crispy carp. "Explain yourself." Immediately after, Yundian walked forward with a cold face. What exactly happened? Being questioned by 4 eyes, the blue crispy carp trembled with fear. In the dark room, dim light shone down from a bizarre chandelier. Cobwebs filled the corners of the old room, and debris lay scattered. In the middle, a long table was fully occupied. This was the Water Army's base camp conference room. The water monsters sat together at the table, all worriedly looking at the person presiding. Below the table, text appeared announcing, "Xuanwu Army, 741st Division, 13th Senior Conference, convening the meeting. General Niu presiding over the meeting. Marshal Tian Peng." That bull general slammed the table, jumping up and roaring, 3,141 brothers died without a damn clue. Aside from passing the buck, what the heck have you guys even done? Marshal entrusted our brothers to us, and this is the attitude you're giving. Beside him, that bib general, with a face you couldn't read, just casually dropped. And this time, we even lost 2 of the marshal's close guard lieutenants. That Zhu general, all serious face and arms crossed, didn't even bother to reply. Stone cold. Dow general, bless his heart, pulled bull general into a hug, reminding her, "Hey, bull sis, are you really pinning the blame on us as the ringleaders here? You son of a—" Du general got so ticked he stomped on the table, yelling, "Gah, fine, let's just have a brawl. Whoever wins calls the shots. You got that, sheephead." After that little outburst, bull general and Du general locked eyes, and sparks practically flew between them. Talk about a stare down. Just when the air could have been cut with a knife, someone finally piped up to stop the madness. "All right, that's enough," the Numa general, sitting on the side, said calmly, reminding them, "Let's drop it here. We still gotta follow the marshal's teachings." Bai general and bull general were so taken aback they just stared at her, dumbfounded. Noon general clasped her hands and bowed her head, saying respectfully, "Please, marshal, give us your instructions." The whole gang turned to look at the big boss sitting in the main seat, waiting for the marshal to lay down the law. With that, Numa general lowered her hands, her gaze fixed on the person opposite her, silently waiting. On the other side, the marshal remained quiet, hands clenched tight. Beside him, a small screen flickered to life. The marshal then flashed a smile as elegant as a flower at the group, while the screen showed it was searching. A second later, the screen instantly displayed a line of text. "Brothers are like limbs. This Tianpeng ain't got 3 heads, 6 arms, or 10 legs. Even with just 1 arm and 1 leg, giving up ain't easy." The marshal then started reading it aloud, his voice getting louder. "Brothers are like limbs. This Tianpeng ain't got 3 heads, 6 arms, or 10 legs. Even with just 1 arm and 1 leg, giving up ain't easy." Hearing that, bull general couldn't hold back her tears. "I knew it. The marshal's definitely on our side." That Zhu general, still with his arms crossed, glanced over there and said sternly, "You guys wouldn't even avenge the marshal, so what's with all this fake drama now?" Zhu general slammed the table again, jumping up and yelling, "You say you want to fight the heavenly court to avenge the marshal, but you're just leading our brothers to their deaths." Du general angrily stood up. "Enough talk. Let's just see it directly. Not one to back down," bull general retorted. "Fight then. Who's afraid of who?" Right at that moment, a message popped up on the system screen. "If everyone has differing opinions, then new general, what do you think?" The title above read, "Meeting Minutes, Scene 1, 239th High-Level Full Military Conference of the Xuanwu Army." The marshal forced another gentle smile and continued reading. "If everyone has differing opinions, then new general, what do you think?" The whole group instantly went silent. New general from across the way finally spoke. "If everyone trusts me, then let me investigate this matter." Noon general, her face firm, declared clearly, "Until the truth is uncovered, I absolutely will not give up." Dao general and Zhu general stood up and turned to leave. "Then we'll just wait for the results." Following that, 3 massive doors swung wide open, and light flooded in from outside. Then, that general turned his back and left the conference room. Bull general clasped her hands together,
looking at New General with a serious expression. Everything depends on you now, New General.
Dao General glanced back, all nosy. Still no fight. Wei Xiang beside him chimed in, Dao, let's go have our own showdown.
On the other side, Bind General left, letting out a sigh. Another 3 days wasted. The entire conference room plunged into darkness in the next second, leaving only the female general standing motionless. New General sighed softly. Just as I thought. Everyone just wants an excuse to fight. Does anyone actually want to solve the problem?
New General frowned, her face serious as she continued. Tianipeng, things have reached this point. What should we do?
On the other side, Yundian seemed to sense someone mentioning his name and immediately sneezed. Acho! Seeing this, Green Carp Crisp trotted over, tears welling up in his eyes, and wailed. Lack of food, lack of clothes, no partner, longing day and night, waiting for the marshal. Green Carp Crisp II beside him also hugged his leg and whimpered. Suffering hardship, enduring fatigue, dying sooner is better than rescuing us from this sea of misery. Then, a super long report appeared out of nowhere. Yundian scratched his head in fear. The 7 generals are split into 3 factions. They start fighting over the slightest disagreement. Only Noon General still holds you in her heart, boss. We risked our lives to escape that place and came to find you. Marshal, please go back and deal with them, and properly reorganize the Xuanwu army.
Xuanzang glanced at Yundian, who was being clung to by the 2 crispy carps, and smirked, saying, even within the Navy, there's definitely at least one mole colluding with the Heavenly Court, but among the 7 generals, who can be relied upon? Hearing this, Yundian froze for a few seconds. Xuanzang walked over, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh, and patted Yundian's shoulder.
Your will and character are truly worthy of you.
Yundian raised his hand toward the 2 crispy carps and started replying, Dao Wu Yuena only thinks about fighting. She probably doesn't have ulterior motives, right? The 2 crispy carps asked back with worried faces.
Yundian's face began to worry, and sweat poured out as he continued. Bibbo, we have a 9,000-year relationship. The 2 crispy carps beside him added. Now he only cares about money. He'll sell anything. Hearing those words, Yundian's sweat poured like rain as he stubbornly said,
Zhu Ri has always been upright and doesn't brown nose. The 2 crispy carp chimed in. Don't forget who you snatched the marshal position from.
Yundian didn't stop, but his whole body began to tremble.
Niu Jin, I raised this kid myself, she wouldn't. The 2 carp made an ugly face and responded. Everyone changes, plus she doesn't want to leave here at all.
Yundian thought about the last person. His face changed, and his whole body trembled as he patted his left chest and shouted, Forget about Shisha, that guy never liked me. Yundian slumped to the ground, falling into sadness. You left. The tea is still warm, but you're no longer the same. This is a Chinese idiom.
Xuanzang stepped forward, his face serious, and leaned in close to say, Isn't there still some female general? What, did Zhubaji mention her? Xuanzang looked towards the 2 crispy carps, anticipating an explanation,
but they just turned into statues, pretending to be innocent and not answering.
Xuanzang turned and left, sighing. Useless disciples. Can't rely on them. This master can only make a move himself.
Before the admiring eyes of the crowd, Xuanzang smirked and said, The Tianni sect's recruitment plan doesn't know the word failure. On the other side, the sky was gray. The catfish soldiers were hung on the rafters, and the group continued their journey. Behind them, Yundian led the horse while saying, Kuilan, my little honey, this husband is very sad and wants to kiss and hug you. Let's lift you up.
Xuanzang and the others went ahead, but in front of them was an abyss. The blue crispy carp spoke up to remind them, Sect leader, ahead is the Xuanwu Gates camp. Xuanzang stood on the edge of the abyss, looking down at the scene covered in mist. Xuanzang didn't speak, just smiled happily.
Below, in the silent space, a majestic large building rose up, surrounded by small, quaint houses nestled close together. The largest building was the Xuanwu Gates camp, and the merfolk were chatting busily. This place's wine is truly the best in the world. This master guarantees your satisfaction. Outside, a wooden sign was erected, reading, Help yourself, no waste, take what you need. Strictly prohibited from exceeding, healthy work, happy life.
Xuanzang and his group walked over, and the surrounding merfolk whispered continuously. Each person had a mushroom stuck on their head, and everyone's face was discontented. Xuanzang and Yundian glared with murderous intent at the blue crispy carp.
The blue crispy carp walked over, put his arm around Xuanzang's shoulder, and immediately explained,
Transformation machine, a Dharma artifact that the sect leader gave. Very useful, we won't be recognized at all on the way.
At this time, in the eyes of others, Xuanzang's group looked like a line of catfish soldiers proceeding here.
Xuanzang happily raised his hand toward the mushroom on his head. That's for sure. It cost me 7,000 experience points. Xuanzang reached over to strangle the blue crispy carp's neck, saying discontentedly, "Flattery won't work. Tell me, what else are you hiding from us?"
The blue crispy carp trembled in fear, pointed to the building ahead, and awkwardly replied, I'll tell you, but not on the main road."
Behind them, Wu Jing and Nu Shi were doing their best to pull the gluttonous white horse away. "Xiaobai, don't eat any more, let's quickly catch up with Xuanzang." Xuanzang followed the blue crispy carp, his other hand pinching the green crispy carp, and said discontentedly, "Speak, or do you want to try my filleting skills?"
Yundian kept a straight face, his expression furrowed, and didn't respond. But right in the small alley above, strange sounds kept appearing. Yundian worriedly hid behind Xuanzang. Xuanzang turned his face to observe worriedly. Right then, a bunch of crispy carp soldiers with tables and chairs came charging up from behind. Xuanzang froze, thinking, we're surrounded. Seeing this, the two people and two carps gasped and huddled together, trembling. Yundian looked over to the other side, where the ferocious crispy carp soldiers were rushing towards them. Yundian didn't say a word, his face dark and inscrutable. A moment later, in the narrow alley, the two sides jumped at each other and started fighting.
The female general stood not far away, observing, enjoying a cup of tea in her hand, and said, "Fought 8 times, and only ran into a small alley, not even afraid of the trouble of setting up a rematch."
But right after, the female general was stunned, dropped the teacup in her hand, and looked over there. What is that? The teacup just fell to the ground. The female general rushed out from the side.
Her eyes were stunned, unbelievable, rushing quickly toward the alley. How is that possible?
She dropped to the ground, propping herself up. The female general stood up and looked towards the alley. In her heart she thought, could it be from below? The crispy carp soldiers were beaten so badly that their hands were dangling, and the two blue and green crispy carp soldiers huddled together in fear, trembling. Yundian rested his chin, thinking seriously, while Nian and Xuanzang had smug looks on their faces. But the next moment, Yundian froze, turning his head in shock toward the strange figure behind. The female general appeared, smiling cheerfully at Yundian, and exclaimed, "So it's you." At Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave, on the steep rocky shore, the waterfall flowed rapidly, pouring down, creating a resounding sound in the mountains and forests. In the middle of the clear water, a stone cave appeared. Inside, Wukong walked towards the door, happily holding up the Lan Soul shard, and said gently, "Before, you used to sneak down here to play, do you remember?" Wukong embraced Zilan, stepped into the threshold, but what caught his eyes at this moment was a flower fruit mountain, with no one around. Wukong looked around in confusion, thinking in his heart, what's going on? Why can't I see any monkey or monkey grandson? Inside the ball, Zilan yawned. Seeing this, Wukong gently rubbed the ball in his hand and said softly, "Sleepy again? Then go to sleep." Wukong stood in front of the cave entrance, carefully put Zilan away. But the next moment, a ray of killing intent flashed from inside. Wukong froze, his eyes widened. Wukong rushed into the cave like lightning. Inside, the other person's voice rang out, "Don't let even one go." Wukong gritted his teeth, holding the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, and ran towards the sound. "My clothes are dirty." Seeing the movement, Lingji turned his head and looked back. Wukong appeared. The surrounding scene was extremely messy. Wukong was instantly angry, gritting his teeth and looking at Lingji. Back in the alley, the crowd of people were looking on with curiosity. The female general stood next to Yundian and said softly, "So it's you." The female general looked at him, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Didn't you say you didn't want to deal with these ridiculous things?" Yundian's face changed instantly, trembling, thinking in his heart, why does it always have to be her? Behind them, Xuanzang watched the two figures, thinking to himself, even after transforming, she recognized them immediately. They're totally up to no good. Xuanzang looked down and met eyes with the chair, chuckling to himself. Looks like this is the only way, the female general whispered into Yundian's ear. Why the change of heart? Right then, from behind, Xuanzang swung the chair. Wham! Yundian gazed at the female general, inwardly confirming, crap, she's definitely recognized me. Then, the stone-faced female general asked coldly, 88. What do you want, exactly? Xuanzang, who was about to charge forward, froze in his tracks upon hearing that. Seeing this, Yundian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She hasn't recognized me yet. She waved toward Xuanzang in the back, starting to greet. Oh right, still there is 11. The female general looked at Xuanzang sitting on the chair. You are here to join the fun. 11,111. Next to them, the two crispy carp looked at each other wondering. Is the female general close with 88, 1288, and 11111?
Xuanzang awkwardly scratched his head, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Running into acquaintances again. Yundian stepped forward and immediately waved his hand in denial. Just a coincidence. We finished patrolling and happened to pass by. The female general replied with amusement. How very convenient indeed. The female general, looking at Yundian in catfish form, thought, Tianpeng, no matter what form you take, I'll recognize you immediately. On the other side, Xuanzang turned and quietly slipped away. The female general's face turned slightly sorrowful, thinking to herself, he'd rather seek help from 11,111 than ask me. Recalling the scene of 1111 trying to assassinate her earlier, the female general thought, Tianpeng, if I hadn't corrected myself in time, would you have tried to kill me? While she was still pondering, Yundian called out to the female general, and then the group trembled and quickly waved. Goodbye. If there's nothing else, we'll head out first. Yundian and Xuanzang looked at her worriedly, waving, see you later. But as the two were about to leave, the female general spoke up. 11,111. 88. Starting from today, your patrol duties are cancelled. The female general looked at the two in front of her and continued to order. Temporarily return to the newly formed investigation team, directly under my command. Xuanzang and Yundian turned to look at the female general, puzzled. Investigation team. The female general's face turned cold. Looking at the two of them, she began to explain. I suspect someone is deliberately framing brothers in the army. The other factions only care about fighting, so I had to establish an investigation team to look into this. Upon hearing this, Xuanzang and Yundian exchanged glances and smiled. The female general left, turning her face to look at the two of them and reminding them, all right, follow me now. Immediately afterwards, leading the people, Yundian and Xuanzang immediately followed behind her and walked out of the alley. The female general then came face to face with Wu Jing, seemingly not recognizing him. The female general said, 4,383. Don't be lazy. Come along. Just as she finished speaking, Virgin kicked Wu Jing straight out of the corner, then followed the female general out. Together, Yundian's face changed upon seeing this, while Xuanzang covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh, thinking to himself, is this the legendary, my face is covered in, I'm confused? Looks like Zhu Baji is quite afraid of this female general from the other faction. Virgin and Bai Ma looked at the blue-green crispy carp with longing, trembling as they embraced each other. Marshal, sect leader, what are we going to do now that you're gone? The female scribe anxiously gripped her hands, watching the departing figure. Master has left. Scene cuts to a shop. Xuanzang and his two disciples entered inside, dust billowing everywhere. Man, this place is a total dump. Then, right in front of them, massive bookshelves appeared. Xuanzang scratched his chin, displeased. Recalling the female general's instructions, I've arranged for others to investigate the other areas. Only this archive is left. Do a good job. Xuanzang strode forward, smirking. First, we'll go through the archives and figure things out, see if there are any hidden or deceptive reports. It's worth a shot. Xuanzang approached, carefully examining the rows of books, and muttered, but I just feel that female general is eccentric and weird. Was she always like this? On the other side, Yundian picked up a piece of paper, brushing the dust off. Suddenly, Yundian's eyes froze, his pupils contracted, and he stared intently at the paper. Yundian looked at the paper in his hand, and sweat began to pour down. Above, the paper contained the information that was sent back from 3 days ago. In the personal space, Yundian was now engaged in a battle with Xian Yu. Yundian raised his hand to grab and hold tight the weapon in Xian Yu's hand. Yundian strained, loudly reminding him, Xian Yu, stop. Yundian swung his rake, yelling with dissatisfaction, can you hear me? Xian Yu was as if being controlled, red liquid flowing from the corner of his eyes. He trembled and shouted, General! But after just shouting, he lunged down on Yundian. Yundian quickly dodged to the side, his face solemn as he looked at Xian Yu. Xian Yu's entire body shuddered, his face pained. He raised his hand towards Yundian and blurted out, stop it here. While the two were continuously fighting, Xuanzang appeared. Xuanzang raised his hand towards Yundian, sitting on the ground as before. Xuanzang raised his hand, smirking as he reminded, he can stay in my personal space, which proves his mind is still clear, but attacking you proves he completely can't control his body. On the other side, Xian Yu's whole body was shaking, standing looking towards the two. Xuanzang raised his hand and patted Yundian's shoulder, reminding, you've tried so many times, still haven't gotten anything out of him. Yundian bowed his head to the ground, smiling bitterly. Looking at him, it's clear there's no need to ask anymore. Before Xuanzang's suspicious eyes, Yundian continued, the generals in the Xuanwu army are all smart people. Yundian gritted his teeth, staring at the person going crazy in front of him, and continued, if they also didn't discover the spy, then the spy is definitely within them.
Xian Yu probably discovered quite a few clues.
Xuanzang put his arm around his shoulder, pointing to the two silly bluish-green carp behind him, asking, "All smart people." Xuanzang raised his eyebrows towards his subordinate, saying, "So you trust their words, that the brothers in the water army are all truly waiting for you to return with one heart?"
As soon as they heard that, the two looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and said in unison, "Anyone who believes that is an idiot." Back in that dilapidated library, Xuanzang looked at the mountain of scriptures in front of him and asked the person beside him, "How do you guys in the water army normally handle corpses?" Yundian replied, "The soldiers in the army are all water race beings, of course it's water burial, letting them float along the river back to the Great Sea."
Xuanzang looked at the paper in Yundian's hand, asking in confusion, "What's the meaning of blacking out the background?" Yundian replied, explaining, "The identities of the soldiers in the army are special. When someone dies, their name is erased, regardless of merit or fault." Xuanzang reached out and took the paper, taking it away. Xuanzang looked at the paper and began to analyze. Like weeds. Then there are two possibilities now. First, the notes on the material were revised. Yundian's face was ashen, coldly continuing. Second, he faked his death. The materials are all in the female's charge. There can't be a problem. There must be something strange in some battle. Xuanzang, face all scrunched up, muttered, "You trust General knew that much. Why didn't you just spill the beans earlier?" Yundian immediately waved his hand, denying it. "The general's always careful, can't leave behind such obvious clues." Xuanzang kept teasing. "Oh, so you know her well, huh?"
Yundian scratched his head, avoiding eye contact, glancing elsewhere. "With Bai Ji Yuniang helping out, Shifu should be all right. Right."
Meanwhile, Xuanzang cracked a sly grin.
Just then, Xuanzang dramatically flung the paper onto the ground, shouting, "Start the investigation from that match." Yundian, pumped, leaped up beside him. "Shifu is so wise." Immediately afterwards, dust billowed from the library, and the three masters and disciples started coughing like crazy. At the Xuan Wu camp, the sky was already starting to darken.
Shi Nu, along with those two dim-witted carp and the gluttonous Bai Ma, were walking down the road together. The blue carp grabbed Shi Nu's hand from behind, asking, "Bai Ji Yunyang, what do we do now? Go find the sect leader and the marshal." Shi Nu, with a serious face, looked behind her, yelling, "No way." A second later, Shi Nu blushed, remembering Xuanzang's instructions. "Tian Tian, I'll find a chance to leave with Baji later. You keep an eye on the others. Don't worry, master, especially those two fish heads. Watch if they do anything weird." Shi Nu glanced at the two crispy carps, reminding them, 7 people together will attract attention, she thought to herself. Even though Master was taken away by General Nun unintentionally, it's not too far off from the original plan. Seeing that he was about to be abandoned, the blue crispy carp's glistening eyes trembled non-stop.
But at that moment, a strange voice rang out from behind. "So you're here. I've been looking for you forever." Shi Nu glanced over, face full of suspicion, thinking to herself, "Ran into another acquaintance? Great." The very next second, before the stunned carp and Shi Nu could react, a weirdo charged over. He hugged Bai Ma's neck tight, happily shouting, "I caught you again, innocent-looking white horse. Let's go get drunk."
Wang with his arm around Bai Ma's neck, turned and waved to the group. "See ya later, everyone."
Bai Ma, face full of panic, kept neighing like crazy, wishing he could speak human. At that moment, a cloud of dust kicked up from the ground. Shi Nu and the two crispy carp blocking Wang Er's path.
Shi Nu frowned seriously, yelled, stopping him, "Stop right there."
Seeing the people in front of him, Wang Er trembled in fear.
Shi Nu spread her arms, looking at him, repeating,
"Stop." Shi Nu coldly pointed at Wang Er. "What exactly do you want with him?" Wang Er's eyes widened for a moment, unable to answer.
Behind him, the two crispy carp rushed forward, holding onto Bai Ma tightly.
Wang Er, questioned, immediately trembled in fear, explaining, I'm really his friend. I won't do anything. It's just that." He, looking at Bai Ma, who was staring daggers from behind, said, "Hey, say something, will ya?" Behind them, the three catfish were stunned, worried. Could we be exposed?
Shi Nu stepped forward, grabbing Wang Er's collar, face cold, and began questioning him.
"I asked you a question. Answer me." Shi Nu looked at him, face calm. She thought to herself, "Why does this guy seem even more guilty than I am?" Wang Er immediately clasped his hands in prayer, saying, All right, it's actually my fault. Normally he takes care of me and the team." Wang Er raised his hand to put it around Shi Nu, but she dodged him with a grimace. "Since we've run into each other, we're too embarrassed to eat alone."
"How about," Wang Er looked at Shi Nu, anxiously trying to please her, "how about I treat and invite everyone to join?" Shi Nu stared at him, increasingly convinced that this guy was definitely sus. "Fine, let my dad investigate."
Also to stop those two from constantly bugging me to find some grand master. Having thought that, Shi Nu looked at Wang Er and replied, This is what brotherhood is all about.
Wang stretched out his hand with a sigh of relief and said politely, "After you." But Wang kept glancing back at the white horse with a sly glint in his eyes.
He thought to himself in his dark little heart, Wang Shiba, just you wait, you ain't getting away this time. Don't blame me for taking you out. Meanwhile, Xuanzang and Yundian followed the clues to a military camp. Before the entrance, a stone tablet was engraved with large characters, "Don't look back." Xuanzang held the paper in his hand and stepped into the camp, based on the information he had just gathered. Before Xianyu died in a brawl, he lived here. This is the territory of the extremist pro-war faction. Behind him, Yundian indignantly explained. In the Xuanwu army, did they split into two factions, pro-war and pro-peace? Because they wanted to avenge the heavenly court? Xuanzang glanced at him, smiling teasingly. Baji, this is clearly the treatment reserved for a nation-toppling beauty. But seeing Yundian staring seriously at the stone tablet, Xuanzang walked over and asked, "Is there something wrong with this stone?" Yundian reached out a trembling hand to touch the tablet, his face contorted in a grimace as he ground his teeth and furrowed his brow, saying, "This is where the Xuanwu army was founded." At this moment, memories of the past flooded back, from the days when the evil Yan Ni spread rumors that the ancient aquatic race wanted to rebel against the oppression of the Wu race, abandoning their identities, ignoring past grudges, and establishing the Xuanwu army. After that, the first marshal stood up and was accepted by all the merfolk who turned back. At the beginning of the founding of the army, the first marshal of the Xuanwu army wrote 3 words on a large stone, "No turning back." The marshal's face was cold as he swung his sword, engraving the words on the stone tablet. After that, the Xuanwu army carried this stone tablet with them to suppress the enemy. From that moment on, the stone tablet and the Xuanwu army flag coexisted. Yundian hugged the stone, weeping bitterly. "How did it end up here?" Xuanzang reminded him with a headache. To restrain himself a little, just then, not far away, the ground cracked open. From the ground, a giant green hand burst through the surface, stabbing upwards. Xuanzang quickly pulled Yundian, and they jumped away, dodging the attack just now. After the two landed safely not far from the strange arm, Yundian's face grew uglier. He said sternly, "Leave it to me." Immediately, Yundian rushed forward, beginning a close combat with the giant arm. Yundian reached out and gripped the giant arm tightly. Then Yundian forcefully lifted the person from the ground. Yundian swung his hand and threw the person to the side. Xuanzang, witnessing the events, thought to himself, "Baji is very proactive this time. Is he afraid that I'll accidentally kill the opponent? He really cares for his brothers." Wu Liu and Yundian met each other's eyes. He frowned and grinded his teeth at the person in front of him. Yundian quickly rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Then Wu Liu's arm was twisted by Yundian. He was in pain but still stubbornly retorted, "Cowards from the pro-peace faction aren't welcome here." Xuanzang behind him evaluated sternly. "We are directly under the investigation team of General Nu, and have the right to question all the officers and soldiers in the military." Wu Liu angrily cursed, "Disgusting selfish ghosts, ungrateful, shameless." But at this moment, a sentence rang out, causing Wu Liu to freeze for a moment. 8 months ago, Chengji, 711,728, Xianyu. Anything to say? Yundian leaned close to Xuanzang, pointed at Wu Liu and said, "Master." But from the camp at this moment, hundreds of murderous eyes were shooting towards them. The Red Shrimp army was charging in with great momentum. They looked anxiously at Baji, who was holding their guy in his hands. "Stop!" A shrimp looked really worried. "Let Wu Liu go? Get lost?" Wu Liu still tried to act like he was okay and shouted, "Don't worry about me, brothers." It kept yelling at its buddies and whacking them, just straight up beating them. Xuanzang looked at it, annoyed, and thought to himself, "This poor kid's time is almost up. Wu Jing better not be late." He held up his staff, slammed it down, and declared, "We are the investigation team directly under General Nun, and we're here on official business." The shrimp soldiers looked totally surprised to see someone show up. Xianyu waved at everyone, grinning like crazy to show how friendly he was. "Hey bros, I'm back." With that, he jumped right down into the middle of them. Wu Liu saw him and burst into tears. "Big bro, Xianyu, I knew you weren't dead." When he didn't react, it waved its hands frantically. "Big bro Xianyu! Big bro Xianyu, look at me!" Xuanzang, with a super serious face, announced, "Everyone, we're Xianyu's friends, we're here too." But the shrimp dude immediately got all hostile. "Don't play dumb." He said it with a scary voice and even scarier eyes. "We saw Xianyu's body recovered and buried. Where did you find this fake?" Wu Liu was struck dumb. Recovered and buried. Xuanzang glanced at the smiling Xianyu and thought, "Looks like you guys really don't know what's going on. But hey, that little devil." They both smiled. "Couldn't hide it, huh?" You guys saw right through us.
The shrimp soldiers got their weapons ready. Xuanzang grabbed Xian Yu by the head and yelled to Baji,
"Run!" The shrimp soldiers started to surround them. Outside the clearing was the magnificent capital city. They shot up from the crack in the ground.
Wu Liu grabbed Xuanzang's group and brought them to the surface, then promptly threw them onto the ground. Xuanzang looked at the mushroom swaying on his head, still wanting to bring this kid and run, but who would have thought that this kid would bring us and run?
Wu Liu stared at Wu Jing, puzzled. "Who are you? Where's big bro Xian Yu? His mind is a mess."
Xuanzang and Baji teamed up to hold it down. "Little bro, be good. What you see isn't always the truth." He tugged on its clothes and smiled menacingly. "Little bro, tell your bro who told you Xian Yu wasn't dead."
Wu Liu burst into tears again. "I saw it myself."
It remembered the scene when Xian Yu was dragged away. Lucky that he was still alive. It was considered enough quantity.
The black-clothed people created a magic circle and pushed the merman into it, binding it tightly. "Don't let it run away when it is brought there."
He asked it with a very serious expression. "Have you told anyone about this?" Wu Liu still couldn't stop crying and continued. "I told my brothers. My brothers even went to find General Xu. They clearly said that big bro Xian Yu was really only missing. They're still looking."
It cried even louder. "So they've always been comforting me. They must think I'm unwilling to accept the truth, so they came up with these things."
Baji stood aside and whispered to his master,
"This kid blabs everywhere. How hasn't the spy taken him out?" Xuanzang also said what he was thinking. "As long as you don't let everyone believe him, killing him will only make others suspicious." It sat there and had stopped crying. Could it really be my subjective thinking? Is it that I'm unwilling to accept big bro Xian Yu's death? Baji's expression was extremely bewildered at this time. "Master, do you suspect the spy is General Xu?" He immediately put on a very smug expression. "Go and see, and you'll know immediately." Baji was lying down and using his strength to scout around.
Wu Liu was already very anxious at this time. It's already the last place, can't still sense it.
A stream of water spewed straight up from under the ground onto its face.
Xuanzang saw his disciple wake up and hurriedly asked with concern,
"Huh? What do you mean?" Baji was still a bit confused. "There hasn't been any special residual dharma power around here lately."
Xuanzang pointed at himself sadly after hearing that. "So it really is my fault." Xuanzang pointed to a patch of ground in front of him. "But this spot has extremely little residual dharma power. Usually there's a ton of residual dharma power everywhere else, left behind by the patrol team."
Xuanzang put on a rather gleeful face. "Too clean, you know?"
Baji began to ponder to himself.
"But it's been half a month. Even if they cleaned up too much back then, it shouldn't be this noticeably little, unless..." Xuanzang seemed to have figured out the reason. "They must set up the Dharma array here regularly." Xuanzang nodded as he listened to his master. "They'd been using this place recently, so they cleaned it again."
Wu Jing was still very confused and asked, "Didn't General Xu even come here to investigate? How didn't he find anything?" Xuanzang immediately seized on Wu Jing's words. "If this General Xu isn't just sloppy or incompetent, then it's because of General Xu."
In Xuanzang's head, the image of a terrifying, malicious figure formed. "He's the mole."
Wu Jing immediately refuted his words. "Don't talk nonsense. General Xu would never betray his brothers."
Xuanzang then turned and gave a mocking smile. "So, in your eyes, he's an idiot."
Wu Jing's head was pushed by Xuanzang, but he was still waving his arms and legs. "You're the idiot." Baji ignored them and thought to himself, "Xu is an elder who founded the Xuanwu army with the marshal during his first term."
He, Xuanzang, gently stroked Wu Jing's head and said softly, "Little bro, I'll make you convinced."
Xuanzang was very pleased and snapped his fingers. "System, quickly find me a prop that can rewind what happened, Bicker. With people only nets, such a little experience."
Wu Jing was also dumbfounded by Xuanzang's actions.
"System." The system panel instantly appeared before his eyes.
Xuanzang sighed. "Long time no see, system. Even when it's lively, you don't come out to join in on the fun. Did you crash?"
Xuanzang was quickly tapping on the screen. "Updated to the new version."
An item immediately appeared on the screen. Rewind projector. See it again. Item level, 1 experience point, requires 100,000. Item description. Can project events that have occurred within a certain range. The fairy speed can be adjusted at will, no restrictions. Convenient for practical use. Xuanzang immediately blurted out. "Found it." Xuanzang pointed happily at the camera. "As long as we use this magical item, we can see what exactly happened here." The light from the camera of the projector began to activate.
The Jade Emperor stood before General Nigyu and boldly declared, "General Nigyu, I have always kept my word. Rest assured." General Nitu seemed rather sad. "Okay, the agreement remains unchanged, but there have been many things happening in the army recently. Let's not contact each other for now."
A starry night sky. In some place,
General Nu was standing in front of a large library, originally intending for Tianpeng to go through these files. She was intently reading a book. to understand the situation in the army over these years.
General Nu was engrossed and didn't pay attention to her surroundings. But why did he just look at one volume and then leave? Could it be because he saw that the enemy had passed away?
Suddenly, there was a call outside. General Nu, a Chiren Yu, holding a thick notebook.
This is the latest investigation report from the outside. Wretchedly, the words read. Investigation Team, Jia Shen. She was reading the book and was very surprised. This is what father had. An octopus head was eavesdropping outside, its expression looking extremely confused.
Betraying brothers. What exactly is going on? I must quickly report to General B. At this moment, in a clinic, a fish doctor was speaking to his patient.
She'll definitely be alright in 3 days. The fish looked at Niu Jun, super touched. General Niu, it's just a scratch, you really didn't have to come.
She looked at her subordinates with a bit of sadness. I've already taken care of the affairs of Daiuchi D. Just came to see how you're doing. I'm quite relieved. She stood there and declared grandly. Don't be afraid to spend money. Money is hateful stuff. You can always earn it back after you've used it all.
Our brother's health is the most important thing. Xuanzang and his crew were eavesdropping outside at this point. 5 or 6 pairs of eyes looking super scary. Xuanzang could only smile and say nothing.
They were about to say something, but stopped when they heard General Niu. I'll see you off. You stay here and take care of the patient. And, not that I'm saying anything, but you guys saw it for yourselves.
General Niu was creating a magic circle, and a guy in black was using magic on a mermaid.
General Ninyu and the Jade Emperor were laughing happily together. After watching it, he still had that same bored look. Saw it. But saying that General Nisu betrayed Xuan Wujun, no one in the entire army would believe that.
Baji, looking green in the face, thought about the past. Marshal, Xuan Wujun is my only home. He's probably pretty heartbroken right now. I've raised Ningyu with my own hands. Since she was little, I thought I knew her character the best.
Xiao Yu in the back was yelling non-stop. Marshal, Baji was still lost in his own thoughts. Her grr. Doing something like that to her brothers.
A pat on the shoulder from his master pulled him back to reality. Xuanzang said gently to the two of them. Next, just do as I say, and we'll quickly figure out if she's an inside agent or not.
General Nichu was slumped on her desk in her room.
Is she asleep? Probably just too tired. Suddenly, a soft voice startled her. Zhao Hai Niu. Zhao Hai Niu. General Nigu's eyes sparkled when she saw the person in front of her. Marshal. A blurry figure appeared in front of her. It's me. She immediately ran happily towards it. Am I dreaming? But that man just replied coldly. Yes, you're dreaming. A dream that will never wake up.
Xuanzang was constantly fanning smoke inside from the outside. Although the face looked real, and the smoke went into the room through a long pipe, the fake clothes were too much. Wu Liu outside was constantly worried.
General Niu isn't stupid.
Xuanzang continued his work with a confident look. Don't worry, I added my unique illusionary poison to the smoke. After she inhales it, she'll definitely think she's dreaming right now.
He naively held up a packet of herbs. Is this the herb you're talking about?
Wu Liu was still very innocent before his petrified face. Didn't you say it was thrown away in 2088? I just got curious and secretly picked it up again.
At this moment he was worried, and looked inside. Is this Baji planning to expose his identity? Suddenly, something lit up, startling both of them.
Xuanzang looked inside fearfully. His eyes were very focused.
General Nikyu inside still couldn't believe it. Marshal, it's really you. She was so touched that she burst into tears. I knew you'd definitely come back. But in response to her, Baji showed his weapon. Are you gonna kill me?
Baji didn't hold back and went straight to the point.
General Nikyu, did you collude with the Heavenly Court to betray your brothers? So the story goes that way back when, like 800 years ago, in a scenic place called Qingqiu, our boy Shui Yundian gets woken up by someone yelling, Marshal, sir! He turns around, and you can't help but see the surprise on his face.
It's little Niu Xiang, all wide-eyed and innocent. Marshal, sir, weren't you planning on retiring after the Qingqiu battle? I got you this for planting stuff.
Yundian just chuckles at her. Who told you I was gonna retire? The poor kid looks bummed. The female general tricked me again. Then, without warning, Niu Xiang jumps into Yundian's arms, hugging him tight and whining, You're not leaving? That's so awesome! She spills her guts to him. Marshal, sir, you know, ever since you saved me and brought me into the army, I feel like I'm dreaming every day. Yundian listens intently to what she's saying. I'm really scared that one day I'll suddenly wake up from the dream. Then, he hugs her back, gently patting her head. Yeah, you're dreaming. Living a dream that'll never end. Nostalgia trip over. Yundian points his spear at her, grilling her. Did you collude with the Heavenly Court to sell out our brothers? Niu Xiang doesn't say a word, and Yundian gets even more tense. Answer me. In his heart, he desperately wants her to deny it. The papers on the table are now scattered all over the floor. Finally, Niu Xiang makes a move. She says, Marshal, sir, I was wrong. Her words leave Yundian stunned. He doesn't know what to do with her now.
He can only stand there motionless.
The spear stays put, pointed at Niu Jiang.
She starts telling him, "When you were about to leave, you told us to take good care of our brothers. But I'm too stupid, I don't know how. The Jade Emperor promised me that as long as I find a way to keep the brothers here, he won't harm us."
He still listens to her intently like before, but you shouldn't have. Niu Jiang closes her eyes tight. The Xuanwu army doesn't keep traitors. But seeing you come back, I'm happy to die in your hands.
Tears stream down her face. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice shouts. Xuanzang runs in out of nowhere, shoving Niu Jiang aside. "Sorry, gotta cut in. The drama escalated way too fast, didn't have time to react, people were getting emotional. Where'd you crawl out from to lecture, dumbass? Killing your little sister will get you scolded." Niu Jiang sees him scolding Yundian and gets super pissed. "Don't be rude to the marshal. One big, one small, you can tell who'd win." Xuanzang grabs Niu Jiang's wrist as she tries to hit him, and turns back to say to her,
"Little sister, I'm saving you. You really did sell intel." But he doesn't even finish the sentence before Niu Jiang headbutts him, sending him flying into the wall. This girl's got a temper on her. And of course there's this disciple who's a simp for his master. Seeing his master get headbutted and flying, he rushes over. "Master, hitting that hard, you're gonna have a concussion."
Xuanzang struggles to finish his sentence. "Giving the Aquatic Force brothers to Taishang Laojun for drug testing, wasn't it?" Niu Jiang didn't expect this.
Giving the Aquatic Force brothers to Taishang Laojun for drug testing, so brother 3141 disappeared. Yundian suddenly yells, "Really, master?" Little Niu Jiang rolls her eyes and curses. "Who's the jerk who fixed Xuanzang's brain again?"
He asks little General Niu Jiang, "Why did you fix the contact point with the Jade Emperor there?" She explains her reason. The garrison and the surrounding area are equipped with Dharma power probes set up by the female general. I didn't dare to risk it. It's the place where I collect all the patrol routes. The closest blind spot for patrols near the garrison.
Yundian kinda gets it now, so that's why others can only set up formations in that spot. Exactly, Xuanzang figured it out. That others is the mole we need to find. Scene change. Fish lanterns on the street. In some room, Wang is struggling as a bunch of fish wearing underwear paw at him. He can't take it anymore. One of the fish scoffs. "You've only been drinking for a few hours and you're already out cold." Aoli's head is spinning from the sissy's beatdown. She asks the fish dudes, "Did you get anything out of it?" They're freaking out from the question, don't know what to say. The sissy puts her feet on the table, lecturing them. "Looks like you guys were just busy drinking." The green fish frantically explains. When he was mumbling drunk, he blurted everything out. 23,333 is Wang Shiba. Definitely not a name in the army. The sissy's pretty surprised by these idiots. "You guys only have numbers, no real names." The fish keeps explaining. "Army tradition. All brothers who join the army gotta ditch their real names. Only use numbers. So we all use numbers, but they don't repeat at the same time." Suddenly, he raises a knife in his hand, signaling he found something. Found a dagger. Weird shape and material, not the standard issue gear. The sissy picks up the knife, examining it. Zhao Bai becomes a catfish, has another name. This snakehead's carrying a weird weapon. So they're the moles we're looking for. The fish points out some details. The marshal's bodyguards look pretty similar to the 7 general subordinates, so we can't be sure. The 7 general subordinates. The 7 generals in the army don't get along, so they plant spies next to each other.
Wang Shiba could just be a replacement name.
The sissy's tired of the army's naming system. Unfathomable hearts, sinister schemes. She turns back to look at the knife in her hand. This dagger. Suddenly the fish yells, "Not good, this guy's dead." Back to Xuanzang. After he finishes, the two kids are super expectant. So, master knows who the mole is. Before the kids can even celebrate, he blurts out, "Don't know." It's alright, Xuanzang was already investigating,
but I've been watching closely. The black robe guys' appearance times are super irregular. They're complaining about it themselves. Sometimes the orders come out of nowhere, and even though you guys all use the same place, you've never run into each other. Niu Jiang told him this. The Xuanwu army's been stationed here for over 200 years. I've contacted the Jade Emperor at least 2,000, 3,000 times. Yundian brings up a scenario. If the times are fixed on both sides, then it's normal not to meet. But if one side's times are completely random, Xuanzang seriously points out, I'd assume they'd pick the time when you're not there. Or rather, the time when all the generals can't be there. Niu Jiang figures it out. It's when we're in meetings. The girl realizes, every time there's a big fight, we have meetings, but only the generals know about it. Xuanzang throws out his theory. Take advantage of the fight to kidnap the Navy brothers. Then while we're in the meeting, arrange for subordinates to use the formation to move the brothers to the heavens. Perfect timing. Then Niu Jiang starts yelling, "Marshal." The yelling so loud that someone outside freaks out and calls inside, "Xiaohai Niu." Niu Jiang didn't expect the person who ran in to be Bing Dage. He burst through the door. This time,
I finally caught you. What hits his eyes is the image of Niu Jiang squatting on a pile of papers. He asks in surprise, "What are you doing?" The frail girl tells him, "Bidage, I'm okay." Bijiang just looks at the kid and thinks, this kid's been strong since she was little. If she doesn't want to talk, I can't ask. Those two teachers and students successfully sneaked out, just barely made it out. Then Yundian asks him, "Master, how did you know Nianyu wasn't the mole who betrayed the brothers?" Xuanzang watches the movements inside while answering, "Such a cute girl so loyal to you, about to get killed by you and doesn't even fight back. Definitely not a traitor." Yundian pouts. Calls Xuanzang master. He glances at him. "I saw how that little sis and the guy in black cleaned up the formation with oil stains, and those black-clad guys were obviously pros, so I initially suspected they were in cahoots. But you were just being polite and adding more drama, haha." Yundian got a bump on his head from your punch and still smiled. Xuanzang still scoping out the room. What's that squid head doing in little sis's room in the middle of the night? Meanwhile, in the room, Bixiang followed little Niu, saying, "The guys sent to the female general have found out who's behind the disappearance of our brothers. We found him. He caught up with her. This time, we'll definitely make those warmongers bow their heads and admit they were wrong." Niu Jiang asked, puzzled. "Who's the ringleader?" "It's a catfish. It's Xu Xiangjun." Niu Xiang stared at him, muttering, "Xu Xiangjun." She didn't believe it. How could Xu Xiangjun be a traitor? He's always been upright, she guessed. Marshall must have heard about it, right? Out of nowhere, that squidhead suddenly laughed. "Dealing with those three brawling idiots cleanly means I can finally run my business in peace and enjoy life," he said. Then dragged Niu Jiang along, quickly going to find a small bottle. The messy room was now empty. Xuanzang and Yundian poked their heads out the window. "Xu Xiangjun, this answer is so simple I almost don't believe it." Yundian said worriedly, "Master, you're so brilliant. Your divine perception is like a torch. Your calculations are godly. You knew Xu was shady from the start." But, in Xuanzang's mind, he was thinking, how could it be Xu? I just wanted to recruit a junior. How did it turn into solving a case? In the end, Xuanzang's mind split into two opposing factions. The brute force side argued, "Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go. Charge in and wreak havoc, blade in hand. We have to make the 10,000 Shuijun brothers submit." The wisdom side retorted, "Am I some hot-blooded protagonist? Let's win people over with reason, convince them with virtue. It's time to show true wisdom." Xuanzang thought so hard his hair couldn't even grow. The two streams of thought were fiercely battling. Zhuangbi appeared like a god. "I have a legendary plan." He stomped on those two little guys. As soon as he came in, Xuanzang made his decision. "Let's do it that way." Just like that. It was already morning. Xuanzang woke Yundian from his spiral of thought. Zhubaji was just sitting in a heap, muttering, "They were so loving before, how did they suddenly fall out?" Xuanzang gave him a mission. "Go find Kai Tuangquan or Wei Xiangjun, reveal yourself, and get them both to mobilize their forces, preparing for the Profire faction." He wanted to argue, but his master covered his mouth. He told him to exaggerate as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. After saying that, he unceremoniously kicked him in the butt. "Go, Baji's done. Now this one." Xuanzang looked at him with a scary look. "Wu Jing, take this kid back, then go find Little Bai and the others." He blankly didn't know what to do. "Take him back where?" "Back to those weird fish wearing loincloths." The maidservant was studying his movements. "He must be poisoned." Those two useless fish were arguing again. "We can't find any poison hidden on him." "You're getting worse and worse." "Then how could he be poisoned to death?" "Your skills are too poor to find it." "I'm just suggesting possibilities. Or, how would anyone know?" The other one retorted, "Why didn't you check his whole body for hidden poison? If you can do it, go ahead. You only suck up to Miss Bai. I'm also a Hao Wei. Can't I suggest possibilities?" The maidservant held up the dagger to look at it. Something feels off. She suddenly remembered the snake. Could it be that we've stalled for so long, and it's finally enough? She was about to ask for a favor, but those two fish already ran off. Might as well leave those two nearby. Suddenly, a commotion arose. "Don't get excited." It turned out the two fish were trying to stop the white horse from jumping off the building. "Don't think so hard." The maidservant was speechless. She just watched them struggling. "Are you all right, big brother?" Suddenly, she saw someone and blurted out, "Great master." Down the street, Xuanzang was running fast, not waiting any longer. The maidservant grabbed Bai Ma and jumped off the building. Those two fish dudes called out worriedly, "Wait up, Miss Bai." But she just tossed back a quick, "I'm gonna find the Grandmaster," and didn't forget to give them a job. "And you two better keep an eye on General Fuki's body here. Seriously, talk about delegation." Xuanzang had already made it to the main gate, and that maid who was tailing him was now hiding nearby. Sneaky. She wanted to see what the heck he was planning. She was dying to know why the Grandmaster wanted to meet General Qi all by himself.
Suspicious much. Over at General Chi's residence, Bisha General had already shown up. What a busybody. He was there to stir the pot, pretending to chat. No wonder those warmongers in the camp have been fanning the flames and egging everyone on to fight every day. Turns out they just wanted to fish in troubled waters. Classic villain move. General Chi suddenly fired back a question, leaving Bai General speechless. But what does Zhu General gain by doing that? He hesitated. Just then, bam. A merman dude burst through the door, and Bai General was saved by the bell. Or rather, by the fish. General Chi, the merman said politely as he entered. 1111 requests an audience, saying it concerns the safety of the entire army, and he absolutely must see you. Talk about dramatic entrance.
General Chi agreed. Let him in then. Those Bis siblings exchanged a look, wondering, could 11,111 be someone the marshal sent? The mystery deepens.
Xuanzang, all cool and confident, shoved the merman aside, and strode up to General Chi. I have something to report. What a power move.
He totally knew they were there, but still played it surprised. Oh, so Bull General and Bid General are here too? Well, all the better then. Smooth, Xuanzang, real smooth.
Not wanting any BS,
General Chi cut to the chase. What is it you need? Xuanzang replied clearly. Naturally, it's about the missing soldiers. Duh. What else would it be?
He closed his eyes smugly.
The new general has already found out the truth. This guy's got layers. Because his face then split into two expressions. One side was all serious and righteous, while the other was just spouting random nonsense. Was it you, General Chi? What a weird flex.
B General practically jumped out of his skin yelling, "Bullshit!" But General Chi stopped him first. Then B, looking awkward, asked Xuanzang, "What proof do you have? Lay it on us."
Yeah, evidence, buddy, Bid General chimed in, still looking ruffled.
Xuanzang clasped his hands and bowed. But it had this super provocative vibe. Just like the solid evidence Zhu General provided. Ooh, shade thrown.
Finally, the gears in Bull General's head clicked. Wait a minute, you mean the new general is in cahoots with Zhu General? Framing Big Sis Chi for Zhu General's crimes? Meanwhile, in her head, Bull General was thinking, is this the marshal's plan? What does the marshal want to do? So much scheming?
Xuanzang kept going. I genuinely came here because I couldn't stand seeing General Chi being framed like this. Bai General was fuming, that damn woman. Pretending to be neutral for so many years, and now her true colors are finally showing. Talk about a long game. He was so worked up he was practically sweating. If I hadn't gotten a heads up, I would have really been fooled by them. Close call,
General Chi said slowly. Based on Tianpeng's and Nunga's relationship, she definitely wants to help Tianpeng get revenge. The warmongering faction is probably using this as leverage. Bai General was about to explode. But little Bull General calmed him down. Big bro B, chill. Someone needs to take a breather. Of course, General Chi knew nothing in this world is free. He must have laid down some conditions. What do you want in exchange for helping me? The price of betrayal is never cheap. On the surface, Xuanzang just said two words. Peace and stability. But in his mind it was more like a lose-lose situation for both sides. Spicy.
Hearing that, General Chi didn't say anything else. He opened his big mouth, and inside was a jade that shone blindingly bright. Xuanzang secretly sized it up. Jackpot.
The voice sounded like a cold-hearted girl, but you couldn't see her at all. Mysterious.
General Chi ordered them. Is there any way to smooth things over? Everyone, prepare for battle? Well, that escalated quickly. Big General was already worrying about the future finances of the residents. General Chi, can't you guys just take your fight outside the camp? Fixing things later costs money. Suddenly, Bull General piped up, wait, about New General's news. Big General was at a loss for words. So he turned to Little Bull and said,
looking forward to it. The investigation results will be announced this morning. I seriously can't wait. General Shi then commanded them. Everyone, move out. Time for some action. Back at their own camp, in the dim light of dawn, a voice echoed. It's almost dawn. The day is breaking.
Crystal clear waterfalls cascaded down, revealing the beautiful scenery of Flower Fruit Mountain. Ah, nature's beauty amidst all the chaos. Lingji, wielding a massive golden hammer, descended from above towards Wukong, shouting arrogantly, Wukong, here we go!
I won. Wukong, without batting an eye, picked up on her words, channeling his energy to retaliate with a raging gust of wind. Lightning boomed. Lingji was careless, losing track of Wukong. She blankly searched around, clueless that he was right behind her. Wukong wasn't showing any mercy just because she's a girl, he just went for it. Only then did Lingji realize she'd slipped up. While Wukong was charging at her, she just stood there dumbfounded, thinking it was some kind of illusion. Could it be? She suddenly noticed another person appearing before her. It was Guanyin who just arrived, probably to bail her out. Wukong, still full steam ahead, swung his Ruijingu Bang but ended up hitting Guanyin's jade bottle instead of Lingji.
She greeted him first. Great Sage Sun, long time no see.
Wukong didn't stop, continuing to wield his Rui Jingu Bang, chasing the two of them away. He folded his arms, annoyed. Keep an eye on your pets. Don't let them out to bite people.
Guanyin was also a bit intimidated. Wukong, she said reluctantly. I've heard so much about the Great Sage, I'd like to ask for some guidance. Lingji was still fearless, sticking her tongue out at Wukong from behind. A dignified Great Sage equal to heaven, resorting to tricks. How embarrassing. He darkened his face, remembering something Lingji had said to him earlier. Great Sage Sun has already asked for guidance, Wukong thought irritably. If it weren't for the fact that Old Sun's magic power was sealed by Tathagata by 70%, how could I be entangled by a little devil like you for a whole day and night? Pushing everything aside, Wukong focused on the more important matter. What exactly happened to Flowerfruit Mountain? Lingji hid behind Guanyin, then gave him a friendly finger. If you have the guts, face it yourself.
Unexpectedly, Guanyin turned to ask Lingji, "Did you find any clues?" The little girl stuttered in reply, "I just got here and saw Sun Wukong, and then..." She even acted playful.
Such a rare opportunity, I just wanted to ask the Great Sage equal to heaven for some pointers. But Guanyin found her adorable, covering her mouth and giggling, before turning back to the main issue. She told Wukong, "Yesterday I detected an unusual fluctuation of magic power at Flowerfruit Mountain, but I couldn't split myself at the time, so I sent Lingji to investigate. Although, just now, I got a new clue." She struck a beautiful pose, asking Wukong, "Great Sage Sun, how about we join forces?" But our Wukong didn't react at all. Ignoring her, she started talking about his master. Great Sage Sun should only kill the sutra-seeking monk. You and a few others are just people who were tricked onto the pirate ship by the sutra-seeking monk. No matter what she said, Wukong's face remained the same, unwavering in the slightest. If you are willing to withdraw in time, then I think the gods and Buddhas of the heavens will not dare to make things difficult for you. You are still the great sage, equal to heaven, whose name makes the gods tremble in fear. Wukong slung his staff over his shoulder, a smirk on his face, and asked back,
"What if I'm not willing to withdraw?"
Guanyin still hoped he would agree, offering another way.
"Or we could make a deal."
Not letting her finish her sentence, he bluntly interrupted.
"No deal. Too bad for Guanyin. I am now a disciple of Tang Xuanzang,"
she thought to herself. When she saw Xuanzang riding the white horse, she still couldn't believe that Tang Xuanzang was such a formidable character.
Wukong had run out of patience with these people. He pointed directly at her. "Enough talk. Tell me, where have all my monkeys and monkey grandkids gone?" Although Wukong didn't agree, Guanyin still tried to smile and signaled to follow her. As she walked, she kept trying to persuade Wukong. "Great Sage Sun, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Tang Xuanzang is not a good teacher."
Wukong wanted to see what else she would say.
"How very kind. Just kidding her. Unnecessary. Does it need you to worry? Stop right there. Let's go check out what Xuanzang is up to in his personal dimension. Right now, he's totally fed up with these two. One is bawling their eyes out, and the other, Virgo, is clinging to him all... Oh, master. So here's the deal."
Ever since Virgo spotted Xuanzang, she immediately chased after him riding Bai Ma, who's probably been mistreated, cause he's whining and telling tales, and Virgo is blabbing about finding the dagger.
A snake grabbed the horse's head. I don't get it. What's got her all blushy and shy while she's telling the story? After hearing them out, Xuanzang's face darkened. "You're saying while I was busy solving cases, you guys were..." Sigh. "I'm working my butt off, and they're having a blast, and... do I have to pay for it?" Virgo chimes in.
"That's not all." She pulls a huge box from her storage space. "I even helped the master pack 5 local specialties and a lunchbox to go. This Xuanzang, seriously."
1 second he's fuming, the next he sees food, and his eyes light up, forgetting all his worries, happily munching away, and in a blink, only the box is left. Rubbing his belly, he starts talking about the dagger. "Guess we'll have to find that desiccated septuple windfish then."
Xuanzang's got it all planned out, and he can conveniently grab some experience points too.
At the same moment, a jade suddenly lit up. Let's swing by a training camp at the foot of a remote mountain where a competition is underway. A gleaming sword lunges at a red crab claw.
It's Dao Jiang and Wei Xiang in a fiery showdown, evenly matched, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, Wei Xiang grips her sword tightly, unleashing a sweeping slash. Dao Jiang can't react in time, carelessly letting the blade graze past him.
What's gotta give, gives. The bright red pincer snaps clean off. Actually, he dodged a bit, but not enough, so the claw just went flying, leaving him staring blankly. A shiny new claw pops out. Then another. "I'm starving, I wish I could eat that claw." Dao Jiang happily regenerates his pincers.
Wei Xiang probably didn't see that coming, and before she could do anything about it,
Dao Jiang's severed claw is falling back down from the sky. He swiftly grabs his pincer, then hurls it back at Wei Xiang with all his might. Wei Xiang is lightning fast, dodging the projectile, and even slicing it away with a chop.
Dao Jiang laughs heartily, and the weird fish celebrate with him, chanting, Dao Jiang Jun.
Wei Xiang glares at them, utterly annoyed by their revelry.
Something seems off. A hint of worry flickers across the fish's faces, and the cheers grow fainter. Wei Xiang Jun. Dao Jiang casually tosses them a claw.
Morning exercise is over. Wei Xiang throws her remaining claw out too. Take it and make soup. One of the fish snatches the claw, eyes gleaming. I want to eat it too.
Dao Jiang waves her over and says, if you weren't a girl, and saying we will begin later, I wouldn't have let you off so easily.
Wei Xiang gives him the death glare, thinking to herself, diamond-cutting claw. Casually, she glances back at her two swords, muttering, looks like I'm getting stronger again. One day I'll definitely beat Dao, aw she's so cute, talking to herself as she walks, and win the title of #1 under heaven. A voice pulled her back. Wei Jiangjun. Quick as lightning, she whirled around and slashed a long arc with her sword. Yundian nearly shat himself. Good thing he dodged, or he'd be a goner. Sheesh. Give him some credit, he actually knows how to dodge. Seeing that she wasn't surprised at all, Yundian sulked and said, aren't you even a tiny bit shocked that I came back? He thought. She didn't use any magic, so she must know what level I'm at.
Wei Jiang put her sword away and said, we all know about Tianping Yuanshui's reincarnation. He was a little puzzled why she used the word we all. Could there be other people who know about this? She scoffed.
But from what I see, you're definitely not Tianping.
Wei Jiang recalled the heroic figure from back in the day. Not the marshal who charged into battle with us.
Yundian hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. He thought, this isn't right, something's off, he explained. I came back because I discovered there's a mole selling out our brothers to the heavenly court.
Wei Jiang's face was blank, like she didn't believe him at all.
Yundian kept going. After my investigation, this mole is most likely Xu Jiangjun.
Seriously, if you don't believe someone, why point a sword at them? I don't care who told you to come back or what you're scheming, but the Xuanwu army doesn't need outsiders meddling in our affairs.
Yundian stared at her, confused. He didn't know what to say to make her believe him. Suddenly, he blurted out, it seems like every time we meet alone, I get hungry. That one sentence made Wei Jiang suspicious, feeling a strange sense of familiarity.
Alright, Marshal, let's give these two some time to talk. Let's switch the scene.
Next up, there's a monster lying there. Looks like it just got beat up. Still got blood on its mouth.
Xuanzang had grasped the situation. Just like you deduced, once the dagger leaves his body, he'll explode.
He looked towards the rising smoke. Is that the underworld over there? Shi Nu casually replied. Yep. All living things that die in the world will return there.
Xuanzang didn't know what to ask. Does Tiantian immediately lose her memories after death? She quickly replied. No, only reincarnation washes away the memories of the previous life. He asked again. Is it easy to recover the memories of the previous life? She replied. Although there are a few ways, it's probably not easy.
He closed his eyes. Jingqin has wanted to ask this for a long time. It seems that I have never asked Baji and Shanseng, why do they all have memories of their previous lives? The past and present images of Baji flashed in Xuanzang's mind. Can Baji's past life memories be trusted? Wang Er's soul appeared, and he announced, Wang Shiba betrayed us. I died in his hands. Hearing this, those in the darkness clamored, Wang Er, do you have any evidence, Wang Shiba? He actually betrayed us. Who could have incited him? Only Chu is human. The rest must be carefully investigated.
Seeing that he was suspected, Wang Er angrily shouted, this time I met him, his soul was in the clouds, his actions were strange, and he insisted on having a drink with me and 3 other people. He must have wanted to harm me while I was drunk. Hearing this, those people began to question, if he is really a traitor, why would he want to kill you? He knows that after you die, you will come here and tell us everything. If you were drunk, you probably didn't see the cause of your death clearly.
Wang Er was speechless after being told this. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and Wang Shiba fell on Wang Er. Because both were souls, they fell on top of each other. Seeing him, Wang Er quickly grabbed his head and asked, Wang Shiba, return my life. Why are you here too?
Seeing Shiba, the others inquired, Wang Shiba, why did you die? Wang Er couldn't act rashly. Shiba rubbed his head and recounted,
I was patrolling with the team, and I encountered a fire monk with 7 stars who led people. We were knocked unconscious by him, and then I suddenly died not long after being unconscious and came here. Wang Er grabbed Shiba's collar and said, You're lying. You clearly took a few people to drink with me. Shiba quickly cleared his name. I didn't go back to the city at all. How could I have a drink with you?
Seeing them scuffle, the people in the darkness ordered, You guys step back first. Then they discussed with each other, a fire monk with 7 stars. Could it be Tang Xuanzang? Why is he here? Tian Peng reincarnated as Zhu Baji is his disciple. I'm afraid something big is wrong.
Then the people created a circle and stood around, reporting, Master, I have something to report at the border of the underworld. At this moment, Wukong and the other two were standing above, observing the situation.
Seeing Wukong behind her, Guanyin turned around and asked, Great sage, why are you unwilling to step into the underworld? Lingji also playfully chimed in. Sun Hutzi, are you scared of ghosts or something?
Wukong crossed his arms and replied, I made a pact with the 10 kings of hell. I won't step foot into the underworld. Just tell me directly if you have any leads. He muttered to himself. Definitely can't let these 2 women see me make a fool of myself. Guanyin put her hand on her chin, looking thoughtful, and said, So that's how it is. No wonder they dared to act like this. Then she pointed to the sky and loudly proclaimed,
An hour ago, the local earth god saw with his own eyes all the monkeys and monkey descendants of Mount Huaguo being captured and taken into the underworld by ghost soldiers.
Hearing this, Wukong waved his hand in denial. Their names were already crossed off my book of life and death. If they're not dead, why would they be captured into the underworld? Besides, how could those ghost soldiers even march from Mount Huaguo to here? It would take them a whole day and night. Then he raised his staff towards Guanyin and questioned, Guanyin, what kind of trickery are you up to now?
Guanyin patted Lingji's head to calm her down and smiled, explaining,
Great sage son, this matter is truly strange, so we need to go to the underworld for a thorough investigation. Even though there's an agreement, this is an emergency. I can vouch for you. Wukong looked at them with suspicion. That Lingumxian is cunning and deceitful. Why is she suddenly being so nice? Unless she knows I have a seal on me and wants to set up a trap.
Thinking this, he continued to raise his staff, warning them. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared, and Wukong's eyes lit up with confusion.
Something's up in the underworld. Seeing the sky darken, Lingji waved his hands and said, Ghost soldiers gathering. Something big must be happening. At this time, Wukong was silent with anger, wanting to beat up Tathagata in his heart. Lingji flew towards the sky and said, Guanyin Jiji, I'll go investigate right away. Guanyin smiled and gestured to Wukong. Great sage, why don't we go together and take a look? Hearing this, Wukong's face darkened. Just then, a loud shout rang out, Don't go!
The 2 of them quickly looked down and saw Xuanzang riding over on his horse, waving to them.
You two, Xuanzang flashed a sly smile. Why not come down here and talk at Weixiang General's residence? Yundian was having a sword held to his neck by Weixiang.
She approached Yundian and sneered, You're just a weak and useless Yao. Yundian could only close his eyes and shout, Quickly release me. Weixiang stood up and laughed. Now I, your general, am the 2nd most powerful person in the Xuanwu army. Yundian paid no attention to what she said, but just mumbled with tears streaming down his face. Now that I have my precious little sweetheart Kui Lan, how can I be with another woman? Hearing this, Weixiang paused and asked, Precious little sweetheart Kui Lan, that's a long name for your sister-in-law.
Hearing this question, Yundian panicked and shouted, You're already 2nd. Have their levels regressed that fast? Ignoring Yundian, Weixiang presented 2 swords, smugly saying, Now if I, your general, compete with Dao, I can win 2 out of 100 matches. Isn't that amazing? Yundian gave a thumbs up with a dark expression. Amazing, amazing. In his heart he was full of doubt. Dao is being gentle and showing mercy these days. But this shouldn't be possible.
Weixiang, Great Lord Bao Yuantai will meet with us later. Hearing this, Yundian brushed off his clothes and replied, Actually, the reason I came back this time. But before he could finish speaking, ka-chink, a tunnel appeared.
Weixiang said, Now I'll lead you to meet Dao.
Not giving him a chance to refuse, Weixiang grabbed his collar and yelled, Hurry up! Inside the tunnel, Yundian asked in confusion,
Why did you dig a tunnel in your room that connects to Dao's place? Weixiang casually replied, It's convenient. Besides, he agreed to it. Then, when the 2 of them entered the tunnel, it closed back up as if nothing had happened.
Looking at the crab claws in the tunnel holding the night-shining pearls, Yundian sighed. Even though Du's claws can grow back, this is still too much. Hearing that, Weixiang turned around to look at him, a mischievous grin spreading across her face.
Before Yundian could react, Weixiang leaned in closer, her smile taking on a different, more sinister edge.
Weixiang, face darkening, commanded her snakes forward,
leaving Yundian with no choice but to raise his hands in surrender.
Seeing this, Weixiang drew her sword and held it against Yundian's neck,
causing him to let out a sigh, but unknowingly triggering something in Weixiang, making her jump up in anger, ignoring Yundian, and storming off ahead. Seeing her like this, Yundian's face darkened as he pondered. On the other side, Wukong was leading the horse with Xuanzang, standing before Guanyin. Xuanzang warned Guanyin, I'm pretty busy right now, so I doubt I have time to entertain you.
Seeing him in one piece before her, Guanyin started to calculate. He managed to retreat from the heavens unscathed. Who knows what realm his cultivation has reached?
Seeing that she didn't answer, Xuanzang raised his fist and said, "Or do you want to compare notes? I don't mind a 3-on-1, it's not like I never hit women anyway." At this moment, Wukong slammed his staff down, joining Xuanzang. Guanyin could only put her hands on her hips and say, "I'm only investigating the matter of Huaguo Mountain. If you don't know what's good for you, then why should I bother being nice?"
Xuanzang, while throwing a punch forward, shouted, "Enough talk!" But before his fist could land, Guanyin quickly vanished, leaving only one sentence behind: "You guys are on your own."
Looking at the object in his hand, Xuanzang chanted an incantation. The system provided information about the water ring in his hand: skill level, water control death seal, experience value level, none. This skill can be upgraded during use. The experience value obtained by the host can be converted at a certain ratio to upgrade this skill.
After reading it, Xuanzang turned to ask, "Right, Wukong, what happened at Huaguo Mountain?" Wukong quickly recounted everything.
Hearing this, Xuanzang patted Wukong on the shoulder and said, "Wukong, your master happens to have some business to investigate in the underworld."
Then he led away the furious Ao Lai, not forgetting to leave a sentence behind.
"Investigating cases is a waste of brain power. Upgrading my skills is the only way to go." On Yundian's side, he was being dragged along by Wei Xiang. He hastily said, "Listen to what I have to say first." But she ignored him, directly dismissing, "By the time you're done talking nonsense, I'll have to go to the meeting already." Looking at the empty room, Wei Xiang exclaimed, "Dao!" As for Yundian, he seemed used to it and thought to himself, Dao was still the same as ever. Wei Xiang started digging in the sand, asking, "Dao, are you sleeping?" Not caring that the sand was flying all over Yundian, who was shielding the sand. Suddenly, Yundian discovered something. It was a white jade bottle lying in Dao's sandpile. He thought to himself, "This is..." Then he leaned down to pick it up. Just as Yundian's hand was about to touch the jade bottle, Wei Xiang pulled him over to show the dozing Dao General. "Dao, look at this." Before Dao General could get a good look, Wei Xiang introduced Tian Peng. He has recovered his past life memories long ago, but doesn't want to go back. Hearing this, Dao Jiang raised his two pincers and shouted, "Tian Peng, you little devil, you have 10,000 brothers, how dare you?" Wei Xiang, standing beside him, also cheered, hit him, Yundian, while covering his beaten head, was still thinking about that white vase. Scene changes to the underworld. At this moment, a bunch of ghost soldiers are surrounding a golden speck. All of a sudden, a golden light flashes through the ghost soldiers, followed by continuous system notifications.
"Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 experience points." Tian, standing beside Xuanzang, seeing him beating them so enthusiastically, reminded him, "Master, even if these ghost soldiers are defeated, they will revive very quickly. Continuing like this won't be beneficial to you." Xuanzang gripped his staff tightly, thinking to himself, "Beating them gives experience points, and if they can revive, they can be beaten again. This is truly a great place to farm experience," he said while fighting. Tian, we're already familiar, no need to keep calling me master." Hearing this, Tian started daydreaming that Xuanzang was stroking her chin and saying, "How about you ladies call me darling?" But in reality, Xuanzang said, "Just call me Shifu, like Wukong and the others." But she was still daydreaming and shyly said, "How could I?" Suddenly she reacted and said loudly, "What did you say?" Xuanzang didn't care, and just asked while fighting monsters, "That's right, you haven't formally acknowledged me as your master yet, so how about calling me by my name directly?" Then he waved his hand helplessly and said, "It's okay, just call me master, I don't mind. It's very dangerous now, I'll close off the space." Ignoring Tian's sounds, Xuanzang's whole body was enveloped in golden light. He charged forward, sweeping through the ghost soldiers while muttering, "Been fighting for so long and haven't seen any managers. Coming to this underworld was worth it." At this moment, a giant horn suddenly appeared from the sky. Seeing this, Xuanzang smiled. Coming from the sky, a loud voice echoed, "The master has ordered, full speed ahead, do not be distracted." After hearing the order, all the ghost soldiers immediately lined up neatly, causing Xuanzang to panic. Then, he used his staff to charge forward and beat each row of ghost soldiers. Xuanzang calculated in his mind, it should be almost there. At this moment, the system panel appeared again. Skill level, self-determined devil control water. Level 50. Experience points, 45/50ths. This skill can be upgraded. During the period of use, the experience points gained by the host will be converted at a certain ratio to upgrade this skill. Seeing this, Xuanzang cheered excitedly. "Finally, I can try a new move." Then he built up momentum and jumped up, only to see rings of golden light emanating from Xuanzang's hand.
aimed directly at the ghost soldiers. A character appeared on the palm of his hand. Then waves of water appeared and struck the ghost soldiers.
Xuanzang smiled excitedly. A little interesting.
But before long, his face froze in shock, only to see those waves of water pass right through the ghost soldiers, without leaving any damage on them.
Xuanzang landed in a puddle of water, causing water to splash on his shoes. Xuanzang was completely petrified, unable to believe the scene before him.
Scene changes to Dao Jiang's bedroom. Wei Jiang is helping him clean his pincers, she flatteringly said. Today's batch of supplies from the heavenly court has been delivered. Shall I help you pick out some good stuff?
Dao Jiang didn't respond to Wei Xiang, but looked at Yundian dejectedly. Tell me, Tianpeng, what kind of broken knife are you? He approached Yundian and continued. As long as the Jade Emperor doesn't cause trouble for us, we'll all be honest. It's better for the brothers to have supplies to eat and wear than to lose their lives. Seeing him walking towards him, the bruised and battered Yundian fearfully raised his hands to defend himself. Dao Jiang looked at Yundian with resignation and said, The 100,000 Xuanwu army brothers aren't afraid of death. Why are you coming back to it when you're already like this? Hearing this, Yundian regained his dignity and retorted, Among you people, you colluded with the heavenly court, falsified records of disappearance and death, and handed over the brothers to Taishang Laojun to test medicine.
His eyes were full of resentment. The 7 of you shouldn't be fighting amongst yourselves, let alone letting the brothers fight each other, giving Tianpeng an opportunity.
Wei Xiang immediately jumped up to refute. The missing brothers were taken away to test medicine. Dao Jiang also shouted loudly. Who is the traitor? Does the female general know? Yundian heard this and replied dejectedly. I don't know, but now Zhao Hainiu and Beijing seem to think that General Zhu is the traitor. Dao Jiang was furious when he heard this. He slammed his claw down on the floor and said, General Zhu could never be a traitor.
Wei Xiang was also burning with anger. Now I have to go and beat them until they change their minds.
Seeing this, Yundian hurriedly grabbed Wei Xiang's leg to stop her, and he cried and said, They are reorganizing their troops.
Wei Xiang exclaimed in surprise. Reorganizing the troops? But weren't we still in a meeting?
Dao Jiang snorted coldly in response. What's the use of a meeting? They want to take the opportunity to drown us all. I'm afraid that even NV is already in the same boat as them.
He angrily made up his mind. Then let's go find Shu. We can't fight a battle unprepared. Dao Jiang's fire qi erupted. He angrily shouted. Better to finish it in one battle. Whoever loses will shut their mouth forever.
Wei Xiang snapped at Yundian like a hen. Asked Tianpeng, who are you helping this time?
Yundian smiled shyly and replied. Like before, neutral. Scene changed to the 10 halls of Yama. The lights there flickered, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. In the center, 10 hooded figures stood surrounding a communication mirror. On the screen was the image of NV Jiang, giving orders to those people. Don't underestimate the strength of the 10,000 Xuanwu army. You must completely eliminate them, to avoid adding more trouble. NV Jiang warned cautiously. There should be no mistakes in my plans. You only need to prepare for later. Do not actively contact me.
Those people immediately bowed and received the order. Following Master's orders, after NV Jiang left, those people immediately started buzzing and discussing. Just now, it seemed like living people were causing chaos outside, and many ghost soldiers were destroyed. It's okay, they can catch up. After they are revived, what's happening outside again? There's another bang. Suddenly, a stream of water flowed straight inside from somewhere.
The 10 halls of Yama were immediately swept away by the water. After the water flowed away, they blankly asked each other, why is there suddenly a flood? At this moment, Xuanzang's familiar voice rang out, sorry about that. Along with it, the plaque here was also swept away.
Xuanzang smiled, and Bai Longma said apologetically, we knocked down your house, but this Yama palace of yours is too shabby, isn't it?
Suddenly he noticed something. You guys happen to be 10 people. You're not the 10 halls of Yama, are you? Those guys scrambled to their feet and said, you, living person, if you're not dead, you shouldn't be here.
But Xuanzang didn't care. He grabbed one of them and said with a smile, I'm here to ask a question. In his heart, he secretly judged, the underworld in this world is so crude. He shook that fish, saying, I want to ask why this guy died. It's best to let me meet his soul and say a few words. Xuanzang pointed to himself and introduced himself. I am the one going to seek scriptures, Tang Xuanzang. Give me some face.
The 10 halls of Yama stared blankly, not understanding what was going on.
Fortunately, one of them reacted and said, Master Xuanzang, seeking scriptures is important. Why bother meddling in worldly affairs?
Xuanzang smiled and replied, just now when I came, I saw ghost soldiers on their way. Is something big happening in the underworld? Immediately, the 10 halls of Yama surrounded Xuanzang, encircling him. They said, Master Xuanzang, This is a matter of the underworld, you don't need to worry.
Xuanzang immediately sensed something ominous. He immediately threw the guy in his hand down, and his eyes became sharp. Xuanzang immediately got straight to the point. He questioned, "Tell me, what do you want to do with the Xuanwu army?" Scene changed to a certain city, inside a pleasure building for eating, drinking, and merrymaking. This place is truly magnificent and extravagant.
And the person standing there was none other than the female general.
Just then, a subordinate entered and reported the situation of the 7 generals. Niu B, the 7th general, has mustered a total of 40,000 soldiers. Wei Xiang, the general, has mustered a total of 25,000 soldiers. Heading towards the grand training ground, Xu Zhang, the general, has not made any unusual moves. The subordinate, filled with anxiety, continued his report. More than 1,000 soldiers are scattered outside the camp, their purpose unknown. No one has left their tents until now. In addition, 3,000 soldiers loyal to the marshal, and 13,000 of the female soldiers are training as usual in the training grounds.
After hearing this, the female general asked, "Has there been no investigation report from the N88 investigation team?" The subordinate stammered, "No. The 3 of them can't be found anymore." Hearing this, the female general felt a sense of suspicion in her heart, thinking to herself, "Tianpeng, where on earth have you gone?" At that moment, a hidden weapon flew in from outside, startling the 2 of them. Fortunately, the female general had cast a protective barrier, so neither of them was harmed.
The female general said coldly, "No matter what, the results of the investigation should be announced." Hearing this, the subordinate flattered her, saying, "General, you are like the divine needle. Stabilizing the sea and the army, you can definitely turn the situation around." Just then, there was a knock on the door. The female general immediately put on a gentle and mild manner, and replied, "Come in." Unexpectedly, the person who entered was actually Yundian. He chuckled awkwardly as he greeted, "Nulu, long time no see." After saying that, Yundian also entered the room. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I have investigated the truth about the missing brothers, and I want to talk to you." The female general then smiled kindly. "Please enlighten me." Scene change. At the grand training ground, the 5 great generals had all gathered here. The 5 of them looked at each other, all with their own plans and suspicions in their hearts. Bi Xiang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. He said angrily, "Wei Xiang has done such a conscienceless and ungrateful thing, and you're still protecting him." Bi Xiang pointed directly at Wei Xiang. "Zhen, you already saw that you guys are traitors, spitting blood and slandering people, disregarding basic morality, disregarding the lives and deaths of your brothers." He looked at Dao Xiang and sighed. Back then. Before he could finish speaking, Dao Xiang interrupted him. "Back then, Xu Xiang gave up the position of marshal to Tianpeng for the sake of the greater good, and you were promoted to the position of general under Tianpeng's recommendation." Dao Xiang spoke with great indignation on behalf of Xu Xiang. "You don't respect Xu Xiang's morality, and you're not willing to avenge Tianpeng. You just want to stabilize the Xuanwu army. It's because of maggots like you that we're in the situation we're in today." Niu Xiang then stepped forward and said, "Big brother Dao, the previous grievances and revenges can't be easily distinguished right from wrong, but Xu Xiang is the leader behind the disappearance of the brothers. He must give everyone an answer." But at this moment, she discovered the question, and asked, "Why isn't Xu Xiang here?" Wei Xiang said unconvinced, "You're framing him, and you want him to walk right into your trap." Bi Xiang immediately questioned back, "You're robbing and shouting 'Stop thief'? Xu Xiang is probably busy fabricating evidence to frame others right now." As soon as these words were said, anger rose immediately, and everyone was furiously about to start fighting. At this moment, the female general's voice rang out, "Stop!" He spoke out to dissuade them. "Everyone, don't fight among brothers." Xu Xiang also followed the female general and came forward. "What do you all mean?" Seeing the 2 of them coming together, Niu Xiang couldn't help but be surprised. Remembering what Xuanzang said, she couldn't believe it, and thought to herself, "The female general and Xu Xiang came to see. It turns out that it's just like what 11,111 said." The others, Dao Xiang and Wei Xiang, smiled triumphantly. "It was you, 7th general, who did it." A sound was heard, thanks to Xu Xiang for the female general immediately stepped forward to mediate. Everyone calmed down. The soldiers below, seeing the 2 of them coming, immediately believed and said, "The female general can come here with Xu Xiang. It seems that the female general has found out who the leader is. It's definitely not Xu Xiang." Everyone spoke in unison and asked, "Female general, have you found out about the missing brothers?" The female general said loudly and gently, "I have not failed my mission. I have investigated that there are 4,632 soldiers missing in the records. All were recorded as dead in infighting or missing." Beside her, Yundian listened to everything. The female general's voice rang out. "In fact, there are internal spies colluding with the heavenly court, inciting civil war,
taking the opportunity to capture the soldiers and use them as medicine for the Supreme Lord Lao on the Heavenly Court. Through my careful investigation, the internal spy is the 7th General. As soon as these words were said, Yundian was surprised, and his heart was full of doubts, wondering, why the heck would you lie? Seriously, what's her game? The moment Nush General's words dropped, the whole legion went into chaos. Everyone was in disbelief, blurting out, "The mole is General Chi!" General wasn't buying it for a second. He immediately drew his weapon, pointing it straight at Nush General. "Nush General! What kind of crazy talk are you spouting?"
But Shu General blocked Bean General's attack. Show some respect. Whoa, things are getting tense.
This whole thing had everyone there lost in their own thoughts. Bull General was super worried. But on the flip side, Dao and Wei General were looking mighty pleased with themselves. Suspicious,
New General spoke up again, her voice steady. If any of you have objections, you're welcome to investigate yourselves. But before you present new findings, Chi will be temporarily stripped of her general title. And before Noon General could even finish, Bid General lunged forward to attack. Talk about impatient. This is going too damn far. Bull General immediately jumped in to back him up. And me too. The two of them charged towards Nun and Shu General, ready for a fight.
But halfway there, they were blocked by Dao General and Wei General. Always gotta have someone playing defense, right? The two of them stood right in front of Bull General. And Wei General even flashed this super sly grin. Uh-oh, trouble brewing. Unable to charge forward, Bull General was seething with anger. "You're so shameless, framing and slandering her," she yelled. "Your lies didn't work, so now you're just angry out of embarrassment. Tell him, Bull."
Shu General was also suspicious and turned back to ask Nunda your investigation results. But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through Shu General. Ouch.
A sword had pierced right through Shu General's heart. Holy crap.
Seeing this, New General was completely shocked. General Shu. All eyes immediately snapped towards the back, where General Shi was standing. Well. Dao General roared in anger. "Chi, you dare to attack General Zhu." Bull General was having none of it and immediately retorted, "You guys in the pro-war faction are really putting on a show with this sob story. Seriously, who saw that coming?" Bine General immediately rallied the troops. "Brothers, we can't take this anymore," Wei General then yelled. "Brothers, today, we tear these cowardly devils apart. Let's get ready to rumble."
Instantly, the entire arena split into 5 factions. Du Army, listen to my command. Wedge formation on the left flank. Wei Army, listen to my command. Jagged sword formation on the right flank. Bai Army, listen to my command. Prepare the bows. Bull Army, listen to my command. Guard the flanks. Chi Army, listen to my command. Raise your shields. Just as things were about to get real bloody, Yundian shouted, "Stop! That's enough! Hold your horses, everyone!" Everyone's attention immediately snapped towards the arena gate. "What's going on now?" Yundian, looking all majestic, rode into the arena on his fishmobile, under the stunned gazes of the entire army. Talk about an entrance. But in his heart he was secretly screaming, "I'm so screwed this time. Oh no, what did he get himself into?" Yundian remembered his master's words. Just make a big scene, and then your teacher will descend from the heavens and turn the situation around.
Yundian was freaking out. His master's carefully planned scheme was already used up. He made a face like he'd just eaten something rotten, silently apologizing. "Master, I didn't want this either, but you just wouldn't show up." The brothers are about to tear each other apart. Desperate times, desperate measures. Immediately, General Chi knelt down and kowtowed to Yundian. "Greetings, Marshal." "Well, that was unexpected." Yundian immediately walked over to Noon General. What's he gonna say? Seeing him, Noon General instantly flashed a bright smile and asked, "Marshal has graced us with his presence. What are your instructions?" Yundian said sternly. "Regarding the missing soldiers, this Marshal has reached a conclusion. The moment of truth." He then shot a look at Dao General and asked, "Dao, do you admit it?" Uh-oh, someone's in the hot seat. These words dropped like a bomb, and the entire army was stunned into silence. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes were glued on Dao General. What's his answer gonna be? Yundian immediately walked towards General Noon. Seeing this, General Noon immediately asked with a bright smile, "Marshal has arrived." "What instructions do you have?" Yundian sternly said. "Regarding the missing soldiers, this Marshal has reached a conclusion." He then glanced at General Dao, asking, "Dao, do you admit it?" These words caused the entire army to fall silent. Everyone was speechless. All eyes turned to General Dao. After a moment, Dao Jiang knelt before Yundian. "This subordinate admits my guilt." Scene changed to the great Ji underworld. At this moment, the soldiers were all following behind the 10 kings of hell, charging forward. Meanwhile, at the edge of the underworld, who knows what happened, but Xuanzang was being carried by Lingji like a chicken. She waved to Wukong, "Hey, Sun Huzi." Lingji released Xuanzang and said, "I've brought your master back. He agreed to let me
and you have a match.
Wukong, upon hearing this, was endlessly contemptuous. Xuanzang immediately defended himself.
This master specially prepared this as training for you. No need to be polite. Just then, a spatial entrance opened, and Tiantian arrived with the white dragon horse. As soon as she saw Xuanzang, she happily called out, "Great master!" Xuanzang immediately turned to leave. This master must now go to the Xuanwu army to rewrite the script for my salvation.
Saying this, a look of fear appeared on Xuanzang's face. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose another junior brother. Rewinding to the past, in a certain room in the heavenly court, Dao Jiangjun and Taishang Laojun were sitting and talking. Taishang Laojun raised his teacup, implying a question. What is General Dao's intention? Dao Jiangyang said to Laojun, using the lives of subordinates to exchange for Gu Yuan pills, what makes you think this general will agree?
Laojun replied nonchalantly. Currently, within the Xuanwu army, Niu Biki is failing. The actual rules of the army general in those 3 sentences are neglected. The close relationship of the 2 adjutants to the marshal and the female general are also likely stalling for time, even if there are now 2 generals, Wei Shu, supporting the general.
Laojun looked at the claw pointing at his face from Dao Jiang and probed,
but is their loyalty to Tianpeng comparable to the general's? Think carefully.
Having said that, Laojun lightly touched Dao Jiang's claw with his horsetail whisk.
Unfortunately, Dao Jiang's claw instantly shattered, then transformed into a brand new, tiny claw.
Laojun coaxed Dao Jiang with sweet words. General, due to the Heavenly Court's southern expeditions and northern battles, your body is depleted. Without the Gu Yuan pill, I fear you won't wait for the day Tianpeng returns to the Xuanwu army.
He flashed a friendly smile. Does the general trust your comrades?
Hearing this, Dao Jiang's heart stirred slightly. Laojun's voice continued. If not for the general, even if Tianpeng returns, would they willingly hand over military power? Dao Jiang gradually understood, and he angrily shouted, what exactly do you mean?
Laojun put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Dao Jiang, and softly said, the heavenly court's heavenly soldiers, His Majesty, is using for other matters, and we really don't have enough manpower. If the general is unwilling, then I won't force it.
Saying that, Laojun's eyes sharpened. Actually, I don't agree with His Majesty's treatment of Tianpeng. If His Majesty had asked me in the first place, then we probably wouldn't have made such an ugly mess as we have now.
After finishing, he returned to his amiable demeanor, smiling and saying, General, you want to do great things, don't mind the small details, it's just a small price to pay. Is the general unwilling? Back to the present. The sunlight was shining over the large arena, and everyone was deep in thought.
Dao Jiang spoke up and said, private fights in the army don't go so far as to deliberately provoke challenges. It's just that people's hearts aren't united, and it's inevitable that there will be friction. But the general took the opportunity to make soldiers change records and exchange for Gu Yuan pills with Taishang Laojun.
He was extremely remorseful, knelt before Yundian, and continued with his head bowed. But the general violated the rules in the army. A death sentence is unavoidable, I asked the marshal.
Before he could finish speaking, Yundian kicked Dao Jiang. He immediately fell backward. In the shock of everyone, the female general hastily spoke out to advise, Marshal, General Dao seriously injured himself. But Yundian was still very happy as he said,
the soldiers and generals under the command of this general, from now on, I'll rely on the marshal to take care of them. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the angry eyes fell on Yundian, startling him. Yundian lowered his face, roughly calculating, Dao is helping me reclaim military power, he's forcing the others to make a move, why be like this, why do this? Immediately, all the generals knelt down and said in unison, this subordinate welcomes the marshal's return, and is willing to heed the marshal's orders.
Suddenly, right then and there, Qi Jiang piped up, Marshal, my man. Then, he opened his trap,
and bam! A whole bunch of hidden weapons flew straight at Yundian. Dude didn't even have time to react, and those things just impaled him. The blades even grazed his neck, leaving a nasty, sharp cut. Ouch!
Nu Jiang rushed over to catch Yundian, while Xu Jiang and Wei Jiang bolted forward, weapons in hand, right in front of Qi Jiang. Nu Jiang, cradling his bloody body, shouted in a panic, Marshal, Marshal! Then came the bombshell. Nu Jiang said, all bummed out, the Marshal, he's gone. Qi Jiang saw his chance with everyone distracted by Yundian,
and made a run for it. But a net out of nowhere swooped down and caught his sorry butt. Xuanzang, carrying him, floated down, super confident like, don't move a muscle. I gotta get justice for my disciples. The whole army went into DEFCON 1 immediately.
Nu Jiang and Dao Jiang sat next to Yundian, all sad panda. Tianping and Weijiang supported Xujiang, and everyone glared daggers at Xuanzang. Our boy Xuanzang didn't waste time, smashing Qijiang's outer shell with his staff. The clamshell broke instantly with a powerful hit, but inside was just a massive night luminous pearl,
which totally threw Xuanzang for a loop. He thought to himself, this ain't in the script.
Niu Jiang, bawling his eyes out, asked,
"Seventh sis? Why'd you kill the marshal?"
"Why?"
Qijiang gasped. "Can't leave here. No one can leave."
Xuanzang rushed over, grabbed Niu Jiang's shoulders, and asked in disbelief, "Qijiang is a night luminous pearl." Bijiang, seeing the jig was up, said, "Seventh used this pearl to talk to us." Niu Jiang just kept sobbing, heartbroken. "Seventh sis, really, she." Bijiang cut in, explaining for her. Seventh buried herself under the camp, becoming the foundation stone supporting the whole place.
That revelation dropped like a bomb. Everyone was stunned. Even Wei, Shu, and Dao. Xuanzang couldn't help but ask, "You three didn't know about this?"
Bijiang, hugging Niu Jiang, continued, 10,000 brothers can't sleep in the open all the time, but we can't build houses here the normal way. Seventh didn't want to tell anyone at first, afraid you wouldn't want to stay. Xuanzang poked the night luminous pearl, saying, "Is Qijiang's mind a little?" Scrambled, Qijiang just kept repeating, "Can't leave, absolutely can't leave, nobody can." Niu Jiang went over and hugged the clamshell exterior, calling out, "It's her, Seventh cease, can you hear me?" Bijiang, seeing the situation, sighed. Seventh's been buried down there for too long. There's not much time left for her to stay conscious.
Hearing that, Xuanzang couldn't help but get happy and said, "Awesome, we've eliminated the last person." He proclaimed with utter confidence, "I know who the mastermind is."
He pointed at Weijiang, saying, "Weijiang's just a violent thug, no brains, just wants to fight." Then there's Xujiang. Xujiang is upright, righteous, seasoned, mature, always solving problems for the brothers. Then he looked at Nichu, Bi, and Qijiang, saying, "Nichu Jiang is simple and gullible, tricked by the Jade Emperor. Bijiang only knows how to crunch numbers, focused on improving everyone's quality of life. Qijiang is stuck underneath, mostly unconscious." He turned to Daojiang, commenting, "Daojiang made a deal with the Supreme Lord Lao, selling out the brothers." Then Xuanzang, all probing, asked Niu Jiang, "Niu Jiang, what about you? What did you do?" He looked at Niu Jiang with confidence, exposing, "Originally, I had a plan to gather everyone together, then build credibility within the army by revealing the truth behind the missing soldiers." Saying that, Xuanzang gave a sneer. "But Zhu Baji went and found you, told you the whole plan, because he discovered you cheated on the previous investigation report." Xuanzang's eyes dimmed slightly, feeling sorry for his disciple. "Baji trusts you, he wouldn't want you to announce a false result,"
he angrily yelled. "But you used this plan, you took advantage of General Qi."
Xuanzang pointed directly at the female general. "You killed him."
Exposed, the female general didn't bother pretending, and she immediately released Yundian.
This action stunned everyone. General Dao couldn't believe it and shouted, "No way!" General Shu was equally disbelieving, asking, "General Nu, what exactly is going on?" General Wei glared angrily at Xuanzang. "Monk, don't talk nonsense."
The female general stood up, looked straight at Xuanzang, and said, "There's a limit to how much nonsense you can spout about seeking scriptures." His eyes flashed with a cold, bloody light, and he retorted,
"Why would I want to kill Marshal Yuan?" The atmosphere in the military camp once again fell into extreme tension. Everyone above looked at each other, saying nothing. Only General Shu, the most simple-minded and honest one, walked up to Xuanzang and asked, "This great master you are." Xuanzang gave a brief introduction. "This humble monk is Tang Xuanzang, on a journey to the western heavens to seek scriptures. Your Tianping marshal is now my disciple."
These words stunned everyone, unable to believe it. The marshal's master, the female general immediately reminded him. Even the marshal's master can't just talk recklessly.
General Bia also spoke up for the female general, Great Master Xuanzang. "There must be some misunderstanding here." General Shu also chimed in. "No matter what, the female general would never do anything detrimental to Marshal Yuan." General Dao, in disbelief and anger, shouted, "Monk, if you dare to slander Noose again, don't blame me for being impolite." General Wei also drew his weapon, saying, "Didn't Marshal Yuan mention Nusa to you? You're not impersonating his master, are you?" Looking at everyone's attitude towards the female general, Xuanzang thought to himself, "Sure enough, the female general's reputation isn't bad. Her relationship with Baji must be rock solid." Xuanzang looked directly at the female general and said, "Baji really never mentioned you to me." He then probed, "Or, how about you tell me, what have you done for Baji?" Saying this, Xuanzang gave a sneering laugh. "Especially after Baji reincarnated," the female general replied calmly. 50 years ago, I found the reincarnation of Marshal Yuan, and helped him regain his memories from his previous life." These words shocked the 4 remaining generals. General Dao, in disbelief, asked, 50 years ago, Marshal Yuan regained his memories. General Zhu immediately realized the problem. Yet you left on your own accord, ignoring Ba. General Bia couldn't believe it, asking, "How could you do that?" General Niu, filled with questions, asked, "Why didn't Marshal Yuan return at that time?"
The female general didn't reply, but continued to narrate. As Marshal Yuan said, he had an agreement with the Jade Emperor. If he died, the Jade Emperor would spare the Xuanwu army, therefore he wouldn't return, hoping that I could take good care of you brothers.
Saying this, the female general closed his eyes with pity, and said, "We can live peacefully here because Marshal Yuan exchanged it with his life."
As soon as the words fell, General Dao had already extended his pincers, pressing them against the female general's neck, questioning, "Why didn't you say so? Why didn't you tell us sooner?"
The female general replied, "It was in order to not expose Marshal Yuan." But Xuanzang used a sharp gaze to look at him, exposing, "Of course it's to facilitate creating internal strife." He put his hand on the female general's shoulder, holding him back, and then said, "These 6 guys, although they all have their own agendas, still listen to Tian Peng. If this was said earlier, there would be no such thing as a pro-war faction anymore."
Being held, the female general coldly said uncomfortably, "Let go, General Dao." With anger flaring, questioned the female general. "That's right. If that was the case from the beginning, why didn't you tell us? Would we betray Marshal Yuan?"
General Dao was extremely regretful. He looked up to the sky and sighed loudly. "What have I done?" General Niu, on the other side, hugged General Qi tightly, yelling, "Liar! Liar!"
"The play is coming to an end." Xuanzang clapped a few times and continued. "All right, let's return to the 2 questions from the beginning." Immediately, the entire army resounded with dissatisfied voices. The female general leaving Ba on his own accord, ignoring it, is really not receiving any punishment. How exactly did your Marshal Yuan regain his memories from his previous life?
Xuanzang looked at the female general with a probing gaze and asked, "Are you really the female general?" These words shocked all the generals. Seeing them so flustered, Xuanzang turned back to remind them, "Don't be so shocked. Surely you guys have ways to identify someone's identity, right?" Wei Xiang replied, "That's for sure, within the Xuanwu army." But before he could finish, the female general cut him off.
"Why bother with so much trouble, if you guys want to know so badly?" Her eyes were now filled with murderous intent. From beneath her feet, wisps of warm flame rose. Then it burst forth, engulfing the female general's body.
She instantly transformed into an unfamiliar face. "I am Dizang Wang Pusa," he said smugly.
"Today, all of you will be my slaves."
Xuanzang was stunned by the female general's sudden transformation into Dizang Wang Pusa.
The surrounding demons were equally horrified. A feeling of panic washed over them. He didn't expect that because of his decisive action he'd rather expose his identity like this. "Looks like we're throwing the niceties out the window and prepping for battle. Things seem kinda dicey."
Xuanzang glanced behind him and shouted,
"Baji, how long are you gonna play dead for?" As soon as he heard his name, the unconscious pretty boy, along with all the surrounding demons, gawked at Yundian with admiring eyes. "Marshal." Then, they all turned their bullet-like gaze toward him.
Dizang Wang Pusa took out a bottle and said, "Since Rulai dared to send people to get the scriptures, and I dared to trick Tian Peng into this mess, then I have to come prepared."
Looking closely at the bottle, it was Yundian's soul trapped inside. "Today, whether it's a dead soul or a living soul, I'll catch them all." Xuanzang's eye twitched as he listened to him, still acting all high and mighty, gesticulating while talking to himself. "I now have the 10 courts of hell, and 10,000 ghost soldiers." Glancing at the injured Yundian, "And you guys have lost your commander. Your morale is damaged. Can you withstand a battle?" After he mocked his opponents, a silence fell.
Xuanzang felt helpless, because all the effort was wasted, all that brainpower, and in the end he still had to rely on his fists, just in time to test the power of the new skill after the upgrade. A panel popped up. Death Decree Demon Control. Water below was an explanation. Level 50, experience points 45/50ths. This skill can be upgraded. During the use of this skill, the experience points acquired by the host can be converted at a certain ratio to upgrade this skill. Before he could finish reading the panel, the skill was activated. The mendicant's staff was covered in water, turning into a thorny mace. Seeing the demons still standing there dumbfounded, he turned back and shouted, "Why are you still standing here? Go prepare for battle. This monk's disciples. This monk will save himself." The demons were startled awake by the shout. Wei Xiang came back to his senses and immediately ordered, "All troops, listen to the order. Prepare for battle. In the name of the Xuanwu army." A loudspeaker broadcasted the order, "Prepare for battle." Seeing the demons act, Dizang Wang Pusa also prepared to run away. Seeing this, Xuanzang hurriedly blocked his path. "Don't be in such a hurry." He expressed his frustration to the gray-faced dude. "It's not easy for this monk to take in a disciple, you know?"
He jumped high and aimed the mendicant staff down at him. With the water serpent rampage skill, I can't just give him away to others.
The mace head came close to his face, but he remained calm as if nothing was happening. Then, he quickly grabbed the mendicant staff and flicked it aside. Xuanzang fell into a difficult position.
He used all his strength, but the other guy only used one hand.
Your hand trembled as you wrestled with him, thinking, "This is it." Seeing that, he mocked. "So this is all there is to the scripture seeker. Why even bother ruining my plans?" Xuanzang was unlikely to regain his staff this time.
Just then, some purple stuff flew out from the glass bottle on his waist. On the other side, Wukong was observing from above. He watched the troops training below, each squad shouting, "Tu Jun, on my command, deploy the beehive formation outside the city. Wei Jun, on my command, form the sword formation outside the city. Bin Jun, on my command, prepare the bows on the city walls. Niu Jun, on my command, establish the shield wall outside the city. Qi Jun, on my command, activate the defensive barrier.
Shu Jun, on my command, deploy the light cavalry. Nu Jun, on my command, secure the skies."
Back to Xuanzang and Zhang Pusa facing off. The water from Xuanzang's staff was creeping towards the glass bottle. But in the next second, Zhang Pusa's demonic hand lashed out and crushed the water.
Zhang Pusa held tightly onto the kakara, sternly retracted his hand, and mocked triumphantly, "Is that all you've got?" As if it were Xuanzang's intention. The corner of his mouth quirked up. The water surrounding his staff seemed to have some purpose.
A moment of carelessness, and Zhang Pusa realized something. Just as he realized it, Xuanzang snatched the kakara back from his hand. Then, boom! It exploded around him unexpectedly.
Xuanzang repeated his words. "Told you, don't rush."
After a moment, the smoke and fire gradually dissipated. Zhang Pusa looked down and couldn't help but sigh. "This is a bit more interesting," he said cryptically. "You, scripture seeker, I should actually thank you for this. Otherwise, my plan couldn't have proceeded so smoothly," he told him with frustration. "For 50 years, I've been secretly plotting. Although I've caused a lot of strife, the two factions are still wary of Tianpeng's power and are unwilling to engage in fratricidal conflict."
Xuanzang, hearing this, exposed him. "So you deliberately found a chance to release those two officers so they could find Baji and bring him back? Baji trusts Nu Jiangjun, and you thought that after Baji returned, he would be easily manipulated by you." Saying this, he angrily slammed the kakara into the ground. He began to recount his scheme.
"Unfortunately, Tianpeng thought he was going undercover to find his old subordinates. I could only play along and trick them into the investigation team."
Xuanzang's mind was blown. How was Yundian discovered, so he still hasn't discovered the other 6 of us in disguise? Only recognized Baji. How did he recognize him in the end?
While Xuanzang was busy thinking, Zhang Pusa's demonic hands appeared.
Those hands formed a seat for him. Tianpeng's actions were probably orchestrated by you, and coincided with my plan.
He finally said the crux of the matter. The two factions have finally started fighting.
Xuanzang sighed in exasperation. This monk originally just wanted to reveal the truth and win people's hearts, but unfortunately, I was delayed in the underworld and couldn't make it in time.
He defended Yundian indignantly. Baji didn't want to show his face, so he sought you out, but you lied in front of everyone, leading Baji to personally go into battle, and you took the opportunity to deal with him. Zhang Pusa confirmed his thoughts. "That's exactly what happened," Xuanzang continued. "But this monk still has 2 questions. So, you're bringing up your questions now, huh? First off, you've been plotting for years, so why the sudden decision to make a move now?"
Before he could even answer, Xuanzang followed up with, "Secondly, why waste so much time chatting with this monk? What are you waiting for?"
As soon as he finished speaking, water gushed from the cracks, encircling those hands. And just like that, the demonic chi hands of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva were shattered. So calm and collected. Turns out Xuanzang had been planning this all along. "This monk meticulously prepared this just for you. How do you like it?"
Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, trapped in a cage of water, said, "Tongue monk, according to the heavenly Tao's rules, I cannot directly kill you."
Suddenly, a dark aura appeared beside him, and from that aura emerged demon.
Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva continued, "Therefore, I was waiting for someone to take my place."
A ridiculously huge red flag was raised on the seafood army's side, signaling them to prepare for battle.
General Dao and General Wei led the troops, while General Bin Shu scouted the situation from the air on his fish steed.
The enemies, weapons in hand, charged forward. General Dao and General Wei also led their troops into the fray at the same time, while the Xuanwu army met the enemy in another part of the sky. At the border of the underworld, Wukong was leisurely munching on a peach by the lake. As he ate, he noticed a commotion in the distance, out at sea. The seafood army was fighting all over the place, with casualties already. He took a closer look to pinpoint the location. Looks like that's exactly where the ghost soldiers revive. On the training grounds, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva summoned more puppets, surrounding Xuanzang. Looking at the ninja-like figures, he thought. They didn't attack me when I was in the underworld. But nope. Turns out that wasn't the case. I thought they didn't attack me because the proxy rites had already been used, which meant they couldn't lay a hand on me. Looking around, a doubt arose. Could it be that they aren't the 10 kings of hell? Unanswered questions popped up in his head one after another. But surely the proxy rites for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva should have been used, right? What kind of trick is he pulling? While he was deep in thought, that dude suddenly ordered an all-out attack on the scripture seeker.
Xuanzang quickly got into a battle stance.
He manipulated his water abilities and chucked his staff away at the same time. With a leap, he controlled the Kakara to crash into one of them. From behind, the Kakara came hurtling over, but the dude didn't even try to dodge. The Kakara touched the cloak, and it felt like rock.
Immediately after, Xuanzang retracted the Kakara.
Then, grabbing the Kakara, he raised his hand and chanted some incantation. A torrent of water burst forth, heading towards each of the cloaked figures,
piercing through the chains to break them apart. Xuanzang felt it again. When the Kakara touched the cloak just now, it had a relatively solid form. Could the cloak be the true form? Excited, he got ready to take one down. Watch this. If it's not a solid form, taking one down will reveal it right away.
But the moment he unleashed his magic power, he looked up in horror. That bunch of black cloaks gathered together like a net, aiming right at him.
Xuanzang didn't even have time to react, still stunned. When they swooped down,
the 10 mysterious black cloaks instantly formed some kind of battle formation together.
Xuanzang, his face full of amusement, swung the weapon in his hand towards them,
instantly severing the chains of energy, connecting the black cloaks.
Xuanzang raised his cudgel, releasing a chilling aura that tightly wrapped around a black cloak, and then he brought it down hard.
The powerful force like a blade sliced through the black cloak's body. From inside the hood, a pitch-black face was revealed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at the wound on his body.
Xuanzang frowned, muttering to himself.
So they do have a physical form after all.
He swung his staff, and the black cloaks immediately fell from the sky, Xuanzang shouted.
But the next second, Xuanzang suddenly noticed something strange. The staff he continued to swing held firmly in his hand, but the black cloaks were suddenly flying backwards. The staff was still pointed at them, endlessly drawing spiritual chi from the sky. The black cloaks then gathered together, with demonic chi radiating from them, turning the sky black.
Even when Xuanzang's attack reached them, they easily began to counterattack, instantly hitting Xuanzang and sending him flying back. He gritted his teeth, raising his weapon high to defend himself.
At this time, the spiritual chi from Xuanzang, which had been emitted before, was gradually being absorbed by the chains.
Xuanzang frowned, his face pensive and confused, and shouted, "What the hell? Unity is strength." Xuanzang landed on the ground, surprised to shout, his face serious.
Still holding the staff firmly in his hand, his eyes fixed.
So far they've only shown defensive power, no offensive ability. So as long as I don't take the initiative to attack, it won't be considered a violation of the Heavenly Dabio's rules. Thinking of those mysterious black cloaks from before, Xuanzang thought to himself, are these things really the 10 kings of hell? Am I being hallucinated? In the vast space,
the 10 kings of hell reformed their battle formation from before. Xuanzang looked at the group, looking at Yundian who had been captured. He thought to himself, are they stalling for time?
Xuanzang slammed the staff hard on the ground, immediately cracking the earth and rocks. The urgent task now is to rescue Zhubaji. The powerful staff stuck firmly into the ground. Streams of spiritual chi-like roots emerged from the ground.
Immediately afterwards, the spiritual chi grew longer and shot towards the cage holding Yundian,
instantly merging with it. The 10 kings of hell noticed something strange and immediately flew down. But as soon as they arrived, Xuanzang forcefully pulled the cage towards himself.
At this moment, from inside, the faces of the 10 kings of hell appeared, and iron weapons shot out. Then, they all impaled into the ground.
Xuanzang gritted his teeth, his face tensing up. The restraining force increased 8-fold.
At this moment, the Shidi Yanluo stood in front of Yundian, ready to rumble. Inside the cage, Dizangwang Pusa sarcastically announced, the scripture seeker wants to take on 10 at once. What a show.
No sooner said than done. The black-clad dudes quickly charged towards Xuanzang. Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu army's side,
the red gate fluttered in the wind.
Dao Jiangjun swung his pincers like crazy, pushing back the enemies. General Dao proudly laughed, mocking the demons. A bunch of trashy ghost dogs dare to cause trouble at our doorstep. On the other side,
Bi Jiangjun raised his tendril chains, and suddenly, the tendril chains became like machine guns, constantly firing shards of crystal, which were sharp enough to stab the hell out of those demons. General Bin calmly gazed at the scattered demons, thinking to himself, "My body's almost completely drained."
Down below the city, the demons were frantically rushing upwards. Niu Jiang hurriedly shouted, "Shu Jiangjun! Report from the scouts." General Nichu's voice grew increasingly urgent, clasping his hands and saying, "The ghost soldiers keep reviving after being killed." Shu Jiangjun, taking a look, spoke decisively.
"It's a battle of attrition."
The atmosphere at the grand battlefield grew more tense, and one worried voice asked, "How long do we have to hold out?"
Back with Xuanzang, he managed to dodge one of the black-clad guy's moves. Xuanzang landed heavily and swung the staff in his hand.
Spiritual energy flared up, and he sternly declared, "This repetitive move sounds really impressive."
Then he smirked, looking at the guys and sneering, "Too bad, you're just 10 weak skins." Immediately afterwards, staff and iron mace combined, Xuanzang spun violently in his hand. Then, spiritual energy was unleashed, like hundreds of pythons charging towards the Shidi Yanluo. The pythons rushed forward ferociously,
bearing their fangs at the black-clad dudes, who swung their weapons to defend themselves.
But then, the Shidi Yanluo were swallowed whole by the pythons.
Xuanzang excitedly stared at them, yelling, "If you ain't alive, your moves are useless."
Dizang Wangpusa on the other side gritted his teeth, watching the scene unfold, and secretly worried. Just how many tricks is this scripture seeker hiding? On the other side, the Shidi Yanluo were torn into pieces. Their entire bodies began to break into hundreds of pieces, leaving only their wide-open eyes. Immediately, the eyes connected, forming a blob of goo.
Surrounded by eyes and leftover flesh, Xuanzang saw it, his face filled with distaste, and cursed. The underworld's sense of aesthetics. Right after, the Shidi Yanluo regenerated a normal body, and he waved his sleeve, sending a bright green python lunging at Xuanzang. With its wide-open red mouth, the python turned around and coiled, baring its fangs to protect the Shidi Yanluo. Xuanzang frowned and swung his staff towards it, shouting, "This time, it's 10 times stronger." After repeating,
the Shidi Yanluo climbed onto the python's head, ordering it to charge towards Xuanzang.
Xuanzang frowned, his face starting to worry, thinking to himself, "A fusion just means only one rep, that's kinda rip-off, isn't it?"
Dizang Wang, fused with the giant serpent, faced Xuanzang. The atmosphere was super tense right now. Behind them, Dizang Wang Bodhisattva was sitting in his cage. A notification popped up. Current number of ghost soldiers deceased, 1493. Number of Xuanwu army deceased.
Dizang Wang Bodhisattva manipulated the demonic energy in his hand, his eyes fixed. He thought to himself, "The plan was pushed forward. He was indeed more rushed than I thought."
I looked at Xuanzang in front of me, grinning triumphantly. But being able to drag in another scripture seeker isn't a loss for me either. On the other side, Xuanzang darted around like a whirlwind, weaving left and right, making the serpent spin and lose its bearings.
But it was Xuanzang who was feeling awful, unable to hold it in. "I'm gonna puke." Just as he looked up, the serpent bared its fangs and lunged at him. Xuanzang calmly raised the staff in his hand. However, just how much can this be repeated after all?
Just as the serpent lunged, Xuanzang jumped aside to dodge.
Streams of brilliant spiritual energy, like invisible threads, lifted him up, helping Xuanzang leap lightly and nimbly. In mid-air, Xuanzang's face turned serious as he swung the staff in his hand. The staff and iron mallet combined to create a surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, dazzling golden light mingled with a spreading aura of Sion, unleashing a shocking power. The streams of spiritual energy rushed towards the serpent and the 10 kings of hell. The strands of spiritual energy, like chains, tightly wrapped around and restrained the serpent.
The serpent thrashed continuously, and before long, the strands of spiritual energy snapped apart in mid-air. With a whoosh, they appeared, but the serpents were nowhere to be seen.
Xuanzang froze, his eyes wide as he stared in that direction.
At this moment, streaks of spiritual energy zipped toward Xuanzang, wrapping around him tightly.
Xuanzang was stunned, his face blank.
Xuanzang angrily reached out, breaking the strands of spiritual energy wrapped around his neck. Above, a streak of spiritual energy shot towards the 10 kings of hell. But, just as it touched them, all eyes turned towards it. In the next moment, the streak of spiritual energy split in two. Below, Xuanzang sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily, thinking to himself,
"Although I don't know how he can repeat this."
The next moment, Xuanzang frowned, his eyes sinister, and he grinned. But solving it now is simple.
Xuanzang reached out his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy appeared, wrapping around his arm.
Gradually, the spiritual energy, wound its way up to his neck. In the next moment, Xuanzang was encased in a layer of spiritual energy. He looked serious as he held the staff, and flew up, facing the 10 kings of hell.
Behind him, a blue dragon appeared, its body majestic, its eyes blazing, exuding a fierce aura. The dragon opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of ferocious energy spewed forth. Dizang Wang Bodhisattva propped his face up, looking ahead. Relying on that level of attack alone won't completely destroy Prime Body Number 1. Current number of ghost soldiers deceased, 1746. Number of Xuanwu army deceased, 152. The blue dragon roared, charging like lightning, its sharp teeth biting down, tearing through the clothes of the 10 kings of hell. From within the black-clad figure, a colossal gray dragon emerged, its eyes pitch black, its body shrouded in 7 layers of darkness, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The gray dragon roared fiercely, charging like a tornado, its sharp teeth clamping down on the blue dragon's body, biting it in half in an instant. The gray dragon slowly turned its head, its pitch-black eyes gleaming, staring directly at Xuanzang, its gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. The armor shattered. Xuanzang coughed up blood, his body covered in wounds, blood staining his battle robes red. Xuanzang closed his eyes, a gentle smile on his face, his gaze unwavering despite the pain. Outside, the maiden looked worried sick, while the white horse beside her was just chilling, munching on some grass. From the direction of the battle, a heavily injured Xuanzang was being carried out. Seeing him, the maiden froze, her eyes wide with panic, as Xuanzang fell powerlessly from mid-air. The maiden reached out, running towards him, but halfway there, Xuanzang suddenly stopped, leaving the maiden below looking completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the maiden's whole body trembled, her face twisted in discomfort. Up above, Xuanzang was frantically popping spirit pills into his mouth. Damn it, I feel like I'm about to explode. Good thing, I harvested a ton of these from old Lord Taishang earlier. As soon as he finished eating, Xuanzang's whole body surged with strength, and he exclaimed excitedly, feeling revitalized. This stuff actually works. Below, the maiden looked at his flushed face, and called out softly, Great Master Xuanzang. He, Xuanzang, raised his hand towards that spatial rift, and in the next second, he transformed into a stream of fire, shooting towards it. The maiden watched him leave so quickly without even a glance her way, and she slumped down onto the ground, dejected. On the other side, emerging from the spatial rift, Xuanzang seemed completely different, a wide, excited grin on his face. He gripped his staff and charged towards the 10 kings of hell. Noticing the 10 kings of hell's eyes fixed intently on him, in the next instant, Xuanzang slammed his staff fiercely onto its head. A loud bang echoed, and right where the staff hit, the 10 kings of hell turned into a patch of vibrant green light. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stared in disbelief at Xuanzang. At this moment, a notification rang out. Current number of low-level devils deceased, 1788. Number of Xuanwu army soldiers deceased, 152. Xuanzang landed on the ground, letting out a relieved sigh. Phew, barely made it. Otherwise, that would have been a huge loss. Just then, the system popped up excitedly, saying, Congratulations, host, for killing the number 1 gluttonous fiend. You have gained 10 million experience points. Xuanzang looked at the figure, reached out, and caught the falling token, an agent qualification jade token. From all around, cheers erupted. The scripture seeker, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, walked towards Xuanzang, simultaneously manipulating demonic energy to snatch the jade token. I truly underestimated you, Xuanzang smiled, his face full of amiable confidence. It's just that your gluttonous fiend wasn't too bright. The scene flashed back to Xuanzang's battle. From the moment he fought until the 10 kings of hell shattered, Xuanzang exclaimed, Cannot repeat. The defensive move was impressive. Even when Xuanzang tried his best to resist, his whole body was covered in wounds. Or how all his attacks on the 10 kings of hell were useless. When the attack move was repeated, even the side effects were repeated and amplified. Xuanzang looked at him, a triumphant grin on his face, and continued. So, as long as you can step out, dealing with this thing will be easy. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, having obtained the jade token, retorted, The body of the number 1 gluttonous fiend ranks 3rd in toughness in all the realms. Even if it could withstand M times the damage, for you to injure it to this extent, you must also be seriously wounded. Xuanzang looked at him and chuckled softly. So this is the legendary defense power of skill points. No wonder the brain isn't enough to use them. He reached out, his voice becoming urgent. Scripture seeker, to survive that last attack, your body must be incredibly resilient. But how can your injuries possibly heal? Xuanzang waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I'm under no obligation to answer your questions. But please hand over the agent token. I need to take it to ask some questions. Why do you have the qualification twice? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at him, smiled faintly, and remained silent. In the next moment, he manipulated his demonic power, sending the jade token toward Xuanzang. On the surface of the jade token, words clearly appeared, Zhen Yuanzi,
has used the agent qualification.
Xuanzang caught the token between his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips. Using this method, we can definitely make the mutated ginseng fruit bear results. On the other side, the fighting general and his troops roared, "Xuanwu army, meet your enemy." Xuanzang's face was looking pretty grim at this point, thinking back to just now when the announcement blared. Current number of dead ghost soldiers, 1493. Number of dead Xuanwu army soldiers, 132.
When did Xuanzang remember this again? Ksitigarba Bodhisattva happily chirped. First off, why were you hibernating for so many years? And why the sudden decision to make a move recently? Dude jumped, quickly shouting, "So that's what it was." Back to reality. Ksitigarba Bodhisattva looked at him and continued. "You're on a scripture quest. I haven't broken any rules. Zhen Yuanzi and I had already."
Before he could finish, Xuanzang cut in. "Because I told Zhen Yuanzi that only immortal stuff could be used as fertilizer for the mutated ginseng tree to bear fruit." His face looked kinda annoyed, his eyebrows were all scrunched up, and his voice was full of questioning. "So the underworld sent people to capture Hozi, the monkey descendants of Flowerfruit Mountain, because they aren't listed in the Book of Life and Death, so they count as immortal stuff, like a bullseye to the heart." Ksitigarba Bodhisattva stared dumbfounded at Xuanzang. Then he angrily flung his hand toward Xuanzang, while yelling, "You're on a scripture quest. How do you know about the mutated ginseng tree?" Xuanzang retorted. "The mutated ginseng fruit can boost cultivation, but the side effects are obvious. It messes with the user's mind a lot." Ksitigarba Bodhisattva reached out a massive hand to grab him. Xuanzang calmly continued. "But ghost soldiers' minds aren't complete to begin with. They're not scared of the side effects at all. As long as you successfully cultivate the mutated ginseng fruit, you'll have an army that's both strong and immortal." Ksitigarba Bodhisattva angrily lunged forward, grabbed Xuanzang's collar tightly, and started asking, "Just how much do you know?" Xuanzang raised an eyebrow, smiling at him. 50 years ago you disguised yourself and infiltrated the Xuanwu army, but you only made your move now because, on one hand, you needed time to weaken the Xuanwu army from the inside. On the other hand, the mutated ginseng fruit is about to be ready." Ksitigarba Bodhisattva's face was twisted in angry gritted teeth as he glared at him. Xuanzang continued, "That's why you couldn't wait any longer, wanting to kill all the Xuanwu army soldiers to nurture them into new ghost soldiers." He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on Xuanzang's collar. Xuanzang kept talking. "Who are you guys planning to use these ghost soldiers against? The Heavenly Court, Mount Ling, or somewhere else?" Ksitigarba Bodhisattva angrily started yelling, "How the heck do you know about the mutated ginseng fruit?" Xuanzang pointed at himself with a look of disbelief, and loudly declared, "Because the method to make the mutated ginseng tree bear fruit was me telling Zhen Yuanzi." The next second, Xuanzang slapped his hand away, saying, "Maybe she wanted to use an agent to kill me, and this secret would never be known, that's why she didn't tell you." Xuanzang frowned at him, and loudly declared, "Either way, if other gods and Buddhas find out about this, you guys are totally screwed." Xuanzang put his arm around his shoulder, playfully teasing, "You probably don't have it easy dealing with all the ghost soldiers in the underworld, huh? And pretending to be a woman in the Xuanwu army for 50 years, you can really pull off some big stuff." He got angry, and 3 giant hands shot out from behind him toward Xuanzang. "You're on a scripture quest, you know too much." Xuanzang smiled gently in response. "How could I know? It's just called being smart. Or, how about you listen to my conditions first?" Xuanzang's face turned serious as he swung the staff in his hand. "Give me back, Baji. Quickly withdraw your troops and release all the Haozi and their descendants." Xuanzang's face turned cold, full of cunning. "I can help you keep this a secret." Ksitigarba Bodhisattva looked at him, a sneer forming on his lips as he spoke provocatively. "You're on a scripture quest, and although I can't kill you, trapping you is as easy as flipping my hand." Xuanzang backed away, looking at him with an amused smirk, and shouted, "You dare threaten yours truly?" Xuanzang reached into his chest and pulled out nothingness. Then he raised nothingness high and loudly called out, "Wukong, move!" Nothingness's eyes blazed, and it instantly roared. "Understood." Xuanzang looked at Ksitigarba Bodhisattva, a smile full of anticipation on his face. On the other side, Wukong heard the call, gripping his Ruyi Jingu Bang tightly in his hand. The next second, the Ruyi Jingu Bang grew huge, instantly growing to pierce the heavens. Wukong didn't say a word, only a sinister smile spread across his face. In a hazy space, faint rays of light shone into an area divided into 2 halves, one lush green, the other ashen gray. The underworld, Yuming City, the realm of darkness, where wandering spirits sighed, the land of reincarnation. Souls constantly escaped from the Book of Life and Death, flying towards the mortal realm. In ancient times, there was such an object, recording the entire cycle of life and death for all beings, gathering stray souls. Its name was recorded. Later came the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 kings of hell, using the Book of Life and Death to govern countless beings, with no connection to the living world. Who would have thought that one day, Wukong would appear, pointing at the Book of Life and Death, arrogantly ordering, "From today onwards, the names of all Haozi, their descendants, and everyone from Flower Fruit Mountain will be erased from your records." The trembling Book of Life and Death replied, "This little one understands."
Time went by, and many years later, Wukong showed up again. He enlarged his Ruyi Jingu Bang, pointed it towards the underworld, stirring up a warning commotion aimed right at the Book of Life and Death.
To everyone's shock, the Ruyi Jingu Bang smashed around wildly, and the ground and rocks instantly broke apart.
The Book of Life and Death watched from the side, eyes wide as saucers, its whole body trembling. The next second, it immediately hugged the Ruyi Jingu Bang, tears streaming down as it yelled, "Please forgive me, great sage, spare me." At this moment, Wukong retracted his staff. The entire Book of Life and Death still stuck to the other end.
Afterwards, Wukong continued to retract the Ruyi Jingu Bang, and before long, the Book of Life and Death was pulled right to the riverbank.
Wukong looked at it and loudly asked, "Aren't you moving, house?" The Book of Life and Death shook like a leaf, desperately clinging to the Ruyi Jingu Bang. "Gee, great sage, is there something you need?"
Wukong waved his hand back and forth, making the Book of Life and Death cry out in fear, and he said, "My Haozi and their descendants, they've all been captured and taken to the underworld." Hearing this, the Book of Life and Death's eyes widened with pure innocence.
Just then, it checked its records, and a line of red text appeared right in the middle. The Book of Life and Death was both scared and surprised, hastily explaining, "They are indeed in the underworld, but it has absolutely nothing to do with little me."
It pointed towards the back and started saying, 30 miles that way, there's a cave dwelling.
The Book of Life and Death trembled as it hugged the Ruyi Jingu Bang tightly, starting to whine, "Great sage, little me is just a poor, weak Dharma artifact. My fate isn't my own. Whatever Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wants to do has nothing to do with little me at all." Wukong's face changed, and he loudly told it,
"Temporarily, the ghost soldiers are not to be released for reincarnation."
The Book of Life and Death sat on the edge of the riverbank, the boundary line, repeatedly crying out, "Thank you, great sage, for sparing little me's life." Immediately after, Wukong extended the Ruyi Jingu Bang towards the cave dwelling the book had pointed to. The Ruyi Jingu Bang rushed forward and quickly smashed that cave dwelling to bits. On this side, the flames on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand started to speak. "The Book of Life and Death can no longer function. The reincarnation of ghost soldiers has stopped." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva froze, his eyes wide, and hurriedly asked, "What?" He looked into the distance, where an explosion was happening.
Xuanzang sat calmly on the chair, reminding him, "Looks like your cable got cut." Xuanzang reached out his hand, a bright smile on his face. "If you don't agree to my conditions, the underworld will really be completely destroyed."
Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was furious, his expression getting worse and worse as he looked toward Xuanzang.
Considering the current situation, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva agreed. He reached out and threw a small bottle toward Xuanzang. Xuanzang easily reached out and caught it. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gritted his teeth and sneered, "I can also release your Hakuzi and their descendants."
On the other side, Xuanzang happily reached out and opened the bottle. From inside the bottle, Yundian flew out. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was ashen as he firmly stated, "But there's no way I can withdraw my troops at the underworld gate." At the Xuanwu army's camp, the battle between the mermen and the Yao monsters raged on.
Gan Go and Wei Jiang glanced at the fighting general beside them and asked, "Hey, can this even work?" The fighting general replied, "Of course it can." Bing Jiang raised his hand and ordered the troops, "The water's here. Immediately resupply with ammunition." Shu Jiang swung his sword at the Yao monsters, chiming in, "The Xuanwu army will never retreat, even in death."
On the other side, the two red carps reported, "General Nanu, we still haven't found a solution to the ghost soldier reincarnation problem. The main issue is that we fundamentally can't leave the 3 no-care zone. It seems the number of reincarnating ghost soldiers from there has decreased slightly due to some unknown earthquake in the underworld."
General Niku's face fell, a secret worry creeping into his heart. The Xuanwu army are all aquatic Yao. Fighting on land wasn't their strong suit to begin with, and now everyone's tired and low on water. If this rotation of fighting continues— Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and her face paled in alarm. "Tongzi is worried. Everyone's going to die." General Niku looked at the golden carp and ordered,
"Continue to guard the border of the underworld." The golden carp pointed ahead, crying out in panic, "Jean, Jean." General Niu froze, turning his head to look behind. In the next moment, General Nichu was so happy that tears streamed down his face. Over there, Yundian appeared, the 9-toothed rake in his hand, 2 flags fluttering behind him. The golden carp troops saw him and joyfully shouted, Marshal! Marshal is alive! Marshal has come to save us! Yundian swung his rake forward, his voice ringing with authority. Marshal Tianpeng is here. All troops, listen to my command.
Xu Jiang saw the marshal appear, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. Yundian ordered, "Every unit, form the aquatic defensive formation." The fighting general on the other side was displeased and confused, gritting his teeth as he replied, "This is land. How do we form an aquatic defensive formation?" Wei Xiang chimed in, "Marshal, did dying once mess up your head?"
From behind Yundian, waves of water began to surge. Water suddenly appeared from nowhere, crashing onto the land. The carp soldiers began to deploy the water formation, 12 soldiers per unit, within the cubic water mass they created, focusing on killing the ghost soldiers trapped inside the cube.
Xuanzang crossed his arms above, a smug look on his face as he praised. "Not bad at all. Dealing with over 80,000 ghost soldiers is definitely more than enough." Xuanzang reached out, looking towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, cheerfully reminding him, "You can't withdraw your troops. We'll help you send all the ghost soldiers back. How are you planning to thank us?"
Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was so angry his teeth were grinding. Ghost soldiers only obey the orders of the 10 kings of hell. That's the rule of the underworld. If you hadn't broken it, the #1 delicacy.
Xuanzang tilted his head, looking at him, and retorted, "So, is that thing the #1 delicacy or the 10 kings of hell?"
Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva then proudly began to boast. The #1 delicacy absorbed the entire spiritual essence of the 10 kings of hell, so it also possesses all their abilities. That's how I was able to plot my grand scheme in the underworld.
Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at him, confidently saying, "This scripture seeker, I admit defeat, but you must remember your promise." Xuanzang's face darkened slightly, a forced smile on his lips as he replied, "My promise? Of course I'll remember. But you killed the female general, provoked infighting within the Xuanwu army. How do you plan to compensate for that?"
Hearing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva cried out in alarm. "Who said I killed the female general?" Xuanzang sternly countered. "The female general isn't dead."
Xuanzang happily patted his chest and sighed in relief. "This time, my little sister can be considered not dead," Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva continued. "Actually, the female general is currently..." Below, the excited red carp soldiers loudly cheered.
"Offense as defense. Pressing the attack after victory. Marshal is mighty."
Xuanzang watched the rising water level, saying, "Those tough-skinned ghost soldiers really can't take a beating. Baji is about to lead the water army to charge into the underworld." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned his back, his face stern as he immediately replied, "Xuanwu army, without orders you are not allowed to leave the 3 no-care zone." Xuanzang pointed towards the rice paddies, smiling as he continued, "We're just following along to clean up the ghost soldiers. Please lead me to see the female general."
Over here the lush crops bathed in the sunlight. Xuanzang and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva walked together. As the two were walking, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly stopped. Xuanzang turned his head to look at him, a puzzled look in his eyes.
Jizangwang Bodhisattva points his finger forward at Yundian and says, "General Yun, she's up ahead, just go on over there."
Dizangwang Bodhisattva sweeps the rice stalks aside with his hand, revealing General Yun sitting with her back to us on a boulder, while on the other side, Wukong is just going to town, stirring things up with his Ruyi Jingu Bang. Wukong's propping his chin up, looking bored AF into the distance.
The battle's winding down, and it's going down in the history books. Tianpeng Yuanshui, Ek, reincarnated as Zhu Baji, comes back to the Xuanwu army to thoroughly investigate the missing soldiers, at the same time leading the generals and soldiers to fight 10,000 devil soldiers, chasing them all the way to the border of the underworld. A triumphant return. Dasheng flies high in the wind, with soldiers cheering below. They succeed in this battle, the soldiers cheered, and he gradually takes back the military power. He returns to the position of marshal, the soul of the Xuanwu army, looking at tens of thousands of fighting generals.
At this time his whole body is wounded, his eyes quietly lifeless. In addition, the fighting general of the district died in battle as a soldier.
Xuanzang slaps himself lightly in the face, internally monologuing the outcome. Yundian's got his "I'm so over this" face on, looking at the peeps around the long table.
As the children begin to gather and meet and stare at the empty seat across the way,
Xuanzang buries his face in his hands, internally stressed, thinking, "How the heck am I going to bring up Yun's situation? Ugh." Then, Yundian speaks.
"Everyone," Yundian raises a hand to address the group, calmly continuing. "This general has made a decision. Yundian is looking cheerful now, right? All this dodging and holding back ain't getting us nowhere."
The next second, a flash of coldness crosses his eyes, and he says, "We must fight. We must be victorious."
Wei Xiang slams his beetle claw on the table, responding with excitement. "Fight! Fight!" Yundian hesitates. then continues. But before that, his face starts to scrunch up in awkwardness, and he gives the order sheepishly. Do another head count, list the soldiers, do a full inspection of the army, all supplies, upgrade the base camp. Best case scenario, we can move the whole damn camp. Niu Zhang and Bing Zhang are nodding along, their faces showing their compliance. Yundian clasps his hands solemnly, continuing. Tianpeng, I'm truly grateful that you all have always looked out for your brothers, and that you have never forgotten to avenge me. It's all my fault for being indecisive from the start, affecting you all. Yundian looks to the side, continuing. But now, we need to kickstart a new journey for the Xuanwu army. Next second, he jumps toward Xuanzang, his eyes like stars. Of course, this is all thanks to my master. Xuanzang crosses his arms, helpless, and doesn't respond. Xuanzang continues. Great Tongue High Monk. You have the heavenly mandate to seek the scriptures. You are the hunter of gods and Buddhas, the enemy of heaven and the spirit mountain. Yundian raises his hand high in the air and shouts, the heaven-defying sect master, Tang Xuanzang. Immediately after, his face darkens, Yundian says. After this marshal returns, the first military order is that the entire Xuanwu army will join the heaven-defying sect, to crusade against the heavens, to punish the Zushan gods and Buddhas. At this moment, all the generals stand up, clasp their hands, and bow their heads. Sect master. Xuanzang smiles faintly, wondering to himself, is this all mine? Yundian gives a thumbs up, answering in his heart, it's all yours in the future. Bishang clasps his hands and reports, Marshal, there is currently a matter that needs to be addressed. The Heavenly Emperor initially issued an order restricting the Xuanwu army, that without an imperial decree, we are not allowed to leave this place, or else we will face heavenly punishment. Although we are highly skilled in magic, and can use spells to trick the restriction, it is very difficult for the entire army. Yundian is stunned, his eyes wide, exclaiming, there's a restriction. But then, Xuanzang beside him gives a signal. Actually, Xuanzang's face starts to worry, and then he continues. The restriction is already gone. In his heart, he thinks. So that's how the two lieutenants were able to escape, to find Baji. The generals heard that, and their jaws dropped, eyes wide, yelling out, the barrier's gone. Xuanzang's face started to turn gray, not that female general again. Right then, the scene flashed back to earlier. They were with the female general, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was saying, 50 years ago, I sensed someone at the edge of the underworld facing a heavenly tribulation. I investigated, and found that female general at the brink of death, using her own body to seal the barrier. The female general was completely still, and that voice kept on saying, from then on, the female general had to endure the pain of her soul and body being torn apart every day, neither alive nor dead, unable to enter reincarnation, unable to find release, and I have no chance to replace her. Yundian, seeing that scene, seemed to understand. So, that's what happened. After the separation, Yundian turned back to look at the group behind him, and said sternly, all right, everyone, go do what you need to do. Hearing that, the generals stood up together and shouted, understood. Yundian looked at Xuanzang and asked, Master, what's next? Xuanzang raised his hand, his voice calm. I'll stay here for now. This master still has a debt to collect. Down below, he raised his hand and gripped the jade pendant tightly. The Jade Emperor on the other side frantically exclaimed, Heaven-defying sect. Heaven-defying sect. Have you even heard of that name? The Jade Emperor was panicked, his eyes wide, saying, they can take down people from the Spirit Mountain? I was just resolving some old grudges. Why did they pick me? Queen Mother pointed to the screen of the device, replying, who is it? Picking a fight with him for such a small matter. The Jade Emperor started tearing up. So what should we do now? Queen Mother crossed her arms, looked at the person next to her, and asked, do nothing. Just wait for those guys from Spirit Mountain to not put up with it and take action. Queen Mother's face turned ashen as she coldly continued. This time, the heavenly court is definitely becoming an outsider. At the Hua Yuan Manor, the beautiful scenery appeared. Yuanzi turned and stepped into the forest. Yao Saint Yuanzi looked at Xuanzang, asking, Master Xuanzang, are you still doing well? Xuanzang looked at her and continued. I'm fine. You're probably about to face trouble, Yuanzi said. It's been a few days, how about we chat over tea? Xuanzang looked at her, his face serious, as he went on. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva going to capture the monkey descendant of Flower Fruit Mountain. Was that you who incited it? Yuanzi held the glass in her hand, her face worried, and explained, I really don't know about that. Given my friendship with the great sage, I definitely wouldn't do that. Yuanzi crossed her arms and continued. But about the Xuanwu army, I do know something. However,
I don't have any friendship with Tianping Marshal. I just wanted to use this to test Master Xuanzang.
Yuanzi's face quickly turned cold, looking at him. If you die at the hands of cannibal number 1, it proves that's all you're capable of. But if you can defeat cannibal number 1, then just show me the command token.
Xuanzang smirked, replying, I should quickly figure out all the details, then use the mutated ginseng fruit to threaten Ksitigarba Bodhisattva. Or else, I don't think I can pass your test.
Xuanzang was dissatisfied, gripping the glass in his hand, questioning.
You're screwing over your teammates like this. Do your teammates know? Yuanzi smiled, shaking her head, replying, I never agreed with this plan for the Xuanwu army in the first place.
Yuanzi turned the glass in her hand and said, Master Xuanzang, the world is turbid, and we need to stimulate that turbidity to reveal purity. But only something from outside the realm can do that. Hearing that, Xuanzang was shocked, his pupils contracting, thinking to himself, outside the realm refers to transmigrators, so there were indeed other transmigrators here before.
Yuanzi walked over and patted Xuanzang on the shoulder, saying, But I've seen a lot of gods and Buddhas betting wrong, and they all face terrible failures, so I think I have every reason to be more careful before placing my bet.
Xuanzang reached out to look at her, continuing, rejecting the puzzle player. Why don't you just tell me what I need to do? How to achieve success? And Xuanzang clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at her, continuing, what will I get in return?
Yuanzi just stood there dumbfounded, then said, totally let down, kill every god and Buddha who dares to mess with you, and go to the Western Paradise to get the scriptures. She reached out, grinning like crazy, and chirped, you could become the main priest of the new world. Xuanzang calmly held out his hand, trying to make a deal. Can we be realistic? Like, how much gold and silver can I get? And maybe some pretty babes.
Or, like, can my bald head get a bit shinier? At least give me back my atom split hairstyle, you know. Yuanzi's face was just done. He started yelling in a panic. Tang Xuanzang, you totally missed the point. There were guys like you before they all transmigrated, right? Right then, boom, lightning struck from the sky.
Xuanzang looked down at Yuanzi, sprawled on the ground, and frowned. Nobody asked you to talk. You can't even say anything useful, but you just had to open your mouth.
He glanced at the guy lying still. Not dead yet? Good. Oh yeah, you still owe me that magic item. Don't even think about skipping out on me. And stay away from me and my people. If you pull this crap again, I'll make sure you die in a completely different timeline.
Xuanzang stood in the middle of a field of flowers. His system popped up, yelling, Host, the system is furious. Holding a red card in his hand, it started lecturing him. Host, please, next time, don't just wander off the pilgrimage route, especially not to places with terrible reception. You're seriously messing with my job. Xuanzang crossed his arms, frowning. How can you be so useless? I'm supposed to be a hot-blooded protagonist in a comic. How did I end up with a garbage system like you? Don't your other hosts complain?
The system seemed to snap, bursting with rage. What do you mean my system is garbage? You think everyone's like you? But then, it turned bright red, embarrassed. Host? What are you saying? It's my first time, okay? There aren't any others. I'm brand new from start to finish and I'm all yours. The system reached out towards Xuanzang, who was still looking annoyed, and tried to comfort him. I've been working really hard lately, adding tons of useful new functions for you. The system brought up a screen showing the Xuanwu Army headquarters and Flower Fruit Mountain, a new guild world specially made for the host. Name, Tiani Sect Leader Tang Xuanzang. Rank, Member 19,765.
You'll earn guild experience and establish Flower Fruit Mountain. We'll calculate everything periodically based on your rank and the number of guild members, and that'll give you experience. Xuanzang stared at it seriously, making the system tremble in fear.
A second later, Xuanzang reached out, blushing slightly, and patted it on the head. I just love how you know what's up.
Xuanzang threw his hands up in excitement, yelling, Heavenly Court and Western Paradise, get ready for me. Xuanzang rode his horse, raised his staff high, and shouted,
Just you wait, till this sect leader brings my army, and flattens you all. And that's the end of part 1. Now let's get to the press conference with Baldy Xuanzang. Xuanzang Strawberry started first. After a grueling journey of deception, Wukong next to him immediately looked uncomfortable. Long. Has it been a month? Xuanzang happily replied. I myself, relying on my intelligence and talent, gradually discovered a part of the conspiracy hidden in the old and present worlds. I don't know where another young man poked his head out to steal the conversation. Screenwriter Bayo, this last time, we should show our faces in front of the microphone.
Xuanzang is now a newly emerging idol, successfully forming a combined and united pilgrimage team, defeating thousands of enemies, creating his own sect, and recruiting a large number of human and material resources. Baji exclaimed excitedly, Master, majestic.
Encouraged, Xuanzang continued. As long as we continue, we can quickly defeat all the gods and Buddhas who stand in our way.
Suddenly, a nosy reporter raised the microphone and asked a question that left Xuanzang speechless.
May I ask, do you still remember the content of episode 1? Only to see afterwards, there was no afterwards. The microphone was inexplicably cut in half.
The entire pilgrimage team was quickly gathered to express their gratitude. Friends of fate, see you again.